to the 2025 North America International Championships. This is the crown jewel of the international circuit, and the world's top trainers are here to leave their mark on history.
NAIC, are you ready?
Last year, Out of Pocket showed exactly why he's a champion, shutting down every challenger who came for his crown. Teamwork made the dream work, and the Orange Juicers crushed the competition to claim their glory. In the TCG, Andrew Hedrick outplayed and outlasted them all, claiming the title of King of New Orleans. And in Pokémon VG, Patrick Connors clinched his first championship with ice-cold decisions and flawless execution.
Let's go!
Tongue come in next. Ash and Ash. We get the attack boost. This could change everything.
Another very singularity. Hyper Voice and Kilo's low bliss assistance. They're going straight for the score.
Both active on the Temple of Sinnoh. Theo upper energy on the pit jock. KO with block 3 win.
The game, Josh, the honor, the glory, the redemption is his.
We've had an insane weekend here at NAIC.
Last event of the season.
I have never heard the crowd as loud.
Welcome to the North America International Championships. Let the games begin.
Hello and good morning to all the trainers, viewers, and Pokemon fans tuning in from around the globe. I'm Joe Brown, joined by Steven Sanders, and we're here to welcome you to Day 2 of the 2025 Pokemon North America International Championships, coming to you live from New Orleans, Louisiana.
We saw incredible competition in day number 1, but we have even more Pokemon action in store today.
Before we get started, here's just a few standout competitors to watch as they battle their way towards Championship Sunday.
In Pokemon Go, Paddleman and Z's Wireless faced each other at the EUIC Grand Finals earlier this season, and now they battle again in a rematch in their very first round today.
In Unite, the last World's invite for Western regions is still up for grabs. Will DreamMax Esports, Revelation, Daybreak, or someone else secure their spot in Anaheim?
Meanwhile, in Pokemon TCG, Ray-Chin went undefeated for the entirety of day number 1 with Toedscruel EX.
And for Pokemon VG, Kyle Livinghouse continued his streak of 6 consecutive Day 2 appearances with an 8-0 start.
These trainers and many more still in competition today have a chance to earn championship points towards Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California this August. And not to mention, of course, a share of the massive $500,000 prize pool.
And with that, it's time to kick things off. Best of luck to our remaining trainers. Casters, take it away.
Thanks, Joe. So good to be back here in New Orleans.
And welcome everybody to the Pokemon International Championships here in North America. We are here in New Orleans for Day 2, the final stretch for Pokemon Unite. It was such an exciting Day 1 as we just heard that recap. For those of you that do not know our faces here, I'm Calosaurus and we have Draco. How are you going this morning, Draco?
I am absolutely excited. We have a single elimination bracket today, Kello. High intensity, high drama Pokemon Unite. It is win or go home in all of these best of 3s and best of 5s towards the ends of today. But man, these teams have some high stakes they're going to be battling over.
Yes, high stakes. There is that final slot for the Western region to make it over to the World Championships. And of course, there is also the cash prizes as well. So a $50,000 prize pool on the line. Rank 1 does end up getting that $20,000. So all of the marbles there, Draco.
all of the marbles in D, but not only are they fighting for the lion's share prize of the cash prize pool, but they're also fighting for that World's Invitational. And there are a number of teams that are still waiting to get their final invitation to the World Championship Series. And so as we can take a look at here, we're going to go ahead and recap the group stage. Group A, LG, B's moving on forward. Again, top 2 of each group move on to the single elimination stage. Group B, Peru Unite, and version 1, Kello.
Yeah, and over down to Group C, we have Revelation, not dropping a set. They're going up against Nouns. I cannot remember who was in Group D there. My memory's not that great. But you know what? We're going to skip over to Group E as we have T3 also not dropping a set, and DreamMax Esports making their way through, so they still have a chance for that World Championship spot. And the final group there, that's T3 and Daybreak.
T3 and Daybreak. And we're going to be taking a look at the, really paying attention to the lower side of the bracket here. T3, Daybreak, winner of that, moving on to Revelation. And maybe even winner of that set, we may be looking at that World's Invitational spot, right? T3, Daybreak, Revelation, they need that Invitational. They are quite literally fighting for their season life, Kello.
Now, you know what? While there is so many exciting things happening here at the International Championship, there is actually some exciting announcements coming up for Pokemon Unite for the 4th anniversary. We actually have Latias and Latios coming to join the fray. What do you think about this duo?
That is absolutely incredible, Kelly. I think we're going to need to find some time to duo together. I know the ping is not going to be very good between the two of us, you being from Australia, me being from California, you're in the United States, but we will do our best. They fly really fast, right?
I think they do fly really fast. I mean, look at those wings there. They look like they are built for speed.
They are built for speed, and not only are they built for speed, but our teams are just about ready to go, Kello. Let's go ahead and talk about our first matchup of the day. And again, high drama already to start our day here in day number 2. T3 and Daybreak, 2 teams fighting for a World's qualification spot, not in this game, but again, tournament life, season life on the line for these two.
It's still one step closer towards securing that World Championship spot, but they have to make that first step. Isn't it ironic that we're actually starting off with Daybreak for day number 2, because we ended up starting off with them yesterday, but we can see that all 10 members are there getting ready and set up to go to begin our day. But I'm really excited to see what ends up coming from both of these teams. I guess in terms of yesterday's gameplay, Daybreak were very much known for that melee, stick together, take the opponents down one at a time composition. Whether we're going to see a similar style from them, how would you describe T3's style yesterday?
I would say T3 should be going off of a very good high. They were they beat DreamMax Esports, which is, I would say, the best team in their group, coming out at seed number 1 for their group as well. All right, we're going to go right into the game, everybody, so I hope you are awake. If you're tuning in from home, welcome again to the final stretch. Daybreak on our purple side, starting out with an Absol, Suicune ban. T3 on our orange side, Blaziken, Comfey. These Pokemon not here.
Comfey is a very interesting choice for a ban here. Not really a supporter that you see taken away. It's usually a Clefable or a Blissey, but I guess they don't want to risk a Non, who can be quite known to play that Zoroark Comfey duo. But we have Snorlax being locked on in for food there. Ooh, Garchomp and Clefable. Like in this duo, we know that Garchomp has some great displacement tools to utilize, and Clefable for that AoE healing.
Yes, Clefable, one of the best supporters in the game right now, most recently being buffed. I believe 5% boost to the Moonlight Healing. Also, defenses across this Pokemon has also been increased, so you're not only healing more, you're also staying on the battlefield for a lot longer. Paired with a Pokemon like Garchomp, has a ton of life sustain, life steal with those boosted autos. And we see here, Anon picking another really bulky Pokemon. If you're able to get those healing from the Triple Axel, for example, Serena. We saw a little bit of Serena today, Kello. Or yesterday, Kello.
Yeah, we did in that final set, I believe. We ended up seeing a Penta KO coming out from Serena there. So that was pretty exciting. We'll see if a Non can meet those standards. Otherwise, we do have DC locking in some range to try and combat the range of the Miraidon that Sobi has locked on in. with that Mew, and we know that utility, but we're starting off the day with Azumarill once again. Daybreak, you are spoiling me.
Joe probably knows that you're casting his game today, and he knows that you are a lover of Azumarill, and it is the fairy parade that is, so this is the perfect time to bring out this Pokemon. But if you just recall of yesterday, again, Azumarill really thrives in compositions that are typically individual. You can find these Pokemon by themselves. Maybe this Leafeon, you can find that by themselves, and you can really utilize that huge power passive ability. But all these other Pokemon, they tend to stay around this Clefable. So I wonder how Joe is going to navigate trying to proc that passive ability as much as he can.
Yeah, that is a really good point that we're going to have to see played on out as we get our final preparations underway. Daybreak starting off the day going up against T3 from the NA region. Now Daybreak, they did make it through to here in North America by winning the final stretch play-ins. So T3, they were one of the open signups that we have for this competition. I mean, Daybreak, they didn't end up getting their spot during regionals, so Daybreak can make a step closer towards that second spot for OS at Worlds.
Same thing for North America. It's not going to be a second slot, but it would be a fifth slot for North America.
You guys have enough, come on! Okay, but you know what? The thing is, I am such a fan of both of these teams. Having Liz over on the side of Daybreak, and I know Sobi getting up on the stage there. I know a lot of folks out in the crowd definitely admire Sobi there, and we'll have to see how they end up playing out as we are getting our match underway. But I guess Sobi, very much known for those attacker-style roles, locking in that Miraidon this time round. That is a surprising pick that I wasn't expecting this weekend.
Yeah, you know, with a Pokemon like Sylveon, I know Sobi loves to play Sylveon. I think it's her most played attacker. I think I've seen a couple of social media posts of her doing 100,000 damage, 100,000 damage taken, 100,000 damage recovered as well. Of course, it's a little bit more difficult to do that in a competitive sense, but I know she loves to play Sylveon. But I think that Miraidon is definitely a more conservative pick between the two, right? Sylveon is usually up and in person, very personal with the enemy team, whereas Miraidon can attack from range with that charge beam.
Yes, also we did see that Thunder moveset, which has that ability to chase down those opponents, and you do not want to be chased down by that Thunder because it is just super annoying to get rid of. And of course, the impacts of Miraidon's Unite move. The meteors raining on down from range can be so disruptive.
I do want to talk about another player on the side of T3. It is their newest pickup in the defender role. It's going to be Rex, previously on the team Nemesis. Nemesis has been around for the last 2 years or so, not playing today and unfortunately not qualifying for the World Championship Series in a couple of months. But Rex has been a very pivotal piece for this team's success this weekend. A very strong shot caller, and in my opinion, had some of his most iconic moments in this set yesterday against DreamMax Esports. Holding pads really well with Snorlax, engaging with Heavy Slam, getting perfect blocks in some of these situations. Snorlax is a very strong Pokemon, but in my opinion, it requires a pilot that is very strong at communicating. I think Rex provides so much to the team in that regard.
Well, the thing is for this match, Draku, they're not going to be on the Snorlax because Fu is going to be rocking that Snorlax for Daybreak. But here we go, folks. The first match of the day. We have Daybreak going up against T3 from the NA region.
Right on in the bottom path, followed by the Mew on the side of Daybreak. Should be an even matchup between the two Pokemon. Fairly good last hitting abilities. Rex pretty far forward. They are going to have their focus band proc, so not going to have that for the first set of Altaria spawning in a few seconds.
Oh, but look at this, Joe snagging that red buff and going and pressure the top half, but it looks like Anon has done exactly the same thing. And you know what's really confusing? We actually have two Anons on the field, but an early KO for Daybreak there.
Yeah, well, we go ahead and call Anonymous for T3 and Anon for Daybreak, as quite literally two Anons on both teams. So Zealot, only one left standing here in the top path, but they were able to KO that Azumarill, so one piece of wild Pokemon away from getting that level 5 evolution.
Yeah, taking away those buffs, going over to the Gible that has just evolved into that Gabite, thanks to gathering some of those those Altaria and Swablu spawns. But we're looking at the levels so far. It's quite even across the board, except we do actually have 3 level 5s on the side of T3.
Yeah, 3 level 5s, one of them now ticking over to level 6. Again, the Pokemon to continuously watch throughout this early game is how fast Zilot gets to that Garchomp. They are at level 6. One more to get Dragon Claw so they can have the Dragon Claw, Dragon Rush combo. And again, this Pokemon, love talking about it. It has really great scaling throughout the game, but unfortunately, Joe is here to make a mess about it and gets a KO streak of 2 for the team.
Gotta say that Daybreak is looking super duper aggressive up in this top path. Joe is already at 7.5. Azumarill does end up getting that Unite at level 8, looking for a potential KO on Anon, taking down the Leafeon. Now they have that belly bash to crash straight into the Lapras and get another KO for their side.
Oh, a belly bash and a wrecking ball once again is Joe. He's actually able to target the Clefable so with such precision. Again, proccing that huge power passive ability. If you're able to hit just a singular Pokemon with that, you can get 100% chance to critically hit. And again, in these larger scale team fights, it's harder to get that ability to proc or get that ability to activate. But when you do, you can do a massive amount of damage to just a singular Pokemon like we saw with that Clefable.
I think one of the benefits as well is the regen that you end up getting from the Aqua Tower. Otherwise, some more action happening up in the top half. Zealot on the Gapite ends up getting knocked on out. And Daybreak aren't stopping here.
Daybreak with the fast break forward. Can they break this goal zone? I think it was a small break of 14 from the Mew. It was a small break of 14, a 1-point overcap, but Daybreak is breaking this lead wide open. 1-5-5 to a donut for breakfast.
Oh, donuts for breakfast. I don't know if that is very healthy, but you know what? Some points need to go on the board for T3 instead. They're going to focus their energy on this Registeel as Daybreak have secured that Regieleki. That is going to provide some much needed experience to the side of T3 along with that attack and special attack buff.
Oh boy, Zila, I don't know if you want to go on a 1v1 against Azumarill. That is the best 1v1 Pokemon inside Pokemon Unite. 6 points on this goal zone, brought down to 3 from the Snorlax, and a really nice 22-point overcap by Daybreak. And T3, they need to find an answer here, and I think that answer is going to be this Garchomp still sitting at level 8. They're at the 6-minute mark, so this is not a terrible time to get that stage 3 evolution, but Daybreak, T3 needs to slow down Daybreak somehow, and this Azumarill is quite literally running them over.
Well, one benefit for the side of T3 now that both of their Tier 1 pads have been eliminated is they have comeback experience in the form of those Indeedis that spawn in the side. We can see thanks to that, Garchomp has reached that level 9, but going on into a potential next brawl up in the top half, we have 4 Unite moves available for T3 here.
Fight going on in the top path. 3 players up here. Again, that Clefable needs to stick next to this Garchomp basically for the remainder of the game, Kello. And I would say when these 5 players move around together, it's going to be very difficult for Daybreak to break that wall as they push on forward. As we head to the halfway point of the game, Kello, 183 again to 0. We do get some information there. Any Pokemon that are stacking potentially the Leafeon, maybe even the Clefable, for the most part, 0 stacks on the side of T3.
But the control that Daybreak have here up in the bottom and the top half, because they have both of those Tier 1s, you can see they have decided to do the split and conquer, leaving the Hooper down all alone. But you know who else is left all alone? Rex, who has been forced to pop their Lapras Express to try and make a quick escape, and they have managed to do that as focuses are set back onto the other members of T3.
Yeah, unfortunately, they do not have a defender in the front line. Belly Bash finds their way onto Zila. Here comes a Bright Future Meteor Storm to try to help them defend their Tier 2 goals, and they lose their Leafeon, unfortunately. Snorlax getting the confirmation of that knockout, and T3 is being pushed into their side of the map. Quite literally, Daybreak is impressing their will on T3, not letting them any sort of inch forward.
But you can see that T3 are aware that Daybreak are looking for an isolation. There goes through with a heavy slam to try get the isolation on 3 members, but that Dragon Rush is going to push on through, and now they're just going to go and recalibrate as we still have that Regieleki still waiting to be taken.
Yeah, definitely a preemptive Unite move from the Hoopa. It was a really powerful engage from Fu on the Snorlax, able to knock up 3 with that heavy slam and then pushing those 3 back with the block. And a 4-player swing here in the top path. 4 players, as in one of them being that Reggie Alecki. Let's test the defense this time at T3 again.
This is going to be some tricky defense, especially with a Reggie Steel buff to the side of Daybreak. We have Garchomp being knocked on out. Clefable also getting stunned as his huge powers coming on through. Trying to look for these KOs. 3 members of T3 have been down. Clefable no longer amongst the mix. Joe with a 3 KO streak. Reggie Alecki crashes on through. 4 KO streak and a tier 2 gone.
Almost a penta KO for the Azumarill. Kella, I know you love to see that one happen here, but T3, they want to be scoring on the enemy's T3 goal zone, but unfortunately now their T3 is vulnerable to Daybreak. 289-0. They have multiplied their score by 2, and well, T3 also multiplied their score by 2, but they're at 0, so 0 times 0 is 0.
Yes, that's great math
yeah,
in there.
thank you.
Well, they definitely need to try and focus on getting some wild Pokemon, get their levels up, as we already have an Azumarill at level 14, the highest on the map so far. On the other side of T3, we have 3 level 12 supplies. Both Daybreak and T3's 2025 season win rate is 62%. Daybreak going in 4-3 during group stage, and T3 going 6-2. What a coincidence that it was exactly the same. There's so much math happening here today.
It is really early here in New Orleans, and casters are having a little bit trouble with the math a little bit, but there's one thing I'm sure of, at least on broadcast, Azumarill has a 100% win rate for now.
Does it? Really? Okay, well, we'll have to see if that 100% win rate continues as we are counting down the clock until the final stretch that Rayquaza does spawn. You can see Fu lurking about, looking to find an opportunity to go in and use that heavy slam, but T3 are definitely being wary, playing a bit further back, and there we go. The heavy slam doesn't end up actually catching anybody out, and that Trick Hooper is going to get a nod on this arena out of the way.
Oh, Zila going through that wall and into the limited outrage immediately. Power Nap from the Snorlax. Rayquaza getting really low, captured by Daybreak, and now Hoopa able to get the Rayquaza away from T3 as they push on forward, and 4 members of T3 down, and Daybreak pushing forward to the T3 of T3.
Daybreak breaking goals, breaking objectives, breaking hearts here in the North America region, taking the first game of the... Oh, I don't want to say, maybe I'm getting a little bit too confident, but with 603 points to 60 points, this is going to be a hard task for T3 to catch up, especially looking at the Aeos energy they have on hand currently.
Yeah, we are about to eclipse the point of no return. More than 500 points requires T3 to score in full with each of their members, and I think it's pretty safe to say 1 minute remaining, and Daybreak will be taking game number 1 of this single elimination set. T3 already with their backs against the wall.
Yeah, it looks like they're just going to take that moment to recuperate, think about how they are going on into this next set, knowing that they cannot push forward considering Daybreak still have those Rayquaza shields. A big old power nap for Fu just to go and get ready for that next match, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess we can start talking about where this went wrong for T3, and honestly, a Pokemon we don't see all too often, Kello, and it's one of your favorites. It's that Azumarill. Joe literally took over the game from as soon as he evolved into level 4, that Azumarill Stage 2 evolution. Again, a really strong early game for this Pokemon, tends to die off towards the later stages of the game. Clearly not Joe having a performance on the Azumarill again.
Well, it really comes down to the argument between the early game and the late game, and you know what? Daybreak had that early game down pat, but first game win to the side of Daybreak from the OS regions. That is the first small step towards a closer qualification to reaching Anaheim.
World's biggest marble. Once again, Fu on the screen. That was your defender player. Had some incredible moments there. We did see a heavy slam into a block, catching 3 members in that top path, going into that Hoopa Unite move. Just unable to get any sort of, leeway in that regard. No one to follow up on that, but was really a good precursor to what was going on for the later stages of the game. Fu, fantastic job at engaging for the team and really just starting these team fights in such a positive way.
They really do. It's just a question of whether they can keep up this momentum. T3 obviously learning a thing or two about Daybreak's play style as well. But one thing I do want to notice is these little mascots that we have up on the stage there. I see a Larvitar, we can see on the side of Daybreak, that Lucario and Psyduck. And you know what? We have even more plushies here as we have Daybreak team profile. We have a non-Liz Joe system and of course, Boo.
Yeah, and Anon, again, having a fantastic performance in his Pokemon as well. And again, the player to watch on this team with the most electric picks, again, for yesterday and today, Joe. That center picture there, Azumarill playing at least 2 times yesterday. I think he had one opportunity to play Serena off screen. Also played a Scissor in that all-rounder role as well. And we're taking a look at T3 on the right side of the stage right now. Again, they got to keep their composure. It was a kind of a snowball of a game against their favor. They need to pull it together to keep their season life alive.
Well, maybe Sophie just needs to let go of some of those plushies that she was holding in that team profile picture to free up some hands to play. But holding all those plushies for yourself, I don't blame Sophie there.
Yeah, I think a couple of things for T3. I think they were lacking on some of their ace picks. For example, I think taking that Snorlax away from Rex is actually a huge decision, at least in the earlier parts of the draft. You know, for T3, they have some really interesting picks they have in their pocket. Of course, that Zoroark Comfey. We know Anon has a fairly prolific Zoroark. Rex is one of the best Sableyes in North America, and we know how much of an impact a Pokemon like Sableye can provide. I know Sobi loves to play Sylveon. We were talking about that earlier. Mew is also a Pokemon that surprisingly hasn't had a whole lot of play. So really trying to lean into some of their comfort picks here, but I think Daybreak did a really good job at counter-picking them and maybe even studying before this set.
Well, you've got to do your homework because there is a lot on the line for today. The final slot for the Western region to make it through to the World Championships in Anaheim. So you definitely do not want to be cramming last night. I mean, I feel like maybe some teams that made it through may have been cramming, but you know what? We are heading on into our pick ban phase. We can see that Absol, Suicune, Blaziken, and Azumarill ban. What is going on? Am I dreaming right now? I don't think I've woken up. Can you just pinch me right now?
Kello, if you can take a look at the really small number on the very lower right-hand side of your screen, you can see the ban percentage of these Pokemon. 45% for Blaziken and a dismal 2% for Azumarill. This might be the very first ban Azumarill, or very first time Azumarill has been banned, maybe in the Unite Championship Series.
That is actually wild, especially considering Azumarill. I mean, it did get a patch, a little touch-up, a few patches back, but you know what? I guess Joe just showcasing how strong this little blue water buddy can be. But oh, you know what? T3, they banned a Comfey last round, but they've decided to pick it up for themselves, paired up with a Zoroark. Funnily enough, Anon and Liz are known for playing the Zoroark Comfey duo, but we're actually seeing this mirrored on the side of T3.
Oh, I know. I mean, at least there was one Anon playing a Zoroark, right? So one of the Anons are playing Zoroark. This time it's T3. If we force a game 3, potentially Daybreak can pick that up for themselves. Not a whole lot of crowd control on the side of Daybreak. As they take a look at Anon on the side of Daybreak. Anonymous? Anon, yeah. We'll try, yeah.
Oh, a little question. What do you get when you put ears on Anonymous?
Anonymous?
Anonymous!
Oh!
It's a little mouse.
Oh, I see.
All right, that probably didn't really make sense.
It's a little bit early.
I tried,
Math
okay.
A little bit hard for me this morning.
I'm not a comedian, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so Anon on the side of Daybreak again, taking a look at the held items and the battle item that they have leads me to believe this is going to be a Dark Urshifu, and the Ebon Fist Unite move is going to be so powerful into a Pokemon like Zoroark. And the thing about Zoroark again is managing your cooldowns, and most importantly, managing that battle item is going to be so important. Full heal on Zoroark, making sure you're using that at the right time to complete your combo or to escape something like an Urshifu Unite move. That's going to be the relationship I'm going to be looking for. How well Anon is able to catch Anon, and how well Anon is going to be able to full heal Anon.
I feel like we're just doing this whole
the Spider-Man thing.
The point. No. I don't know. They're all anonymous here, I guess. But Yes, as we get ready for our second game of the day. Preparations, nerves are settling on in as well. But folks, take a few deep breaths. Still very much early days, so let's go. Day 2 for the North American Championship. Here for the final stretch, Daybreak on the purple side. Once again, T3 on the orange. This is their last tournament live here if they do not take this game.
Dig deep, T3. After these 10 minutes, it will decide the remainder of your season. If it stops here or if it continues on after this set. Bottom path, Mew, Miraidon, central area, Urshifu, Zoroark in the top path, a little Gibble, and a very buff Bug.
It is a very buff Bug, but not buff enough. It needs to still get some experience and already at a quarter HP as that little chompy boy is biting back. He's really got some bite to him.
He definitely does. Again, deceptively damaging, especially in this early game. And the Gibble got a very powerful friend as the central area carries, dancing around each other on that mustache bush.
Yeah, that was a bit of a whiff of the Wicked Blow as well. As the Anons face up against each other, it is going to be a 4 versus 3. 4 in the top path. I forgot about the Comfey. The Daybreak are looking quite low. First KO onto that Buzzwole there, and 2 KO streak for Anon. So they're keeping the aggression, a very different look this time round.
Yeah, I'd love to see that from Anon. You know, it is a speedster Pokemon, but I felt like the way that he was using his feint attacks between the tall grasses, really patient in his approach, able to KO both the Buzzwole and the Urshifu. That's quite a bit of amount of experience in this early game. Level 6 on the Zoroark should be ticking in to level 7, having access to both of those abilities.
Oh, but they do have the Leech Life coming on through, leeching Zealot of the HP, but they're able to grab themselves a berry, and thanks to that Comfey, they aren't actually going to get taken down. Now, you know what? T3 had donuts for breakfast in the previous round, but you know what? I think they've decided to share those donuts with Daybreak as we have 0 points on the board for both sides.
Yeah, this is already a much better look for T3. They are able to stop Daybreak in the top path, but again, pretty typical for Zoroark, at least for pattern-wise. Zoroark tends to take over the game in the early game as speedsters do, and then slow down in the mid to late game. But this advantage that the Zoroark builds in the early game is going to help with that success in the late game. First to fall in this bottom fight, Lapras, front line already down.
5 seconds left to go until those 720 Swablu and Altaria do end up spawn. They are 1 member out as Miraidon is able to just charge beam a lot of those birds. And well, Joe has lashed onto Anon and punching him towards the berry.
Oh, it is a feint attack, Zoroark once again, but can he full heal in the correct time and is able to get 2 knockouts with that Zoroark Comfey pairing once again. Here comes a fast break from Anon as he pushes on forward, execute from the feint attack, and sends another player to their grave.
That is a 3 KO streak for that Zoroark, and they are on an absolute roll as T3 are going to focus on shredding up this Regirock, but we have Anon charging up their Wicked Blow, getting the secure for Daybreak there and giving them that defense and special defense buff.
Better defense from T3, but even better offense from Daybreak. Urshifu able to find an opening, getting that damage off from the Solar Beam, put it in range of that Wicked Blow, and now Mew getting a KO streak of 3 in the bottom path. 4-player push. Can the Miraidon and Lapras hang on?
Well, this is a really healthy pad left on 80 points. We had that first dunk, second dunk going on through, leaving it on 27 as Rex is trying to fight to survive, but unfortunately it's just not enough. Comfey unable to attach. Nonetheless, they have stopped Daybreak from getting any more further points as backup has arrived.
All right, Anon is here with their Comfey once again. Levels are about even. T3 even losing that bottom fight at a level ahead with both their all-rounder and their speedster. On 1v1 in the central area as we pan on over there, that is the end of the Livid Outrage, so no Unite move available for the Garchomp at this point.
No Unite move for the Garchomp, but we do have an Urshifu Unite move on hand as they're just going to focus on securing some wild Pokemon. 2 level 10s on both sides here. Lapras still falling behind though on the side of T3 at level 8.
Really nice pull there by Zealot, grabbing that last Altaria. Again, now Pokemon have their Unite move available to them. Trick Hoopa to bring back the Urshifu. Again, that Unite move from the from the Urshifu is going to be very well-handed for blocking down something like a Zoroark, a point-and-click ability. The only way to get out of it is if you're able to full heal it. Again, those two cooldowns are relatively large, but Anon, or more importantly, Daybreak, needs to communicate when that full heal is active and when it is not. Rhydon, the first to go down. Fast break from Daybreak. Here comes the Midnight Haze and a power nap, and the only one left standing is a sleeping Snorlax as Liz gets taken down as well.
Yeah, Fu is just going to moonwalk backwards with that block as we have that second baseman Reggie spawning on up. Another Reggie Rock for the team. This got stolen away from T3 due to that Urshifu, but it is nowhere in sight. Instead, up in that top half, and Daybreak are going to give that one up. Instead, preparing the defense wall.
All right, here comes T3, finally an opportunity to be offensive in this game. A 5-player push, make it 4.5 with the Comfey Zoroark finding their way in. Here comes the Unite move from Liz to bring down the Urshifu again. The hero that they need with the cape is going to be actually heading into the central area as T3 is going to disengage and take their wins from there. 154 to 104, a 50-point game for a Daybreak.
2 minutes left until the final stretch, and the action isn't going to stop as we have a Unite move. The flying Buzzwole ends up getting taken down to that Garchomp. Mystical Mirage has been popped by that Mew to try and make it back to safety behind the Snorlax. You shall not pass!
Don't blink, anybody, because here is an Evan Fist Unite move and a Flowery Fields forever for the grave that is that Zoroark, and the fast break for T3 has been broken by Daybreak. Their defense just too strong.
Ooh, 162 to 104. It is still a really close match, but one thing I have just noticed is Garchomp has ticked over to level 13. We still have a Regieleki on the field for either team to secure, especially considering neither of them have their T1 pads available.
162, 104, 110. Before the final stretch begins, 3 minutes remaining, potentially the last 3 minutes of T3's season. It will insulate this Regieleki for the last minutes. They have good positioning, can pressure that tier 2. They can potentially go for a larger score in final stretch with that Hoopa on their team to bring them back to Central. It looks like T3 is pivoting down to the bottom path. Mew unable to stop these scorings in, and it is going to give them a small lead of 6, Kello.
Only 6 points, but they have given up this Regieleki. There's still 30 seconds left until Rayquaza spawns, some time to deal with it. But another Regirock, triple Regirock this map.
Regirock is going to be very well-handed to these two Pokemon specifically. Very bulky is that Garchomp, very bulky, high HP, highest special defense Pokemon. One of them in the game, Rex on that Lapras, and Daybreak's time to occupy the central area for the rendezvous at 2. Rex getting vision for the team. T3 started to position themselves forward. You can tell T3, life on the line here. High tension, Pokemon Unite and Rayquaza has appeared.
Everybody take a deep breath as Rayquaza has appeared. T3 do have the lead currently, so Daybreak need to try and make a move if they are to make a clean sweep through to the top 8. It's just a matter of who is the perfect pick here as Rex is trying to bait out that heavy slam.
Hadron Engine on the field, electric terrain. Here comes the Lapras Expressway, and Liz is gonna find a one-way trip to the Pokemon Center. Forced to use her Mystical Mirage Unite move. Daybreak is scattering right now, trying to find their feet in this fight. And here comes Anon. They can see the opening in the top path. They move away from the super power, and T3 is starting to take hold of this game. Rayquaza brought down to 60%, and the fight breaking out in the central area of T3. Unite move from the Buzzwole cannot hang on, and Liz back on the battlefield. Can they find the Anonymous?
Oh, 1 minute left, and we have System on the Mew going and taking the lead for Daybreak, and T3 now have their backs against the wall, literally, as Snorlax is pushing Zelon, the Garchomp, but they end up getting hammered down. Anon ends up up getting taken down on the Zoroark, and Daybreak need to just clutch this lead with 40 seconds left to go.
They finally found the Unite move from the Urshifu, but Zila trying to stay alive as best as they can. The Comfey pocket, even taking a boosted auto for the team, and now they have to start working on this Rayquaza. T3's life is on the line for this season, brought down to 50%. Miraidon Charge Beam ripping away. Can they get the confirmation? And T3 stays alive.
15 seconds left to go. Can they go and make it towards this T2 pads as we have Garchomp and Comfey scrambling. Comfey dunking into 50, but they end up getting interrupted twice by Mr.
No
Shifter.
way!
Oh my gosh,
He gets it!
Is it enough, Draco?
Oh
Is
my
it enough?
goodness! We will need to go to the scorers table here. But T3, moments away, able to get scores on both T2s. We will see it here, and they are able to inch it away. 268 to 214. T3 still alive.
And T3 can take a deep breath of relief as they are still in this competition for the final stretch. What an incredible final 20 seconds from this team to go and secure the Rayquaza and get that singular dunk from Tie-Dye, the 100 points Comfey.
Oh, incredible work by Anon on the side of Daybreak, using the boosted autos to hit both Z-Lot and the Comfey. They needed more separation between the Garchomp and the Comfey to get that scoring off, but last seconds of the game, potentially their final seconds of the season on the line, and they find a secure, and they find the score. We are going to a game 3.
I'm shaking. I'm shaking, Draco. That was so intense. Such an incredible game to watch as we have the highlights here. Isolation onto Zelop thanks to Fu. But Garchomp ended up popping their Unite move, so they go into that unstoppable form and able to push on back and get the knockout.
Yeah, beautiful communication between the Mew and the Urshifu, able to get the Ebon Fist Unite move onto the Zoroark, followed by the Solar Beam to get the confirmation of the KO here. Take a look at that boosted auto. Tie-Dye taking a hit for the team, taking a hit for the Garchomp, and they need to take this Rayquaza at this point in the game. Everyone at really low HP, Sobi ripping away at the Miraidon, and the secure perfection for T3, and you can see the emotions on the team's faces. They need to take a deep breath because, oh man, this is going to be one high tense Pokemon Unite.
You know what, considering how yesterday went, where we had 2 zeros across the board until the final match with T3, and it ends up going to that game 3. I mean, 3 seems to just be their lucky number here.
There was a joke for T3 in one of the leagues that I was hosting for them. We called them T2-1 because they've never swept a game. They always went to a game 3. But
and you know what? 2 + 1 equals 3.
Oh my goodness,
gosh.
Kello.
We're doing great
Nailing
math.
our math for the day. Absol, Garchomp, Blaziken, potentially a supporter for this last one, and that Azumarill respect ban. Lots of all-rounders heading up to the ban slots.
Yeah, that is actually very surprising. I guess you do not want the risk of Rex going and shredding up those objectives once again, but okay. We have a Suicune first pick of the day. I know this was very prominent in yesterday's compositions from our squads. So interesting to see they've decided to prioritize this instead of the Snorlax like we have seen from Daybreak in the previous 2 games.
Finally also have those beautiful headshots of all of the players for day number 2. And thing I want to point out here, again, Rex picking up their Pokemon they did so well with in day number 1 versus DreamMax Esports, able to get incredible engagement for the team, blocking goal zones and holding down the line in the front. It is their best communicator on the team and exactly what this team needs to push forward for this final game.
Oh, we do have Leafeon being locked on in by Anon along with this Miraidon pick, which has been working quite well for Sobi here. So what is Daybreak going to answer with? They do have Zarina locked in by Joe. considering that Azumarill has been knocked on out, and I guess with Snorlax out of the mix, who looks to be hovering over this Mamoswine pick?
Yeah, really love the adaptation. Leafeon being selected by Anon for T3. In response, Daybreak, Anon, selected that Aegislash. I think Aegislash into the Leafeon matchup is fairly favorable for Aegislash. You can wide guard the Emerald 2-step Unite move and potentially lock down on this Pokemon with those boosted autos, tracking down on this very quick Pokemon.
Ooh.
And Zealot's pulling out one of his aces, the Zacian.
Well, you've got to match the sword with the sword, and we are going to have a sword fight, shing, 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 in Thea Sky Ruins for this final match as Zacian has been locked on down. Otherwise, looking at Daybreak's composition here, I am a little bit worried considering they have no long-range damage to try and combat this Miraidon, and if we end up seeing a Solar Blade Leafeon. But I guess this is the style that Daybreak go for. It's pretty much stick together as that snowball and look to run them down as a team.
Game 3, again, single elimination for those of you that are just tuning in. Daybreak is on the left side of your screen, T3 on the right side of the stage. It's Fu, one of the newest players for Daybreak, traveling all the way from the OC region in Australia. Again, both these teams fighting for their season life and potentially a World's invitation at the end of today.
Yes, one closer step towards making it to that top 8 phase. Something that they need to try and accomplish. But you know what? Thing is, once again, everybody take those deep breaths because they are definitely needed considering the powerhouses that we are likely to see in this match.
I would say I would be at the edge of my seat, Kello,
Okay.
but we are standing, clearly, in the caster's booth here. But here we go, everyone in New Orleans and everyone tuning in from home. Daybreak T3, everything is on the line for this Game 3 single elimination match.
For all of these marbles, we have Daybreak on the purple side, T3 on the orange, as they are just going to battle it on out. We can see that Hooper has decided to go help that Steenie, and we've sent that Leafeon into that central area for T3.
Steenie heading down to the bottom path. This is a new ice lane, Kello, between the Suicune and the Swinub. These two Pokemon having a bit of crowd control in the early game. Again, surprising amount of damage this little Roomba can do.
It really does come in and sweep them up. I guess that is a job of a Roomba after all, but whether they can try and get a pick here because, well, Rex, the Snorlax, is quite tanky, able to take that damage for Sobi as they back on up and gather some more of those Bunnelbees.
Yeah, another relationship I want to talk about, this Leafeon against this team of all-rounders. It's going to be very difficult for this Leafeon to pick up mid to late game KOs, even in this early game as well, as we can see a 4-player swing from either side. A little slow to the fight is Daybreak as the Swinub just now entering the fray, but all of those Altarias, all of the Swablu is down, and the next to fall might be Fu as well. Boosted auto finds Mifu, and they're going to go ahead and retreat back to the right side of the field, but the damage has been done. 25 points in for the early game.
Yeah, getting in those much needed stacks for whoever has those point stacking items and also getting those levels. Otherwise, we have Rex waiting in the tall grass, potentially looking for the steal, and they are successful as they get that blue buff, but it is quickly yoinked back away as Joe gets the KO.
Serena on the field, level 6 evolution, stage 3 evolution, one of the fastest stage 3 evolutions in the game. We head into the central area for the next small bout between the two teams. 3 members here and 4 members for Daybreak. Charge Beam from the bottom path, able to get the knockout there. Blissey getting that reward, but handing it over with the EXP share. Flooded Zone stops the Zacian safeguard for the defend.
And now that T3 had that numbers advantage, they're going to go and dug some more points up in the top path as Rex is keeping these members preoccupied. We do have Zacian already reaching that level 8 mark, the highest on the field so far, level 7, the Zarina on the side of Daybreak.
Yeah, if we're looking at T3, their composition kind of leads them to win this early game. No evolutions for three of their Pokemon, right? So really strong early game between the Zacian, Snorlax, and that Miraidon, even the Leafeon as well. As we head to the first major objectives, first Pokemon to watch is going to be that Leafeon Emerald 2-step Unite move at level 8, the first to be available.
It does have it on hand, ready to go in an ambush, but it looks like Daybreak have decided to prioritize this top path with 4 members here, but they are still going up against Blissey and Zacian as the shred is on both of these objectives. Reggie Steel has been secure for T3, but a Reggie Alecki has been secure for Daybreak.
All right, Rex trying to hold the wall. They can't hold it together with 5 members of Daybreak trying to break this tier 1 goal zone and this top path wide open, and they do. Finally able to get some points in is Daybreak, breaking this goal zone and potentially looking for some more.
Yeah, this is going to create some space for them to go and invade the enemy territory, take away their buffs, and try to gather back that level lead. They are still quite behind with 4 level 7s, and they're looking for another pick on and on. An Ice Fang frees a duo with that Suicune to get the knockout.
That is an incredible find there from Fu. Again, Ice Fang, one of the more difficult grab abilities in the game. A very short animation time, but a very low reach for that ability. But if you're able to grab a Leafeon, for example, you can quite literally lock them into place if they do not have a full heal available to them.
We can see that T3 are looking at just sticking together as a group to try and combat Daybreak strategies as they're going to try and dive on in. The Queenly Ascendant to send Zealot up to the skies, but they're able to escape on out as Anon comes to save the day with their Emerald 2-step and a 2 KO streak.
Triple Axel. We got an Emerald 2-step. I'm going to dance on your forehead. KO streak of 2 for Anon. Level 10 on that Leafeon. Level 11, though, Zealot, kind of quiet in this game, has been farming, has been capturing wild Pokemon on other parts of the map, as all-rounders tend to do. 1v1 occurring in the central area. Zacian tuning into that fight as well. These Pokemon fighting over this Indeedee, as you can see with that notification there. Unfortunately, the 1v1 going over to T3.
We are about that halfway mark. It is a really close match between these two teams. As attention, it's a close battle here. 97 points to 85. Snorlax isn't able to get that 17 dunk in thanks to DC blocking the path, but looks like they were able to go and break the top tier 1 pad while this distraction was happening down here.
Reggie Ice will reset back to its appearing point as Zealot on the Zacian takes that Regieleki and is going to force at least one member of Daybreak to deal with this. And you can see T3 posturing up in the bottom path, working on the Reggie Ice as soon as Zealot rejoins the fight in the bottom path. DC trying to get the confirmation here, puts the flooded zone down, freezes just a little bit too late. The fast break for T3 may be looking forward as a very bulky front line for Daybreak tries to hold the line. They're going to test the defense here of Daybreak. Lids is going to pop that unbounded Unite move to bring everyone to the bottom path, and the fight continuing to break down. The first to fall is the sword, melted by T3, and the HP bars of Daybreak is starting to be melted by this charge beam Miraidon. Leafeon able to find a knockout of the Hoopa, but the defense is still holding strong for Daybreak. Can they break this to goal zone, Kello? 10 points from the Blissey and potentially some more, but the Unite move for Sobi is not going to let her stay alive.
No, they're not going to stay alive as the coup de grace is going to come in, slash down that Leafeon, and North is looking for more KOs, but they end up getting stunned, and it looks like T3 are able to retreat, but this isn't going to stop it, not in their tracks, as they take down their fellow sword.
Lord of the Sword is back in the bottom path. Anon finding a couple of knockouts for themselves. A fairly low EXP game in game number 3, but a bout that lasted what felt like a lifetime, Kello. 1 minute remaining before the final stretch. And for one of these teams, after these 3 minutes, is the end of their season.
It is a single elimination bracket after all. They want to try and get one step closer towards securing that final slot for the World Championships. But you know what? We have some little action action happening here as Anon is looking for an early KO. Maridon has been taken down.
Sobi's going to have to watch as her team has to vacate the top path. One more Reggie Alecki and potentially one more Southern Reggie spawning, appearing on the map as well. Reggie Alecki again, very handedly with that Hoopa Unite move. They can go for a score on the tier 2 if they leave it vulnerable. That is T3, and it looks like they are. Sobi jumping through that super jump pad to get to that Reggie Alecki, but again, pretty slow rip time. Tier 2 is vulnerable. Now they can go for those fast scoring, but this Reggie steal is going to be very dangerous for Daybreak to lose here, Kello.
That is going to be a juicy prize to this side of T3 as they are about to enter their potential final stretch of the day. Daybreak already taking position in the tall grass, but Sobi shredding up so much HP from its Mifu on the Mamoswine there.
I may not be very good at math, Kello, but there is a singular point separating the two teams. Fu taking a lot of damage from Thunder and that charge being forced to recall manually back to the main base. There is that front line down. Anon pushing on forward, trying to make way for the team. Flooded zone. The tide is starting to shift in T3's favor. Rex forced back to the main base once again, and both teams back to reprieve.
There we go. Flood zone isn't going to catch anybody out as Daybreak are looking to gather together towards this bottom tier 1 pad. But T3 still have theirs available as well. It is a close battle between these squads, and I'm not sure if they're aware of it.
Oh, Rex finding a isolation play onto Fu, pushing them into the wall. No one to capitalize off of that one. 1 minute remaining, and it is still a tap dance between the two teams. A ballad for this finale, a fanfare for T3 or Daybreak. They find Fu once again. Here comes a bright future meteor, sorry, a huge power nap, and Fu the first to fall.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Mammoth Mash didn't end up falling through as the White Guard's going to try and protect Anon, but Zarshan able to pick their 2 KO streak, and this is going to be their chance to try and gather this Rayquaza and the rest of members of Daybreak that are still remaining.
Rayquaza's already being chipped away by T3. The confirmation here. Here's the Queenly Ascendant onto Rex, and the confirmation. Who is it going to go to? And Joe right on the Rayquaza. Can they find it? And it is Daybreak! Suicune, the legendary beast, finds the capture of the legendary Rayquaza.
That was a legendary secure for Daybreak as we have some dunks going on in. It's 300 and 457 to 198, and OC still have a chance of getting that second slot. It is that small step, but that is a massive step for OC as they go and celebrate.
All of those fans tuning in from the OC region. I know it is quite late for you, but your team's life continues to move on in this season and continues to move on in the final stretch. And what a poetic way for this team to move on forward to win quite literally in the final stretch. What an incredible game from this roster from the OC region.
I think one of the biggest things for Daybreak here is this is the furthest that an OC team has come in an international championship. So they have already achieved that goal of getting out of top 12. They are now in that top 8 bracket.
Friendly handshakes from either team. Obviously single elimination in this day 2. High emotions for all that are involved, including the casters as well. Love to see these players really put out their heart and their passion for this game. At least for one of these teams, they're going to be looking at the remainder of their season, hopefully with pride, because honestly, T3 had an incredible season with the rosters that they had.
100%. To be able to make it through to day 2 at an international championship is no easy feat indeed. But we are going to have a squiz at some of these replays here. I believe this one was from that second game.
Yeah. Incredible, honestly, this matchup between Daybreak and game number 2. I mean, T3 was quite literally with their backs against the wall. Garchomp had a couple of moments there with that Comfey, but love the relationship between Urshifu and Anonymous on that Zoroark, able to get a couple of knockouts here with their Zoroark, but honestly, finding that Unite move in the later stages of the game. You can see here Anon, very emotional, winning game number 2, and Here is the final game between the two. Honestly, the first to fall here, Fu, is a huge win for T3, but the rest of Daybreak doing a very valiant effort for hanging in the pocket despite losing a handful of their members.
Oh my gosh, that infinite ice spikes from DC to go and get a multiple person stun. But I mean, you could just see Liz fighting with all of her might, especially with those Hooper punches. Joe trying to look for a pick, but this was really risky. It was a 1-point difference between these two teams, so it was pretty much a rip and flip and hope for the best to get the secure, but it ended up going over to Daybreak, and we have our player of the game there, Joe on the Zarina, getting 45k damage, but we know that that was a team effort after all. I'd say that DC getting that secure on the Ray, well, that has earned my star.
Serena, you are our material girl in our material world. 3 knockouts, 45,000 damage. And Daybreak is going to be moving on in today's single elimination bracket.
Yes, a great way to start off the day for the Pokemon International Championships here in North America. But we have word that we have an interview on stage. So let's send it over there. Let's go.
Hey everybody, we're here with the one, the only Fu from Daybreak. Congratulations. I do believe you've now beaten the record of the furthest team from the OC to make it, or I guess the furthest record as far as how far you could get from OC in an IC. You beat your own record from EUIC, essentially. So congratulations. How does it feel? How are you feeling just after that match? I know it's a base question, but I don't think I've ever seen more players on both sides literally physically shaking than this last one.
Yeah, definitely. I think T3 is one of our GOATs. We look up to them so much from the OC region. And, you know, I used to cast them a lot as well. So having the chance to play them on stage with a team that, you know, we played so much together already, absolutely surreal, absolutely incredible experience. And we're so glad to have the W.
Well earned. One of the closest sets that we've seen, probably the closest set we've seen all weekend, if I'm being 100% honest, maybe the closest one we will see. But I do have to ask some personal questions to you because you have such an interesting story for anybody out there who doesn't know. Of course, Fu, an amazing caster, but also not only have you gone from caster to and pro player, but also you've shifted roles kind of this season, playing as a kind of, I don't want to say fill-in. Is that accurate?
I think it is. I think the joke is that I provide very good water boy services because at the start of the season, my aim was to do a little bit of casting, but also fill in just for the team because I know them so well. And in EUIC, I was able to play top path because our top path player wasn't available. And then I was like, you know what? That was a fantastic experience. That's it for me. I'm going to go back, do a lot of casting. I did regionals for OC. And then it's like, guess what? There's an opportunity to play Defender for the team. And look what we've done. I think I'm so excited. I think the team has been working really hard behind the scenes. And these are the results that I guess, hopefully, you know, we can do even better today. But I mean, I'm just trying to process everything, but it just has been a fantastic morning for me so far.
Well, yeah, certainly, again, after that, it certainly would have to be. Now, I do have to ask your next opponents. You do know, now that we're in day 2, we've got a single elimination bracket. How prepared are you to play against Revelation?
Yeah, so Revelation is another team that we're really good friends with, especially Anon from our team. They're really tight with Celeste from Revelation. And Revelation, we've scrimmed in a bunch at this little boot camp area. So, I mean, only one team goes ahead, right? And I think this is a very important set, the next one, in terms of Worlds qualification.
Yes, extremely close. Of course, again, for anybody who hasn't seen the bracket, the entire branch of this bracket is all unqualified, so it is going to be very, very important. But my second and final question for you, you and I at regional finals, we had a chance to try and high-five via the screen. Yes. Can we get a real high-five this time?
Absolutely.
Yes, we got it. We got it this time. And then final thing, any shout-outs to any of your supporters, especially back from your home region?
I think for me personally, I had 2 main coaches, Nameless and Robbie, who had helped me so much because I had to learn Defender so quickly. But I think just for everyone that has watched from the OC side, thank you so much for your support for our team. We've gone, I guess, miles from what we were at the start of the season, and it's all because of the support. Without people watching, without people supporting and scrimming us, we would not be able to achieve the results that we have today. So.
Okay, well, this has certainly been a very long interview, but I'm very happy I finally got a chance to do it. So sorry, production, for that. But congratulations, you've still got quite a path ahead of you, and great luck for the rest of the day. But let's send it back to the casters, Kello and Drake.
And you know what? It might be the middle of a night in the OC region, but I know those folks that are coming to support Daybreak have big smiles on their faces. I know I have a big smile on my face as well, but big round of applause, Draku, for Daybreak once again for making it on through to the top 8. But the action isn't going to stop just yet. As we had a little bit of a nudge from Chef there, we have had some off-stage matches happening, and I believe we have a bracket to show you what ended up happening. So Stamina Esports went up against version 1. Stamina Esports came out on top, but it went to a round 3 situation as well.
It did go to a round 3 situation. I think it's going to be very different than yesterday, where a lot of the games were 2-0 sweeps in one team's favor. But now, pretty high tense Pokemon Unite, they are going to try to fight for their tournament life in every single game that they play. In the next game, we are going to be taking a look at Bees and Ignorance up next on the final stretch. Two teams that, in my opinion, are very close in skill level. This is going to be a very electric game. And again, single elimination, so they will be continuing to fight for their tournament life in every game that they play. Do not go anywhere. The final stretch here at the North American International Championships. We'll be back very soon.
Stay here. Don't go anywhere. Stay here. Stay. No.
On This or That Water Pokemon Edition. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right. Araquanid or Pelipper?
Pelipper.
Pelipper or Quillfish?
Quillfish.
Quillfish or Kingdra?
Quillfish.
Quillfish or Floatzel?
Quillfish.
Quillfish or Wugtrio?
Quillfish.
Quillfish, Quillfish is crushing it, or Poplio?
Ooh, he's so cute. Quillfish.
Quillfish or Sobble?
Quillfish.
Quillfish or Gyarados?
Quillfish.
Quillfish is destroying this right now. Quillfish or Greninja?
Quillfish.
Quillfish or Squirtle?
Quillfish.
Quillfish or Psyduck?
Quillfish.
Quillfish for the win. Throw me a plush. Oh! Bidoof. Congratulations. Huge winner.
Shout out to Monroe. Good luck, you guys.
Bye.
Get back. All right. Welcome back, everybody, to the Pokémon UNITE International Championships. We got the final stretch here at NAIC in New Orleans. My name is Zonks, joined you with me by Wondership.
Oh yeah, I'm here, and I did get a chance to hand you the card of your wonderful score, and I also get to call you out that we were supposed to be matching yesterday. With I had the blue jacket and the beige shirt, and you had the beige jacket and the blue shirt, and then what happened?
Coffee may or may not have landed all over my pants.
All right. So
on the way to the venue.
Something to do with a similar thing with aiming your snipe shots. Anyway, we've got real good matches coming up, starting with one of my favorite named teams here that I'm familiar with some of the players very well, but not the entire team together, and that team is Bees!
Let's go, Bees. Also, shout out to Gabby Snyder, our VGC commentator, who is competing today. I think they found their new favorite player. Bidoof is God. He's lined up on that lobby, but they do have a very, very tough opponent ahead of them in Ignorance. We saw this team competing on stage yesterday in a few of their matches. Very, very exciting team to watch, as always. But I have to admit, I'm very excited to see what Bees is going to be bringing to the table. We did not get to see them on broadcast at all yesterday.
They are, I think, the only team that did make it to day 2 that we didn't get a chance to see.
Yeah.
I think we didn't really get a chance to see too many of the matches from that group in general. Oh, I'm sorry, Luminosity we didn't get a chance to see.
Another one, yeah.
So, same group, and we are going to get a chance to check out Bees! Ignorance, though, of course, we did get to see quite a bit. Ignorance plus Colin Tang. So the Brave Birders' dream still alive for me.
Okay, so Bees going hard after Protein Shake in this ban phase, with Leafeon Absol being taken away as the central area player. For Ignorance, going to have to be going to some new angle for what they want to bring into the middle. Ignorance on the other side going with a much more support focus, or potentially a Mage Mew, which we've seen a decent amount at this tournament.
Yeah, Mew is just so strong in general. No matter really what you want to do with it, it's in a great spot, I think, in the meta. It's just you have to have a strong Mew player. So if you've got a strong Mew player, target them, or pick it. If they have one, you don't, just ban it out. Suicune was a great first pick.
Yeah.
Mewtwo as well. We've seen a lot of really good usage of Mewtwo.
Yeah, now, reminder, this is Screwball Knot, and with these item builds, we don't really get to see it in the picture shown on our draft screen. That is most likely a Mewtwo X. Screwball Knot loves playing this defender style of Mewtwo, getting up in the enemy's face and kind of brawling. So that's why we're seeing those defensive items in the Rocky Helmet and the Assault Vest. I think it's going to be the first time we've seen Mewtwo X on our broadcast for quite some time.
Yeah, it pops up every once in a while on other broadcasts, but definitely this weekend.
Yeah.
I don't think we've seen it all that much. The rest of the core, though, that we're starting to see from Bees is looking pretty solid. The Clefable plus the Garchomp is a very, very scary combination. Suicune to back that up already, I think their comp is looking very scary.
Yeah, it gets a little strange when you start looking at the item build for that Garchomp, by the way.
That's got to change, right? It's got to change.
I don't think it does. Bit's a notorious believer in the EXP share Garchomp.
Okay. I mean, I do know some Bits shenanigans. I don't know if I've actually seen that one in particular, though.
Yeah, we see that one. We see it sometimes with the Aegis Slash every now and then, but this time it looks like it's going to be living on that Garchomp. Dan and Bats going to be taking the Ceruledge and the Greninja. Bats on this very stage, Greninja and the path play has been pretty impressive. They've taken down some top teams like Luminosity Gaming in the past, but there we go. The final selection for Ignorance will be Barotin Shake picking up the Talonflame. Likely they will be playing it. Colin Tang has been playing that top path role throughout this tournament, so most likely will be holding on to the Metagross.
We're going to check out the some of the little mascots up there, which I know Kelly called out last time. I love that Sonic last time. The Victini, I think it's a great Pokemon to bring to a tournament, right? For victory.
Yeah, that's true. Has the ability to just win the game. An unfortunate ability, but I think it's fair.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. It's his ability. It's Pokemon. It is what it is. But,
exactly.
Wow, what a comp altogether from Bees. I think the Ignorance comp is a little bit more straightforward, so I feel like I'm going to talk about it maybe a little bit less until the game. But Bees, they are going all out on this real, just attempt, I think, to just run over the other team. And
100%.
Experience is going to be huge for them. They have a lot of Pokemon that do need a lot of experience to get going, and one of them is wearing an EXP share.
Yeah, exactly. Bits, I think, is going to be bringing a lot more of that crowd control level effect of the Garchomp rather than the heavy damage carry option. They're going to rely a lot on poke damage in this matchup. At first, you see a lot of all-rounders and speedsters, but I actually think it's going to be the Greninja, the attacker, playing that Water Shuriken range damage, and then, of course, Bidoof God with that Mage build on the Suicune. No EXP shares, so Suicune will be getting up to that Unite move very quickly. Speaking of which, I do think that's kind of the linchpin of their comp. Dan on this Ceruledge does have the energy amplifier equipped to the Ceruledge, a bit of an all-in style of strategy. No X attack, but we have seen that in the past, kind of being a all damage focused Ceruledge in some of these big team fights. So we'll likely be looking forward to that. We'll be looking forward to the match. We'll get back right away.
I do need to point out as well, something to look for way late in the game probably on the comp of Bees is their ability to literally, we are literally all slipping, by the way, on Zoinks' cards. You literally just threw them on the ground, and we are stepping on them. We'll see.
I'm moving them.
All right, good job. Yeah, I mean, just consider the fact that they've got like a Suicune Unite, and then whatever Clefable can bring to the table as far as like crowd control, and then you can Garchomp Unite on them, you can Greninja Unite on them, you can Ceruledge Unite, which alone could wipe an entire team in its own way.
Right.
There is this opportunity that if the enemy team for Ignorance is just grouped up, if they are not super aware, they don't have any way to like get rid of some sort of CC, like full heals or anything like that, that they get caught in one thing, and that is just the end of the fight. I think it's a very, very high possibility.
Yeah.
They're going to have to be careful for that, and certainly they'll be aware that that is a danger for them.
Yeah, it's interesting you bring that up, right? I don't even know how often we'll have fights, but I think if we do, or at least if they go in B's favor, they will be fast.
Yeah.
It will be immediately over. Ignorance definitely has a little bit more stopping power, a little bit more of that attrition on their side. That Mewtwo X, that Metagross, but also two Pokemon that would love to get some levels in the early game to start scaling and have that kind of defensive bulk in their later levels. Specifically Metagross needing to get to that Gyro Ball level, and of course the plus of that move as well.
I do expect that this might be a little bit of a slow early game.
Yeah, I think so too.
Based on both comps, I mean, it's a little bit obvious, but even the supports that we do get to see that are a little bit more aggressive early on, I feel like they're going to be partnering up with things that aren't really going to get KOs, possibly. I guess I'm not 100% sure how they're going to send things in path,
of course,
but we can make some assumptions. And things like Suicune obviously can help with some early KOs, but I just don't think we're going to be seeing that. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of attempts to kind of secure some of these final hits for these wild Pokemon, these early wild Pokemon, and then just some retreat play.
Yeah, I think so too. Team fights are going to be important, but we might not be seeing those too early in this matchup. Yeah. I do think with both these teams having some later game scaling compositions, we could see a match where bottom side Reggies are very sought after. Where I feel like in this tournament and in the last few months, Regieleki has kind of been taking center stage in a lot of these objective fights, at least in terms of priority when you're rotating. Even if you don't need your entire team to knock it out, you just want to ensure that your team is securing that Pokemon, but we'll have to see what these teams bring to the table. Again, we got to see Ignorance a couple of times. Bees, we have not seen yet on broadcast, but both of these teams have not qualified for the World Championships yet. This is their final chance to do so at this tournament. The winner of this tournament will move on in the bracket to compete against Peru UNITE, and if they can take them down, they get into that semi-final range, which is very, very close to likely awarding that world spot.
Right. In case anybody hasn't been following along, the reason why we are saying that basically the most vague things possible about how you qualify for Worlds is that during this event, there is one World qualifying spot for the winner. However, half of our top, or our Day 2 bracket, I guess top 12 brackets, we're going to say, half of our Day 2 bracket has already qualified for Worlds. So there is a theoretical situation where the 7th place team, I suppose, does end up making that World qualifying spot. However, I don't think it's going to be the exact 7th spot. There's some really, really great unqualified teams here, and we just don't know. So there's a lot of big question marks. These teams, they've got to, I mean, certainly you don't want to think of it as a safety net, but there is certainly a chance that maybe not going out right now, but a little bit later in the bracket, you could still be the World's qualifier.
Yeah, some of these bracket runs become very, very difficult very quickly in this event, right? The group stage was already a tough round to make it through, and now we're into the single elimination bracket stage. Quick bracket update for everybody as well. We only have one match today happening off stream, and it has already concluded. So Stamina Esports were able to defeat version 1 in 2-1 game score within their match. So Stamina Esports has moved along into the quarterfinals to be competing against the Luminosity Gaming later today, which is a tough matchup. And then, of course, we already saw T3 fall to Daybreak. We're about to watch Bees Ignorance, and then the final round 1 game will be DreamMax Esports versus Nouns, casted by Spraggles and Doopsnacks after this.
They just get all the Nouns games all weekend.
Yeah, exactly. I believe there is some fan art going around of a Rowlet from Nouns Esports with the ability Doopsnacks' curse. So I don't know how. I don't know if it's a premonition that they made this happen, but it certainly feels like it is staying true to form with Doopsnacks being on those Nouns games.
That seems pretty accurate. I will give, by the way, as we got that bracket update, one final shout out to version 1. They had an amazing showing this weekend. Really got to show off that they are here to stay after their regionals finals performance, and they are already qualified for Worlds. So while it is, of course, sad that we won't be able to see them the rest of this weekend, I think it's a little bit less sad because we know that we're almost certainly going to see them very soon, within the next month.
Exactly. Them and the world's largest marble.
Of course.
So many things to look forward to at the World Championships in Anaheim in just a few short weeks. Wow, time is moving quickly.
A little bit too fast.
Yeah.
I think we need to, let's delay Worlds by a few weeks so that I can get a little bit more rest at home.
Okay, a bit of a nap angle. I'm into it. I
am always the nap angle. But of course, if anybody is wondering why we are yapping, there is a little bit of a game pause. They got into game. Probably somebody crashed, so we're just getting some restarts. So thank you everybody for sticking with us for a little bit. There's going to be a lot of Pokemon Unite today. We're just getting started. Hopefully, all of it is as good as that last set that we saw between Daybreak and T3. However, I find that's most likely impossible because that was such a good set. But there will be matches that at least can come close, I'm sure.
Exactly. Oh, yeah, I can't wait for this set. I mean, the draft alone, I think, has made this such an exciting one to watch. We've known Ignorance for so many years in Pokemon Unite as one of the most fun teams to watch in the draft phase. I think Bee's coming a very close second. Bits has always been one of those players that loves experimenting with some of these Pokemon and the items that you could equip. So we are about to see something very, very interesting in this game number 1. I'm curious if it will stay as wild as this game number 1 draft has been throughout the series, or if some of these teams, after taking a loss or even getting a very quick win, will maybe think they need to adapt and be like, let's just play some more normal stuff.
I think we'll probably see some wild stuff, honestly. I do really, truly think that basically there's this spot right around top 8 or right outside of top 8 for a lot of these North American teams where actually I think a great team, as an example for this, is version 1, where they were until regional finals probably around that spot nearly every single bracket that we had. And there's teams like Flame Hot Trios is another great example, I think, that we unfortunately didn't get a chance to see, but they were here this weekend. And a lot of these teams, they have the weirdest metas. They have the weirdest choices, but it seems like they're trolling. However, it's kind of to the point where they've made those troll, quote-unquote, choices so much that they actually find the ones that work for them. A great example being Duraludon from version 1, where the Duraludon has looked quite good every single time it's been picked, but it's just a very different meta, even from the top NA teams. And I do think that the players that are on Bs are often around that spot as well, on whether it be on this team or different teams. So it's probably going to see some weird stuff. And ignorance, we're always going to see weird stuff. We know that.
Yes, exactly. We're going to be seeing weird stuff, and I think you are exactly right, Wonder Chef. Throughout the rest of this match, I think we are going to be proceeding with the weird. So for all of you fans of the estranged, this is going to be the match for you to watch. Definitely Pokemon Unite metas that get all over the place. I am particularly very excited. I picked Garchomp as one of my highest win rate Pokemon here at this tournament, but so far I think it's been doing fine, not made graphic, but I don't know how this EXP share Garchomp's going to play into that.
Maybe it will increase your stats. That is certainly an interesting choice. We've seen some really, really interesting EXP share choices, especially back at regional finals, so there is certainly a chance that this works out. It is usually not one that you see with an EXP share. For anybody who maybe isn't as familiar with why that is, EXP share, it lowers the amount of EXP that you get. Usually it's chosen by a support. It gives EXP to the people around you instead of your teammates. So usually the Pokemon that need to evolve 3 times need a lot of EXP to carry the game, like Garchomp, are looking for the opposite. They're looking to be with somebody who has an EXP share.
Exactly.
But hey, you know, there's a lot of wildness. I feel like one of the first ones that we saw in NA was the EXP share Machamp.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I think we got to see it yesterday from Inder on stage against Hardly Know Her. I do believe we had the EXP
true. We
share
had
Machamp.
EXP share Machamp and carry Comfey, I believe, in that matchup,
Yes,
right?
I think Central Area Comfey. Yes, we were. That was certainly a fun match. I think a lot of people's highlight from day number 1 after the event, I was trying to be out in the crowd and talk with people, ask them their favorite moments, and I think Nouns Esports versus Hardly Know Her was certainly a highlight of NAIC, something people are going to remember for quite some time.
Yeah. Weird final match for Nouns to have to play before day 2. Like, should we use this strategy?
Yeah.
It's like, no, please.
Weird final match for Hardly Know Her to play too, you know?
I guess so.
It's hard to draft prep for Central Area Comfey.
Yes. We're all going to have to practice that now. We're going to see it online. Inder did it. It's definitely going to happen in solo queue.
This is a fun event, though, with some of those teams, and then you just interviewed Fu on stage as well. This might be one of the most commentator-dense tournaments in terms of a lot of casters playing. I know at EUIC, we've had people like Pump play, and I believe Purple as well in some of these events, but this time, Kyle, Husky, Fu, we got definitely a big crew. This Unite community is a really big one and really cool to see people even turning out to compete as well. It's been a lot of fun. Wonder Chef, I think you and I got to hit some of those side events later. Start seeing if we can compete as well.
Oh, yeah. Easy. You said there's the starter side event, right? Or the part of Pokemon start event?
Yeah, exactly. We could do the side event. I believe there are the starter Pokemon selection one. There's also an Eevee one tomorrow, so maybe we could do just an Eeveelution battle. That'd be a lot of fun. But okay, I believe we're going to be taking a quick look at some of the predictions that we were making here at the start of the tournament while we're waiting for this game to get unpaused. And we're going to take a look at us first. Hello. We're going to be taking a look at our win rates, our pick rates, all that stuff, because I think you did extremely well in the picks throughout the tournament this weekend. I, unfortunately, maybe an Inteleon level of performance, we'll say. Okay, top win rate, I got Garchomp.
I think Spraggles maybe beat all of us in the predictions.
Yeah?
I went Snorlax as far as win rates. I don't think it's up there on top. Actually, I think the Mew was a great choice. Mew has ended up, even though it hasn't been picked all that much, it feels like it's very good every time we see it.
Yeah, I think Day 2 will continue to up Mew stocks as well.
It actually has already.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we do have quite a few teams that do like to employ that Pokemon. So Kello and Kirk got to be feeling great about their win rate selection. Draco with this Inteleon has been interesting. It's a Pokemon that I think has fell off a little bit in terms of selection, but Mew at 69% win rate on the day. Very nice. Over that double digit. So I believe we do have the cutoff of at least 10 games played to be considered available for the win rate percentage. But very nice.
So Mew was certainly the pick. The Blaziken is one that I talked about in a different stat, but that's also been looking really, really good. I think the biggest surprise on that win rate screen that we just saw was Miraidon. Miraidon doing really well this weekend.
Yeah, wow. I mean, it was kind of crazy. Sobi talked about how she was playing it a bunch. Unfortunately, they're knocked out of the tournament. But I'm sure we'll see more Miraidon players. Highest encounter rate. I think the Spraggles and Alolan Spraggles duo up there at your top of your screen doing very, very well on their selection. You as well, but definitely Blaziken hanging out in the band category for a lot of this tournament.
Right.
And we don't need to talk about mining Kellos.
Okay, yeah, we can just ignore it. Yeah, the Blissey, I believe, was the highest encounter rate that we had last time that we saw. Of course, that was like an entire day ago, but almost certainly it's going to be up there again. Yeah, I feel like most of these are pretty solid picks. The Umbreon, yeah, I don't know. Can we just change this graphic? Actually, I think they're all on here except for one of them. I won't say which one.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Take a look at this, though. The top two, both Spraggles and Dupsec selecting Blissey and Suicune respectively, and are at the exact same amount of encounters on the tournament. So could they be any more alike?
No.
We've been asking that again and again, and it seems like there is no limit to how much they can be the same.
Yeah, it is actually an unbelievable level of the amount of coincidences that they have like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Pretty high as far as, like I said, the other one. Psyduck is the one that I'm surprised we didn't choose. I think after the fact, we were all like, nobody chose Psyduck?
Nobody had Duck? That's kind of wild.
I assumed somebody else was going to choose Psyduck, and I think maybe other people did as well. And we were like, let's choose something more interesting, because Psyduck is certainly going to be up there. It's been up there.
All right, Chef and folks at home, I got good news, bad news. One, unfortunately, the game is still paused. We're going to get back to that in a moment. But good news, we're going to play Who's That Pokemon right now.
I thought you said it was good news and bad news. All right. Well, okay, we can guess first, but this one's easy.
Okay, fantastic.
Sort of easy.
Oh, yeah. I don't know how easy that is, actually.
It's a 50-50 easy. Yeah.
Okay, which one do you want to pick?
I don't know. You choose the first one.
All right, well, I'm going to go Latios.
Okay, then I guess I have to go Latios. Who's that?
Who's the Pokemon?
All right.
Sorry. Okay. I don't know how I knew. If it looked red to me.
I think there is a difference, right? I don't know.
Yeah, probably. If they pull up Latios right after this, that is trolling.
No, you know what would be really troll is if they pull it up and it's Latios again.
Oh, wow. Oh, production, you scoundrel, you. All right, next Pokemon. Okay, a fun one. Definitely we're looking legendary beast category, but say at the same time.
Legendary beast, legendary dog.
Okay, it's a Suicune. Just put it on the screen. I can't have this debate yet again. All right, they're cats. They have retractable claws. All right, Suicune has been selected.
Sure, it's a dinosaur.
It's a leopard. Okay. All right. Oh, Whimsicott.
Oh, certainly Whimsicott.
No, it is not Whimsicott. I think that is one of our fan favorites that we've been really waiting on a Nurse Joy Hollow Air for quite some time. Give me Blissey. You also want to say Blissey?
I also want to say Blissey, yeah.
Okay, great.
Sorry. Give us some harder ones.
Yeah,
these ones are pretty simple.
Yeah,
give us the one that's the orb, you know.
Yeah, these are like soft boileds.
Oh, that was good. That was
over easy soft boileds. Ooh, okay.
Also easy.
Do you know this one?
Yeah, Charcadet.
Yeah, so do I. Charcadet.
Okay, come on. Come on, production. You can do better than this.
All right, Charcadet's got this one.
Okay. I'm really curious if this is for us or for all games, because these are almost all our Pokemon, except for the first one, right?
Yep, so far definitely all our Pokemon. I do believe they got that more in the tank. But yeah, Charcadet, very fun one. Can evolve into either Ceruledge or Armarouge. But in our game, when you lock in that Charcadet, you're going with, you already know where you're going.
Yeah.
Your path is predetermined.
I was going to make a joke that, like, you know that it's going to be one or the other because the other one's, like, not good right now. But actually, both really good this tournament.
Yeah, no, Ceruledge and Armarouge have been actually having a fantastic tournament. That's been really fun. All right, our next one. Ooh.
That's actually tough.
Okay. So clearly there's a couple of Pokemon it could be.
Yes.
Are you leaning more into the variant, or do you think it is like the Kanto version?
I think I'll do variants because it's been all Unite Pokemon so far. So.
Oh, yeah, that's a good call. All right, I'm joining that. We're going to go with Alolan Vulpix is going to be our selection. We know you tried to trick us. That's a little.
Oh, no! It was too simple. All right.
I get another apology. Give me more cards.
I'm here to say normal Vulpix.
Okay. All right, just Kanto Vulpix. Interesting. Would you ever like to see Kanto Ninetales in our game?
Yeah, I think
it'd be really fun.
I think it would be cool to see this is like my TCG Pocket deck.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, this one I'll go with Growlithe.
I will also go with Growlithe.
There's a chance that there could be.
Yeah, it's a little cutie. I mean, maybe it's like a Hawlucha wearing a winter coat.
Yeah. Ooh,
okay,
that's
our new one. What Pokemon is it like? I think it's Hawlucha wearing a winter coat.
Wearing a winter coat. It's a bird. It does need to be warm for the winter.
Yeah.
That is very important.
We got to make Spraggles and Doom Snacks do this one, by the way.
Yeah. Can I say, by the way, how funny it is that I made it? So I made a joke about who's that Pokemon, and somebody was like, "Hey, we should see if everybody can name Pokemon that aren't in their own game." And I was like, "I can't even name the Pokemon that are in my game," and
Well, so far,
nobody thought it was funny. But now I can. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Who's that Pokemon?
No.
It's the circle. They did the circle. I feel like they made the circle after we made the joke about that.
Okay.
I feel like they're fast enough to do that.
You did ask for it to be harder. Okay, I'm just going on size that it's taking up. I'm going to go with Electrode. I don't think that's a Voltorb. I think it's taking up the whole frame. I'm going with Electrode.
I feel like I have to do the Jigglypuff from above thing, right? I feel like I have to make that as my guess.
Jigglypuff from above.
Yeah, it's the thing. Okay, it's Electrode.
Hey,
you got it.
All right. That's good.
Somebody would get mad if none of us said that, is all I'm going to say.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
I had to at least, be the one.
Exactly. Chef's looking up for Twitch chat. I like that. Also, hi, Twitch chat. Good to see you again. All right. Don't worry, guys. We're in the matchup very soon. We're going to have another Who's That Pokemon, I believe. Electro was pretty hard.
Keep saying it. Yeah, that was actually a really good guess.
Yeah.
There are a lot of these that are like 50-50s, essentially,
yeah.
Right?
Voltorb, Electrode, Hisuian,
They're
Voltorb,
also,
Hisuian,
yeah, I was about to say, yeah, that's actually not
but they're like
50-50.
eyebrows are big, right?
Well, speaking of, that's an eyebrow, certainly, right?
Okay, but is it Electrode or is it Voltorb?
I think this one's Electrode.
Oh, I'm going to lock in Voltorb. It's slightly smaller in the box.
You just got normal Voltorb?
Hisuian.
No,
it's just normal Voltorb. Okay.
It doesn't seem like they've been giving us the Hisuian options.
All right, well, I was so confident for so long, I guess I do have to own the L as well when I do get it wrong. So, unfortunate turn of events there for us too, but that's all right. It's all right.
We're going too far into the rabbit hole.
Yeah. Now I think I'm confusing myself.
Yes.
They could put an easy silhouette up there, and I'm like, it's probably a fossil. I don't think it's even a Pokemon. It's not even evolved yet. Okay.
Another one.
I see a trend forming here that we're playing with. Okay. I'm gonna go with Hisuian Electrode.
I'm gonna go with, once again, Jigglypuff from above.
Okay. All right.
Oh,
hey!
you said Voltorb. You said Voltorb.
I was. Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that sucks.
All right.
I actually wasn't sure. Yeah, I thought Electrode had some of those eyebrows too, but maybe it's just the Voltorb one.
I guess so.
And Electrode's eyes are kind of. Hisuian Electrode's eyes are like indented into the wood. That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Like that.
I don't remember
dark,
that much.
mysterious eyes.
That's a cool Pokemon, though.
I love Hisuian Electrode.
I love Hisuian everything.
Yes.
By the way. Yeah, pretty much every single variation.
No Hisuian Pokemon in Unite yet. As of yet.
We'd love to. I think we had the discussion a lot, actually.
Yeah.
I think behind the scenes chat, we talk about what we want to in Unite all the time.
Yeah, it's kind of our main topic of conversation.
Yeah. First thing to go
What was your Hisuian Pokemon of choice you'd want added to the game?
I think. I mean, there's a few for me.
Yeah.
Honestly, they are all good.
Yeah.
People would love Hisuian Zoroark, but that's probably not my pick. Mine would probably be Sneasler.
Sneasler,
Yeah,
interesting. Okay, I think in terms of like a Unite kit that I would want to see, it's a close tie. I think Hisuian Lilligant would be very fun.
I love Hisuian Lilligant.
And
the more in charge of, the faster it gets, but this also makes it more likely to explode. Okay, so now they're just trolling us with all Electrode Voltorb things.
All right, Electrode it is a wild Pokemon in some of the quick play modes, so likely not going to be added to the game. But there's who knows? Maybe one day. I'm going to say Electrode.
I'm going to say Voltorb, so that we can't miss that hard, at least.
We can guess 2 out of 4 in any given...
It was Electrode.
All right.
Your Electrode guesses have been pretty good.
I've redeemed myself from the last one. I like it. Yeah, I think Hisuian Lilligant would be really fun, and then I think the other one I think Hisuian Decidueye would be kind of a fun one. You imagine having a different Decidueye lineup, and then instead it's like a melee-based Pokemon instead of being a far ranked. That'd be a lot of fun.
Chase people Pokemon from its territory by causing them to experience deep, nightmarish slumbers.
Ooh,
Darkrai?
Well, yeah,
no,
I would think so, but like that, I feel like Darkrai would. I don't know what to say. It would go harder, like a Pokedex entry. You know what I mean? That feels like a tame Darkrai Pokedex entry.
Who else could it be? Who else would put people to sleep?
It could be maybe some kind of psychic Pokemon.
Some ghost or psychic.
I'm gonna throw out a weird one. I'm gonna go with Hatterene.
I don't know about that.
Okay, well, not a lot of confidence coming out of
Sorry, I don't know.
What do you think?
Hatterene has had like 2 Pokedex entries.
Should we just go Darkrai?
I'll go Darkrai.
Okay, we'll go Darkrai.
Yeah, we went Darkrai. Definitely, we didn't see it first.
Man, they could have won.
We were gonna go Darkrai.
I'm not here to like critique the Pokédex, but like.
Yeah. It's like this Pokemon does a lot of really important things.
Yeah. Have you seen him in our game? It's terrifying. There's a lot more than just territory that he's
definitely
fighting
giving
over.
us a lot of nightmares in our game in real life.
Yeah, he's fighting for a lot more than just territory in that way. Okay,
no.
here we go. It folds its 4 legs when flying. Its 4 brains are said to be superior to a supercomputer.
It's Metagross, right? Is it?
Oh, yeah. That's correct.
I believe so.
Yeah. I was going to say Magnezone. That was way off. So I'm glad you said it first because I'm also saying Metagross.
M is close enough.
4 brains for that Pokemon, by the way.
That's a lot of brains.
That's a lot of brains.
That's a lot of brains.
That's 4 more than I have. Wait.
You should be able to. You should theoretically be able to reset E-Speed off of it 4 times.
That's so true.
It makes sense.
Yeah. We need to nerf Metagross more.
yeah.
Let's allow Lucario to hit it harder. Kind of fun.
It doesn't hit that hard to begin with.
That's true. Both Steel-type Pokemon. We got some fun Steel types in the game. I don't know if we have enough for a full Steel-type composition, but hey, folks, we got a game. Let's get into it. Game number 1, Bees. Ignorance. Our first look at Bees. They can be on your purple side. Ignorance hanging out on your orange side.
All right. We don't have to guess Pokemon anymore. We honestly did a pretty good job. Obviously, they were throwing us for a loop with the Electrodes and Voltorbs, but...
I think I missed one. I think it was our only miss between the 2 of us.
All right, but real game, and again, we can talk about this draft. It is a wild draft, especially on the side of Bees. It's going to be very, very interesting to see how this plays out. But we expected a little bit of a slower early game. There are some kind of trading of scores right now. Just the kind of this feels like a meta for a long time ago. Everybody just walks past each other and stacks.
Yeah, age-old. Bats will use that eject button, big tackle, but that substitute will allow Bats to make it out of danger. Tang almost getting that early knockout. And I do believe they are one of the few players in this tournament running that Excel Bracer. Take a look at this Protein Shake's flank, though. Bats not having that eject button for cooldown will still make it back to the berry. Great clutch up by Dan to help them out.
Oh, getting chased down. Scribblenauts will go down. That's a huge KO for them. They were going to be behind by, I think, a pretty decent amount if they didn't manage to pick up at least one thing there. That's a great one, especially they're not going to be back in time for any of this lane EXP. And almost getting out, but that's already 2 KOs. Essentially, I would say mostly from that... well, actually, it was I don't actually remember who got the first one, but that path has gotten 2 KOs. They both need experience, is the point.
Yeah, Dan crushing it on this Sarilege. A really nasty, unfortunate situation for Protein. Takes that red buff damage from Sarilege. It gets immediately slowed down. Have to imagine the Razor Claw also equips it. Talonflame just slowed down to a standstill, basically, and cannot escape. Bits and Dave down here on the bottom side, getting a lot of crowd control for the Suicune. You will get that from the Garchomp a little bit later. I'm actually curious, will this be our first look at a dig and Earthquake Garchomp? I think there's potential.
I did make that joke during the draft, but then I thought about it and I was like, honestly, I feel like the supportability of Dragon is actually just stronger.
Probably.
Probably.
Yeah, we'll see, though.
But I would love to see it. I do, in fact, like this. Oh, okay. Another big KO. You know, I was saying there weren't going to be a lot of KOs up top, but there's just a lot of people getting caught out just barely too far ahead with how much damage on both sides. That's so aggressive. He's able to dive all the way behind the goal zone, pick up that KO, and get this first goal zone done pretty low.
Yeah, good energy managed by Scribblenauts. They see that they're at the level 5. Of course, their Mega Evolution is available, sees that their charge is almost entirely full. They have the ability to chase down to that Flux Zone. That Mega Mewtwo X just does so much damage from close range. So sorry, everybody, we just got another quick pause on screen. We'll get that one sorted out as soon as possible, but already a very fun start to this matchup.
Yeah, way more aggressive than I thought it was going to be. Ideally, they can get this fixed before they force us to guess more Pokemon.
Yo, yeah.
Not because of any reason that I just, don't want to fail, but because, of course, I would love to see this great game.
Of course. It's very fun so far. I'm excited. Cool counterpunch there by Ignorance on the top side. Obviously, they lose that first Birds fight, but immediately after the 8-minute fight, they have a bit of a rally back scenario. Scribblenauts setting up multiple KOs. I think Protein Shake kind of being the sweeper, but we do have Scribblenauts getting that first catch onto the Sarilege, and then, of course, that chase all the way past that goal zone. So some really big, high-impact stuff and impressive so far. We'll see if they can keep it up, but this counter punch from both teams, I think we're looking at a very exciting set once we get into it.
Yeah, I'm also very impressed. I think it's really easy, especially when you get KO'd very early, which the side of Ignorance did, to just play safe for the rest of the kind of early phase, right? You're like, okay, well, hold on. They're clearly stronger than us. We don't want to deal with that. But they found moments. They found moments to really turn things around, which does show that they're not being deterred. You know, they're not playing scared in any sort of way, which is definitely something that I play. As soon as I get KO'd twice up top, I'm like, all right, we're not fighting anymore. That's the end of that. But yeah, Ignorance knowing exactly when to start turning things around, and we're getting a little bit closer, I think, when the game resumes to hitting those big power spikes.
Posture check.
Actually, that's not a posture check. That's just how tall they are. They're 3 feet tall.
I think Bidoof God knows something I don't. I think that's optimal gamers posture.
Yeah.
Well, we cast standing up, so who's to say?
That's true. You can cast standing up, you can play lying down.
Yeah, exactly. Both and.
You know, I'm surprised I haven't seen any Unite players. I know there's a lot of mobile players that just play mobile games that play with a like a pillow, and like they bring up their knees and they use a pillow as like kind of like an armrest. I know that's a really common thing, but I haven't seen any Unite players do that. So
yeah,
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I have not seen it as of yet. Who knows? We definitely
always time.
Yeah, we got a lot of different representation at the World Championship, so who knows? You know, people playing from all over the world. They all like to play in their own variety of ways. It's kind of cool that you know, one of the few games that is able to do that. We have multiple devices, multiple platforms that are playing the game. We definitely try to favor the player's comfort on stage kind of above anything else. And hopefully it's working out for them, because we're going to be jumping back in the game here momentarily, seeing a lot of thumbs up from the players. So it's time to compete again. Reminder, both of these teams do have the potential to qualify for the World Championships via this bracket, but they need to be flawless. Cannot drop a single match on their bracket route. We're in single elimination.
It's getting pretty scary. Ooh, look at that. I didn't really even realize that when we paused, there was a little bit of an invasion over there going on that east side. We're not going to be paying too much attention to that, as there's a pretty big fight coming up top as the objectives have spawned. It feels like maybe a little bit of time passed that I didn't even realize.
Could be. Ooh, Psyshock Espeon being really solid so far, and nice catching Bats' Greninja already at such low HP. Enough so that the Talonflame sweeps past it, doesn't even pull them. Big knockout, and Ignorance going to be focusing on this Regieleki, so forget what I said about my early analysis on what Reggie would be more favored. Ignorance going to stick to their play and take down that Regieleki.
Honestly, though, I feel like this was a pretty big advantage for Beats. They rotated they rotated all the way through the enemy central area. They got a ton of that EXP. They rotated all the way down. It looks like the Reggie went to them. The base Reggie went to them as well. So they got so much experience during that time that the Regieleki was taken by Ignorance, and it, of course, didn't go in. It's going towards that central goal zone, and it had to take up a little bit of time, but all the farming's already been done.
Yeah, that's fair. You're right on the money here, Wonder Chef. Bits is almost level 9 already for an EXP share Garchomp. He's going to probably return to that central area, take up those ball toys, see if they can get the level 9 for our next set of team fights. The Reggies won't be spawning for around the 80, 70 seconds or so. We will still have some bounce as Bats is trying to focus on Screwball, not having to try to back up that Whirlpool, slowing him down. The Unite move going to be doing the major source of damage.
That's going to be, honestly, like a pretty integral part, I think, of how this game is going to play out, is that Unite move, because it's one of the only options that they have on the side of Bees to really kind of get like an instant teleport forward, right? The only way to instant engage, and oh my goodness, it's going to be, was that Surf, by the way?
It's Surf Greninja,
wow.
Yeah. Okay, I was really thinking we were looking at Water Shuriken, but those critical hit items work on either build, to be honest. So we are looking at a Surf Greninja, and so far, loving what Bees is doing just in terms of macro, rotating into that enemy central, basically off cooldown. We do have Clefable with a Hyper Beam, but it goes wide, not going to hit into any member of Ignorance. And that will be the Suicune getting KO'd by Talon.
That's a great one. Suicune's so good at defending these goal zones, so you want to get rid of that. But they are going to push back. A big Psyshock doing a ton of damage there to Garchomp. They're going to have to back up. Luckily, tons of healing from the Clefable. I mean, Clefable plus a goal zone. They're going to get back to full pretty quickly. Ignorance, they took their KO. They realized they didn't want to overcommit. They are going to back up. We're getting back towards the objective spawns again. It looks like mostly it's going to be Bees going for this basement, and Screwball is going to be the first objective. They get the Unite onto the goal zone. Certainly, they're going to clean up that KO as well. That's 2 down on the side of Ignorance. The rest of the team coming down to defend, and an awkward fight back behind the goal zone, which is not going to work out for the side of Bees, as now they're the ones being chased down, and another KO onto Suicune.
Wow, Ignorance just with the staying power in that team fight. Talonflame and Metagross not going down, and notably, neither of them having a Unite move at that moment. I think that was a great call by Bees. You have the Unite move advantage, push that, but unfortunately, they go a little too deep, and Ignorance is able to punish, and now, with that Reggie taken, they still have Unites to use for this next fight, in particular, the Metagross's Compute and Crash.
I think that they still want to try to find something out of this. The end of this fight really is they're trying to catch everybody rotating back up through that central area. Oh my goodness, just the Mewtwo alone was enough to kind of deter them. They realized they didn't want to get jumped on. They see that there's some members down below. A great fly to a huge flame sweep. That was gigantic. The engage off the back of that. Another fly. They're going to try to break this goal zone maybe. If they can catch any more. The Unite coming out from the Garchomp for defense. And it does seem like that will turn everybody away. Fly not going to be able to get fully away, getting a little bit more damage, but boy, that was one of the best flame sweep I've ever seen.
Wow, all 4 members pulled back, but unfortunately, I mean, no Unite move used by the Metagross. I kind of imagined that Kalantang was going to go all in on that fight, but maybe some miscommunication. Ignorance not able to line up their cooldowns. One thing I did see a little bit earlier that I wanted to call back to that was kind of cool, this Mewtwo X being a decent answer to Suicune. It has such an easy unstoppable trigger while keeping you mobile. So anytime that Whirlpool AoE is thrown out towards Mewtwo, just watch how Scribblenut uses the side strike. Immediately gives themselves unstoppable, floats out of any range of the Suicune, and then continues to attack. It's been pretty impressive so far, and I mean, Suicune's been held to only level 12 here at the 230 mark.
This goal zone going down, certainly. A nice overdunk right there, 45, as much as you could really want. Huge score lead now for the side of Ignorance. Can I say, by the way, I love Mewtwo X when it turns into Mewtwo X, the way it runs around. The way it physically just kind of like jogs around the screen. It's swagger. Yeah, it does certainly have some swagger. All right, big fight at the 2-minute mark. This might actually be kind of the fight of the game. Already Greninja down on the side of Bees. They're actually traded 1-for-1 altogether. A big dive into the backline using that Garchomp Unite. They're really committing up top right now. The fly at the end, that is a huge punish. 2 members down now on the side of Bees.
Oh, no eject button for Bits, so unfortunately could not chase that Espeon Nailon, staying at the perfect range at any given time and still able to pepper in damage. Taking a look at this news, we see where these respawns are coming in. Dave and Dan have already been damaged. Ignorance is on full rip strategy. It's about to go below a 10,000 health already.
Oh, it's going to definitely be down to a secure, and it's, wow, no way. I thought that fly was going to get it for sure. But now the bird is down. Bees with the shields. They're trying to stop it. That shield immediately deleted off of Bats. Kalantang going to be defending that top goal zone. The goal score will go 96 down on bottom, but still, there's a lead on the side of Ignorance. And one more pause.
All right, well, unfortunately, we got a pause to figure out here on stage, but at this point in time, we are ahead for Ignorance. Bees trailing at this given moment. I don't know if there's any other Rayquaza shield to work with other than maybe the Clefable. I saw them in the central area. I don't know when they spawned in to when the Rayquaza was KO'd, but that's their only Rayquaza shield. They would need an entire 50 to try to change the course of this game.
Well, you know what we really need right now? Fly.
Yes,
we really need Fly from Clefable more than anything else I've ever seen ever.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't actually know the answer to this, but when you get the wall, does that give you any more shielding? Like it gives like Snorlax some defense?
It does, but it goes underneath your Rayquaza shield.
Okay. So, well, I didn't know if it was like damage reduction or anything like that. I just don't know how like compared to Snorlax's. But regardless, there is certainly a chance that they will at least try to farm up that Unite move. If they don't have it currently, I can't see it at the moment, and try to use that for some sort of way to either get in with a fly or to maybe kind of like stun some people that are trying to stop it before it goes for the score. Something that could be kind of the big game changer right here. They do need all the points as well. I didn't see how many exactly were in pocket at the moment, but I'm excited. The Victini falling over.
Oh no.
Don't let it fall over. You need that to win.
No, it's not an omen. It's not an omen. Don't worry, Bats. Yeah, Bats is just trying to reset the Victini as quickly as she can, but yeah, hopefully we get back to this match because this conclusion is not predetermined yet. Obviously, some interesting choices made. Ignorance definitely favored around that Rayquaza, but they are still making the choice to burn. They do have a lot of big secure, but that Sarah-led Unite, like we talked about the energy amplifier being equipped to him, that's so much extra Unite move damage, so it is still a big risk nonetheless to go for it. So a little shocked that Ignorance made that play. However, they were favored, so I do think it was not the incorrect decision, but just a great call out by Bees, or a great clutch moment to be able to take that away.
I am still really curious as to why they started fighting so heavily up top. Like, what was the initial catch that they were like, okay, let's just all go all in, right? Usually, if you do see that kind of weird not-in-center area fight during the 2-minute mark, it's going to be on the bottom, and it's usually around a Reggie that they kind of are like, well, we'll see if they overcommit and then we'll fight.
Right.
But that one was not really around anything. It was just somebody caught somebody who must have been up there, up top. And I was honestly too busy doing the Mewtwo X run in real life to see exactly what happened. I was 100% not ready for that fight to happen.
Yeah, we were miming pretty hard back then. But yeah, unfortunately, we did not see it. But okay, this match, obviously, it's not the series determiner. We do have a best-of-3 set to make it through. A reminder, the team that wins this match will move on to play Peru Unite in the quarterfinals. Obviously, a very storied team, also a World Championship qualified team. Either squad would love the chance to compete against one of these teams that is already going to be there and then potentially play for their own invite to that event.
Oh, my goodness. There's so much on the line. These first matches of the day mean so much, too. Just because, like we said, there's a chance that, honestly, like the first and second matches of the day could be the ones that really decide who is Worlds qualifying.
Yeah.
The rest of the matches, obviously, there's a lot of money on the line. There's the potential of kind of transferring over a travel award for some of the teams who qualify but don't have that travel award. And that's really big for teams that are not in North America, of course. But the world spot, obviously, is the thing that everybody is fighting for. This is the last chance for any of these teams to make it. I think we're only still waiting for the Japan finals to happen to see which of their teams will qualify. Yep, and that's going to be it. That's going to be all of our world's qualified teams. I am so excited. We've got some great teams that are qualified.
I know, it is going to be an amazing World Championships already, but I'm really excited to see where our representatives are going to be at. Okay, Bits, still having a decent amount of Rayquaza's shield, and obviously Garchomp, very notorious for being able to farm up points extremely quickly. So watch out for Bits and what points they're going to pick up. And there's a lot still left here in the central area. This is not over. Bees having a chance to turn this around. Let's take a look here as Garchomp moves up to where the top side, where everybody is.
Oh, this is scary. They're just going 100% in. They lost it immediately. I'm so surprised they actually win up for the top. They want to win a fight.
They just blocked away their Clefable. Amazing work from the Snorlax to stop them. Scribblenaught here on the bottom side, trying to rotate towards the top. 62 points go in. They're at 263. Clefable still has the Rayquaza shield. They're back up to 49 points.
Oh, no.
They get it!
Oh, no, just barely. They are ahead by a significant amount. 27 seconds left, but everybody on the side of Ignorance is down. There's no chance, really, I think, that they can make this comeback. Scribblenaught, even if they somehow wipe the entire other team, which is going to be impossible with the Clefable there, has no points in pockets. A few members going up. We've seen an attempt to at least go down, defend a little bit more, but Bees, they do manage to make it happen. Honestly, off of what looked like they might not have been able to, that first push that they made, not looking very successful.
Yeah, that's true. Unfortunately, we didn't see too much of it there on the top side, but clearly some kind of team fight win. There's no way Clefable walked up to the goal zone, scored 23, and had a full pocket of 50 in any other form. So clearly a team fight landslide victory on top of that tier 1. That is going to be Bees leading our series 1-0 with an experienced Share Garchomp.
That's wild. That is wild. Really, with a bit of a turnaround as well. I mean, it's kind of hard to piece it all together. Of course, there were some unfortunate pauses during that match, but of course, that was looking pretty tough. It was a significantly interesting flip, I would say, that ended up going to a very close game in points regardless. And then I would say they honestly really showed the power of the Garchomp at the end. Just my assumption from seeing, oh, look, we can see the beautiful flame sweep. Thank you to our replay operator. This is exactly what I want to see. Swoop. You know what it honestly was? I bet Colin Tang was like, yeah, I play Talonflame. I'm just going to assume that no flame sweeps are going to hit because that's what all Talonflames should assume. And when it hit, he was just like, oh.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I wasn't ready for that. It was supposed to hit a wall. That's not how you play Talonflame.
Yeah, exactly. A weird prediction there from them, but Either way, clutch up for Bees. Great hit by Dan to take out that Rayquaza at such a pivotal moment.
Is the joke here that they have 3 people whose names start with B's? Bits, Bats, and Bidoof?
I believe so.
Okay. I didn't really put that together until right now. I obviously there's the Bits, Bats thing, but I didn't really think of Bidoof as God as a B name, but great name, obviously.
Yep.
Lemon Grab, also a great name. I will put that one out there.
Yeah.
I was watching that show this morning.
I like Dan.
Dan? Yeah. I like Dan.
All right, we like all their names.
But Ignorance well known
yes.
for great names. That's what's important here, okay? Don't try to change the topic, Zoinks.
Notoriously named individuals, I guarantee. Ignorance, we love them. Unfortunately, no Jupiter at this event this weekend, but that's all right. We still got a great squad representing the Ignorance branding. Bees are going to be banning that Leafeon again, so I imagine we'll see the Absol. Yeah, so we're going to go 2 for 2 in the same bands that we saw in game number 1. In fact, we're going to be looking at identical draft sides. Ignorance still sticking in that last pick position.
I am surprised that we haven't seen more Absol over the weekend. It's been looking really good the times that we have seen it, but right now, hey, it's still on the encounter rate. First pick, Suicune. I think it's an absolutely perfect choice. Suicune, I would say maybe the most consistent first pick that we've seen throughout the weekend, and for a very good reason.
Yeah, it's been so strong. I don't know exactly how, but they have 2 leftovers equipped right now. We'll get that sorted out.
They just made a lot of food. They made a lot of food. There's a lot of leftovers. That's what happens.
Exactly. So many apples. Yeah. North America. Ignorance locking in Snorlax and that Mewtwo again. Again, I really do think that Mewtwo selection is a solid choice into the Suicune right now. It felt like it had some really good moments, especially early game, that I thought was really impactful. The only thing that was a little surprising to me was that we were sticking with the Assault Vest on that item. Well, it's great for that bonus defense. Suicune was the only special attacker on the other side that we were trying to negate some of that damage, so a little shocked there. But here we go.
Wow.
Bits locking in the Dragonite.
We did see Hyper Beam. Okay, well, now we're going to see different type of Hyper Beam. But, I mean, they're right. They could get some damage out of that Clefable.
Yeah.
It's possible. But, yeah, no, the Dragonite, actually...
I think Clefable might be the only one that can learn Hyper Beam in this match, actually.
Oh, well, yeah.
Seeing Muscle Band and Rocky Helmet, I think we're going to be a grumpy dragon.
I think that's a good chance of that, too. But I was wondering why we weren't seeing some Dragonite from some of these teams as well. It seems like it somewhat fits into the meta, like, especially once we get to see a lot of things picked and banned. I feel like maybe we were going to see more of it. But honestly, there's a lot of questions like that. Like, why aren't we seeing any Blaziken in this matchup? I feel like that would be really good.
Yeah.
But, hey, it's just going all the way through, not hitting that encounter rate. We're seeing a different strong fire Pokemon, as the real speedster that's been holding on recently has been the bird.
Yeah, it's just, Bat's going to be taking that away from Protein Shake. So now we're going to have to see a different option for that central area. Looks like we currently got the Aegis/Hover and the lock-ins. With 12% pick rate, I think a lot of that coming from Protein Shake. They do love that Aegis/pick. Bats' Talonflame, very, very strong. Bats one of those players that we have in North America that are kind of known as bird players. They play that Dodrio really well, a Talonflame really well. I don't know how their Decidueye is. I have to imagine it's
probably
solid.
good. Yeah.
But seeing this Talonflame, I mean, I think they had a great Greninja. It was awesome to see Surf Greninja get a game win, I will admit. But locking in the Talonflame is still a very exciting selection.
Yeah, I'd say maybe a safer, strong option than we have seen before. I will say, by the way, I really, really like the Aegis/Slash in this matchup. I think anybody that they could have picked that would have had some sort of well, it's not necessarily invincibility, right? But essentially temporary invincibility would be really good. There's a lot of things like if it's a fly Talonflame, then it can very easily dodge that. If they unite on top of them with the Dragonite, it's kind of like you can see that it's about to happen. You get rid of that. You can avoid maybe some of the like freeze CC coming out from the Suicune. There's a lot of things that I don't necessarily telegraphed, but kind of telegraphed. And Aegis/Slash being able to kind of just deal with all of those with its defensive options, I think is going to be really good.
Yeah. And if you want an option to try to out-secure Bees, which was obviously a problem in that first game, Aegis/Slash, not terrible, right? That Unite move is one of the best secure tools in the entire game. It is an execute fashion of damage, so if the Rayquaza is already low, it's doing even more damage. They do have a lot to contend with on the other side. Dan Saralich was still phenomenal last game. That Talonflame, whether any move that it ends up picking, and who knows, we might get to see Brave Bird finally here on stage. But so many good secure options on the side of Bees. So let's get into it. Game number 2 between Bees and Ignorance, and they're going to be staying on the same sides.
Let's hope that we get to see the Brave Bird against Palantang, who never uses Brave Bird.
Okay, a little bit of a swap up by Ignorance, by the way. We are seeing Scribble Scribblenaught actually going toward the bottom path with this one. Tang headed to the central area with their Metagross. So they really want to get that level 5 before first fight and kind of giving that Hone Edge a little bit of time to farm up in the top side.
There are a lot of interesting things they could do as far as maybe like swaps in this game. I feel they have a lot of really flexible roles, or I guess you say like Pokemon within their paths. And oh my goodness, Protein Shake almost already going down.
Wow,
it's extremely close, but does manage to escape. No range damage really in this path up top for bees. If you get close to them, it's pretty scary, but otherwise you can pretty well escape.
Yeah, I think Bat's making the right decision to not chase there. They had no vision of where Tang was, so not knowing where the central area Pokemon would have been really, really risky. This will be Ignorance charging forward, and it's a Sarah Ledge KO for the opener. Bats with the return, though, as they knock out Soup Chef.
Again, a lot of early KOs. The other thing that's really scary for that early push potentially is, honestly, even if you just only know there's a Snorlax there, overcommitting a melee push against a Snorlax is very, very scary. It does so much damage by itself, and it traps you in place for quite a bit of time as well. So even if they decide to turn around and just say, okay, let's just use the extra little bit of stun to turn things around, it would be good. But early KOs again, I would say in this game, a little bit less surprising than the first game after we've seen how they decide to play. And mostly, again, it's all up top. It's whenever anybody's a little bit overextended, these teams are very ready to trade out KOs.
Right. And now we're seeing the rotation from Ignorance. So the two Steel-type Pokemon have swapped sides. So Aegislash on the central, Tang in the top side. We're fighting over, of course, that first middle contested. It has been Ignorance first to the punch every single time. He's a little bit late on that rotation, but with a Snorlax there to take space, it's so much easier to isolate that.
And we do get to see a little bit of a poke damage going on the bottom, but I think with that path that we see on bottom, which we haven't had a chance to see too much because I'm assuming they're not fighting like they are up top, is that's a pretty heavy dive. Going to be able to go all the way through. The speeds are almost at a tier 2 goal zone. Wow. Relax. There's a reason why you usually don't go that far back, but they're continuing. They're going for the triple. They managed to get 2. We do see at least Dragonair coming in to help, but it's still only a Dragonair and the evolution happening for the Talonflame. So finally, we're going to have to see Ignorance run away.
So pretty huge KOs, and as long as Tang is a part of that, they're going to be happy. The only Pokemon in the game with those knockout stacking items right now does have Excel Bracer. So Tang is going to be scaling up even more if they get the KOs or the assists, and is almost at level 9. So a Metagross Unite move for this first set of team fights would be fantastic for Ignorance to fight around.
And what I was trying to say about bottom is, honestly, the poke damage down in this path on both sides is absurd. I don't think they're ever going to get to a spot where they were going to fight. Obviously, we're in the mid-game now, so fights will certainly happen down here, but I'm assuming that's what the start of the game was. We're still getting very, very low. Attempt to steal maybe from Suicune, but no chance. Too much damage from the side of Ignorance, who took that essentially kind of for free. An interesting fight up top as we saw the Unite come out from the Metagross to apparently get some nice KOs, and this should break this goal zone. A pretty big overtime.
Wow, Soup Chef after going for a more defensive play, trying to stop anybody from interrupting the score, and due to Bees retreating, they actually get the score themselves for a bigger overdone. Some impressive lineup from Ignorance as the fight is now raging on the bottom side. Dan trying to push back a little bit, but great coverage by Soup Chef. Heavy Slam and block. It's just too much crowd control to work around. That means Scribblenaught can make it all the way back to the goal zone.
I keep seeing the Thunder Circle from Rhydon, and I keep thinking it's like a fly, but they don't even have that Pokemon on their team. It was just from the last game. I'm just getting so confused by all the circles here. A lot of circles, if I'm being honest, in this matchup. There's another big one that you get to see from the Heavy Slam. We got to see one, of course, all the healing coming from Clefable. We get to see the one from Suicune. There's actually just a lot of Suicune right now, really going super far in. Why did Suicune run that direction, I wonder? They were just maybe trying to separate from the rest of the team. They assumed they weren't going to get back.
They got Heavy Slam kidnapped out first and then just couldn't make it back, unfortunately. So Soup Chef, they only blocked him towards that hard rock where you cannot move through that wall. I think also knowing that Suicune had used their eject button within that last team fight. So really good heads-up play by Soup Chef to understand that. And you called this out at the start of the fight. That fly is so easily fought against by the wide guard, the block from Snorlax. And just off cooldown, right? Immediately calling out Bats' attacks. Yet another maneuver here to kidnap the enemy Pokemon. Bidoof goes down, and they are playing Clefable.
Oh, they're continuing this push all the way again. They're just way past these goal zones. They do not care. And this spacing from this Snorlax play has been so good. Be able to push out everybody, split them up, but everybody's starting to get low within this fight. And a lone Aegislash, okay, finally getting backed up by the Mewtwo, going to unevolve, but they managed to get the KO during that time. Scores going in. They're still going with this push. They're getting a little bit low. Unite coming out from the Serral Edge. Not really going to get that much damage. Wideguard doing infinite work in this fight. Blocked like 6 huge things, but finally, you're going to have to run away. I'm not sure if you're going to make it out of this one with 4 members against this poor Aegislash.
Yeah, not going to make it, especially with that Psycho Cut, cutting down that defense. I love that initial push from Ignorance, though. They play all around the Miraidon's passive extremely well. We got electric terrain. It kind of debuffs that enemy goal zone so they can push forward much more aggressively. Colin Tang immediately brings down the walls when they realize they're the only member within them, and they will drop. His poke damage from Miraidon could change things, though. That empowered charge beam getting everyone extremely low. Scribble not looking to try to find a knockout, has to elect for just a small score of 7.
All of these fights lead to these like tiny little scores, and that's it basically. Aside from that, it's just trades into trades. Go all the way around, just keep going. And it looks like they will actually escape. Just going on a little jog, I think. In the meantime, it does look like Scribblenaught trying to push as much as they can onto that goal zone. Enough members of Bees will be supporting that push is not going to happen. And honestly, for all the fighting on bottom, very little actually happened. So Ignorance going to be up by over 100 points as we're going into kind of the 3-minute mark. That's going to be huge. I feel like this top right Jalecki that's gone pretty uncontested could be really big. If they can get it and push it down into that tier 2 goal zone, they're going to look really good to have a near insurmountable score lead.
Ooh. Scribblenaught just pushing a lot for these really small scores. They have experience share and they're at level 11, which is at parity or lower than everybody else. So they're not too worried about the EXP that they're giving up by getting KO'd. Miraidon trying to defend this goal zone. They won't be able to make it far enough to stop the new score. Onto that one, immediate attempt at recalling. Soup Chef not able to block, but will prevent that goal zone from breaking with that 50.
That was a really far forward recall. I was surprised they went for it there, but they actually made it happen. Bats barely trying to get away the fly, but I don't know if they're going to get over the wall. Wow, perfect spacing. Literally, absolutely perfect spacing right there. I should not have second-guessed that. So if you can get like more than halfway over the wall, you kind of just land on the other side, and you have to know those exact ranges. Playing around with fly, you have to know the terrain ranges exactly.
Wow, look at how Ignorance is posturing around for this 15 seconds final stretch. They are not allowing a Rayquaza flip against their favor again. A very defensive look for them around the Rayquaza pit. Miraidon going to be hanging around the bot side, making sure there are no back cap attempts for Bees. Obviously, Miraidon, one of the longest range Pokemon in the lobby, can easily defend that goal zone from quite a far spacing away.
Bits is going to go up top, try and defend, make sure that there's no back caps. They do have so many points in pockets on the side of Bees that I think the back caps the other directions are the ones that should be really looked at. And we're actually going to maybe see one attempt on bottom as we're going to see Talonflame sitting down there below the goal zone, waiting to find an opportunity to score. There are 2 members, the Miraidon as well above it, but certainly they are going to make that attempt, I think, at a back cap. We are in double scoring time. That won't be enough to get them into the lead, and 2 members still sitting down there. I think they do know that maybe with nobody there, there's some attempt at a back cap.
Yeah, 2 back caps attempted there at the same time. Talonflame and the Dragonite. That is going to be bad, bringing everyone towards the Rayquaza pit. Mewtwo Unite there, ready to go, already fully utilized. Soup Chef flopping all over the place. That is going to be the Serral Edge Unite, but it is Ignorance walking away with the Rayquaza secure.
They said, you know what, you flipped us on us last time. We're just going to burn it down this time, and they managed to burn down the entire team as well. Such a different comp from the previous game that I think they felt a little bit more comfortable just taking that big grouped up fight where they have maybe more of the AoE damage, and that went just completely in their favor.
Yeah, and Talonflame brought them all to the Rayquaza.
Yeah,
in a way. Over here. Yeah, exactly. Bats wanted to set the party up around the Rayquaza, and Ignorance is going to be dunking in Hundo Burger after Hundo Burger. Miraidon still having that green Rayquaza shield and 50 points in pocket. Sets that one up. 96 in from Snorlax. I'm sure Metagross about to attempt the exact same thing. With only 30 seconds left in this matchup, this one is tied up now. A series 1-1 between Bees and Ignorance.
It's been a really good set, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's really come down to the wire in both games, and I feel like we're going to have another really good third game. It's going to be, I think, some slight draft difference is going to mean the world. I said it before, I think that Aether / pick was enlightened. It was super, super good. It did everything it needed to do. It enabled a lot of chasing KOs as well early in the game. Just, it really was the perfect counter to so many of the options that Bees chose. And maybe don't let that one happen again, but it's hard. It's hard. It's very hard to say you want to ban the Aether / right?
Right. Well, these teams are known for banning some very interesting things. I mean, Absol and Leafeon receiving bans within this match. So definitely a lot of variety we can see within that screen. One of my favorite things that Ignorance was doing in this game was calling tanks Metagross. I think it was a much better game from him in particular in this game number 2 than it was in game number 1. Got that scaling online extremely early, but our Player of the Game award is going to go to Soup Chef on the Snorlax. I feel like we don't get too many tank Player of the Games, but Soup Chef is going to win that award. 235 points scored with 14 assists. A lot of crowd control helping out the squad this game.
That's my fellow chef. I've only been called Soup Chef at events 4 times this year.
Not too bad.
Yeah, no, could have been worse.
But it is cool to see you in camaraderie with your fellow chefs.
Yes.
Are you a Gumi fan as well?
Yeah, sure. Who isn't? Who isn't?
Well,
I don't know.
I am a Gumi fan as well. Gudra, one of my top 3 most played Pokemon in Pokemon Unite.
That's wild.
I apologize.
Not a great win rate.
Hey.
No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, it's fine.
Can we get another? Can we get another of these cards printed out with Zoinks' Gudra win rate, please?
It's not as good as Soup Chef's, I'll tell you that much. He is an incredible Gudra player. One of the few players that could actually pull it off in competitive play. One of my favorite movesets I saw that player play and got the chance to commentate was the Power Up Muddy Water set with the Rapid Fire Scarf and Muscle Band. Just all auto attacks all the time after they increased that slow chance on Gudra's auto attacks. So a very, very fun player to watch. But so far, just, I'd say a plain Snorlax, but that's okay. Snorlax being one of the best Pokemon in the metagame, I think the team really relying on Soup Chef in some major ways.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned it during this last game, but it was really good spacing as far as being able to kind of separate some of these members of the team fights. And
totally
I think that was a huge reason why they were able to, I mean, honestly, it was like a big mix of a few of their players that really enabled them to take these ridiculous dives.
Yeah, that's true. Both teams trying to attempt some of these kind of wild dives, but I think Soup Chef being that first stop. Okay, Ignorance going to be banning the same Pokemon, that Mew and Blissey. Again, I have to imagine Bees are going to be banning that Absol, but they did choose second side, so we could see something new from this roster.
It seems like the teams have primarily been choosing the second side as they've lost, because Ignorance chose second side last game, right?
Yes.
And then I feel like a lot of, basically just most of the games that we casted yesterday, the loser went to second side.
Yeah, that last pick is just so important, it seems. But it will be Soup Chef locking up Snorlax at a mighty 76% pick rate, and I think for good reason. This Pokemon has been phenomenal this weekend. We finally going to get a chance to see Psyduck. We will. Lemongrab going to be locking up the Duck.
And will we finally get a chance to see Blaziken? That's my question.
Yeah.
And if not, why not? I think Blaziken would have been great in the spot that Dragonite was in last game. Not that Dragonite didn't work out, but I just like Blaziken. I think it's really good right now. That's all I'm going to say.
Enough.
It's really high up there on the win rate. Gyarados, a Pokemon that I'm surprised we haven't seen at all. I mean, I do understand it's definitely been played less, but I still thought we were going to see some of it. Just hasn't, I guess, stayed along with some of these shifts.
Yeah, it does feel like we have a bit more of a importance on early game than we have in tournaments past, but the Mewtwo X is going to make a return. I love it as an answer into the Suicune and potentially even that Psyduck, to be honest, with all the crowd control that the Duck has to offer. And we finally get the Blaziken.
Thanks, Dan.
We do. Dan, good guy Dan.
Let's go, Dan.
With the Blaziken pick.
Big Dan fan. #1 Dan fan. Honestly, that comp, terrifying. For sure, Bees comp, I'm very scared of it. I'm curious to see if they're going to choose any more range, maybe. I mean, they don't necessarily need it. They've got plenty of range. Yeah, what am I talking about? They don't need any more range. But they might choose more. Oh,
okay.
Not what I expected.
Okay.
Is this a real pick?
Yes.
Yeah, oh, it's
Bats locking in the Cinder Ace. Let's go. Got that scope lens, so I imagine we'll be looking for all that critical hit damage. Pyro Ball has, oh, we're going to swap the players, but Pyro Ball has been recently buffed. Okay, if they hold Energy Amplifier on Cinderace, actually, that's so sick. Watch out for that top grass for that Pokemon.
They're not holding it.
They will swap it, so that's great. Do you have any points you want to say before they change things?
Yeah, no, I want to say that I agreed with you. I love Energy Amp on Cinderace. I think one of the biggest things is that, you know, like a couple buffs ago, it got its Unite available more, and I think that's one of its strongest points. Obviously, you can, you know, just kind of hold down the attack button and do some great things there, but I really, truly think that its ability to secure, its ability to kind of like play off of its Unite is one of the strongest aspects of that Pokemon. But I also play Feint Cinderace very often, so never trust my opinions on anything. The other side,
fun.
Yeah, it is. It really, truly is. Well, you know, I was going to talk about Feint because it's really similar to how Wide Guard is used a lot. But that takes me back to the fact that we do have a very similar comp on the side of Ignorance. Yeah. And we are going to see that Aegislash once again. And I think that Aegislash is going to have a very different job this time around, where it is, not that it didn't dive a lot last time, but boy, it has some juicy targets in that back.
Yeah, that's true. I am curious. I think we're likely not going to go with the Pyro Ball set. My prediction is Blaze Kick, especially with Hoopa available. Trick Hoopa with Blaze Kick can be a pretty fun combo, but that doesn't necessarily mean we'll see it. The Trick Hoopa could focus on the Blaziken, certainly, or we could see Portal, but there's not a lot of bulk on the side of Bees. But all right, let's get into this game, Wonder Chef. Ignorance and Bees will tied at 1 as we go into a decisive game number 3.
Okay, will we see some more early KOs? Looking like maybe yes. Okay, has to pop the eject button. Also, the focus band, I believe, popped right at the beginning of that. So a lot of stuff going down pretty early, and they're still continuing, and they still get the KO. A very barely escape right there. Just about 1 HP, but Soup Chef, on this first pick, Snorlax has been such a big reason why that top path has been so scary.
Yeah, it's really cool to see them showing up there as well. It's part of why this Mewtwo X support can kind of work. Traditionally, we see the defender sort of needed to help out the attacker, keep them a little safer. But now since we have a support Mewtwo X who does love that melee range and can absorb some of that damage, it allows Neon to be safe and allows Soup Chef to help with Secures on the top side.
I think it's really, really cool, especially just seeing that there's a little bit weaker early game up top, and they're going to kind of go for the bullying game, and oh my goodness, that hit everybody for so much. Golden Dang melting the enemy team, and a beautiful side shot from Neon to follow up on that KO. I feel like Ignorance is having a great start this game. They're just hitting all of their perfect moments. Of course, 2 big evolutions still needed for some huge power spikes on the side of Bees, so they're not out of this yet, but they've got to be careful that snowballing doesn't happen.
Yeah, in our picture-in-picture, it was really cool to see the value of that split push. Neon and Scribblenut both at level 5. Scribblenut was at that a moment ago and was actually allowed to attack on the enemy goal zone. For Lemon Grab on that Psyduck, just trying to defend against a mega evolved Mewtwo X. Pretty terrifying sight to see. Reminder that Psyduck has a headache.
It is actually so terrifying to see it walking at you. I know I keep making a joke about the walk. Whoa, gets caught and gets frozen. Somehow still stays up, actually. I really thought that was going to be a KO right there, but Mewtwo, they're so survivable, even not being able to escape that in that particular time. Soup Chef also just barely escaping on the top path, and still going to have 3 members kind of rotating back up, maybe trying to punish Colin Tang. It looks like they will get the catch. You were correct on it being Blaze Kick.
And Trick.
Yeah, and Trick. But the enhanced Trick, by the way, with a Cinderace, they heal back their full life in like 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, that's true. Who knows, after the recent HP changes to Cinderace, maybe that tweaked it a little bit.
3.5 seconds.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, nice Sacred Sword. Actually, an evolution almost griefing them at that situation, becoming invincible. Doesn't have the chance to Sacred Sword even farther in. Bit's taking so much damage with that Gold Zone Shield and the Citrus Berry getting them out of danger. That was close.
Ooh, they're continuing the fight, though. Ooh, they're pushing in. I mean, that's a really low Cinderace, but they're not really afraid. Hoopa is still there. They didn't have that Trick cooldown up in just a second, so I think maybe they were just trying to see if anybody else would push back on them. They did manage to retreat. Checking some of this tall grass up there, up top with Suicune. So they're chilling. They're just, I think, maybe going to start realizing what they want to do for these big objectives. And what a beautiful heavy slam catching out too. Yeah. That's going to be a KO on Hoopa. We are not going to see double KO quite yet, but there's a pretty good chance that they can chase all the way past this goal zone once they break it. So yeah, you got to back up. They do manage to do that. A little bit of a brawl, I think, on bottom for the basement Reggie. That's going to be kind of the main story, main fight here. It feels like up top it wasn't really a fight even. And maybe up bottom, it's not going to be a fight either.
This is a tough situation, specifically for Bats on this Blaziken. Finally get that level 8 evolution. So they'll have the stance chains available to them, but a really long time to get up to that level. Good news, though, they do have access to that Reggie Ice buff. But unfortunately, that Reggie Alecki going to be landing into that tier 2 goal zone. It's going to be up to Bees to try to make up for this score differential on the bottom side after taking down that objective.
Well, they got a pretty significant amount of points in kind of for free after that. Nobody else rotating back down to bottom. But regardless, I would have to say I feel like this is the most in control that Ignorance has, or any of these teams have been, I would say, early game. Yep. And Ignorance currently pretty solid in control, 129-point lead, pretty significant. Well, it's starting to even up, but the level lead was theirs for quite a while. They're not hitting the big power spikes on B side until just about the halfway through the game. So they're not going to be able to get maybe as many team fights as they could if they'd won a little bit more earlier. That Blaziken getting the evolution so slow. It's finally good. And honestly, the rip and secure potential now on the side of Bees is terrifying. So even if they're behind, you know, they've got a good comeback chance.
Oh, nice Blaze kick. Pops that Snorlax back into range of everybody else, and that is a whole lot of damage. That's going to be the Sai to kind of forge their path forward, getting that damage reduction. Ignorance backing off and then returning with their own Unite move. Colin Tang versus Bats on the top side of the map into 1v1, 1v3 eventually. As that Metagross holding its own. Colin Tang scaling so well again in game number 3.
A lot of like kind of even fights going on here, and in the end we actually didn't see all that many KOs. Interesting to see the engagements kind of happening in both places at once, but honestly it's a pretty good strategy to split up and try to find what you possibly can while you can. We are going to be maybe taking a fight over this basement Reggie in just a moment. Top Reggie Alecki is going to be going down, so pretty free for the side of Ignorance to try to push their score lead up even more.
Yeah, this might be an even better lead than they had in that game number 2. It was a really tough situation for them in that one, but this one, it just feels like Colin Tang is just on a whole nother level.
Oh yeah, this has been kind of the pop-off game for Colin, for sure. They're also just really have been grouped up. There's been a lot of really good AoE damage, I think, that he's managed to find, but we'll see what happens. This end game is going to be kind of where we really get to see how the fights go. A big Unite popping up. We're going to see a lot of close-ups of Snorlax this weekend, and that's because we're seeing a lot of Snorlax this weekend. A nice attempt to dodge away. Dan getting pushed back. They're like, oh, you're trying to run away? I'm trying to push you away. You can't defend this goal zone. Even more points in for Ignorance onto this tier 1 that is no longer in existence.
Gigantic goal zone break, a massive overdunk. Espeon taking up yet another KO. Their rival attacker counterpart, Bats with the revenge knockout, but it's Ignorance again with a landslide team fight win. Screwball really wants that Unite move back. They want to get some more scores in, so they're going to run down to that enemy tier 1. They're only at level 10, however, they do have the Infinite Cyburn back up and ready to go.
And now I believe we're probably just going to see some farming for both of these sides, trying to hit some really important 13s. This feels like, weirdly, a very low-level game, right?
Yeah.
Nobody level 13 with the 245 yet. Yeah, still nobody. Wow. I thought, okay, there we go. Yeah, just ticked over, and it is going to be Colin Tang as the first one there. So a little bit of a separation, and I'd have to expect there's a pretty solid lead for the side of Ignorance, but this is almost certainly going to come down, in my eyes, to a big team fight once again.
Yeah, totally. And we'll see. Ignorance is going to be the first ones to set up shop. We're about 20 seconds away for Rayquaza entering the map, and Ignorance does have that map control. They're being a bit more aggressive with it this time. You can see a top path presence, and then our 2 EXP shareholders, that support core, making sure that that bottom entry to the Rayquaza pit is really difficult to manage. Soup Chef would love if they could force this entire team into one of those corridors again, so they can get a big heavy slam combo into a power nap.
Both teams ignoring what could have been a very, very juicy Regieleki, but we already saw an attempt to fight the 2-minute fight up top in game, I believe it was number 1. So I think they maybe just don't want that to happen again. What is this rotation that we're seeing up top? This is wild. What is actually happening here? Are we going to circle all the way around? We have the Hoopa portal, the Unite, to try and rotate back if they want to, but they're going for a full flank. They're going all the way in, but a great turnaround as Ignorance managed to melt 2 of the damage dealers immediately. Bees going down very strongly. Lemon Grab going down as well. The portal going in the Rayquaza pit.
Yeah, Bit's trying to reset the entire team to position them right on top of the Rayquaza, but there's only a couple of members still up, and that's Suicune and Psyduck and Hoopa. Not a whole lot of burn for the Rayquaza, so while I love the idea, not having your Blaziken or Cinderace there does make it really, really difficult to pull off, and I think Bits is going to be wanting that Hoopa Unite move back. A huge risk to try to pull that off. They only have a minute left in this matchup, not enough time to farm it.
That would have been huge if they had it. I mean, one of the biggest things is they could end up getting it back in time for some sort of scoring at the end. And then we're going to have to watch that. But Unite's mostly down. We do have a couple Unites up. The Cinderace is going to move in. They're going to have one of the main ones. They can't KO so early. We're going to get the return KO back. Picking up 2 in a row. Now this is looking like a great situation for Bees. Rayquaza still a lot of HP. 40 seconds left in the game. Lemon Grab going forward first. Getting hit by a huge side shock. Bits as well. Nearly going out to that, but they will be taking on Espeon in return. And this is a Blaziken sweep as almost every member except for Kalantang of Ignorance is down. The only chance to steal back this Rayquaza as it's being burned down. They're trying to crowd control as it's going in and does not get the steal. Suicune with the last hit, but 17 seconds left, 164 points.
Block Snorlax can prevent people from scoring on this tier 1. They got to get back towards the Suicune. Power nap for the knockup. 50 points will go in. They stop. No, they don't. Hundo Burger 62. Bees are getting tons of points off this Rayquaza take.
And that should be more than enough. Bees in literally the final seconds of the game, scoring enough. I want to see the score just to be sure, but I feel very confident that that is how this game is going to end.
Yeah, oh, what a finish to that matchup. Ignorance going to drop to Bees after such an intense 3 set of games. Comes down to that Rayquaza take, but mostly comes down to Bats and Dan crushing it on those damage Pokemon. It felt like anytime that duo found yet another Pokemon, it was just over. An amazing team fight win. Unfortunately, a bit of a split fight for Ignorance around that Rayquaza. Kalantang and Protein on one side, the rest of the cast on the other, and it feels like that Blaziken and Cinderace kind of picked apart that enemy comp.
I mean, hindsight is always 20/20, but I feel like the way that the counter initiation in the first Rayquaza fight happened was the best possible thing that could have happened for Ignorance.
Yeah.
And then they didn't maybe take as much advantage as they could have after that. Whether they needed to maybe push up, I mean, because of course, what happened was both their damage dealers went down immediately. This is, I think, the kind of like refight, the second time that we got a chance to see it. And they maybe could have pushed forward into their center area to stop them from running back. They maybe could have just burned down Rayquaza. But when you get the Cinderace and the Blaziken down and the Unite from the Hoopa, I think you got to do something before that refight.
Yeah, if you're watching these fights, like, look at this. So any time that we kind of have these engagements, Kalantang's trying a lot of these really long flanks around the Rayquaza pit. Protein Shank tried something very, very similar, but the entirety of Bees working together as a tight, packed unit, despite having some squishy Pokemon, that makes you susceptible to things like Sacred Sword, to Gyro Ball, to these Psyshocks from Neon. It's a risk, but it pays off in a major way. They're able to win any of these team fights because they're giving themselves that inherent advantage of numbers. Really, really good look for Bees in this game, and they're going to knock Ignorance out of this tournament, out of Worlds contention, keeping their own dreams of that very same thing alive. The only thing they got to do is beat Peru in this next matchup.
That's all they have to do. And
not
then,
all they have
then
to do.
maybe
That's actually
another
not all
win,
they
too.
have to do.
Yeah, there's a little bit more than that. But I do have to say, I mean, first of all, very sad to see Ignorance go. I'm a big Ignorance fan. We're always big Ignorance fans. We've been for a long time. And then, of course, I'm a huge Kalantang fan as well. The Brave British sweep is now officially over for the season. But still amazing, amazing stuff from Bees, our only team that we didn't get a chance to see, our biggest dark horse team, almost without a doubt, in this bracket, to now really get a great showing on broadcast.
It was awesome to see, and we are only starting our day number 2 action. There's so much more competitive Pokemon Unite to be spectating and watching and enjoying. So we're going to jump to a very short break. Don't go anywhere. More final stretch at NAIC after this.
I am here with Flareon's mom, and we are going to be playing Pokemon This or That Fire-type Edition. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. Turtonator or Volcarona?
Volcarona.
Volcarona or Colossal?
Volcarona.
Volcarona or Blacephalon?
Volcarona.
Volcarona or Talonflame?
Talonflame.
Talonflame or Litten?
Talonflame.
Talonflame or Houndoom?
Talonflame.
Talonflame or Armarouge?
Armarouge.
Armarouge or Litwick?
Armarouge.
Armor Rouge or Breakson?
Armor Rouge.
Armor Rouge or Chimchar?
Chimchar.
Chimchar or Charizard?
Oh, Charizard.
Charizard wins it. Thank you very much, Flareon's mom. Throw the blush! Oh! We got it. Bye, everybody.
You guys have no idea what kind of chaos is happening in the booth right now. Welcome back to the final stretch at NAIC here in New Orleans. And you know something's going wrong because I'm introing you back into this event. Doob Snacks here alongside the content cowboy, Spraggles. And now we're on camera. Perfect timing. We did it.
Yee to the ha. I've been here the entire
The
time.
whole time.
Fully ready to go.
Don't you worry.
Hi, everybody. Man, what a time. Today is going to be amazing. Yesterday was absolutely insane. I am excited to be here in the booth with you. We have a crazy game coming up. Nouns, Dream Max, and just about every game today means something, but oh boy, to Brazil, this game could mean everything.
Yeah, for as fast as yesterday went with our 2-0s, today is going to be a long haul. We've got 2 Game 3 sets already, and now we've got Dream Max Esports versus Nouns. And you like to call Dream Max Esports the Achilles heel of Nouns Esports for the amount of times Dream Max has eliminated Nouns on the LAN environment on these big stages.
Yeah, such an incredible matchup between these squads. And like you've said, they've gone at it multiple times. Olivo, Mazo, Ferzera, Guiz, and Kadu. This team can still qualify for Worlds, a team that I desperately want to see at Worlds, but they would have to beat one of the best to ever do it in Nouns Esports. They have a run in front of them, by the way. If DreamMax somehow beats Nouns, possible for sure. I mean, these two teams are great rivals. They would then have to beat the Juicers in the next round, which is just what an unbelievable run they would have to make to actually make it to Worlds, but it is possible. And now we're taking a look at their first hurdle, and it is a big one.
It is a big one indeed. Toon, Bruv, Ender, Adesu, and Gatloon. If you've been around the block like we have in the Pokémon UNITE competitive esports scene, you know those 5 names without a doubt. However, like I said, Nouns has had a uniquely difficult time with Dream Max Esports on the international stage. And if you find the folks from Nouns, they're handing out a Nouns Rowlet card that has the Doob Snacks curse on it. So when they found out I was casting this game, they were less than excited.
Yeah, I don't think they were absolutely in love with that, but this is a squad that really could beat any team here.
Absolutely.
Having kind of a tricky day one, Ender doing a little bit of a selfie, that'll be on Twitter very, very soon. Having kind of a tricky day one, right? I mean, a rockier road than you would expect for Nouns, and this has been the story of them at these live events throughout this entire year. They didn't make it to the Grands at LAIC. They get eliminated at EUIC. I don't know if was it DreamMax that eliminated them? I know DreamMax beat them. They might have also been the team that eliminated them. I'm not positive.
I believe so.
Yeah.
And then you had like Worlds that where they eliminated that like famous end of day one matchup to keep Mazo and company's dream running in that moment. So there's a lot of history between these two squads. And Nouns is just looking, listen, we didn't need to win all of them, but please let us win this next one.
Yeah, I mean, they have to. They have to win one. And then for DreamMax, they, again, have the rockiest road ahead of them. They might name an ice cream after them if they're able to make this thing happen. Because
would the ice cream name be would it be the rockiest road?
DreamMax Esports Rockiest Road.
DreamMax Esports Rockiest Road.
It's got all this stuff.
Ben and Jerry's get on it.
Yeah, come on, Ben.
Come on,
Jerry's fully on board.
Yeah, Jerry's
I talked
been
to Jerry
with
this morning. He can't wait to make this ice
Ben.
cream. Sick of it with you two. Just get on the same page. And now, yeah, they've got to take Downs and they've got to take OJ, which would be tough. That doesn't necessarily mean that they would qualify for Worlds. There are still other ways that teams would run into them, but they would have to beat both of these teams and then the winner of the Revelation game a little later as well. So they have to win so much. They are a team that can do it. They are a Worlds caliber team. I think maybe it was year 2, they were 5th place in the world, with a lot of these members. So there are a lot of DreamMax has been in these positions before, and I don't think Nouns loves running into this squad. This is a scary one for them.
No, especially because they have nothing to lose in the sense that they have to throw it all out there because they need to win this match, then they need to beat the Juicers, and based on how the bracket's set up, they also need to win the semifinals.
Yeah.
So they need to make it all the way to the grand finals to almost guarantee themselves that spot to Worlds, and of course the money that goes along with that, and the fame. There's so much fame on the line.
Well, I mean, you could the paparazzi's out there. They're just waiting for which team is going
like,
to be qualified.
Where's the
for
fame?
Worlds.
Well, it's here.
It's here.
It's whoever's winning here is the fame.
I can assure you, they don't like it when you and I try to jump in front and get a few photos. They say enough of that.
They shush us away very quickly.
Yeah, I've never been shushed so aggressively as when the Unite paparazzi start
No,
shushing.
it's shoot away. It's not shush. It's shoot.
No,
You
you're
messed
right.
that up. You messed that up. No, they're like, these are pictures.
Can
Stop
anyone
talking.
roll back the tape? Because I certainly heard him say shush.
Well, it's because we're talking. Like, these are pictures. It's not video. You don't need to be talking so much. So they're shushing us.
I don't know what you're. Okay, so you are agreeing it was a shush. You are agreeing it was a shush.
Listen, in our defense, they're still getting set up.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
we gotta have moments like
on
that.
the other side of the court, we need to fill time. So
and we're experts.
And
that's why we're still here.
That's why we're still doing what we do. We've got Nouns up there with the glasses. They are repping their org. One of the best orgs in Unite, for sure. I mean, a long-time supporter of the Unite scene, Nouns Esports.
Yeah, since year one. Since year one, and that's important, right? Especially when it was a fledgling scene, helping get these kids up and going, give them something to commit to, and you know, again, tip of the cap to not only the organization but these players that have stuck around, stuck with it, and brought the team again to some prominence. Qualified for Worlds for the fourth year in a row, has Nouns with almost all of these members intact, without a doubt. You know, Bruv, Adesu, Gatlu specifically have been on this squad since the very beginning.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of history with this squad. Obviously, they were the runners-up at the first World Championships. Had a rocky year two, but a lot of teams had a rocky year two.
Yeah.
The group stage in year two, if you're remembering back to Yokohama, was brutal. I mean, it was an absolute blender. So many top teams just being eliminated in that group stage. Pretty good year three, however. Got quite deep Nouns Esports in the tournament. I want to say they were top 8. They were maybe 6th or 7th place that year. And now we're taking a look at our group stages. So this is what played out yesterday, Doob Snacks. And a lot of these teams that you're seeing these top 2 spots are making it further into our tournament. We're in Group C right now if you're taking a look at Nouns Esports. They finished 2nd out of their group, which is why they're starting a little further back in this bracket than you might expect.
Yeah, so Nouns Esports, again, you know, obviously have already qualified for the World Championships through their region already. So today, what this means for them is just pride. You know, as Gatlu mentioned, they've never won an international event, and they're tired of seeing other people hoist those trophies.
Yeah.
As we see our bracket here, why don't you run us right through it, because we just had a banger matchup we just came off of, Bees and Ignorance.
Well, if yesterday we were seeing mainly all 2-0s, today it's fully 2-1 so far. Bees taking down Ignorance in a super close game. Stamina Esports version 1, the only game, by the way, that is off stream today. Stamina Esports
Spraggle's
moving
decision.
forward.
That was a Spraggle's decision to not show that.
Game time call for me. We had Daybreak T3. What a series to start off. Like, so good. Both of those teams so exciting. And now here we are, DreamX Esports versus Nouns. As you can see, they would move forward and face the Juicers. Now at the bottom of our bracket there, Revelation versus Daybreak. This match is, everyone has their eye on this match because it's very likely that this match will decide what team is heading to Worlds. If you take a look at the top of the bracket, Peru versus Bees, I think a lot of people would expect that Peru could take them down. One of the best teams in the game.
Yep.
Bees playing really well, but we're talking about the AOS Cup champs, 3rd place at Worlds, like a crazy good team in Peru. Then below that, Luminosity, Stamina, both qualified. Juicers qualified. If Nouns moves forward, that doesn't have Worlds implications. But this bottom match, Revelation Daybreak, and this top match, Peru Bees, very, very important. The one we're on right now, however, really does decide what happens to DreamX.
Yes.
They have got to keep moving through this tournament, take down Nouns, take down Juicers, take down the winner of Revelation versus Daybreak. There are so many matches ahead of them if they want to qualify for Worlds. The hardest road, without question is the road that DreamMax is on. The rockiest road. Come on, Ben.
DreamMax's rockiest road.
Yes.
Come on, Ben. Get on board, Ben. No, you're right. They have a rocky road, and specifically because they have to win 3 consecutive matches minimum to get there, right? So with that level of importance, obviously, they have to focus on the task ahead, but they've got a lot of work to do. And now it really comes down to how much motivation is Nouns coming into this, right? Self-imposed motivation to really deliver a result for their fans and themselves versus DreamMax Esports, who is an animal that has been caged and pushed into a corner and needs to fight its way out.
I can tell you the audience out there is absolutely split on this one. DreamMax Esports, Nouns Esports, banana split out in the crowd.
Come on, Ben, get on board.
Ben, return my calls. I can tell you there are so many DreamMax fans out there, but I'm running into so many people who are like, I'm here for Nouns, I'm here for Nouns, I'm here for Nouns. So as we head into our first game here, we've got our bands, Blissey, Snorlax, on the other side, Leafeon and the Ceruledge. Interestingly enough, these are very targeted bands from both of these squads.
Yeah, I like it. You know, they're looking in on Kadu on that. Armarouge is also, we saw a counter pick yesterday, right, of an Armarouge when Sobi grabbed it. Not against DreamMax, but just in a different matchup, of course. And now Suicune. I love that lock-in. You cannot let Duck and Suicune be on the other side. That's just a tandem of destruction.
I love this pick. Oh my gosh, I did not even realize Blaziken was going that late. I didn't even realize it was going that late. Over onto the side of Nouns. Adesu on Suicune is absolutely devastating. That is so scary. His Suicune is unbelievable. As we take a look at the other side here, Gruv did get to pick up that Lapras. There was a moment I think DreamMax was thinking about it, but they decided that Blaze was more important, and I happen to agree. If that Blaze can get online, it's just incredibly powerful. So we're going to have to figure out what they want to finish up their draft with. They've got the Mamo, they've got the Talonflame.
I want to see Greedon right here. Get Gatlu comfortable.
You think so?
Get him comfortable. Dodrio fits the same mold. However, there's some good CC on the side of DreamMax, which is why my mind went to Greedon, because it operates pretty well within those environments. And the strongest Pokemon right now have a lot of that, right? A lot of that crowd control that tries to pin you down. Dodrio historically has a difficult time in that because that full heal isn't forever, right? You only get one instance of that, but you look at the options that DreamMax carries, and they might be able to pin down Gatlu. However, if Toon stays in the pocket, causes a lot of static. Bruv is always rushing forward. Maybe you can draw enough attention away from what Gatlu's trying to do, and you can really set up some nice flanking plays out of Nouns. Let's see if Nouns' motivation to themselves to win is strong enough to combat DreamMax Esports, the caged animal of our bracket today.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm DreamMax right now, I am worried about Armarouge. I think it brawls really well into a lot of what DreamMax is doing. Talonflame, I think, could be very nice, but Talon doesn't have incredible targets on the side of Nouns. Like, obviously, Lapras is not a fun target for Talon at all. Suicune, maybe, but that thing is tanky enough to survive one of those big bursts from either Fly or Brave Bird. So Talon, for me, feels like it could, you know, deal a lot of damage to the side of Nouns, but I think they're most worried about that Blaziken. They need to make sure that early on in fights, they're shutting Blaziken down, because without that Pokemon sustaining and living throughout some of these fights, I think Nouns has a great team fight in front of them.
What do you think about Hoopa? Are we seeing Trick Phantom Force, or are we going to be seeing Portals? Oh, say the thing first.
DreamMax Esports, your purple team. Nouns Esports, your orange team, as we head into round 12. This is a best of 3. DreamMax's not only tournament, but their shot at Worlds on the line. Against them, the champs from EU. You couldn't have written it better.
No, not at all. Immediately going for a stack is Ferzera, taking a ton of damage. They do get their stack in, but a knockout will be quality here for Toon. Getting some credit for it is Ender, but you take that, you know, a little bit of icing on the cake here is a knockout. Yes, it went to Indy, but we're going to split that around. Now, Gizi going to have to try and hold it down by themselves as Ferzera rushes back to lane. Talk to me about Hoopa.
Yeah, I mean, Hoopa just looks incredible here. You and I have been talking about this a lot. Whether you're playing Trick or you're playing Portal, I know Ender more of a Portal player. I really do think Hoopa is amazing. I think it's our top win rate in the tournament right now. I don't know if you noticed that. doing so well. Hoopa has been meta since it was released. It's just unbelievably good. A little bit of a fact on our screen. The last time Nouns and DreamHack faced off, it was the AOS Cup at UIC. DreamHack knocked out Nouns with a 2-1 win. See, we remember things.
Yeah, we know things. Big rotation here, right in the middle. We're scrapping 4v4. Nice little poach, though, by Gatlu to put the birds over to the side of Nouns and get a lot of experience. Quality victory there for them.
Yeah, and I mean, take a look at Toon in that moment there, surviving in the midst of that encounter, really taking very little damage because of Fire Spin, and Gatlu coming down to grab that last little bit in the fight in the bottom path right here. Dodrio obviously incredibly mobile. When you get to put Gatlu on something that can just terrorize your opponents, he is in his happy place.
I agree completely. Maybe taking a page out of Revelation's book yesterday, because we saw Celestial going up and down the map, back and forth with these characters, and really put the screws to Nouns, especially in that game one. They had a lot of trouble dealing with it, and it seems like they learned their lesson and are applying some of that technology here against DreamHack.
I mean, look at this. Nouns just really in control, getting a lot of these last hits, out securing their opponents, holding that Talon to a Fletchinder for very, very long. Finally, it is level 5. As you take a look at the side of Nouns, we got 7 on Armarouge, 7 on Dodrio, 6 on the Suicune. They're crushing it level-wise.
Absolutely. Olivo, nice Ice Fang reposition. They're going to engage and move them with the Combuskin, and you're going to look to score here with just a Desu, the Suicune, trying to hold it down in the face of 4, and that's a fruitless endeavor.
Yeah, here we go. I mean, able to take that. A couple of berries picked up there by Nouns. If you take a look at Nouns, though, they're already scoring on the tier 2 of DreamHack. So these teams are recognized that we are trading a bit right here. DreamHack's getting some value in the bottom path. Brub just getting ripped apart once again by that charge beam right on. And then in the top path, we have Nouns actually doing some work. But now, Nouns running down through the central area of DreamHack's coming down to the bottom path to fight. They're leaving top.
Yeah, and really what they're doing is they're doing a good job insulating their goal zones too, right? If, you know, we haven't quite seen the Hoopa in action yet, but if it is a Portal Hoopa, you want to keep those tools available to you as much. Registeel going in, immediately Indy. Phantom Force, it looks like it is going to be Trick as well. So Registeel going down, charge beams on, and who's going to secure? Big overheat.
What?
But Brub steps up and puts the team on his back yet again, says Lapras Express is open. Jump on my shell, son. I'll ferry you across the seas.
Unbelievable. They had Fly Talon and Overheat Blaziken, and the Lapras secures in the bottom path. Nice eject button, picking up the KO on Armarouge right there. Talon moving past them, seeing if they can make another KO happen or at least get out of a bad situation. And they do. Great play there by DreamHack. Nice counter punch after a super unfortunate secure for them.
Yeah, we mentioned it very quickly. Trick, Hoopa here. So that's going to be another way. You could actually see that's exactly why Indy was moving with Gatlu on the opposite side. That's the second full heal, right?
Yes.
That's the second get out of jail free card against this CC that DreamHack Esports has brought to the table. And that was suspect. I think the Talon Flame was guaranteed Gatlu's not going to commit to stay over here. Nice Unite move, gets out of the Suicune Unite and able to play forward and play with it. Now they're looking to push. They're sitting on top of the pad. Kadu's down. KO Striga 2 for Gatlu. Here comes the Flame Sweep. Knocks 3 players off. But the iframes of the score saves Brub. They step up. The Whirlpool's down from Adesu. Crashing from the skies is the Fly from the Talon Flame. But they can't do enough damage. The goal zone is still being sieged. The pressure is on. Trying to get back into the skies. The Talon Flame finally lands a KO on Gatlu. The bird-on-bird action is real. Adesu peeling back, picks up a shield. And they're still fighting. Olivo goes down. And now Esports checking more boxes for themselves. Feeling good.
Unbelievable fight back and forth between these two squads. The pressure is not, it's relentless. I mean, 43-198. Nouns would not stop trying to break that tier 1 goal zone, and DreamHack kept hitting them. Talon landing fly after fly after fly. You saw the Suicune, though, escape on almost nothing, and that shield that it can provide itself was actually a huge difference maker. It's like I was saying before, Talon doesn't love to crash into Suicune. It's hard to KO that thing.
Yeah, and especially if you get trapped, frozen is the worst case scenario, and they don't have as many tools as Nouns Esports has brought to the table to get out of those, we'll say those frozen situations. And we already have a Regirock again. We haven't left the bottom path.
It's true. If you get trapped frozen, you're just going to have to let it go. As Regirock is being chipped up right here. Ender using the Unite move, bringing the team down.
Here we go. The Suicune Unite has caught a couple players here. DreamHack Esports is trying to keep the pressure on, but it's them that are falling to the wayside to the pressure of Nouns. The Talonflame Fly puts them in a blender. They're able to take Indy for their efforts, but Gatlu sorts that out quickly. Ice Fang from Alivo is going to try and reposition, but they're gone. Sent back to the prehistoric era because Nouns Esports says, we're here for the moment.
Beautiful stuff right there. 238-43, another objective down. Gatlu is who we're watching right here as the three-headed birds heading up to the top path. Absolutely devastating. I feel like your play with Gatlu, if I had Gatlu on my team, I'd say just whatever you think is the most annoying thing ever, please do that nice big Armourouge Unite move. Fighting back, pushing the Mamoswine away. Easy secure there for Nouns. DreamHack's not able to do much about it. Talon lands down, taken down once again. Some things never change, running back into the freeze.
Jeez, oh Pete, I mean, look at Toon is gargantuan, so is Gatlu, and it's just impossible for DreamHack to advance. You've got a level 13 Suicune, and Nouns is playing with no fear. And what do they have to be afraid of? Another goal zone is gone. 308-43, and they're only going to get Bruv as an exchange here as DreamHack Esports. They are a caged animal, but Nouns Esports is looking to put the padlock on it.
Yeah, beautiful stuff here from Nouns. I mean, way up on the scoreboard, breaking that tier 2, taking away the vision, taking away the ability for them to fight near the top part of the map there. And look at this, a tier 1 and 2 up for Nouns. The silver lining here for DreamHack is they have a lot of opportunities to peel away from Ray and score if they can get some advantages, but they're going to need to score more than 2 full pocketed Pokemon under the 2-minute mark, and they're still behind. That would only get them to 243. Nouns in a powerful position right here. DreamHack, obviously, they are on their side of the map. They don't have a ton of information about what is going on the side of Nouns. They just know that Nouns has an incredible position right now, score-wise, an incredible position level-wise. DreamHack is going to need to make a huge play here at Rayquaza.
We are settled in. We've got 8 seconds. Geezy going to try and suss out to see where Bruv is. They found Bruv. The Ice Fang reposition does Weeze. They got the freeze down on Alivo. The Ice type finding themselves in a block of ice very quickly. Is that going to be the fight engagement?
It doesn't look like it. No, they pull Lapras back in, and they're going right back in for a charge beam.
Here comes Armourouge and Toon. They put tons of pressure on Geezy, and Geezy knees down, and all of a sudden half HP on Alivo. But Kadu's there to try and pick them up. The Bumblebee with the freeze. Huge follow-up by Adesu, and they're scrubbed clean by the water-type Pokemon. They're moving back forward. The Ice types and the water types working in conjunction. Rings Unbound is the Hoopa. They're feeling big. They're feeling strong. Into the back line is Gatlu, putting all the stress more. Verzera's gone. It's a solo Suicune Unite. And this one's easy for Nouns Esports. You just got to secure it now. And that becomes real Fisher-Price when you're looking at the size of the team of Nouns Esports and the toddler level play out of DreamHack.
Beautiful stuff from Nouns. They just completely shut down DreamHack in that fight, KOing multiple members with only the Talonflame and Miraidon left. They were able to dispatch them before they finished off Rayquaza. DreamHack with a really tough fight, being frozen down by that Suicune. And now as they move forward, they're going to have to head into the unknown because they're down 1 game here in this best of 3.
Man, what a statement by Nouns Esports here. Bell to bell, in control. Never really felt like they were out of control. Never even felt like they were shaking a little bit. Great game. Again, a powerful statement here out of a team that really needed to make one.
Wow. I mean, what a start to this series. And for a team that, you know, had their issues day 1, right? They struggled day 1, have had issues into DreamHack before. They are here to play on day 2.
I mean, 708-87. Nouns Esports doesn't have to do anything. They can sit on base. They can give up a T1. No need to fight over that or stress over it. Just keep it going. They're going to put points in. It's going to make the score line look closer than what this game actually was.
Ender, you can see talking to one of the judges out there on the stage, probably complimenting them on all my Frozen references in that match.
You had 4?
I might have gotten a 4th in there. Maybe.
I thought Into the Unknown was the 4th.
Into the Unknown might have been the 4th.
Yet some things never change.
Careful, because I know they're going to copyright strike this stream. We're that good.
That sounded so good.
It sounded so good.
So good. Somebody's already Spotifying that.
It's like, wait a minute. I'm sorry. Can I hear the Spreggles Doomstacks version, actually? Tired of Elsa and Anna. I want these two.
Come on, Ben, get on board.
Ben! We know you can
They
make
love
this
us
happen.
here. They love us here.
Absolutely,
Okay, back
they
to
do.
the game. Nouns Esports with a powerful, powerful statement. Can't be understated. DreamMax, I like faltered from the start, I feel like.
Yes.
I think they got some of the tools they wanted. I believe, you know, that Dodrio counter pick was right in line with kind of where I thought. In my mind, I thought Greedon, because in my heart, it's so synonymous with Gatlu specifically. But you can see the role that Dodrio played in that situation. Like you said, just harassing the other team, keeping them disjointed, allowing a Desu to get huge. I mean, that level 13 Suicune going in at 2 minutes and 30 seconds seemed impenetrable. And then on top of all that, you have Toon motoring around level 14 on that Armarouge. And we've seen some great Armarouge play this weekend, and I love to see it because I feel like that Pokemon has just kind of always felt on the outskirts.
Yeah, it really has. I think a lot of people jumped off of it after some early nerfs, but it looks like it was definitely not warranted. I mean, this has been very powerful for a while here. No changes to the Pokemon. None of the new items really making any huge meta-relevant shifts for it either. We're taking a look at our player of the game. Not shocking to me at all. I mean, I think you could really highlight anyone from Nouns in that last game. That was an absolute dominant performance. But as I mentioned earlier, a Desu on Suicune is brutal. You do not want to let him have this. And it does feel like a Pokemon that's very much in his wheelhouse. You know, when you see him play something like Sylveon, something like Suicune, they're tanky enough. They're super frustrating to deal with in Path. I feel like that's a Desu's happy place, and he's crushing it with that.
Yeah, it plays as like an attacker that can actually pivot into the support role because of its so much utility. But don't forget, that's got a purple background. That's an all-arounder in this game, which is why it has a little bit of sustainability in its statistics there. So quickly banned to Suicune, unsurprising. That's exactly where I would have gone. Psyduck ban is clever. So now you've opened up the opportunity for Kadu specifically to get some of their favorite picks, except for the Leafeon that's been taken off the block. But where does DreamMax go now? Snorlax is a good place to start. Olivo has had some great games on that Pokemon.
Snorlax has been, throughout most of this tournament, the you're so dang good, but not what we want to ban. So it's an early pick by a lot of these teams. They do not want this Armarouge to go the other way for sure. Ender on Hoopa, by the way, probably one of his signature Pokemon. I'm thinking, if you're thinking Ender, you're thinking Hoopa, maybe some LD, lately a little Duck, but Ender's Hoopa is incredible.
I agree completely. Mazo is like, okay, here we go, Comfey. So they're threatening here. Ferzera, Blaziken, good pick. Now, didn't make a big splash last game, which can't understate the strength of Blaziken specifically. Grabbing Comfey is kind of putting Nouns to the test. How are they can combat this? Is this where they force kind of Nouns to do like a slow bro or something like that can lock them down? Bruv says no, I want Mamoswine, which has also been having a great weekend. And now we're just watching Gatlu spin through some Pokemon, and Buzzwole is where they end up. Going to be able to grab whatever that Comfey lands on and reposition them and suplex City.
Yeah, you know, I think switching off the Dodrio here, it's very possible their thought process is the hit and run really works, but it's a lot harder when they have that, sustain right on them with the Comfey. So they want to do something like, as you mentioned, that could be a little more disruptive. Final picks over here to DreamMax, and we could see, yes, they do have Zeraora. So a few great Comfey targets.
I like SB on here.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good way to trap Zoroark when it goes in, and then you can Buzzwole, you can reposition Ice Fang, you can do a lot of stuff if you can catch it. Sylveon's the other thing, it's auto chase, right? If you go Mystical Fire, which is guaranteed damage on that Zoroark, adds a lot of pressure. If any one of Nouns gets a catch on Kadu carrying that Comfey, again, you get that BOGO deal, you get that 2-for-1.
I want to highlight something here. A Desu with a Curse Incense, you have Toon with a Curse Incense, you have Gatlu with a Curse Bangle. This team has so many options to sort of shut down the healing that you get from the Comfey. Now, of course, Comfey could be playing Sweet Kiss, which is going to be, fully based on shielding their allies and disrupting the enemy team. But if it is playing its healing moveset, they have so much to limit that on the side of Nouns. So it feels like they are counterpicking not only to play around it a bit, obviously, like you mentioned, reposition with Buzzwole, dance around them and do continuous damage with the Sylveon, but at the same time, shut down that healing factor, which could be huge.
Is that enough, though? You're going to get the consistent damage in, right, with Mystical Fire, of course. Bruv's got to be on point. These Ice Fangs have got to hit. These Earthquakes have got to hit, because if they don't actually get that split second you need to pin the Zoroark in place for just a heartbeat, all of those things don't necessarily work on their own.
Right.
You need to be working in conjunction, and that, I believe, to me, starts with Bruv being able to be very good on this Mamoswine, lead engagements, good communication. Bruv's done it for 4 years. I know the team trusts him, and I know he's looking to step up just like he did on that Lapras Secure Say the Thing.
Here we go. DreamMax Esports, your purple team. Nouns Esports, your orange team. DreamMax, their backs against the wall. They have to win here, or not only is their tournament done, but their chances of heading to the World Championships are gone. In front of them, the legends from EU, Nouns Esports, already up 1 game and feeling great. I mean, the difference in their faces, their energy, their chemistry that we're seeing on stage here today compared to yesterday is night and day.
I agree completely. Buzzwell stepping up. Very good early game. Going to try and jump on top of this Torchic, who's now carrying the Comfey. A lot of good pressure on Gatlu. Good magician maneuver there. That Hoopa passive that you press the button, you yank a barrier AOS energy. Way able to top off Gatlu and keep them safe. Well done.
I mean, look at this here, just really aggressive on the side of Nouns. You love to see it. Toon making their way to the top path right here, just staying far enough away from that experience to make sure that it wasn't shared over to the Armarouge as well. Right. They want to make sure that they can get this Buzzwell level 5, which it will have level 5 for this fight. Sylveon rotating up top, leaving just the Swinub in the bottom path, level 5 on Gatlu, and they're going to get aggressive.
You might as well. You've got 4v2, and it's just a Torchic. Infinite pressure forever. Poach it as soon as the Comfey jumps off.
Big scores here in the top path. 12 points left in this goal zone. Gatlu stacking up. 3 members of DreamMax in the bottom path just against that Swinub, and they definitely could go down, as now we have 2 members of Nouns invading the central area of DreamMax, trying to take away all this experience and make sure that stays a Torchic. And look, they were able to get the red buff. On the other side, Kadu with that Comfey collar taking experience of their own.
That's a good call. I mean, Kadu has to try and find value somehow out here, because right now the top path has gone sideways. And while all that was going on, Bruv was able to hold the bottom path themselves as a Swinub.
Yeah, really impressive stuff here. Snorlax moving in with a heavy slam. They know where the Zera is. A lot of the experience going over to the side of Nouns. Zera looking for a possible fight here, but not finding a good opportunity, peeling away from this engagement. Gatlu, the Buzzwole, the only one left in the top path. Toon now having to peel back, actually deciding to move forward. Slow Smoke looks like it's going to stop that engagement.
I'm stunned. Bruv is level 5, outpacing the Snorlax on the other side. They were by themselves 3v1 for almost 40 seconds. Spraggles at the start of this one when Nouns Esports rotated top to do all their damage there. Combuskin, that goes in, and they're doing a ton of damage in tandem with Kadu.
Whoa!
Gets a KO. Nice pick up and cover by Gatlu. Gets a quick knockout. And now, all of a sudden, Gizine and Alivo have to rotate up for Zera goes down, and Gatlu once more. This level 8 Buzzwole is an absolute unit. Flexing the biceps, gets trapped with a grassy knot, kicks right through it, and goes back towards Bruv.
I loved seeing Buzzwole send him up into the sky with that uppercut, recognize the HP was low enough that when they landed, they'd get KO'd, and turn right back around towards the other members of DreamMax. Gatlu on a bit of a tear this morning here. Absolutely crushing game 1, level 9 already in this match. However, we've got the Zoroark on the other side. The experience being prioritized for them, they're also level 9.
Yeah, oh, that's a huge over up top there. I believe that was 1, so it's a plus 29, giving up the basement Regirock, and now they're just going to defend. We've got the Trick Hoopa again on the Piloswine, working in tandem. Indy going to have to peel away, can't quite get out of there. That's a knockout. Now we've got a Desu, dodges the grass knot, but here comes Kadu, goes straight in. With an Earthquake cover, using the Unite move, darts halfway across the map, and somehow everybody kind of makes it out.
Yeah, kind of really great play there from the Zoroark, and the split-second Unite move for Adesu to save themselves. Nouns, in the meanwhile, they have been scoring in the top path here, and now they're getting this Regieleki. Doesn't look like Miraidon's even going to try to contest it here, so this is walking towards this tier 2, and DreamMax is going to have to decide how they want to deal with this. They've been targeting down Inder through a lot of this match, but if you're only KOing the support, you're not getting that much value.
Yeah, Earthquake in, and really Bruv's just going to try and buy as much time as possible. It's just going to be, I believe, an 8 or 9 over there on the tier 1. But meanwhile, look at all the work and like point-based damage that Nouns Esports is doing in the top path. They've decided they're playing through top, and they have executed that plan very well. Now they're going to get a... Whoa! Getting out of dodge, criminal activity by Nouns, and that's the level that these players play at. They are fighting for their lives.
Yes, they are. 108-231. Nouns already crashing and breaking the tier 2 goal zone in the top path. This opens up not only a lot of plays later in the game with Reggie Alecki, but it really limits the mobility and it limits the vision that DreamMax has. Very valuable to getting a tier 2 out of the way early as we move in for a big fight right here. No, it looks like DreamMax going to peel away. Nope, they're coming right back.
I mean, now, well, Olivo trying to put the block up right back into the action is Kadu, but everybody's there waiting. Power Nap's going to kick up a couple. Now we're low on HP. This is Zorark's kitchen. Are they willing to cook? Buzzwell tries to take to the skies, but the Armories is dealt with. Back the other way, Zera goes down. Bruv HD is fighting in the Flowery Fields forever. That was put up by DreamMax, and we're going to keep going. Kadu's looking for more. Can they get more? They're deep in the deep waters now. Giesing hops on, but they're quickly knocked out. And talk about a BOGO deal. That's a 2-for-1. You get the first one, the second one's free.
Beautiful stuff there from Ender, running down to the bottom path right here, looking to see if they can unite the team, and they can. Reggie Steele is only at half right now. Nouns running to see if they can rip this away and push away members of DreamMax. They need to keep that Blaziken away from it. The overheat can't find anything. Buzzwell picking him up and slamming him down.
Brother, half HP Reggie Steele, Doctor Strange Indy coming through. The whole squad rides out like the Avengers. They're catching bodies. They're going to take this basement objective, and that's one that DreamMax thought for sure they were going to be able to get for free.
This is rough for DreamMax here. We have an objective in the top path. The one nice thing is this Reggie Alecki is sitting there under the 4-minute mark, Dupsnax, which means another one will not spawn before Rayquaza hits the map. This is great for DreamMax, but it's bad if it sits there for a long time because that means it can still walk near Rayquaza time. This could be a huge play for Nouns, especially when you have that Hoopa Unite move, the ability to bring the team to that central goal zone. Nouns not looking to make that play. Instead, they're going for the safe secure of Reggie right now.
Yeah, you know, but listen, since you started saying that, I mean, that was a good 35 seconds that came off the clock, and that makes it difficult, more difficult to contend with, right? Every second matters here. Quickly knocked out is the Miraidon, and they're just going to look for more. Zera somehow still standing, and then how we use a power nap out of Olivo at the 3-minute mark. That's going to be a tough one to claw back, as Kadu's going to go score, and they're looking for Gatlu here.
Gatlu would love to make a sneaky play, try to get their way to this goal zone. They are all aware Reggie Alecki walked in the main goal zone. Gatlu needs to try to get all the way to that home goal zone. Cannot do it. They would love to have scored there, but they're still doing great. 150, 325. Again, Nouns is going to be waltzing into this Rayquaza fight with at least 100 points ahead, which is a huge, huge place to be. Even if DreamMax scores 200 points, they'd only be up by 25.
Yeah, and now Buzzwell's coming back. They're going to be most likely close to their Unite. We're going to be playing this thing straight up, 5v5. Everybody has their Unite move. We've got 15 seconds till Ray. Kadu looking for some clever positioning as we're leading into the final moments of Game 2.
I cannot overstate this enough. The tournament, Worlds, everything is on the line for DreamMax right now. Rayquaza is hitting the board. Nouns is in a power position. DreamMax needs to take a massive fight. Heavy Slam catches no one. Block to peel away from this engagement. They know that this could be the last fight of their entire season, so they have to take it correctly. They have to make sure they get value out of their moves. Bruv jumps in, grabs the Blaziken.
Reposition for Zera, taking tons of damage. They're so low, they have to eject out. Kadu goes into the back line. We're popping rings unbound. Miraidon goes down very quickly. Good stun on Kadu. They're not even going to look to chase. They're going to go right back towards Olivo. Olivo's caught in an absolute mix of players of Nouns. They're coming back through. Kadu's sitting on the backside. They're looking to put flank pressure. Ice Fang reposition, and they're going to get another knockout. 2 players down. All of a sudden, Rayquaza is sitting at about 55%. Oh, they found Kadu, putting the pressure on. They're looking to chase. Toon and Adesu are on the hunt. Kadu's getting low. Flowery Fields forever, but the tall grass is not enough to slow down the fairy type. They're going to keep this chase on. Giesing hops off. Adesu's low, popping Zoroark Unite. Roll back on as Giesing. Kadu still stands. But what's happening in the middle? The clock is being burned down, and the chase continues. Finally looking to score. They get some points, and Toon is there. Adesu's picking up Mazo on the backside, and finally Toon goes down. The Miraidon Unite is crash landing on the head of Adesu, but Giesing is dealt with. Kadu is dealt with. Verzera is dealt with. Mazo's getting hunted. They are dealt with. KO streak of 3 for Adesu, and it's just Olivo and Verzera left. 30 seconds on the clock, and Dream Max are experiencing maximum carnage at NAIC. Nouns Esports beating the brakes off of them.
Nouns Esports with another 52 points in that home goal zone. Securing this, Rayquaza is not on the board for them at all. Picking up another KO, masterfully played. Nouns does not go down in this fight, dispatching every member of Dream Max as they moved into the Ray Pit, chasing out that Zoroark beautifully, and Nouns Esports secures a 2-0 victory into Dream Max, sending them home and ending their run here. They will not be heading to the World Championships because they ran into one of the best teams to ever play the game.
Dream Max's dreams dashed. Mazo, for the first time, will not be attending the World Championships as a Pokemon Unite player since we've had that event there.
Wow. See a lot of love between these two squads. I mean, this is a team, I think both of these teams are heavy fan favorites. You absolutely root for them. It's gutting to not see Dream Max move forward, but for them to move forward, they would have to dispatch another team that is loved by all in Nouns Esports. And Nouns today, they are playing like the champions that they are. No question about it.
This performance out of Nouns, night and day compared to what we watched yesterday, even in their wins, Spraggles. Even in their wins, they've hit another gear.
Yeah.
This is right where they want to be. They want to keep building on this as we take a look at our replay here.
Yeah, and here we have, you know, that Rayquaza fight from game number 1 here, able to get the huge freezes. Kadu going down in that moment. 3 members of Dream Max down. And then, of course, we have some big Blaziken plays, but look at that. I mean, the fancy footwork from Nouns Esports. And here's really where it all happened. They didn't catch Blaziken. Blaziken actually gets to run away from this, but look at the play there from Gotlu. The eject button tech, bringing the Miraidon in. Miraidon now down. Blaziken has to reset, and Nouns keeps the pressure on throughout this fight. They are looking for members of Dream Max right here, chipping Ray, and they're trying to figure out exactly what they can get. After the Snorlax is down, they are now trying to find Zera, and they do, hopping into the tall grass, and this is really where it happens, you know? Zeraora looking for the great escape, Zoroark, excuse me, looking for the great escape, but not able to make it happen.
And you see the chase continues, right? Adesu and Toon recognize how important this knockout is, what this represents, right? This is kind of like the last gasping breath of Dream Max, sits on the shoulders of Kadu here. Quick score to try and iframe out if there's an attack or something. Mazo steps up. They understand the value of Kadu. They do get Toon. However, Adesu becomes relentless. Pops their Unite move.
Beautiful.
Knockout, knockout. Chase continues. Now Mazo cannot get away from the pressure of this Sylveon. And what a way to absolutely stamp themselves as one of the top teams. Gotlu getting the nod.
Yeah, I mean, I think Gotlu's playing out of his mind today. So far,
games.
Both of these games look absolutely
games.
phenomenal. Buzzwolf, 5 knockouts, 54,000 damage, but it wasn't only the damage, it wasn't only the knockouts. What a playmaker throughout all of these matches. Truly, I feel like such an X-factor player, and when you let him off the leash, he goes wild. Sometimes too wild, which we've seen. Other times you see a performance like that. You see Gotlu with, I think MVP, no, Adesu first game, but Gotlu with MVP performances both of these matches. We are going to send it up to the big stage for an interview with Inder. Take it away.
Hello, Pokemon Unite trainers. We have Indy from Nouns Esports. Make some noise for Nouns. All right, first off, single elimination today, all games, high intensity. How are you feeling after that game with DMX?
Feeling pretty good. You know, we've had some shortcomings when it comes to playing on-stage events, but I've done this one before. I've had some good luck at NAIC before, so I'm just channeling that positive energy.
Up next, you have the regional champions from North America in Orange Juicers coming up next for you. How are you feeling about that set?
They're obviously a really good team. We're very familiar with them. We've been very close. I mean, Zug's been a good friend and a former teammate of mine. But I know that Flareon's is going to be trolling, so we got to get in his head a little bit.
Thank you so much, Indy. You have a lot of fans here in North America, since you are from here, from North America, but also from home. A lot of the Nouns fans tuning in from the EU region. Anything to say to all your fans and all the Nouns fans out there?
Yeah, I mean, I got a lot of shout outs, so give me a little bit of time, but all the fans in EU that embraced me moving to London and starting my journey over there, to Blaine, who is on the bench right now, but he's been a phenomenal manager, substitute, and just pretty much everything that we could ask for. To all the fans watching, that everyone tuned into my stream, in the Discord, the tier 3s, I know all of you guys are supporting us. And obviously to the people that are the closest to me, my girlfriend Samantha, who's here in person, front and stage, my mom back home, who I know is tuning in. And yeah, just thanks to everyone.
Lots of emotions here in the North American International Championships. One more time for Nouns. All right, heading back to the booth. We'll see you in a short bit.
Boy, I love Ender, man. I got a little tear in my eye. He's getting teared up. It's just, a lot is happening up there. I mean, as you talked about, some teams' dreams are dashed, other teams are living it out right now. He's been on this stage before, and he's won at NAIC. About to run into another group who's been on this stage before and won at NAIC. Didn't get their trophies, though. I don't know if they've ever talked about that.
They've never mentioned it. But
they should talk about it.
I mean, that's the story of NAIC. Sometimes to make your dreams come true, you got to crush others. You know, in the case of DreamHack, unfortunately, their run ends. Their dreams are crushed, but Nouns' hope to raise a trophy in the LAN environment on an international stage for the first time is still there. That first prize, and of course the Juicers looking to do the same thing, because apparently nothing is good in this world.
We have so many amazing teams in front of us, right? We have the Juicers. We're figuring out who's still going to Worlds.
Correct.
I mean, we have Daybreak, Revelation, Bees, so many good teams left in this tournament looking for that spot. Peru is going to play. Luminosity is going to play. I mean, we have such a stacked day of Unite. It is incredible, Doomsnacks.
Yeah, I mean, of course, like you said, Daybreak Revelation, I think, is where everybody's got their eyes on right now, because we know the implications of that match specifically for that final world spot. And that importance is not lost on those players either. In Fu's interview, they said, listen, the next match matters a lot, right? That's going to put us in pole position to get that last spot. We want it. You know, after falling short just shy in their own region, but obviously a quality team, because they're the ones that won the event to send themselves here to compete.
Yeah, if we have that bracket, I would love to take a look at that bracket. Yeah, do we have it? I would love to see where we're at here. Perfect. So we just saw Nouns take down DreamHack. They're going to face off against the Juicers. Luminosity Gaming Stamina, they have their tickets punched to Worlds. Juicers Nouns, they have their tickets punched to Worlds. But if you look at the top of our bracket, Peru, they're set to go. But Bees, if they're able to take Peru down, have an opportunity to get their Worlds invite. All the way at the bottom of our bracket, Revelation Daybreak. If Bees is not able to stop Peru, then the Revelation Daybreak match will decide which one of these teams wins the final stretch spot to Worlds.
It's such an amazing and intense event. And like you said, if Bees beats Peru, not only is that one of the biggest upsets in competitive Unite history, that means that there's even more pressure. Because even if the teams in the next bracket lose, they have to go square off in a placement decider. To see which ones is not only going to get the higher spot, but also obviously get the last spot to Worlds. Come on, baby.
It's crazy to think about. I mean, if they move on and take down Peru, if Bees does this, and then on the bottom side, obviously, one of those next two teams would be fighting for that spot. And like you said, you could have a reality where a placement match actually ends up being a Worlds invite match. Crazy day in front of us.
Also technically possible, Bees and one of those two teams competing for the last spot at Worlds. What does that say? Jake?
It says Jake late for casting, Sprague, but
he was there on time.
In my defense, when the camera came up, was I on screen? I rest my case.
Case rested, which means we need to go rest because it's break. Just fired off screen. Let's go. Get us out of here.
Take us the break.
Take us the break. Get with it, Ben.
We are playing Pokemon This or That with Aaron here, Grass type edition. You ready?
I'm ready.
All right. Sunflora or Carnivine?
Carnivine.
Carnivine or Go-Goat?
Go-Goat.
Go-Goat or Eldegoss?
Eldegoss.
Eldegoss or Abomasnow?
Abomasnow.
Abomasnow or Scovillain?
Abomasnow.
Abomasnow or Meganium?
Abomasnow.
Abomasnow or Victrevel?
Abomasnow.
Abomasnow or Delmise?
Delmise.
Delmise or Decidueye?
Decidueye.
Decidueye or Sprigatito?
Sprigatito.
Sprigatito or Bulbasaur?
Bulbasaur.
Bulbasaur wins it all. Drop the plush. Oh, congratulations. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Bye. We did it. You keep it.
Welcome back, Pokemon Unite trainers, to the North American International Championships, where we are bringing you the broadcast of the final stretch, day 2 of the final stretch here in New Orleans. Welcome on back. My name is Drake Kusan. If you're just joining us, joined with me is Kellosaurus. And Kello had some dreams broken already today. Emotions are very high for these teams. Some of them ending their season with the final stretch today, hopefully finding one more dream to move on to the World Championship Series in a couple of months. How are you feeling with the day so far?
Honestly, it has been absolutely electrifying. I think is a great descriptive word to use. It has just been action-packed, non-stop. These matches are chef's kiss.
Chef's kiss indeed. Nouns Esports having a tremendous performance going up against DMX from Brazil. Unfortunately, we will no longer be seeing DMX in today's event, as this is a single elimination bracket. Just to remind us, fighting for a $50,000 prize pool, $20,000 for the lion's share team. We're going to be taking a look at Luminosity Gaming, first time on broadcast, /Ken, Kyrios, Trainer, Otter, and Overlord. Again, your two-time world champions and currently undefeated in international conventions, looking to continue that win streak here at NAIC. Going up against them are the LATAM North representatives for the World Championship Series. This is Stamina Esports, Kello.
Yes, we have Reggie, Frank, Ranma, Pachi, and Lido representing their team. So they have also secured themselves a world spot by getting a placement in the regionals for their region. So, I mean, world spot has been secured, but as you said, it's that lion's share of the prize pool, but also it's the title that both of these teams are after.
Yeah, obviously lots of emotions between all the teams today. One Pokemon that I do want to highlight that we have been seeing all throughout today, and every set today, I believe, is a Pokemon well known to Overlord. It is that Zoroark. Kello. We saw a lot of Zoroark in that last game. Kadu, unfortunately, not able to get away, even with a Comfey pocket, but Overlord is quite literally the Lord of Zoroark, the Lord of the Sword, some may call him in the past. How do you feel about Zoroark, Comfey, and Luminosity Gaming?
Well, in terms of a Zoroark Comfey win rate, it obviously isn't 100%. So whether we'll actually end up seeing Overlord go and select this Pokemon moving forth, I'm not sure. As you mentioned, we haven't actually seen Luminosity on broadcast. However, yesterday in group stage, they went undefeated 2-0 against all of their teams in groups. They have one of the biggest groups as well. And, well, I mean, Stamina Esports, they matched that. They didn't drop a single game either. Also going that 2-0 clean sweep distance until day 2, where that streak was broken.
They did lose one game to version 1 off broadcast, but they hopefully both these teams carrying that winning momentum from day number 1 to day number 2. This is going to be an absolutely electric game between the two teams. This is going to be a Worlds preview match between LATAM North and North America. And I'm excited to see how this plays out.
We'll have to see if we end up getting chills, if everything's so electrifying. It definitely can feel the tension in the atmosphere as we get these players readied on up to go into that pick band draft phase. But I have a question, Drake. I know we did surprise Pokemon that we would like to see. Is there anything that you would like to see come on out today? I mean, besides the Zoroark.
We've seen so many interesting picks in our cast specifically, Kello. We've seen you got Azumarill multiple times, although it was just a singular player playing Azumarill. That's Joe from Daybreak. We got a Scizor, which is really interesting as well. We got one Decidueye, maybe a couple of Decidueyes. I know Nouns Esports loves to play that, but here we go. Looks like we're heading into the first draft for game number 1. Luminosity on our purple side, Stamina Esports on our orange side, and pretty typical. Bans are going to be Hoopa, Blissey, Snorlax, and that Blaziken for Stamina Esports.
Look, supports are in short supply, so you've got to make that supply even shorter by knocking both of these Pokemon out. Otherwise, we have Suicune being that first pick for Otter here, known either as that supportive type all-rounder, especially when you equip that experience share on it. Otherwise, we have seen in the competition so far more of that backline damage dealer as well, because it is just such a nuisance with those freezes.
Yeah, Suicune, a pick rate of 30%. It has been more than a quarter of the games here on broadcast. It is a very powerful Pokemon, freezing that flooded zone. And for a Pokemon like Zacian, for example, that has a lot of pressure in that mid to short range, is not going to be loving to see that legendary beast.
Well, we have over on the other side Zacian and Psyduck being locked on in, another Pokemon that is quite a nuisance. I know this Pokemon has a 38% pick rate, but I feel like we haven't really seen many Inteleons on broadcast.
Do you think so? Yeah, Inteleon in my opinion, is one of the best attackers in the game, and Curios definitely made a name for herself. I think it was in year 2, able to secure the World Championships win with a boosted auto, a critically hitting boosted auto, but still very high drama. And right off of the bat, we're going to go ahead and see Overlord.
Wait, what?
Locking in a Zoroark, Kello, but without a Comfey this time. We got a Clown.
Yeah, we have Slash picking up a Mr. Mime there. We'll have to see whether they're going to adjust their items there. But hey, maybe leftovers is viable. But yeah, it's really surprising to see a Zoroark picked up without that Comfey pocket. Obviously, diving on in is going to be a little bit more riskier because I feel like Mr. Mime, even with a power swap, is going to struggle to keep up.
How powerful is their team where you can have Overlord confidently switch off of Zoroark to give that to Trainer, their newest pickup this year from Nemesis, who's been an absolute tear of an ad in the central area, and then take the Leafeon?
Yeah, they've done that switcher, but you know what? We have another speedster over on the other side, being that Absol, boasting that high crit damage. You can see that they have equipped that Scope Lens and Razor Claw as well, just to give that an extra boost.
Yeah. Really interested to see that Mamoswine has a pick rate of 28%, which is pretty staggering in my opinion. Mamoswine, I feel like, is a defender that's not picked very often, but that Ice Fang, we've seen it come out to play a couple of times in today's event and in yesterday's event, and having such a huge impact. I was saying it yesterday, it's a difficult ability to land, has very short range, but if you're able to land those Fangs on a Pokemon, you can crowd control them, hinder them for quite a significant amount of time.
How easy would you say it would be to Ice Fang a Zoroark and a Leafeon on the other team?
That's what I was saying.
We need a percentage rate for that one.
We're going to need to get our production on that one. But here we go, everybody. Let's make some noise. Luminosity Gaming, first time on broadcast, going up against Latam North Stamina Esports.
You can see that Otter is going to be supporting Overlord on that Eevee, currently soon to evolve into Leafeon once it reaches that level 4. But neither of them are actually going to push that bottom Boltoy that is the neutral. Instead, they're going to go for that top one and end up missing out on their own other one as the other members came forth.
Yeah, so that Pokemon right there, Leafeon, again, they have a level 4 evolution, so they can confidently get some wild Pokemon that aren't as contested. They're really trying to guarantee that Leafeon to get that evolution. And we see the Zoroark moving down to the bottom path. Trainer actually does not have an evolution. I'm not sure exactly what's happening there, but the Zorua is going down. Reggie pushing forward.
Yes, Slash Candy's left all alone, and they end up getting slashed on down to KO streak for that Miraidon. And this is just going to give opportunity for Stamina to pick up all of this wild Pokemon for themselves.
Yeah, a little miscommunication on the side of Luminosity Gaming. We still have a Zorua on the field. You can see on the left side of your screen that icon still as a Zorua, pivoting up to the top path as well. 4-player push, 2 players here, Zacian and the superhero Psyduck here for the defense. Let's see what LG decides to do. Finally gets that evolution into the Zoroark, but it looks like they're peeling back towards their central area.
Yeah, they still have 4 members here as Ranma is going to push on 4th. They end up getting blocked out by this light screen, but they are still left standing as the backliners from Luminosity Gaming, they're just focusing on getting their levels first.
That is a Metal Claw Zacian, so increases that auto attack speed and is also able to lock in onto some of these speedsters. I feel like it's a lot easier to lock onto them with an ability like that. Leafeon on the field as well at level 6. Swift Swim, Headache Gauge at full, reducing the cooldowns of all of its abilities. Unfortunately, heading to the Pokemon Center.
Do have those 8-minute birds spawning as we have a tussle up in the top path. Leafeon on quite low HP, able to make a grand escape. 2 KO streak there for Otter, and this is going to give a chance for Luminosity to get some points on the board.
Yeah, Luminosity starting to bring it together here. Both speedsters in the top path, again, trying to get that tempo forward and into their favor. Speedsters tend to do that in the early game, and now getting their stacks is that Leafeon. I think the Zoroark is grabbing some Eos energy as well, but the first to fall in the top path, Leafeon, good amount of experience for the Absol, now at level 8, 1 away from that Unite move.
Yeah, no Unite moves on hand for either side just yet, but Absol is really close, along with Zoroark and Leafeon on the other side, as it does end up getting it at that level 8 mark. We do have those second set of birds spawning on in. Luminosity did manage to get the Altaria, but missed out on all those Swablu's.
A rather slow start for 2 teams that love a very aggressive play style. Absol and the Zoroark going in for a 1v1. Midnight Slash unfortunately finding nobody. Overlord here for the confirmation as well. Emerald Emerald two-step on the forehead of Azashian as they're trying to escape back to their tier 1 goal zone. Take a look at that Ice Fang, but Leafeon is able to stay alive, getting a shield from that Razor Leaf, getting the KO on the Zacian.
You've definitely got to give it up to Pachi for the attempted effort to save their ally. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough to go and save them or that tier 1 pad. Now, Luminosity Gaming are setting their sights on this Reggie Alecki, uncontested and for free, marching towards tier 2.
A slow grind for Luminosity Gaming, definitely a slower start for what we're used to with this team as we take a look at the mini-map. 2 players from LG moving down to the bottom path while the rest of the team makes up shop here in the bottom path to take that Reggie Rock. Let's see what they decide to do here. We see Otter heading into the central area, finding an Altaria family. They're going to take this Mammoth one or this Pillow one at this point, and all these AO's energy to score 5 points from Leafeon, followed by another one from Trainer, and LG starting to pick up steam.
They're at 178 points to 30 points at that 6-minute mark. As we look at the levels, we do have 2 level 10s on the side of LG, however only the 1 level 10 on Stamina. But one thing I am keeping note of is this Piloswine needs to get its full evolution at Memo ASAP.
Absolutely, that Unite move is also fairly impactful in these larger scale team fights. Lots of crowd control and AoE at that final hit. Here comes the Emerald two-step again. Unite move, infinite ice spike, sending them to a spiky grave. And Luminosity Gaming is definitely making up shop here in the top path and starting to push on forward as they are getting these knockouts. Kyrios able to get that knockout, or able to get that snipe shot, and a KO streak of 3 for the Suicune.
Yes, that was a great KO streak for LG there, just to go and stomp on Stamina Esports even more. We still have a Piloswine that got knocked out once again. Benefit for Stamina is they have the comeback experience over on their side, considering both of these tier 1 pads have been depleted, but they are losing control of this map.
As we eclipse the halfway point of this game, 193 to 45. Let's take a look at our field state. Inexperience level 12 on your Zorak. That's Trainer on the Zorak. Potentially looking for a score here on the tier 2 goal zone and absolutely obliterate the Absol.
The combinations of the light screen paired up with the 2 speedsters to just go and pincer down that Absol. That was nasty business there. Otherwise, 10 seconds until that basement Reggie does end up spawning, which means they're going to focus their sights up in this top path as Trainer and Slash can rotate up.
Eyes are on Trainer here as they're working on a uniting move. Psyduck. Here's the Reggie Alecki bouncing to the tier 2 goal zone. They are able to KO Slash Can on their Mr. Mime, and Stamina Esports starting to move on forward. Emerald two-step is going to be taken by Stamina Esports as they push on forward. Bright Meteor Future Storm into the goal zone, and Reggie Alecki making it vulnerable.
14 points ends up going in from Pachi, but they end up instantly getting sniped on down. No further points are going in from Stamina Esports, despite that Reggie Alecki crashing on through, and that is going to be 3 members down of Stamina. They're looking really dicey. Things are looking really dicey right now for them.
Yeah, they need to find a way, find an angle to get some AOS energy into these goal zones. Find an objective. They were able to take the Reggie Alecki off of the battlefield, but not really able to get a whole lot of value as the defense from Luminosity is just as strong as their offense. They're going to pivot down to this bottom path. Reggie Ice has appeared in the lower part of the map. This will give them more passive healing for the next 90 seconds.
That shred of that objective was so quick between those 3 members. It's wild. And the action isn't going to stop here. As we can say, Mr. Mime trying to get the isolation, keep that Miraidon at bay, while the rest of those members soak up all of those wild Pokemon for the experience.
1 minute before the final stretch, Stamina Esports still struggling to find their way in. Able to get some scores in on the tier 1 goal zone in the last minutes of this game. Kyrios sitting at level 12, huge benchmark at level 13 should be easy. Right after this Altaria family. We got 40 seconds before the final stretch. Pokemon to watch here, of course, is going to be Trainer on that Zorak. Where is he going to engage? Where is Overlord going to land that Emerald two-step? A number of targets, that Miraidon and the Absol being the prime 2.
30 seconds left to go. I guess, yeah, that's the thing. LG, they just have to hold up base. They need to try and prevent Stamina Esports from backcapping or trying to find an isolation opening. It's going to come down to this engage from Psyduck and Mamoswine, but this is going to put them in a risky position with Reggie Alecki marching towards tier 2. That could give Luminosity Gaming dunks if it crashes.
And it looks like it is going to crash into the Tier 2 goal zone. Stamina Esports pivoting towards the Rayquaza. It is bold, and it is a belly play. And Rayquaza has already fallen. And Luminosity Gaming is going to secure who else? None other than Kyrios with the confirmation.
Holy macaroni, that was such a quick rip. You have the Regieleki crashing on through. Luminosity looking unstoppable with all of these shields. No members from Stamina Esports left standing. And I've got to say, first time on broadcast on that stage, Luminosity Gaming are looking something fierce.
Do not blink, because in a blink of an eye, you can lose an objective, even if Stamina Esports push the objective first. It looks like Trainer is going to be down for the next 20 seconds, followed by SlashCan, but we have eclipsed the 500-point mark, the point of no return for this team. They need to score in more than 500 points. That's more than these players can hold in their pockets. It's time to go to the next game, Kello.
There's a gold mine there, Otto. Why aren't you picking up all of this Eos energy for free? Instead, they go and get the clay doll there and only holding 10 points on hand. But I guess, you know what? They don't really need any more Eos energy to go on through. They just need to focus on the defense for now.
Looks like Stamina Esports pivoting to the Tier 1 goal zone. They're going to try one more time. Left on 7. Nice snipe shot to interrupt Paki on their Mamoswine. They are going to score a full pocket of 100, but still more than 400 points to Eclipse. And unfortunately, with the Psyduck and the Mamoswine and the rest of the team falls, Stamina Esports unfortunately looking fatigued in Game 1.
3 KO streak there for Trainer as they rush on fourth. Only 15 seconds left to go. Guess this is just a moment where Stamina Esports needs to take a moment to rewind, rethink how are they going to approach this next match, because that is going to be their last chance to making it on through in this competition.
Luminosity Gaming with game number 1, first game on broadcast, looking to form. I know they had a kind of disappointing appearance in the regional finals, at least disappointing for the team standards, falling 3rd place behind UNITE Coaching and Orange Juicers a couple of weeks ago. But like I was saying, they are looking to form this double speedster composition. Honestly, this is the Luminosity special and one of the 2 best carries in North America.
They are just locked on in, as we can see on those player cams. But even then, this rip, they knew what was coming. They knew not to take the bait of going and insta-dunking with that Regieleki. They needed to go and prevent this from happening, and they did.
Honestly, not the best securing tools on their side of the map. And we're going to go ahead and take a look at the player of the game here. It is Trainer LGC on their Zoroark. 50,000 damage, 11 knockouts, a pretty low damage margin. But again, this is a speedster. You explode your target, leaving them no ability to heal. Even if it is a low damage margin, those knockouts will definitely take you up.
One thing I love is that Trainer is holding that Zoroark plushie in their profile picture as well. So whether we're going to end up seeing more Zoroark on broadcast, because it was definitely looking good in their hands so far. But yes, LG locked on in, looking fierce so far. Can they continue that 2-0 streak from day 1 into day 2?
Looking very fierce in game, but Trainer there looking very relaxed on one of the hardest Pokemon to pilot. But one of the difficult things about Luminosity's gaming's draft strategy is this double speedster composition, or at least 2 Pokemon that have such high mobility. It's a very volatile composition, right? You need some of the best players to pilot these Pokemon. Notice they don't have a traditional supporter on their team because they're really relying on the player themselves to keep them alive. They don't even have many passive healing tools. Leafeon can build a shield for itself, not very much for Zoroark unless you pick Cut, for example, but leaning on the players and trusting them to keep themselves on the battlefield is something that Luminosity Gaming, in my opinion, is an originator and a pilot for.
Yeah, I mean, to have a Zoroark without a Comfey is quite unusual, so it just goes to demonstrate the prowess that Trainer has on that Pokemon. Otherwise, I guess only Hooper is the supporter ban of choice this match, and Luminosity Gaming, they're going to lock in 2 supporters up first with the Psyduck and Blissey.
Stamina Esports starting out with that Snorlax, taking that away from Slashcan, one of the best Snorlax players in the world, followed by another very prolific Blissey player as well. Inteleon on the side of Stamina Esports, taking that away from Kyrios. It feels like these teams are just taking away important pieces of the other team's composition.
The pieces of the puzzle, that way they cannot complete it, but don't think LG would be phased as they have locked in this Leafeon and Armarouge for their second picks. Gotta take it on over to Stamina Esports. Was wondering where this Eldegoss fits in, and now that I see a Garchomp, it makes sense, but once again, Stamina taking away another piece of the puzzle that LG were building last time.
Yes, just to piggyback on your Eldegoss comment, I think Cotton Spore is also really strong for stopping a lot of these speedsters. And take a look at this. They're going to go ahead and pull out the Charizard. I believe it was in the April finals that Overlord picked, quote-unquote, picked Charizard, but Charizard is a really interesting Pokemon to select here as your 10th pick option. Does fairly well into speedsters like the Zoroark. You can pick them up with the Seismic Slam. It has fairly good mobility in the air to target and chase down that Zoroark. Other Pokemon here that don't want to receive a Seismic Slam, maybe that Inteleon as well. We'll just see how fast Overlord is able to get to level 9 though.
One thing I am noticing is they have the Cursed Bangle on hand, so that is going to slow down that regen that Stamina have, even though it is quite limited if we do have that Pollen Puff from the Eldegoss and obviously that self-regen from the Garchomp. But even then, Kyrios on the Armarouge, the double fire team here, they're definitely looking to bring the heat this next game.
Yeah, that's a very bulky shell. We've been seeing a lot of Fire Spin Armarouge today. No Charge Cannon Armarouge very much today, or Armor Cannon, I apologize, Armarouge today. But with that Blissey right next to it, it's going to be a very bulky Pokemon to take down, and it's hard to allocate what you want to try to target. You want to target the Charizard, the obvious choice, but if you target the Charizard, then the Armarouge kind of just rolls over you, right? So it's going to be very interesting to see how Stamina Esports approaches this new, very new Luminosity lineup.
Well, folks, we are heading on into our second game of the quarterfinals. This is Stamina's Esports' last chance to try and make it on through the competition as LG are one up. They are on the orange side, Stamina on the purple.
Taki heading into the central area, Leafeon there for the engage. It looks like they're fighting over that blue buff. Again, a pretty fast evolution for that Leafeon, as you can see in the top left corner of your screen. Leafeon already on the battlefield. Overlord in this top path, not a whole lot of experience here, especially going up against a Gible. It's going to be hard to out-secure these two Pokemon.
Yeah, but Overlord cannot really do much but stand on pad as Otter is going to go and try to secure that Bunnelby for themselves, waiting for some support from Trainer, who has arrived at level 4 with that red buff.
Trainer up here waiting for the Altaria family to spawn. Looks like Zoroark heading down to the bottom path, but a mass exodus. Two members of Stamina Esports, Snorlax and Zoroark, heading up through the central area for a gank of the top path.
Yeah, it is going to be a 3 versus 4 in favor of Stamina Esports here. Just a matter of whether they can secure any of those wild Pokemon, but it looks like not enough as we still have a Gossifleur. Nonetheless, we have Reggie being able to lock in a KO and some members getting some Eos energy in to start us off.
Yeah, to be expected. Again, it's going to be a question of how fast they're going to be able to get Overlord to level 7 to get a Charizard, and then further to level 9. And we know Zoroark to really dominate this early game. And as you can see, in early game domination of that top path, Charmeleon has vacated the top path entirely, heading down to the southern part of the map.
Yeah, look at this. A rotation from Luminosity to have all 5 members to pressure this bottom path that is on 42. They are potentially looking for a break, but I don't even think they have enough Eos energy on hand.
Yeah, Trainer's going to go ahead and continue to score to build up that attack way and get closer to that Unite move. Overlord at level 5 to get that stage 2 evolution into the Charmeleon. In the central area, a small skirmish breaking out here. Here comes a Swift Swim, headache gauge up to full, and the Gabite is starting to take lead at level 7.
It's just a moment of reprieve as we wait for the next lot of Swabblers and Altaria to spawn. As we look at the levels, we have 2 level 7s on either side. However, I'd say Stamina is falling just a little bit behind, considering they have 3 level 5s.
Yeah, not only that, but this Leafeon gets online early. Level 4 evolution into the Stage 2, and then level 8 Unite move. So it will definitely have that Unite move as they pivot down to the bottom path.
Swabblers and Altaria are here, but we have that Armourouge getting knocked on out, leaving Slashcan to try and secure all of this experience for themselves. Meanwhile, downstairs, we actually have that bottom tier 1 pad being broken.
Yeah, and Overlord, we do have a Charizard on the field as well. Slashcan still up here in the top path. As we pivot down to the bottom path, we see a Regice has appeared, and they don't have a tier 1 goal zone, but Luminosity is making a really interesting play. They have pivoted from the bottom path all the way up to the top path, ignoring that Regice.
The benefit for Stamina is going to give them global experience. It has managed to tick on over that Zoroark and Garchomp to level 9, who now have their Unite moves on hand. LG able to take this Regieleki for free. They didn't manage to break down this tier 1 pad. Is left on 44, so that potential for a massive overdunk if they have the AOS energy.
10 points from Trainer, 4 points from Otter on the Blissey. Here comes the big bomb, 37 points coming in. A 31-point overcap is going to give Luminosity Gaming an even further lead, and the game is just starting to unfold with Overlord having their Unite move available to them.
Yeah, not looking for a target just yet, instead just cleaning up these buffs for themselves, trying to starve out Stamina from catching on up.
135 to 226 as we approach the halfway point of the game, and Luminosity Gaming is taking more risks now. They have broken both tier 1 goal zones in terms of experience economy. Stamina Esports will have more experience for the remainder of the game unless Stamina Esports breaks one or both of these tier 1 goal zones.
Yeah, that is the benefit over to them, and you can see it reflected with the 3 level 10s now over on their side. So slowly catching up. Otherwise, Overlord ends up getting sniped, but here comes the Bliss assistance to shoot across the map and save them from getting knocked out.
Overlord deep in enemy territory. They do have a Unite move available to them, and Eldegoss the first to be burned to a cinders. Here is the Seismic Slam, finds the Garchomp, responds with a livid outrage of their own. Otter on 1 HP and a Dream. Unfortunately, that Dream turning into a Nightmare, and Overlord by themselves blocked out by this Snorlax right now. It looks like Slash is trying to find a way to Overlord, but here's the Leafeon for the support.
They do have jump pads available as we have passed that 5-minute mark. Very risky move from LG, but that isn't going to stop them. Overlord, as we can see on that bottom screen, is going up against the Eldegoss, and the Eldegoss comes out on top.
110 points as we eclipse the halfway point of the game. 19 points will bring this goal zone down to 4. We saw this in the Nouns Esports game, but another LATAM team moving down through the central air with a very highly mobile Pokemon. They are going to take maybe this blue buff. No, they use that last bit of feint attack onto Slashcan to escape back through the central area.
You can see that Regieleki is getting worked on by Stamina, as Luminosity Gaming is going to secure a lot of these wild Pokemon. There are a lot of yellow dots on the map.
Yeah, 4 minutes remaining in the game. Regieleki going over to Stamina Esports. Let's take a look at our field state once again. Level 11 on Overlord on their Charizard, 12 on Trainer. On the other side, level 12 on our Zoroark. And it looks like Stamina Esports may be pivoting for a tier 1 goal zone to work with. They want to bring the scoreline a little closer to parity before the final stretch.
Well, there's still 1 minute and 50 seconds left to go. Regieleki did get worked on by Overlord, so it isn't going to make its way through. Otherwise, it's just a stalemate for the time being, as both members retreating on back. No, they're not. I feel like they're trying to trick us here.
Possibly. Package is getting some vision for the team. They know there's a lot of members most likely down here for Luminosity Gaming. You know, they have some highly mobile Pokemon. They are pivoting down to the bottom half.
Oh
Psychic
my
to
gosh.
catch out Reggie, and an Emerald 2-step sends them very quickly back to the Pokemon Center.
Yeah, risky to go and send Zoroark so far without any backup, but they instantly got deleted. Up here, we have Overlord picking themselves up a 2 KO streak, and LG, they have most control of the map, and it is continuing as Overlord's not letting up just yet.
Yeah, tier 1 goal zone has been broken off screen, and Stamina Esports again just looking for an angle, trying to find some knockouts. Unfortunately, losing their Zoroark in the bottom path. They did use their Unite move, and unfortunately for Luminosity Gaming that Charizard needs to get that Unite move back online, but it is a fairly fast Unite move, and it's going to be so pivotal in the final stretch.
We do see a few yellow dots on the map, but LG, they look at prioritizing this basement Regirock as Stamina Esports are nowhere in sight. We can see on the mini-map, so there's 4 members waiting for that Regieleki.
Yeah, Regirock brought down very quickly. Defense, special defense boosted for the next 90 seconds or until you are KO'd. Reggie working on the Regieleki will give them one opportunity to score and give them the score lead if scoring with full. But Luminosity Gaming up 1-0, Stamina Esports back against the wall. They need to win this one.
They need to try and find an opening here, and Holmes is diving straight onto that Rayquaza because they have the rip, but they end up getting caught out in a seismic slam, sent to the skies and back to the Pokemon Center.
Overlord taking to the skies, raining down Hellfire onto the battlefield. Rayquaza already brought down to 25%, a slower rip this time. Taking to the skies is the Eldegoss, and a blissful assistance from the Kanto region gets the confirmation.
Otter with the secure for LG. We've already had a few dreams broken here today, and it looks like Stamina Esports, their dreams of making it through is slowly slipping through their fingers as Luminosity at 325. It's not too much of a difference, but we can see that some dunks are going in that home base.
Armarouge scoring 100 on the tier 3 goal zone. Otter just being a nuisance on their side of the field, and Luminosity Gaming first time on broadcast, looking stronger than ever, taking that momentum from game day number 1 into day number 2, not losing a single game yet this weekend.
I think thinking about this match, the movements were so precise from LG, not moving a step, even though there was that stalemate. It ended up being that Zoroark, and from there, I mean, even though Stamina managed to catch up in levels, it's these choices that LG that are making that they're making all right.
Here we go, Packy, one more valiant stretch through the bottom path. Their tournament life on the line. More than 400 points to Eclipse here, and LG is making a stop even on their tier 1 goal zone. Overlord once again taking to the sides and grabbing, securing a KO streak of 2. Slash-Can getting the final knockout of the game with the Psyduck. Frank being closed in by Luminosity Gaming, and they will be moving on in the final stretch.
2-0 all day yesterday, and they are going to continue that streak for day 2 at NAIC. Luminosity once again are looking very strong. They have the title of the champs of LAIC and EUIC. This is one step closer towards that hat trick if they can secure the title of NAIC 2.
Building the Infinity Gauntlet of trophies from the ICs. One of the best teams in the world to do it, and some of the best speedster players in the world. And I feel like that's the archetype to talk about in this game in particular, is how well Luminosity, their players are able to play these speedsters. Leafeon, Zoroark, some of the best players to do it. I felt like every time that Zoroark was just maneuvering around the map, wandering around the map, they just found themselves in the wrong neighborhood, and that neighborhood was trainers. LG was able to find that Emerald 2-step multiple times on that high priority target.
Yeah, that's the one that you want to take down, the fellow speedster, but you know what? We are going to see Stamina Esports at Worlds because they still have that World slot. So that was just a taste of what's to come in Anaheim.
Yeah, an incredible game. We're going to go ahead and take a look at the first flip, I believe on broadcast, one of the fastest flips we've seen all weekend. 10% boost to Rayquaza's HP, not for Stamina Esports, that is. Unfortunately, losing that flip out. I think in game number 1, that was really their only opportunity. They were losing team fights. They needed the Rayquaza. They were losing in points quite significantly. That was the only thing they could do.
Yeah, I mean, Luminosity, as soon as they broke those tier 1 pads, they just controlled the match. But yeah, look at this. Reggie getting picked on out by Trainer, and the next target is going to be Frank on the Inteleon in the backline while the rest of the members shred down this Rayquaza.
Yeah, if Trainer is able to take down the Zoroark, that allows Overlord to use their Unite move on basically whoever they want, and Blissful assistance to get the secure on Rayquaza, and then it is off to the races. Inteleon Leon could not escape as LG, the wrecking ball of NA, continues to press on forward.
I know Darkrai is the one to bring those bad nightmares, but I've got to say that Leafeon coming and charging on through, and you know what, I think Charizard's bringing some dark nightmares as well with those seismic slams. Overlord with the player of the game, 74,000 damage dealt.
We're gonna go ahead, we're gonna have to ask Overlord if this was their intentional pick or unless Trainer fell asleep on stage. I believe that was, yeah, maybe a power nap. Yeah, he's definitely a carrier, not a Snorlax player, but we will have to ask Overlord if this was their intended pick, but did it make an impact? I definitely think so.
Yeah, it didn't really make a difference to LG if it was an intentional pick or it wasn't. It didn't end up costing them the game. And I think even though they struggled earlier on to get that Charmeleon phase, once they were online, they were just charging on forth, especially with Otter by their side.
Speaking of Overlord, I believe we have an interview on stage ready with Luminosity Gaming. Let's go ahead and kick it to the stage for our on-stage interview.
All right, thank you so much, Draku and Kello. An incredible match. I'm here with two-time world champion Overlord, multiple international championships now too, and of course, Charizard aficionado. So, first question, was this an intentional Charizard pick, or did Trainer forget to lock in their pick again?
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that this time it was intentional. So.
Okay, an intentional pick. Why does Charizard work into that enemy comp?
Well, I don't know if I should say it right now, but I think it's good, you know, to keep opponents on their toes, you know? You never know when the Pocket Charizard will come out.
I like that a lot. Okay, some variety, that makes sense. I did have a question. Your team, for a long time, like ever since you've all been competing together, has been really well known for your aggressive play. You're headed to the enemy central area, you break goal zones early, you make sure that the enemy team just doesn't have a chance to breathe. However, that's a very punishing strategy for a lot of teams. Not for you, though. So what makes LG unique, and how do you pull that off?
I think what makes it work with our team so well is us three carry players, me, Trainer, and Kyrgios. We're all pretty naturally aggressive players. So, you know, when it's like calculated aggression and we're all, you know, on the same page, it's very, very hard to stop. And it's just something that fits our play style very well as a team. So.
Wow, Unite Math, the one team that's good at it. That's sick. Okay, awesome. Now, the final question for you. You already have etched into Pokemon history with 2 world championships. Very few players across any title have done that. But I don't know if there's any players that have gotten 3 international championships all in 1 year in any Pokemon game. How cool would that be to achieve here at this event?
I mean, yeah. I mean, that's obviously something that we really want to do. But, you know, we still have a lot of work, you know, a long road ahead of us to achieve that. But, yeah, I mean, being able to win all 3 ICs in a year would be absolutely incredible. So.
Awesome. Well, good luck to you and your team. I know you got a lot to prepare for, so we'll throw it back to the booth one more time for LG Overlord.
Thank you so much, Zoinks and Overlord from the booth. Welcome back to the caster's desk once again before we kick it off to break. And what an amazing event we've seen so far. And day 2 has been all about Zoroark. Who can play Zoroark the best? I feel like every IC, because there's very little ping, this is the Pokemon that is always a Pokemon to watch, Kello.
You know what? Ping or no ping, I cannot play Zoroark at all. So I have got to say I admire those players that have mastered this Pokemon because it is hard. It is expert after all. I'm no expert.
Before we headed off to break, let's go ahead and take a look at our upcoming day so far. Luminosity Gaming get that round 1 bye to move on forward to the semi-finals rounds. We are going to be taking a look for the next game, Pokémon UNITE versus Bees. Kello?
Yeah, the Bees, they haven't secured themselves a last spot, but I've got to say they are going up into a Titan for the Unite Championship Series. Otherwise, later on, we'll have the Orange Juice's Nouns Esports game along with Revelation and Daybreak. So much more action to come. I mean, it's working up a sweat, I've got to say.
It is definitely working up a sweat for me too. I'm sure for the gamers on stage as well, with how highly intense these games are. A number of teams still looking for their Worlds qualification. Bees, of course, we've already talked about them. Revelation and Daybreak on the lower side of the bracket are, again, a match to watch. We're getting to the point that one of these teams will be giving that invitational spot. Do not go anywhere. The North American International Championships will rumble on very, very soon.
Hi, I'm Spraggles. This is Zoinks. We are joined here with Sebastian. He is going to be putting together a tier list based on your first partner Pokemon that we have available in Pokemon Unite. Take it away, gentlemen.
All right, Sebastian. Your first option's Rowlet, a very good one. In a Decidueye, where are you putting it?
One of my favorite ones, Alolan. I'm going to put it in A.
Okay. I like A, pretty high.
I love Spirit Shackle, so I got to play it. So next one, we got Sprigatito here. Unfortunately, I don't really play speedsters too much. I'm going to put it C here.
Okay, hot takes already. We're only in the grass types. Okay.
I know. You know, I'm not used to speedsters. I'm more to defender role, so I got to do that. Bulbasaur here, I'm going to put in B.
Okay. Yeah, honestly, I think that makes
Yeah,
fair.
it's a fair one. Delphox here kind of struggles for me level-wise.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right, we're filling out the C tier early.
Yes, yeah, but that means we got the better ones later. So, okay. Score Bunny here. I'm gonna put in B tier. I love fast auto attackers, so.
Fair. Okay, love, but only B tier love. Okay, interesting.
But we got Torchic here, one of my favorite ones. First all-rounder. I'm gonna put an A tier here.
First S tier. We got an all-rounder up there. I like it.
Got Charmander next. I'm gonna put an A tier as well. I love my fire types.
Okay, I like this.
Love my Sniper, my Inteleon, my Sobble. I'm also gonna put an A tier also.
A tier, A tier. Been very good Pokemon this weekend.
Yes. My favorite defender of all time is Squirtle here, Blastoise.
Okay. Yeah, we should have seen this coming. Sebastian, big Blastoise main.
And now finally we got Froakie here. I'm gonna put him with the Brethren, also with auto attackers. So.
Okay, yeah, we got a pretty clear delineation. I like it. Spraggles, final thoughts?
What a list! What a list, what a day here at Pokemon NAIC 2025 in New Orleans. We're here with the final stretch, and you know, I don't know if I agree with a lot of those picks, if I have to be 100% honest, but I do love a lot of those partner Pokemon. All right, Bees and Peru Unite coming up. One of our 3 teams remaining that needs to qualify for Worlds. And of course, I'm Wonder Chef, joining Zoinks this time around. Big change up. Just kidding, no change up at all. Honestly, I'm really excited for this matchup. Like I said, there's three teams need to qualify. This one, and then the other 2 are actually playing against each other later. So theoretically, not that we're hoping for anybody to lose, but if Bees does not make this, we get a pure Worlds qualifier match later. Otherwise, they're going to be playing to see who can tie at minimum.
Exactly, yeah. We upset the apple cart if Bees are able to take this one. And that's exactly what it would end up being, a huge upset if Bees are able to take down Peru. We just watched Luminosity Gaming play against Stamina Esports, and we truly saw that level of championship pedigree that Luminosity brings to the table, but there's very few other teams in our competitive scene that can boast about international championship wins. One of those is this Peru squad that's lining up here at the North American International Championships. They got the EUIC trophy. They're looking to fill that out with NAIC, catching up to LG little by little. Yeah. And their path is going to have to be through Bees, but Bees, they sting and they hurt.
They do. They are looking quite good. Again, our team that probably we expected to see the least out of all of the teams to make day 2. Again, players that we are familiar with for a very long time, but a lot of players that usually place, I would say, a little bit outside of the top 8, which is very similar to kind of what Version 1 was doing. However, a lot of these teams, they're really leveling up. We're seeing them a whole lot more. They already defeated Ignorance, which is a great team from their same region. But now this is going to be one of their first opportunities to play out of region, which is going to be a really whole different experience, especially when you're not going to a lot of these ICs and getting far in them or to Worlds before. You don't really get too much chance to play against teams like Peru.
Yeah, and the last time we saw Bees was in that game against Ignorance, like you were mentioning, and went to that full best-of-3 distance. And it was about as back and forth of a match as you could imagine. One match just felt handedly one way for Ignorance, and kind of the second one did too, some Rayquaza heroics. But in that game 3, I think really defined what this Bees playstyle is going to be all about. They really found a way to shut down Ignorance in kind of this, uncoordinated team fight. They found a way to persevere and won that 2-1. It is going to be a huge challenge to go against a team with so much stage experience and so much experience just playing with each other for years in Peru Unite. So definitely a big challenge up ahead.
And we can see here the bracket, kind of how things are playing out. We just got a chance to watch Luminosity do extremely well against Stamina. Stamina going home, but again, we are going to be seeing them later, an extremely strong team. Yeah. And then And Orange Juicer vs. Nouns will probably be a similar storyline. I'm very excited for that match, as I'm sure a million people out there are. But again, the stakes are maybe not quite as high as they could be within that match. Obviously, you want the money of winning here, but two teams that have qualified. I believe they both have travel awards as well.
True.
So that one's going to be a very fun match, but not the stakes of the other two matches. The match we're going to watch up top, Peru versus Bees, and then Revelation Daybreak, the only match between two teams in the top 8 matches that are both unqualified for Worlds. So those are certainly going to be the ones that you're going to watch. I love the fact that we've got a bunch of different types of really hype games going on.
Yeah, exactly.
With different stakes for different reasons.
Yeah, eventually we're going to start talking about these championship matches and, of course, wanting to take the title. But for the time being, it's these 3 teams that are really standing out as hunting for that world spot, and for good reason. We have that event coming up in just a few short weeks in Anaheim. And while we're here in New Orleans, it's an exciting place to try to qualify. We get so many of these online matches to determine our Unite Championship Series results. It's so fun when we get these players in person ready to contend for those spots.
I love the graphics, all just like Peru Unite versus Bees.
Yes.
Just feels like they're going to just bring a big
also,
cage of bees.
lowercase b is wild.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, like there's going to be a bunch of bees on
production is
stage.
letting us know that it has also been pretty tough on production.
Okay, thank you, production.
Yeah.
I'm sorry it's tough on you. But we'll see if the Bees curse can continue for production. Peru Unite, pretty normal name, I would say, altogether. Right. Not going to be confusing people. But also names that we have will not confuse us, as we've seen them forever.
Exactly. One Pokemon that was such a standout for Bees in their last matchup was that Ceruledge that ended up being in the central area. Peru, one of the only other teams in this tournament that has played a whole lot of it. I think both these teams relying on that pick quite a bit. So I'm curious where it goes in the draft. If I had to guess, I think Bees has a bit more priority on it than Peru will. But still, it has been a Pokemon that has kind of been filling into this anti-tank role, a very important one with how bulky some of our metagame has become.
Yeah, it's done surprisingly well. I don't think I expected it to do quite that well, but we will see if it ends up back in play. It seems like more of the teams that have continued to move on actually have been using that.
Yeah, exactly.
And another big brawler that's been pretty important in those most recent matches is going to be banned out very quickly. And then, of course, a pretty, I would say, targeted ban, most likely, with that Leafeon, which is something that's been happening against Peru a lot this weekend.
Yes, yeah, it feels like Nemo's Leafeon has been called out in these ban phases. But Bees are in that first pick position. You and I talked about it a lot. They love to fill into that second pick. So we'll see where this series takes us. But with the first pick spot, we do have Pokemon like Psyduck, Blissey, Snorlax, all available. Blaziken and Suicune being maybe those other high priority Pokemon already in the ban phase. And Bees is going to lock up that Blissey.
Blissey first pick. Blissey, super high, I guess, encounter rate, so fully understandable. That is going to leave some really, really good flexible options open, though, for Peru. I feel like, maybe I'm wrong. Does Peru play Blissey all that much? I feel like maybe I don't see it.
has played it in the past, but I do think it's one of their less frequent selections.
Yeah.
That is true. I do think Peru Unite are one of those teams that likes to play a little more split than a big team fighting focused squad. So Blissey still getting a lot of value, but maybe not as big of a priority. I do think with a Blissey first pick on B's side, it does allow Peru Unite to almost give up the Psyduck in a situation, right? Psyduck tank is a viable option, but now KO can kind of pick the Hoopa safely and have Draken be the main source of crowd control with that Snorlax. On the side of Bees, it looks like Bits is running back the EXP share Garchomp here in our quarterfinal.
We've seen, we've seen it work. It's a viable thing. Mewtwo as well. Mewtwo's been showing up actually quite a bit. In a few different versions, actually.
Right.
Not as weird for sure as the EXP share Garchomp, but you know, at this point, I can't be weirded out by too much. And Buzzwole, actually, Buzzwole's a really interesting pick at the current moment. It's looked really good sometimes when we've seen it, and I feel like it's actually hit a few bans for a few different teams.
It has. I mean, Gatlu's Buzzwole, I think earlier on today, was just such a highlight reel of what a top-level Pokemon like that can do. However, into a matchup against Blissey, it can be a challenging one. So this is almost inviting, like, all right, well, if we're going with that Safeguard build, it might be a bit tougher. Dan does get on that Ceruledge again, but Bats is going to go to the Absol. I don't know if we've seen Bats play the same Pokemon throughout our entire tournament run. A lot of variety from our last pick on the side of Bees.
Yeah, I think Absol's doing great today. Every time that we've seen it, it has also hit, I feel like, more bans than I've seen picks, if I'm being honest. But even though it's relatively rare. And on the other side, I'd assume that is going to be normal Scyther.
I believe so, too.
Yeah, I mean, that is just a comp that we've seen from Peru so much.
It is. Last World Championships, they ran the Buzzwole Scyther again and again and
Buzzwole
again.
Scyther,
So
yep.
the bug comp remains.
It's really, I mean, I've said this before, I think that Buzzwole works best when you can sandwich with an assassin from like behind them.
Yeah.
It's really, really good to kind of like pull people in two different directions, like literally, I guess, if you're Buzzwole. But Scyther does a really, really good job of kind of playing at that range. And also, even if you don't be able to get, or if you're not able to sandwich them, it has extra range. It has more range than a lot of the other speedsters, aside from maybe Leafeon, who's currently banned. So you can play a little bit of a safer game and take advantage of whenever you get picked up by that Buzzwole, you know exactly where you're going to land for the dual wing beat.
Yeah, that's true. Line up some really nasty dives with a Nemo Scyther. That would be phenomenal. It's interesting to see a Nemo, well, let's be frank, force this Scyther in a lot of scenarios, right? It is a Pokemon that they are so incredibly good at that they can make them these meta-relevant threats. But a lot of times when you look at Scyther, it hasn't been up to snuff, and usually when we've seen it in metagames past, Scyther has been picked for basically one priority only, and that is just a 100-0 burst monster. Back when like Venusaur was all the rage in the metagame and was healing through any team fight, Scyther was one of the few Pokemon that with their Unite move combo could actually completely delete it without the Venusaur regaining all its HP. On this side, there's just a whole lot of squishy Pokemon, so Scyther is going to be playing much more assassin focused.
It's got a lot of good targets as we get into game number 1 here. Again, Bees needs to win this set to continue on closer and closer to a Worlds qualification spot. If they lose here, because there's another match that has 2 Worlds unqualified teams, they are guaranteed to not qualify. So huge for them. Peru, though, like you said, no mercy ever.
No, not at all. And take a look at this tempo on this Buzzwole. Normally a Pokemon that really needs its level 5 to put on some aggression is already charging into the enemy goal zone and getting some early stacks.
Why is it super stats time and not normal stats time? That's what I want to know.
I love super stats. It's Super Swole Slam.
Super Soul Slam, that makes sense. That does make actually a ton of sense. Super stats time.
Now this is my favorite stat though, by far. People know how much I love the jump pad stat.
Oh yeah.
So very, very interesting. I love Team Bees. I am cheering for them now due to their jump pad differential.
That's a pretty big difference. I also like the number of hats. That's always going to be one of mine. Currently we can see a hat on screen with Kea picking up the cool snapback that Hoopa does tend to have sometimes.
Do we count Bats' crown thing right now? Who knows? Either way, Bats has showed up here for the fight. Actually going right for the wild Pokemon, which Tempo can punish with that Buzzwole. First big super-powered Bidoof is gone. Going to be knocked out. And Peru unite with another massive team fight win on the top side. That goal zone is left at just 26 HP.
That was actually something I was going to point out early in the draft, but well, actually, hold on a minute. Let's take a look as they invade over here. And they're just going to be stealing anything that they want to. I like this attempt to kind of take some of this experience rather than fight them. Just say, okay, maybe we can steal it before they can even get to it. But this is certainly some bullying. This Buzzwole is looking so incredibly powerful, and what a perfect way to get back. I was going to say I assumed they weren't going to go back in, but they all went back through. They say no area is unsafe for us. We are winning this well, and hey, look, another jump pad to Peru. We got to change that stat right now, stats team.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even think about the middle jump pads. Wow, this changes everything. All right, well, either way, Peru Unite feeling very good about said changes as they do have a very small score lead, but level-wise, it really couldn't be farther apart. What a strong start for this team from Latin America South. Currently, no response from Bees. We're still waiting on a lot of Pokemon to scale up. Both their EXP share Pokemon only at level 5. Same with the Ceruledge.
Now, you know, I was talking about how when you slam somebody with the Buzzwole, you can line up a perfect dual wing beat, but you can also line up a perfect snipe shot, which is exactly what we just saw, and that is one of the gnarliest combos in the game. I do believe that is the official legal term, gnarly.
Gnarly! Yes, that's true. All right, Dan, clearing these Pokemon into these Swabluzzle turret. Nemo going in 1v4. They got the Unite move, though. Green Illusion dives, sets them up for 2, looking for number 3. Unstoppable for you 2. I can't bring you far. They find the Blissey in the tall grass, but unfortunately, that goal zone plus the shield going to be too much for the Scyther that's carry. But hey, a 3, pretty good.
Honestly, it kind of looked like they were like, oh, it's just the Blissey. Never mind. And they just walked away. Like, maybe they could have taken it if they really wanted to, but they were like, That's not even worth my time
I
right
already
now.
have 40 points in pockets.
Yeah, my net worth is simply too high. It is is not worth opening that check envelope.
Ooh, a jack button to engage with the Buzzwole. And Evo does take a lot of damage, though, in grave danger. Buzzwole will get a score in, but consolation prize is Bats will be picking up a ton of comeback experience with the Scyther, and same with Dame on the Sarah ledge to return the Buzzwole knockout.
Zyna's popping the Unite right there is like a wild call. That is so extremely confident and aggressive, and obviously it worked out, but when you're doing that, you're like, okay, well, we just lost two of our most important members, and we're on their goal zone, and I'm going to pop Unite. It's like, okay, yeah, you really do think that you could probably 1v4 there, and they basically did, so that's okay, but just got to say, pretty confident game so far, rightfully, for Peru.
Weird interaction there. Inteleon's invisibility does prevent Inteleon from receiving aimed auto attacks, like while they're standing beside them. So Garchomp would need to stand still and guess where they are with an auto attack. It's just a weird, awkward interaction. Draken going to try to start things up, but they are in a 1v4 spot. Hoopa does have the Unite move, and the Snorlax is already taken down. Absol getting to work.
Ooh, nice snipe shot, hitting very, very far away. Lands another one. That's more than half HP into the Hyperspace Fury, into the Buzzwole. Actually, Buzzwole going down. I was going to say, that was actually looking like a pretty good dive. Getting be able to get that reverse KO, though, is really nice for Bees. They haven't been able to pick up all that much, but getting something big is huge, and a great set of kiting from Anemo. Not going to be able to be taken down right there, and honestly, Bees was doing a lot of damage in that fight. It was just all in kind of weird separate spots.
Yeah, the timing was just really unfortunate. Bits makes the decision to go into the central area for a little bit earlier before that fight to get their level 9. But also, we had Draken on the Snorlax go in just a few moments before. So I think Bees felt that need to push that fight. They could take down the defender before everything starts popping off, but then they were 4v4, and without their Garchomp's Unite move to really help them in that early fight, Peru Unite just had to capitalize, and not to mention a KO 4-person stun with Hyperspace Fury, really setting that up.
We're taking a look at Anemo, looking for maybe a back cap alongside another member with 40 points, so they might be able to take on that goal zone. Does not look like they're going to go for that much of a defense. Okay, they scared them off anyway. A little bit of poking up top. I think that may have been a little bit more of a distraction than anything else. Popping the Unite to try and stay up, does manage to win that fight. Now Zyna's turning around, getting one more KO. Everybody diving in to try and at least trade something, and that is going to be a pretty good trade no matter what happens. Popping that Unite to try and get even more, but going to look at pretty good for Peru in that one.
Yeah, impressive stuff. Draken's just so highly leveled on this Snorlax at this moment. Level 10, almost at that level 11, but at this point, Snorlax's bulk can outlast one of these big Sarah Ledge dives, even if that Sarah Ledge is at 13. Block, ever since those recent changes, gives you so much shielding to work with. They just kind of absorb that Unite move, walk away. Maybe you get one, but it's going to be real tough to get more than that with Snorlax on the case.
We are pretty close to the basement Reggie spawning. It looks like we got some pre-positioning from Peru already. Ooh, jumping on and getting away from the Unite, but still, it doesn't matter. The only thing stronger than Unite is one normal hit from Absol sometimes. And I like this. They're using this advantage to rotate down, try to push this tier 1 goal zone. That's going to distract them from the fact that the basement Reggie is spawning, so trying to get more positioning for that in particular to catch up in levels. Is already level 14 on the other side, but that's a very, very late Hoopa Unite being used.
That's the latest hitbox snipe shot I've ever seen to knock out that Blissey. That's so unfortunate. And they hit the puddle that snipe shot left behind, but they will fall down. But it's going to pull back this Buzzwole. I don't know if that was intended. I think they'd rather the Buzzwole be well over there at level 13.5. Keep them away. But this Regieleki will likely be a very favored fight for Peru Unite, as they also pick up the Regice on the bottom side of the map. Reminder, we do have these goal zones up, but there will be a slow rotation out for Peru.
Everything in this game is Peru's side. I mean, look at these levels. They got. We had a low-level game earlier. This is a very high-level game, right? Level 14 on Bees, and they're behind because there's 2 level 14s on Peru. I wouldn't be surprised if we ended up seeing a level 15, maybe even before we hit that final stretch or right around the start of the final stretch. 14, 14, 13, just huge levels. Actually, we are seeing Bees start to catch up. 2 14s themselves as well.
That happens in these high-level games because one side gets really high, and if you steal even one KO, the comeback experience floods the other way. Love this positioning by Peru Unite, by the way. They have this Inteleon composition. It is so hard to fight your way into a battlefield with Inteleon. You would way rather rather have the setup, and right now, Peru has basically this entire area of the map locked down.
Their positioning is so aggressive. It's super far forward. But again, we saw something similar to this in a previous game where it actually kind of, well, it didn't really work out, but then they won the game where they're rotating really far around top. Oh, that is so scary. If they were going to check that tall grass, they would have been pretty much donezo. But they are going to be able to go back. They use that Phantom Force, and they're giving so much time. I mean, I'm glad that, by the way, I love our graphic where we get to see the Rayquaza life so that we don't have to physically be watching it right now. But yeah, like they could have easily burned it down, right? They have the time. They don't want to take that risk, and maybe that's what they're going for.
There we go. It's a check button into that central area. Draken with a absolutely massive block, pushing people out. Bliss's is into the middle. Watch out for that bit score top. Sarah Unite will take it. Bees just jump out of the Rayquaza. Peru Unite, even after having that lockdown positioning, could not stop every member of Bees from getting in towards the Ray.
But the question is, how many shields will they have? Bits looks like they're going to go down here. Oh, they actually managed to get away. They can actually now maybe stop Tempo from scoring. They're going to wait as long as they possibly can. The big question is, how many other shields exist? It seems like they're pretty much all gone, and this is going to be a pretty clean defense. That shield still up on Dan, but no! That shield gets melted in the defense. They really, really needed that. We can see now, none on Blissey, none on at least 3 members. So I think it's Absol and Mewtwo, the only ones that we haven't had a chance to see, and it looks like they have none as well. I have no Rayquaza shields left, and they're still behind by 100 points and 15 seconds.
Right side is it is a tier 1 attack, so the healing will be a little bit less for Peru, but you don't even have time to win a fight at this point. You just got to dive right on top of the gold zone. That's will take out 1. Receives a snipe shot, 23 in from Mewtwo Y, but unfortunately, I don't think that's enough points. I believe Peru's going to be hanging on.
That was, I mean, some points. I'm surprised they didn't push just a little bit earlier. I felt like there was a pretty good chance that they would have, I mean, not that they would have won, but they would have had the opportunity to win. And at that point, clearly there was just no opportunity to win. Even if their full team wasn't there, I think you just genuinely push. But wow, what an interesting situation with them losing all of their Rayquaza shields. It was a great defense, clearly, from the side of Peru Unite.
Yeah, I think potentially a game-changing moment is Tempo winning that 1v1 on the enemy's tier 2 against Bits. Like, that is such a phenomenal win. Not only do they take out Garchomp as a 20-second respawn timer, but also, like you mentioned, removes that Rayquaza shield. So a really phenomenal moment in that game, but this highlight reel could be a whole lot of Peru moments.
Yes. Oh, tons of Peru moments. Yeah, honestly, though, I do have to look back at that moment because if you have the Serral Edge Unite, you can, and any sort of amount of shield of Rayquaza, you can actually just use the Unite to get in and then just score one big. And if they had any more points scored, I mean, I guess technically they needed like at least 30 in somebody's pocket, they might win.
Yeah, okay, so watch the Blissey does Bliss assistance into the middle of the map. Snorlax is the only form of crowd control, but Bits is far enough away to not be knocked up by this power nap, so they're able to rip it down until the Serral Edge is relevant to get that last hit secure. But all in all, our Player of the Game award is going to go to Tempo on this Buzzwole. Surprisingly low amount of damage, I think, in that game, but their value was so much more in the knockout and crowd control department. 57,000 damage and 6 knockouts for Tempo from Peru.
Right. I mean, I think one of the big reasons, I tried to explain this twice, and every time I did, something happened in the game. But I think one of the big reasons why you choose Buzzwole right now is that it's still one of the few really good meta top path brawlers that is strong from moment 1 of the game, right? I think we're going into a lot of top picks that maybe aren't immediately strong. I mean, you know, for example, like Blaziken's a good example where you just you don't have time to hit your power spikes before the Buzzwole can start bullying you. And they played such a strong early game that the late game, they didn't need to do as much because they enabled their teammates to pop off.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's interesting. Those first few levels can be difficult on Buzzwole, but you're right, it's nothing compared to a Torchic or something like that on the other side, or even like what we've seen a lot of today in the Honedge. We've seen that Aegislash being played a little bit more, which traditionally I do like that matchup, but you're right, into the later game is where it kind of thrives. Let's get into game 2, and we're going to be starting off draft with Bees electing for that first pick position again. So clearly there is something they do not want Peru to have, or there is something that Bees wants to lock down. Last game, it was that Blissey. Not anymore.
Yeah, they're not getting that. If they are, then they're cheating, and that is unfortunate. No, but we will see what they do end up picking. This is a pretty tough spot. The Suicune looking like maybe their first pick, which I think would be a pretty standard first pick. I don't think this one's going to be nearly as targeted, but we are going to be throwing Bidoof on the Suicune, and I think that's a great choice.
Yeah, I like it a lot. We did not have that Pokemon available in this last matchup, and the amount of crowd control it has is truly wild. So now, Draken will take that Snorlax. The Snorlax-Hoopa combination has been phenomenal for them. They're going to lock it up again. Peru Unite could run back at almost identical composition if they want to.
This is, I mean, the metas between these two teams are so pretty different, despite the fact that they're playing like kind of similar Pokemon within the metas, but just the way that these teams are playing, I feel like we could see basically the same comps. But obviously this is going to be a very different comp, so forget everything that I just said. But theoretically we could have, because again, it's a similar idea here where Bees is really kind of picking their own things a whole lot of the time, and then Peru is a team that we talked about loves their own comfort picks a lot of the time, so I don't think they're going to be like stealing that much away from each other.
Oh, I think that Armarouge pick is inspired from Zidane. I love that selection. We are going to be looking at the old runitdown.comp from Bees. Ooh,
I like that.
Clefable, a brawling Dragonite. This is going to be a big grouped up composition. I like to call it the freight train sometimes. Armarouge invites that at any given moment. Please come forward. Even if it's not Fire Spin, that's Side Shock ability, anything to work with. We'll love to receive whoever wants to charge forward. Now let's see where Bees goes with their other selections. Now, Dodrio or Absol would be great options for bats to kind of give you some variety, and they are going to change things up a little bit here. Cinderace and Absol not traditionally in those style of compositions, but I do think Lemon's value on that Clefable will be found surrounding the Dragonite.
Maybe not so much now that the Absol is here, but what I was going to say was I would have maybe almost liked to see Peru go back to their, you know, their comp where they chose Chandelure a lot, right?
Oh, yeah.
The Chandelure Scyther, which we're seeing the Scyther now. And I do think that there's a similar idea with the composition here that they're doing, and they're just using Armarouge instead, right? Where it's a lot of kind of similar ranges that the two Pokemon play.
Yeah.
They're the same typing, kind of. But the idea there, I really like it, and I think that they're going to be very, very good now with a lot of AoE damage on their team at dealing with this entire comp. I think the Absol, though, might actually be the scariest, like, kind of foil to their plan.
Yeah, that's true. That could be. Also, when I'm looking at Peru Unite's side of the draft screen, I think it might be a little interesting in the fortune-telling department. Those bands look like bands I would likely select against Luminosity Gaming, who would be their opponent if they win this match, right? So I think Peru Unite's saying, we're going to be playing these style of comps, let's get some rhythm on them, and conveniently, they're going to work into Beast as well. I don't know if that's actually getting their brain space, but I do think they're like, these are our tournament bands. Mew and Blissey, we're going to stick to it.
They've both been very successful. I mean, we got a chance
great
to see.
bands.
Yeah, I think they're super solid bands. Right. Also, again, with Bees, I think the band selection in particular is nearly impossible. They play so many weird things that I think what you do is you just take things off board that they could potentially maybe pick, but you're not like target banning anything because it's like, oh yeah, I'll just go play EXP Share Garchomp instead, and you're like, okay, well, I don't even know why I did that.
This time, EXP Share Dragonite, by the way. When they all locked him in, for some reason, Dan had it on the Cinderace, and Bits didn't. I had a Rocky Helmet on the Dragonite. We did see some swaps, which still doesn't make more sense, but we do have swaps in overall. So it's going to be cool to see a new look at the Dragonite. There's a potential to see not the outraged Dragonite now, but still with that muscle band, we're likely going to see that brawl.
I can't ever say, actually, that I've seen an EXP Shared Dragonite, except for Solo Q, where I've seen it more times than I would like to ever see it, probably. It looks like we are in the game already, and we've got a center area, both speedsters, everything else looking pretty normal.
Yeah, we are right into this matchup, almost a minute gone, as we are about to see the 9-minute mark. 3 players for Peru Unite on the bottom side of the map to be attacking Bits, and Bidoof is God. Bits the first one to fall, but reminder, they got that EXP share. Suicune, the main damage carry of this pack.
And it's been doing a great job of that all day. I actually think maybe we haven't seen any EXP share Suicune, which I'm still a fan of, but currently, nice.
Man, I mean, you can't think of a much juicier piece of bait than a Nemo on 1 HP. Yeah. That tall grass. I do not blame Bats for going for that knockout in any realm. So they charge down to try to find that one, but great defensive play by Peru Unite. Reminder, that is what this Armarouge Snorlax path wants. come to us. We are going to divvy out so much damage.
You want to be nowhere close to that duo,
It's the
for
scariest invitation of all time.
Yes.
Oh, Wonders if you wanted this one.
I wanted, oh yeah, boring stat time. We've seen a stream total of 98 Pokemon wearing hats this event. That seems a little bit weirdly aggressive to me. I wonder who could have written that.
They got you, man. They got you.
They got me. That's not a boring stat, chat. Can I please get some support in the chat that explains that the hat stat is not a boring stat, it just rhymes.
All right, Copium aside, we are at the 8-minute mark. Swablu Alteria's spawning in Tempo and Anemo. First in line to pick those up. Oh, Bat's actually chasing down that Heavy Slam. Will knock them up full heal. Has to be popped by Bat's. Tempo does not have the chase down, but Draken sure does. That news and this Snorlax working together so well.
Yeah, this is a scary trio here. Yep, one initiation is all you need, and everybody else just jumps in immediately. I love that. It's going to be a lot of points in here. Looks like they maybe are not going to break it, or they're just waiting to break it. Yeah, choosing not to break it early on. I do like that a lot. They could have gone for a little bit more positioning. I guess they're the ones with the Hoopa, so they don't care quite as much about breaking that Tier 1 goal zone, but still, they want it.
Okay, well, the potential to now put some points into Tier 2 is going to be available with the Nemo, Kaon, the whole crew rotating towards the top side. That will be Fandom Force Portal build this time around. Interesting. So Armarouge obviously going to be a bit more in the front lines. Having that portal to work with will assist them in those team fights.
Oh, I think it's great. They've got a bunch of tanky options, and those tanky options are holding forward.
Yes.
We have just seen them hold forward the entire game. So many different good options to be able to reset. I mean, mobility on top of a lot of tanky kind of frontliners on the side of Peru. So I think they'll be able to reposition perfectly into the spots that they want to. Also, on the other side, not really anybody that has knockups or pushbacks to get people away from the portals.
Yeah, no knockup specifically. I was thinking Suicune, but all that's going to do is hold you in place until you go back home.
And you're like, okay.
Yeah, not a whole lot of options there. We do have a rallied up defense by Bees against this Regieleki push, but it's Tempo putting short work to that. KO Streaka 2, Anemo dunking in a few points, Zainus as well, and that goal zone already below a half.
Yeah, actually running back to try and 1v1 that Dragonair. They are going to get 10 points in, but I do assume that they're probably going to be going down after that. And this goal zone will go down. Another nice KO for Anemo. Everything looking good. There we go. There's the 1v1, the aggressive Hoopa play, chasing him down. You actually, I mean, you're great at chasing people down as Hoopa, honestly.
Yeah, especially with that Phantom Force. You're able to move a whole lot, and a great success there. They have held them to that level 7 Dragonair. Meanwhile, both the Tier 1 and 2 on the top side have been broken, and we haven't even seen the second Regieleki of the game. So very quickly, Peru setting up some checkmate scenarios onto Bees. While the Rayquaza is always an option, Peru Unite is basically removing every other win condition off the board.
Yeah, the checkmate scenario is seeming already correct. We're less than halfway through the game. This is like that checkmate in 4 move gimmick that like everybody learns once in chess.
Yeah, I totally know what it is.
Yeah, I knew it at one point. Let's go. But honestly, that's what it feels like here. It's just over so quickly, and Bees did an amazing job of really potentially pulling that last game back. They were as close as you could possibly be, but Bees. But they are even further behind by a significant amount this time. I think they're gonna have to pull off kind of a miracle, and they have Pokemon that need to get levels as well. So it's just gonna get harder and harder for them the more and more Peru steal the lead.
That is true. The one silver lining, or how our Bees could start clawing our way back into this game, is they finally have unlocked some Unite moves. Dragonite, Cinderace, and there's the one to start with Cinder. Dragonite secures that Registeel. They can take out this Snorlax. It could be a start of something special with Draken. Other things in mind. Block trying to separate the Clefable from the rest of the team. A very aggressive Hooper Portal by Zainus to bring the team with a red carpet forward. Anemo not afraid of being only at half HP. Instead, a Unite move to execute that Suicune.
Oof, that Unite from the Serena is such a good counter to the Absol as well. I was saying, I think that the Absol is going to be one of the biggest great options against Peru's comp, but if you can stop them just with one Unite, that's all you need. Okay, hold on a minute though. That's actually a huge KO. Anemo going down, and another, well, pretty decently good KO. Any KO is huge right now for Bees. They're picking up 3, 2 of them a little bit lower level, but one of them gigantic. And you can see the levels already starting to catch up just from that alone.
Yeah, also Also, I don't know if you saw one, Rishabh. This is a historic moment. That is a faint Cinderace from Dan. So
I cannot explain how many times I've played Faint Cinderace and how many times on broadcast I've said that I think Faint Cinderace is actually good. And I'm probably wrong, but that's extremely exciting for me. I love Faint. So what are the big things that you can potentially dodge? I guess if you see the Unite happen from the Scyther, then maybe you can feint away and get into a position where it won't hit you.
The first instance, I guess, when it brings all its illusions, it might be pretty tough to dodge both, but we will see. I think Bat's maybe a sixth sense, aware that they were not alone up there on the top. Multiple Pokemon waiting in the tall grass. Absol is the disaster Pokemon, so lore-wise, a very good reason to recall in that moment.
It's an omen, yes.
Exactly.
But they are still sitting up there. Honestly, a lot of sitting around and waiting right now.
Very patient from Peru, yeah.
Yes, but honestly, they just don't have that much else that they can fight for. Every single time that you're this far ahead, there's no experience you can fight for. You can't steal anything from the opponent because you already stole it. There's the objectives that are coming soon, but you already have control of those. All you're doing by trying to fight is giving them an opportunity to get rubber band experience and come back into the game. So playing safe from Peru, I think, is a great choice. I honestly think they could have played a little bit safer earlier on because they did allow those 3 KOs, which you can see kind of almost even things up.
Right.
But I like the way that they're playing right now. They realize, like, okay, hold on, let's not throw this game.
And for Bees, that was the best call you could make. I read you lucky moving towards your home goal zone is truly going to make it over, but Tempo already starting things off with a huge Unite move.
Oh, this is the 2-minute fight. They're committing everything. Unite coming up from the Absol. Not able to catch as many as they maybe want. Snorlax Unite just to maybe keep a few of those members alive as they're going to be chasing out. Cinderace goes down in that top path. 2 other members. All of the damage line basically from Bees has gone down. But now the question is, what does Peru do off of this? Kaz just chasing down, apparently, while Rayquaza is getting burned. Nobody in range except for Bits, and that's got to be the option, but no chance. A great turnaround and burn from Peru. Like I said, that was the question. Will they burn down that Rayquaza? Will they just reset and defend for longer? They chose their answer. They chose it confidently. They made it work, and that certainly is locking them in this win.
Yeah, what a finish from Peru Unite, the only Latin America South representatives here at NAIC, and they are looking like they are in fantastic form, and what a time to do so. Last year's World Championships, they did finish within your top 4, and they have secured that exact same placement here at the North America International Championships.
And looking to maybe, I don't actually know if they're going to be able to, looking to try to hit that 4-digit score line. They're pretty close, but I think at all costs, Bees must prevent that from happening. There's 40 seconds left. It's 40 seconds, probably not going to mean anything except for some stats padding so we can get some more boring stats. But I will say, once again, a huge congratulations to Bees. This was an amazing showing for them throughout the tournament. They showed that they are basically at that level of being a Worlds qualifier. Had maybe some of the luck of the draw of as far as matchups been slightly different, we could easily have seen them in Anaheim. But I do hope that, again, we get a chance to see them in the future remaining as a team because they played great. Even against teams like Peru, while they were losing a good amount of the time, they made the close comebacks a few times. They had chances.
Yeah, what a fantastic showing from Peru, and that means that Bees will be bowing out of the event at this moment, but on the back of a great tournament run. Like you mentioned, Peru, what a squad. This Latin America South team, I mean, they really do look like they could be headed towards your championship match on Sunday.
I think that there is a pretty high chance. I think if we had to choose, I mean, we don't even need to make predictions because we're getting down to so few teams. But I know. Yeah, again, I almost feel like I didn't even need to say that many good things about Peru because we just know that they're so good. They've showed it so many times. Yeah. They're one of the few teams that has traveled to nearly every event. Yeah. And so, for example, like them and Nouns and Luminosity and Orange Juicers, who are all still in this bracket, I think we've had a chance to see all of these teams so much, and Peru just continuing to show that they have been on that level, that consistently high level for years now.
Yeah, they're such a fun team to watch too. Another interesting thing about this team is who they're representing, that Latin America South region, right? Which has been a pretty intensely competitive region, as this year in specifically, multiple teams kind of vying for that championship spot. Peru's had a lot of competition. They did win the play-in tournament for this event, of course, but there's teams like Yanagarasu that have been so phenomenal that will also be attending your World Championship. So a lot of exciting things to look forward to for LATAM.
Right. Love all of our LATAM teams. Unfortunately, now 2 of them are out. Well, not now, but earlier. 2 of them are out, so Peru being the only one remaining. And so we will be seeing them later, but we just get a chance to watch all their amazing play once again. And they really were just in control pretty much the entire time. Like I said, there were certainly moments where Bees were in inches from making the comeback. Obviously, taking the Rayquaza is gigantic, but even in that sense, Peru doing an amazing job of defending was so impressive. When you have to understand kind of like how to win off the back foot after you've been winning, if that makes sense. Like how to do the best thing in a bad situation, or the, I guess, worst thing that could happen in a good situation.
Yeah, it's such a tough opponent against Peru, but I do think you're right. They were making some really good decisions. I loved that Regieleki take before that final battle on the top side. It's the great moments, but in the end, it is Anemo with the Scyther, who had a 77,000 damage game and 14 knockouts, by the way. This Pokemon, you know, historically has not been loved by everyone here on the commentary team, but Anemo does still seem to be the exception.
I don't know who you could be talking about. Certainly not the pair of casters that will be following us. But you get a win today, Zoinks. You get a win today because they can't be like, why does Zoinks think that the Scyther's good? Because that was obviously some great Scyther gameplay.
Yeah, Anemo just really makes the pick look on an entirely different level.
Yeah, Anemo, and then I'm blanking on the name, but who's the Japanese player? Do you remember the name?
Slime?
Slime, yes, thank you.
Slime loves that
I've forgotten Slime's name like 40 times, and it's like the easiest name of all time. But both of them, I want to see them play Scyther Mirror.
Top level. Okay, Scyther,
just 1v1.
Scyther 1v1 side event at Worlds, please.
Yes.
I'll enter.
We'll enter, but those 2 get seeded to Grand, so it doesn't even matter.
No, and then we make Spraggles and Dupes next commentators.
Yes, yes. Deal.
Yeah, perfect. This is a perfect plan. Nothing could go wrong. And so Peru could be moving on against Luminosity Gaming. I mean, what a matchup to go against. However, when you ask those teams who they want to play against the most in these brackets, I feel like, well, we've interviewed those teams a lot because they do very well at events a lot. That is always the answer. They want to play the guys on Peru, and of course, the Peru guys want to play the Luminosity team. They are such a fun rivalry, and the fact that it's going to be a semi-final match in our tournament, I mean, that's so exciting.
Right, I mean, we've got that one. We've got the Nouns Orange Juicers, which is going to be a very similar caliber to that. But I did just hear that our guaranteed next match that's going to be on broadcast, unfortunately for Dupes Snacks and Spraggles, it's not going to be a Nouns match for once. No, I'm just kidding. Very fortunately for them, it is the World's Qualifier match, our next match. So
folks,
it is going to be, yes, Revelation going up against Daybreak. And I'm very sad that I didn't get a chance to cast that one. I think everybody wants to cast that one. That one's really exciting. 2 names that maybe people didn't expect as well, and a final guaranteed decision. There's no like we're gonna maybe go to a tiebreaker. We might see what the other matches happen. It's gonna be that guaranteed. So I'm looking forward to that one. I'm probably just gonna sit right here and just watch it and listen to them.
Yeah, we were scheduled to cast it, but then production saw this, and they were like, yeah, let's take them off of it. So, unfortunate, but it's going to be an amazing match. I cannot wait. I know all of you can't wait, so just begging you to wait a little bit longer. We'll be back with more Pokemon Unite at NAIC right after this.
Hey everybody, I'm Zoinks, this is Spraggles, and this is Bridget mentioned, and we are going to be making a Pokemon first partner tier list of Pokemon that are not inside of Pokemon Unite yet, and how much we want them. This is the grass types edition. Bridget, are you excited?
So excited. I can't wait.
All right, well, let's get started.
Okay, Trico. I love Gen 3, but I'll put it in A.
Okay. Ah, similar, Gen 3. Okay, I like it. All right, next up.
Turtwig. He's so cute, but I'm going to put him in B.
Ah, why?
Oh, I don't know.
All right, great. Turtle is the reason. Turtle's the reason.
Grookey. I love Grookey. Grookey and S.
Wow, okay. A future Rillaboom. That'll be, you know, VGC players are a little scared, but us Unite players are excited.
We need a monkey.
Yeah.
So it feels right, feels correct. Chikorita's kind of my girl, so she's also going in S.
Hey, okay. I know Spraggle's a big fan of the Meganium line too. That's hype.
Good, as you should be. Ooh.
Yeah. Fair enough. All right, next one.
Snivy. Eh.
Okay. All right. How do you feel about your list overall?
Honestly, I stand by this.
Fair enough. And one big face from Jake. Thanks, everybody.
Welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. Here we are at the final stretch, live in New Orleans at NAIC. And up on our stage, we have Daybreak from OC, Revelation from North America. And while we have some amazing matches coming this weekend, Duke's next, this could be considered the biggest of all, because that final world spot that you earn here at NAIC in the final stretch is being fought over right now between these two teams. Every other team qualified, all ready for Worlds. So this is it right now. Someone on that stage in a very short best of 3 is going to find out whether or not they are heading to Worlds.
Production's certainly happy you're on time, and I'm here. I'm on time with you right now, because this is going to be a heck of a match. We were talking about this a little bit before we actually got on camera. OC taking that second spot back. They had it taken away from them, and they said, no, we should have always had one. We're to come earn it. And there we go. Daybreak is literally one mere best of 3 away from doing just that. Little OC representation, and of course, a little self-pride and sending themselves to Worlds. On the other side, Revelation, an NA team that's had an overall pretty successful season.
Really good year.
That being said, they are now one best of 3 away for punching their ticket to Worlds.
That's right, the little region that could. OC somehow possibly clawing that second spot back, and then you have Revelation in their way. One of the best teams in North America not yet qualified for Worlds. Well, it's all coming down to this, everyone. Revelation is starting our draft phrase?
Sorry.
Starting our draft phrase.
I've never done that, so I feel embarrassed for you.
I feel good.
But just know that it's okay.
Don't worry. I'm actually going to leave. I'll come back when I get it right.
Perfect. That's why I rolled my sleeves up, because I knew I was going to do a lot of solo work. Here we go. Zarina ban, Comfey ban, Suicune, and Talion.
What a draft phrase.
That Zarina obviously is a target ban, which is some of our favorite things to keep track of throughout the tournament.
Yeah.
Because the teams that decide to go with target bans seem to find themselves in positions of success, and right now might be no exception.
Yeah, there are so many good Pokemon in the game that it's hard to ban out something super powerful unless you know not only does this team play this Pokemon very, very well, but it's also very powerful.
Correct.
But when you look at a Zarina, when you look at a Comfey, you are very clearly trying to shut down a strategy that your opponents have. We've seen Daybreak play things like Zoroark, Comfey to perfection. I mean, even like giving Luminosity a real run for their money with that combination. Now the question is, what do they want to do with some of these powerful picks taken away from them?
Yeah, you know, I like that Daybreak has kind of found themselves in a strategy where they don't need to prioritize Snorlax at all. Foo's been playing a great Mamoswine all weekend long, and they clearly feel comfortable on that pick. Urshifu grab by Celestial here. And D System C, of course, on the Mew. We haven't seen a lot of Mew, you and I, and rounding this out with a Mewtwo. And if that's in Oblivion's hands, I'm assuming it's a Mewtwo. Why?
That is indeed a Mewtwo. Why in that final spot there for Revelation? Revelation's had some really interesting picks over the course of the year. Right now, they have a little bit of a different squad than you've seen. Pika Diff is filling in, but he might not only be filling in, but getting that spot to Worlds. Pika Diff seems to always get a World spot.
The timeless wonder.
Yes.
The timeless wonder. Just absolutely amazing. Great human being, by the way. Just like a very pleasant person.
Wonderful dude.
And I guess we can't go without saying Scizor rounding this thing out. We saw some success with it yesterday. You know, that bullet punch, it really gives it a lot of sustainability. And when Joe locks in this Scizor, it's not like what we just watched with Peru. It's not going to become a Scyther. It is going to evolve into Scizor.
I'm glad that you hit the Scyther.
The Scyther?
It's not just me screwing up. We both can screw up with the Scyther. You're right, but it is going to be a Scizor, which I think is going to be really interesting to see. We've actually seen some very unique picks out of Daybreak. And OC as a region, they play things like Azumarill, Scizor, a lot of Aegislash, more Aegislash than you see from other regions. And it's been working out so well in this tournament. They actually were target banned earlier for their Azu pick. So I want to see what the Scizor can do. You know, it brawls well. They have a lot of physical brawlers on the other side. Bullet Punch is pretty dang strong. If this thing is in an engagement, the longer it's there, the more value it brings to the team. So, you know, Daybreak is looking to keep that healthy for longer. And then on the other side, Revelation wants to shut that down early or just disengage from it.
Yeah, of course. Revelation having a much more standard draft from what we can call it, say the thing.
Here we go. Revelation, your purple team, Daybreak, your orange team. Again, one of our two teams here are qualifying for Worlds in a very short best of 3.
Going into the top path, Luniere and Dispenza. Dispenza having a great day yesterday, specifically against Nouns when they squared off. And we want to see more of that out of them here, especially when you give yourself such a prio pick in Sido.
Yeah, it looks like we are playing a little bit of a safer clear on the side of Revelation there in the top path. Just getting what they can, deciding that they can't really battle against that Garchomp super well. And we've talked about this Pokemon a lot over the course of the weekend. Mew here in this bottom path recently received a couple of very nice buffs. Mew players are eating well with this patch.
They absolutely are. Surprising, I thought we would have seen more, to be quite honest. Fu getting right into the face of Revelation. I believe that was secured by Revelation in that exchange. Fu have to go back, grab a berry, and you already see Celestial. Blue Bear mode. We're going rapid strikes.
Yeah, we are looking to fight and brawl as well. I don't know if you really want to brawl into a Scizor, but both of them love to be up in the mix a lot. Here comes Scizor moving in for this fight right now. The birds are immediately gone. Scizor continuing this fight, chasing it down right here, looking for the KO on Bullet Punch.
Amazing.
But no, pushed away there by Dispenza. Huge.
The Dispenza Surf right there was a difference maker. It split them off, Joe, from the rest of the team and allowed the real estate needed to get that KO safely.
Yeah, beautiful play there from Revelation. That was very nice. Not able to pick it up with Scizor, although you saw how close it was. Without that disruption, I think that Scizor is able to continue pushing.
I agree completely. Anon taking a lot of damage here. There's the Surf, pinning it against the wall. Now we have Hoopa, Liz, sticking around very close, magicianing a berry up to make sure that Anon does not get knocked out, because that would have spelled disaster early.
I gotta say, I mean, you were calling it out. Dispenza feels like they're on another level right now. They've got the cape on. They are the superhero of this team as they move forward for another fight.
Oh, wow, look at all those stuns. The Blue Bear coming through. Joe can't even get a move off, and sacrificed in that exchange is Fu, the swine up. So good engagement by Celestial, but also great follow-up by who else? Dispenza again.
Really nice stuff. We have Oblivion almost level 7 on their Mewtwo here in the top path. We do have the Garchomp scoring, but they are just getting crushed immediately. Dragon Claw combo does pick up multiple members of the team, but they go down. Mewtwo Y is mega right now, but they're going to peel away from this fight.
Yeah, you have to get away, especially, look, I don't know how many times this match I'm going to say Dispenza surfs to set up a knockout, but right now it's 4, and we're under 3 minutes in.
Nice play right there with the Blaze Kick, pulling the Scizor back, but deciding they can't fight right there. Obviously, with Overheat, you are able to secure just about anything in front of you. And we have this Blaze Kick at level 8 already. Jesus. Very powerful. They're going straight for Regieleki.
I mean, having Hoopa and Piloswine at level 5 stinks. It's hard to lead the charge for your team in that position. Quick Regieleki taken, and we're going to see if they want to push. It looks like they do. Celestial getting a KO streak of 2 downstairs, just working in tandem with Pikatif. As upstairs, we've got points going in, and now we're just going to afford them to get more stacks and a big 28 over.
Beautiful play right there from Revelation. Very much in control of this match. Scissor not finding its moments yet as they're trying to give themselves some space so they can take Reg Ice. But here comes Daybreak, maybe a little too late. Yes, it was too late. Revelation somehow with the secure from the auto attack there.
Yeah, I mean, I thought for sure that would have been Joe's opportunity to secure something. They needed that tricked and Phantom Force back through the portal. Can't get knocked out is Joe. However, Anon catches a receipt, and that's a big butt heavy slam by Pikatif to get that. We got Mega Mewtwo, putting some pressure on, and it's Sayayay back the other way. Fu is in a tough spot. Fu goes down.
Here we have the charge up from the overheat, not able to catch anything right here, but they're moving forward in this fight. Scissor trying to defend on this goal zone, but with the Urshifu and Blaziken, they are pushed away for a huge overdunk. 40 points into that tier 1, 234-30. Revelation in control. Their sights set on that big old marble in Anaheim.
It's a huge marble, and they want to see it with their own 2 eyes. They want to hear about it, and they are making sure Daybreak doesn't get to see it right now.
Whoa.
Great scraps, good overheat, but they're getting at least 1 KO the other way. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! 10 Jack Queen King ace, and that's nasty business out of Revelation.
Wow, what a fight. That eject button overheat from Blaziken catching multiple members. I think it was 3 members of Daybreak right into that fight, moving in with the fire punch and just ripping through them, cleaning them up, scoring in the bottom goal zone. Halfway through this match, and Revelation is winning by a factor of 10 so far. 316-30. Daybreak is, I mean, it looks like they got to pack their bags here if they can't change much.
Yeah, pack their bags because it's to head home, not to head to Anaheim, where the world's largest marble.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, you can pack your bags both ways. I guess everyone's packing bags.
Correct. Everybody's packing bags today. Mewtwo Y Unite actually helps defend this pad in the face of 4, and now the Hoopa portal zips everybody back through, so they successfully defend the 4v2, and now they're trying to counterpunch in the siege upstairs. Not too sure we haven't flipped these 2 screens yet because there's a fight going on. A Unite has been used. Celestial does go down, and there goes the picture-in-picture.
There we go. Mewtwo KOs the Garchomp in the top path. They're not able to push that in, but I think they're feeling pretty good about their position right now. Battling against the Scizor. Scizor uses a Unite move, trying to pick up a KO here in the middle. They are going to stay around here for a moment. Bullet Punch, look at that recovery. Mewtwo Y coming in to try to make something happen. Big time power nap. Solar Beam not finding a KO. Scizor still fighting. Not able to get one yet. Finally, Mamo gets the KO.
I mean, just shows the sustainability that Scizor has. You can see what they're trying to do here. And if they work well in tandem with Joe and give him the opportunity to get a couple bullet punches off, that might be the way to turn the tides here.
Reg Ice going down here. Easy to the Blaziken. We have the Garchomp fighting with a Snorlax, just being pushed into the wall right there. Some mean business as we have a Dragon Claw combo. And we're going to see what these two want to do. Oh, okay, here comes Blaziken. That's over.
Yeah, Blaziken just stepped up and said, hey, Sherlock Holmes, I'll help you solve this mystery. It's us, baby. We doing it. Revelation looking good in game 1 here. Like you said, up by a factor of 10.
And here we go. Nice big heavy slam, but looks like it's just going to be able to create some spacing so they can secure some of those wild Pokemon. Urshifu and Blaziken both at level 13. On the other side, Mew and Scizor the closest things at 12 here. Dominant performance from Revelation, ahead in every single metric, and they might be packing their bags in an exciting way.
Yeah.
Because they're getting ready for Worlds. Some people have to pack bags in a sad way.
But
that's
they
how I always pack bags.
You know what is a bit sad? This Mew, we haven't seen much out of them here out of Daybreak, so they need to make an impact. We're already at the 2-minute and 35-second mark, and time is running out in game 1.
Now you can see multiple members of Daybreak deciding to use this opportunity to possibly fight in the bottom path, take some experience here. Here comes Blaziken, and it looks like no one is going to prioritize this Regieleki. No one on Revelation either. 20 seconds until Ray, and they're just going to let those points also fall in. They're already behind, so it can't hurt you too much, right? 336, 230. Huge psychic catches Mamo, and they're starting Ray early.
Here goes Lunier putting tons of damage on. Mamoswine uses their Unite move, but it puts him in the face of 3. Nice way. That was a huge Levy Sam pinning against the wall, but right into the middle of the action. Garchomp Unite comes out. We have the Scizor Unite on the backside. Bullet Punch comes out. Is it going to be enough to sustain? Joe is still fighting themselves. Meanwhile, Anon is taking a ton of damage. Pinned against the wall. Oblivion's on the backside. KO streak of 3, and that's going to allow them to keep pushing forward, but still standing is Joe. The Rings Unbound Hoopa shrinks back down to size as Pikadiff heavy slams in, creates separation. Easy secure by Revelation because Daybreak is nowhere to be found.
Revelation absolutely dominating this match from top to bottom, taking Rayquaza, picking up huge KOs, and now the burgers are raining in. It's cloudy with a chance of meatballs out here for Daybreak, because here come more Hundo burgers raining from the sky. 5:22, we make it 6:22 to 30. Sorry, 6:56 to 30.
What a game by Revelation, in control the entire time. And now they are just one 10-minute game of Pokemon Unite away from being qualified for the World Championships. On the other hand, Daybreak go back to the drawing board and figure it out because that looked rough.
Yeah, that was very tough for them. They had a very difficult match against Revelation. Just about everything went wrong. I feel like this is a you know, shake the Etch-a-Sketch moment, as you like to talk about. I think you have to get rid of everything here. Scizor was not a factor in this match for them. They had some moments where they were brawling decently well, but they were just, you know, outplayed by Revelation. For me, I'm most concerned. I mean, Blaziken's up there. I am most concerned with that Psyduck.
Yeah, I mean, Dispenza's Psyduck was crazy. Obviously was the facilitator in the early part of the game, another team wipe. But you know who was the difference maker? It was like they just said, okay, that was your turn, Dispenza, my turn, Pikadiff. Dispenza led the first half of the game, facilitating knockouts. The back half of the game was facilitated by Pikadiff, because the only way Bullet Punch Scizor works is with backup damage coming in. The Garchomp was always split from Joe, no matter what. They never got near each other in these team fights. It was a heavy slam block, prio engage on Garchomp, pin them against the wall, create separation. Yes, Joe can sustain for a long time by themselves, but a 3v1 is insurmountable when you have no backup damage to follow up with the Scizor, and Pikadiff knew their responsibility and did it over and over and over again, which means Daybreak has to figure out what they can do now.
Pikadiff is such a difference maker. I mean, he is the special sauce. You add Pika to a team, all of a sudden that team is looking even better than they were before, ready to go to Worlds. I feel like you could just add Pikadiff, like let him help me do my taxes. Like anything he touches will go to Worlds.
Yeah.
Those taxes will go to Worlds.
Great. I'd like them to go to my bank account instead. But, you know, just in case you want your...
Where are my taxes? Anaheim.
What? We're the home of the world's largest marble? Why? Listen, Pikadiff has been a staple and a fixture and a sub on so many different teams for so long for a reason. They're dependable, consistent, predictable, and do the job and get the job done well. Now, when you look at Pikadiff specifically, right now, we're in a Pikadiff meta. Why do I say that? Because Pikadiff is qualified for Worlds pretty much running mono Snorlax for an entire year. This guy is an OG Snorlax player. Oblivion popping off at the end with this Mewtwo and getting that KO streak of 3 to really nail the last hammer the last nail home in the coffin of Daybreak's Game 1.
Yeah, he was nailing that nail. 13 KOs, massive plays there from Oblivion, and you saw him making plays throughout the match. We called that a couple huge Unite moves. It felt like he had some perfect plays with those. I don't know if Mewtwo ever went down in any of those fights, which is also, you know, such an MVP moment. You've got this attacker frustrating your opponents. It has a curse incense on it, so you're also making sure that they can't heal as much as they would like, and you are a constant nuisance. Mewtwo is such a difficult Pokemon to deal with. Psystrike, Teleport, you're always able to get out of a bad situation and clearly put the pressure on in moments where it counted.
Yeah, or you know, put pressure on from across the map. Because that's what, you know, we called it out. They were pushing up top onto the tier 2 following the Regieleki. Meanwhile, we had a 4v2 in the bottom path where Daybreak was finally trying to get something going, but because of the Mewtwo Unite and Dispenza and Pikadiff holding down the fort, they were able to force Daybreak to take the Rings Unbound Hoopa portal to go try and defend their Tier 2 because they didn't have enough in the tank to finish the push on the Tier 1 bot. That is just expertly played, good communication by Revelation. How is Daybreak going to adjust, Cowboy?
That's the question. What's going to happen in this draft phrase as we start with an Inteleon ban over to the side of Revelation? There's the Zarina once more. I think they have decided that they are able to steal away all of these powerful picks. It worked in game 1. We'll see if the Comfey comes out, and it does once again. Hey, if it ain't broke on the side of Revelation, don't change it, don't fix it, don't try to nail any more nails onto it. You're good to go. Continue to ban those Pokemon.
We talked about
exasperated side.
We talked about DreamMax's Rocky Road.
Heavy
and
side.
I think we need to get in contact with Jerry. And Jerry, help us with Ben because we're now on Daybreak's Rocky Road.
True.
And that's going to be the next flavor ice cream we're going to shill out there here because Daybreak needs to figure it out. And right now they went Azumarill as a third pick here. And obviously we've seen Joe have success with it. Is Revelation going to be thrown off kilter by that? I don't think so.
I don't think so. However, if it can get online early, get really powerful, you know, it scales not as well as Blaziken, but early it absolutely crushes Blaziken. I mean, a level 4 Azu, a level 4 Blaziken, they're not even close, right? So if you could take that early advantage, maybe change the texture of the start of this game, we could see something happen here. Once again, Dispenza on that Psyduck, like, silently, or not even so silently.
No, it was very prominent.
Loudly one of the best things going on Revelation. The start of that game was completely controlled by the support.
Oh, without a doubt. Like I said, they were just kind of passing the buck between Dispenza and Pikadiff as to who was doing more to make sure that the rest of the Revelation team was up and going. Now, I like the Sword pick. I think Sword has been a little bit underrepresented this weekend, but we've seen a couple phenomenal Sword games.
Yeah, I think Aegislash is still doing really well. Very, very strong. And against a team that wants to, you know, brawl with it a little bit, it's amazing to have that wide guard, disruption in a big fight, giving yourself a massive shield. But Revelation just looks so good in that last match. And I don't know that much has changed. I mean, their comp is very, very similar to what we just saw. So we're going to see how Daybreak wants to play this year, and obviously they're looking for a win. They absolutely need it. The tournament's on the line, but Worlds is on the line.
Yeah, I want to see D System C get more in the mix. They went back to the Mew, fine. I think Mew is a solid Pokemon right now. Not going to fault you for that. What I am going to fault, though, is the presence and the impact that Mew had in the first game. You got to turn that up to 11 now because your back is against the wall and you only have 10 minutes to bring this thing to parity.
Yeah, we're going to see if Fu using the Snorlax here is actually a huge difference maker. You talked about how Pikadiff has just been crushing it on Snorlax so much. Well, so we're going to see if this is actually, you know, something that's a bit of a counter pick. If they're able to take away Snorlax, take away some of Pika's best tools right here, maybe we could be heading to a game number 3. But right now, Daybreak, your purple team. Revelation, your orange team. Revelation up 1 game. 1 game away from securing their spot to the World Championships.
9 minutes, 45 seconds separate Revelation away from the thing they've been chasing all season long and falling just shy away to Worlds. And now they're knocking on the door, ready to kick that thing down and take over. And that home, of course, is the home of the world's largest marble, Anaheim, California.
That's right. As we're taking a look here at Daybreak in the top path, seeing what they can secure. We have the Azumarill making their way through the central area here, getting that level 4 and then running top. They're going to go for some early aggression in this fight.
Yeah, you have to push now. You know you have the player advantage. Torchic is pretty paltry in this situation. You got to contend with Psyduck, which is strong. Quick rotation by Celestial here, moving in at level 5. That's a Buzzwole ready to rock.
Yeah, Buzzwole ready to fight right there. Not able to get the advantage you want out of this Azumarill, right? Sword still level 4 here. Aegislash nowhere close to being online. You do have Azumarill, but Buzzwole at level 5 is looking pretty dang scary here as we have the Mew rotate top.
Yeah, you got to put extra pressure here going straight in. Anon takes a ton of damage. Working right in the face of the team, though, is that Azumarill.
Nice.
Joe does get a knockout on Dispenza. Picked up, put down. Celestial moves forward. They're looking for DC. Can they get them? No! Whoa. Hey, baby! And then bang! The Hoopa steps up. Now, Combusken They have to scrap with Joe, and this is a good opportunity for a KO if they can get it. KO Shika 2 for Liz. Liz says, never forget about the support, baby. We doing things out here too. Hey, pressing them down.
We have Oblivion moving up to the top path here to try to help defend, but it looks like they did peel away. Daybreak able to take a huge fight in the top path, and once again, Azumarill, an absolute force for them. A Pokemon you probably wouldn't expect. You wouldn't have expected Scissor either, but here's the Azumarill making huge plays.
Absolutely, and you can see the comfort level that okay, 4v2 here, quickly dispatches the Doublade. Fu goes down as well, and they're rotating on that pad. How will Daybreak adjust? They've got the player advantage up top. Dispenza goes down. Mewtwo Y going to start laying in pot shots. See if they can do anything with Joe. Look at that damage level.
Nice.
And there's DC. The Mew stepping up and making their presence known. They heard me out there. I love to see the adjustment.
Daybreak is right back in this thing, playing so well here at the start of game number 2, looking like a completely different team. They're not yet packing their bags, and at least if they are, they want to be doing it in a happy way as they break this Tier 1 goal zone. Azumarill already with the Unite move, going after the Duck, trying to pick up a KO. Mew follows it up, and Mamo goes down as well.
Do you see like the focus that Joe has on Dispenza right now? They understand what the Psyduck did to them last game, and they're trying to be very heads up about that. Good KO on the Blaziken by Anon on the sword as well downstairs.
Yeah, I mean, everything's going well for Daybreak right here, and this is the Daybreak that we've been seeing throughout this tournament, right? That first match against Revelation, they did not look like the team that's made it this far in the tournament, the last hope for OC to secure a spot here at the final stretch. But right now, they are looking phenomenal. Registeel going to be going down to the side of Revelation, while they have a Regieleki walking towards their Tier 2. However, Daybreak taking this opportunity to peel away from that, find experience on the map, and get ready for the next fight. They don't push with it in the top path.
Yeah, I like that lack of overextension. I think Revelation actually over-rotated thinking that Daybreak would be there. They decided to slow things down a bit. There's like, look, we have a small lead here on the scoreboard and in levels. Let's just clear our farm, make sure we can grow this thing and not do any egregious mistakes right now.
We've got another Unite move from the Azumarill here, Doobsnack. So the next time they fight, we could be looking for another big pop-off here. Buzzwole, however, already at level 10. Experience getting taken here by Daybreak, and here they come.
Here comes Buzzwole picking up. Snorlax is down quickly, but we kind of suspected that. Now we have the Mewtwo Y Unite, which forces Joe to go straight in. Huge Aqua Tail, big time damage! And that's Joe saying Azumarill is here, and I love seeing DC in the mix, baby! Finally!
Wow. I mean, Daybreak is fighting so incredibly well here. Something that can't be understated, though, that is a level 12 Buzzwole on the other side at 5 minutes, 30 seconds. This thing could be 15 by the end of the match, and that is a difficult raid boss to deal with. However, on the other side, Azumarill, a Pokemon often counted out in the competitive meta, is once again dominating a match.
Listen, if Daybreak can scale and catch up to Celestial. Remember, yesterday, Celestial is a map roaming player. He's been getting this experience through knockouts. If you force them to have to go farm up, that's a great way to slow things down again. Take your wild farm, force them to make plays, and let's look at Fu sussing this thing out. Now he's gonna get the full information. He's gonna be able to call the team down here. It's a 4-person push by Revelation. A big power nap on pad is gonna try to break stuff up, and here comes the Azumarill. Why they seal the Regieleki? We're gonna stymie this push. We're gonna try to. The Buzzwole Unite is out, and Azumarill's gonna need some help. The Celestial's going in deep, picking up, but here's DC for the cover. Come on, Joe. Come on, DC. Beat the brakes off him. Solar Beam stops some of the scores, but is it gonna be enough? Crash landing on pad is just too late. That thing goes down, and Revelation takes the lead.
Beautiful plays by Revelation. They did not stop pushing this fight. The Regieleki moves towards the Tier 2 of Revelation, but Mamoswine is there to stop it. Beautiful exchange for Revelation, right? They were able to fight on that Tier 2 goal zone, win the massive engagement right there, and take a huge score lead. 88-202, Hoopa Unite move bringing the team through, and it looks like we got a fight here. Registeel already at half. Daybreak looking for a possible secure. Azumarill with the moves, but no, it is Buzz once again taking over this fight.
Now it's getting a little dangerous here because Celestial wants these players here so they can knock them out. Putting the sword up, and they're looking to crack the sword. Sword in the stone, sword is broken, son, doesn't matter. Revelation rolling back through, looking into the middle, trying to find a new target. 3:30 left on the clock, and Revelation is starting to inch ahead.
Yeah, Revelation getting ahead here, 104-202. So with only 100 points, less than 100, I should say, separating these two teams, Daybreak can still peel away from a Rayquaza fight, score a single time, and be ahead in this match. However, the fights are starting to tilt towards the side of Revelation. I think Azumarill, amazing early, starts to lose more and more value as the match goes on. On the other side, Blaziken does the exact opposite. Tough start, but near the end of the match is an absolute monster. Things definitely favor Revelation right here. They also have 30 more seconds on a Registeel buff.
Heavy Slam comes in. They're just trying to suss out, get information, and they're getting a lot of information now. Everyone has shown up for this fight, and Fu is quickly dispatched of. Revelation quickly pivots to the Regieleki. We're going to see if they're just trying to bait them in and take the objective, bait them in and take the fight. Celestial's going straight for them. 30 seconds till Ray. The adventure continues. Joe has Celestial low. Joe is still in the mix. Joe is down. And now here comes Blaziken. Lumiere looking to push. Regieleki hits, and this could be a problem. I'm taking a look, and it looks like there's not quite enough overlap to get that double dunk. So let's get those points and let's reset. Let's get ready for Rayquaza.
104-303, 15 seconds until Rayquaza. Daybreak's tournament on the line. Worlds is a distant, distant future for them. They're going to need to beat Revelation in two huge ways. Mifu moving
Fu's
in
going
early.
straight. Oh,
massive
big solar beam
but they
follow-up.
peel away from this fight. Pikadiff going in. No, this is the fight right now.
Oh, Mewtwo Unite comes out, and now Mamo's rampaging towards Joe. Joe is isolated. Power Nap hits 4. BC is on the backside. Liz is trying to cover. Pikadiff is getting low. The Aqua Tail is out. The sword's knifing through. Can they take down Celestial? They do. Joe gets down Buzz, and now the pressure is on. Dispensa's on the retreat. Anon's low on HP. They're going for the rip. They don't care about anyone else. Oblivion's still standing in the pocket. Dispensa is there. Anon's ready for the secure. It's too early. It's too early. It's too early. Blaziken takes it, and Revelation is shattering dreams. Night falls on Daybreak as Revelation is going to score.
Revelation running to score here after a massive steal at Rayquaza. We talked about Blaziken being the difference maker near the end of the match, having to reset, peel back through after Celestial was KO'd, and now 104-513. While there is a minute left in this match, it is going to be the longest minute of Daybreak's entire season because they have to take the entire time to recognize the fact that they fell just short here. Picking up 1 KO. They're looking for a final push. With 45 seconds left, this needs to be perfect, Doob Snacks.
It needs to be perfect and then some. Solar Beam is there. Pikadiff takes damage. Heavy Slam is in. Block against the wall. They're trying to clear out the trash, open up an avenue. The Unite move is there. Boosted auto through. We're going wide. Guard is there. Dispensa goes down.
Two down.
Players down. 25 seconds left. The push continues. We've got a rampaging Pikadiff on the retreat. They're giving up this pad. They know they don't quite need it. There is literally 301 points separating these two.
Moving towards this tier 2 goals on the Hoopa Unite move, looking to stun them right here. 3 gets stunned. They're trying to attack and trying to score at the same time. 5 points going. It's not enough. There's just not enough time. They're continuing to fight, but they can't score. Revelation is holding the pad, and Revelation, congratulations, you're heading to Worlds, baby!
The World Championships in Anaheim, California is in sight for Revelation. They have just qualified. Pikadiff hucking plushies into the crowds with the pop-off. Pikadiff has now been crowned the oldest human being out of the retirement home to qualify for like every World Championships ever since 2005, apparently. This guy is timeless. This guy is an asset, and Revelation is going to CA.
Another spot heads to North America as Revelation secures their Worlds invite with this incredible match. Daybreak, I mean, what a team, what a run they had. The tiniest region, one squad here, almost making it all the way to the end, but they were stopped by one of the best teams in North America, which I believe brings NA's representatives to Worlds at 5 slots.
Five teams going to Worlds out of NA. But let's not undersell the amazing run and amazing story of this Daybreak team, coming all the way from OC to New Orleans to compete for that spot and literally being one best of 3 away from earning the second OC spot back that was taken away from them this year, and they did it their own way, Spraggles. We talk about OC marches to the beat of their own drum. They're doing their own thing. Well, something must have unlocked in that strategy because they are still themselves, but they have hit a new gear, and OC is pretty darn exciting to me.
Just taking a look at some of the big moments here in this best of 3. There was that Azumarill Unite move, picking up some huge KOs. Such an amazing early start, but you have to give it to Revelation as well. This was that tier 2 push. They were relentless. They never quit. Buzz will Unite. They just kept going, pushing Azumarill off of the pad right there, looking for a KO, massive overheat, and scoring as soon as they peeled away from it.
I mean, and like what was impressive to me here is also the Daybreak's ability to make that waste so much time on the clock. That was pretty much just Joe and then the next person crash landing in. And here you had Celestial really flexing that level 13 Buzzwole, really just standing in the face of 4 and not really caring and able to secure and keep the team moving forward.
But of course, this was the big moment, right? They move in and Daybreak starts this fight so well. They get Celestial early in this fight. Big time heavy slam. Celestial moves forward. The power knot hits 4. I think it hit 5 in that one. Celestial getting knocked up right there, taken back into the side of Daybreak. After they go down, they recognize it's time to win. Lumiere right here has to base in this moment. Rayquaza is being chipped, and Blaziken needs to run all the way back to the fight right here. Right over the wall with the eject button. Getting
Too
ready.
Early.
Massive.
The sword is just a millisecond too early. That opens up the window for one of the best secure Pokemon in the game to do their job. Blaziken, Lumiere, thumbs up, MVP, player of the game, sending their team to Worlds with that little gambit.
Amazing stuff. I mean, you saw they had a split-second decision to make. Do they run through the bottom path, through the choke, power up overheat, and eject in for the secure, or do they eject over the wall, recognizing that this means they probably can't get a sneaky overheat and you have to run in with your Focus Blast Fire Punch? We saw what they decided to do. It was the right call in that moment. It's that split-second decision that changed the Rayquaza fight right there. And we have an interview on stage with Revelation, who just secured their spot to Worlds. Take it away.
And here we are on the stage with Dispenser from Revelation. Give it up to him and his squad once again. Now, Dispenser, how does it feel knowing that you have just secured yourself the final spot for the Western regions for Worlds in Anaheim, but also the 5th spot for NA?
We were so excited to play today. It was a must-win set. We were so excited. Like the moment we won the first game, we were so locked in. We were ready to go. And game 2, after we got the right with a Focus Blast, we were so excited. We knew it was time. We were ready.
Yes, you were definitely ready because that Rayquaza flip from Daybreak, that was so close. What was going through the team comms then at that moment?
We must secure. We're like, Lumiere, why did you back? Why'd you back? And then he comes in, throws the Focus Blast. I'm like, let's go. He secured it, and we're like, we won. It's it. It's over.
Well, it's not over just yet.
I know.
Even though that World Secured has been locked in, you still have to go up against Orange Juices or Nouns. Which of those teams would you like to go up into?
We played Orange Juicers all this season. We love playing them. I love playing Nouns too. We just played them yesterday, and we're like, we 2-0'd them. But I would rather play Orange Juicers again. They're very good competition. We really enjoy playing them, and it's always a close battle between us too.
I suppose we'll have to see whether it will be another NA versus on the stage, or whether we'll see Revelation go up against Nouns. But once again, big congratulations, Dispenser and Revelation. Give a cheer for them. The crowd is going wild. But back to the desk.
Thank you very much, Kello. Obviously one of the superstars of that squad right there on the Psyduck. And I mean, what a moment. They just qualified for the World Championships. We know almost every team heading to Worlds, which is very, very exciting. Another North American representative, which is also very cool. Of course, you know, the end of Daybreak's story, but what a run they've had.
An amazing run by Daybreak, but of course 2-0 by Revelation. That's the bottom half of our bracket. We've already seen Peru 2-0 Bees, Luminosity 2-0 Stamina, and we'll see if this trend in the top 8 continues as Orange Juicers and Nouns Esports, two very, very familiar competitive teams, familiar with each other competitive teams, square off. My heart tells me this one's not going to be a 2-0.
This is going to be such an incredible match. The Juicers are on another level, I feel like, right now. After regionals, I just feel like I don't know if there's a team that can beat the Juicers out there, but if there is, they're all in this bracket right now.
They're all
We're
still
talking
there.
about Peru, Luminosity, Nouns, Revelation. Like, this bracket is full of some of the best teams in the entire game. You're looking at a mini Worlds right here, right now at the final stretch. And I can tell you for sure, I'm going to be out there in the crowd watching this Juicers Nouns game because it's going to be insanely hype.
It's going to be so hype. I mean, you talk about Nouns overcoming DreamMax, kind of their Achilles heel. But in this tournament still is Orange Juicers' Achilles heel in Peru, who have done such a good job historically at dispatching and just knocking the pulp out the fruit of OJ and just pressing through tournaments. So there's a lot of good stories that are starting to materialize here. But next up for this tournament is, of course, Nouns and Orange Juicers. Hang tight, please don't go away. That means it's a break. Throw to break.
We'll throw to break. I hope our break's ready. Is our break ready?
Is the break ready?
It might not be ready.
It's ready.
It might not
It's
be.
ready. It's a
Is
wipe.
it ready?
It's a wipe.
Is the break ready?
Just hit the button.
I honestly don't think it's ready. I'm almost sure it's not.
There it is.
Yay!
I'm just holding them forever, bro. What do they do, bro? What do they do, bro? What do they do? What do they do? I just saw them forever, bro.
Because the fan is living.
I just saw them forever.
welcome back everybody to the Pokemon Unite final stretch here at the Pokemon International Championships in North America. We are coming to you live from Anaheim, not Anaheim.
Whoa, we're already in Anaheim.
We are actually still in New Orleans here. Seems like I'm dreaming into the future, but you know what, folks? That was such an insane matchup. We have 5 teams from NA progressing on through, but next up, we have a pretty fiery matchup, and I feel like it's a tale as old as time. NA versus EU. But I'm Calosaurus, and we have Drake here. How have you been finding today?
Man, today has been absolutely incredible. Huge congratulations to Revelation and at home to the NA region. 5 world spots for the North American region. Love to see that for North America, but we're going to be heading on into a regional showdown. The regional champions of North America going up against the regional champions of EU in Nouns. What an incredible game to continue our broadcast today.
Yes, it is the best of both of these regions, but after all, we are in the North America home territory. So that is going to get in the secret buff. We'll have to wait and see there, but I mean, Nouns looking so far, so good. A little bit rocky here and there, but I think hopefully they've had that chance to take a breather along with Orange Juices. I mean, we've had that pleasure of covering the EU region throughout the whole season, and well, they've pretty much been able to dominate the EU region, but can they dominate the NA region?
Yeah, I know the North American region is quite competitive in terms of the teams that are making it to all of these top 8 appearances, and the Orange Juicers right now the best in the North American region, winning the regional finals. And honestly, I said this in yesterday's broadcast when we had the opportunity to cast them, this is the best the Orange Juicers has ever looked in the last 2 years that I've been casting them.
Yeah, they are definitely looking good so far on their track record. They haven't actually dropped a match yesterday there, so I mean, deep breaths, everyone. I mean, there's only a few more sets to go, but honestly, I feel like things are only just going to ramp up from here.
Now with that Worlds qualification spot allocated to one of the teams participating this weekend, now it's all about the money, the lion's share prize of that $50,000 prize pool, $20,000 to your first place team. And the Orange Juicers is looking to make a pretty penny to maybe buy the world's largest marble. Is it
Wait, is that for sale?
I think it might be for sale.
Oh, well, I don't know if that's what they actually want to spend their winnings on. I don't know. Where are you supposed to display the world's largest marble? In your house? Do you display it in your house? Outside as like a little ornament feature? I'm not sure. You know what? I don't own the world's largest marble, so they'll have to decide that if they decide to actually get it.
Orange Juicers and Nouns, a really interesting, I guess, game strategy for both of these two teams. In my opinion, Orange Juicers is a very contemplative team. They're very strategic in how they move around the map. They sometimes play Pokemon that provide vision for your team, talking about Sableye with rolling it down. But for Nouns Esports, a very aggressive play style, loving to put Gatlu on Pokemon like Dodrio or maybe a Greedent to go into the backline and harass those backline attacker Pokemon. If there's a Pokemon that I'm really interested to see, and I hope I get to cast it, it's the only team that has been able to play and actually be successful with this Pokemon. It's going to be Decidueye from Nouns Esports. One of the only teams, honestly, in the world that is playing this Pokemon to success is this team, and it would be kind of poetic for me to cast Decidueye.
Yes, considering your getup for today, rocking that bow tie, having the little Rowlet features there, it definitely makes sense why you would love to see this Pokemon being played on that stage, being a favorite, but I don't know. Is Decidueye considered? I mean, we have, in terms of long range, Inteleon and Mew, which have looked quite powerful. Cannot deny snipe shot. But then also just the utility that Mew brings, we have seen it come out. That Solar Beam paired up with that Light Screen, can a Decidueye match up to those pair?
I mean, possibly. I think Mew has a lot more tools, obviously, in its kit. It has the move swap. It can move to various abilities. It can even have crowd control with Surf. It has so much ability with agility. Didn't mean to rhyme that one there. But Mew is actually a Pokemon that, in my opinion, is been not picked very often. I feel like I thought it was going to be picked a lot more frequently, but we're actually seeing some surprising things like Miraidon. It's actually not super surprising for Miraidon, but another attacker in Armorous has also had a lot of play today, Kello.
Yeah, that's actually a really interesting point. The fact that we've had Armor Rouge come on out. Whether we're actually going to see any of these attackers being selected by either of these squads, we'll have to wait and see as we are getting our draft readied on up. But yes, looking like Nouns are in the zone here as we have a view of Inder.
Yeah, Inder, one of the biggest pickup of, honestly, the all of Unite history. We haven't seen many players transpose themselves from one region to the next. And even though Nouns is in deep in enemy territory, they of course have one of the North American favorites here in Inder on the side of Nouns Esports, and what a pickup they have had. A little rocky start to when he joined, I believe, in February, but since then he has been incredible, and this team looking the best, obviously the best in the EU region.
Look, I have some stats to just throw out here
numbers,
from
not the
Oranges
numbers.
and Nouns, right? Their win rate between these two squads in a head-to-head, Orange Juicers are rocking a 71% win rate so far, whereas Nouns Esports, well, take a guess, it's a pretty close number.
Oh,
yeah.
Is it a 68% win rate?
Well, higher.
A little higher, 70% win rate.
Higher.
72?
Higher.
80% win rate.
Okay, no, too cold, too cold.
Math is not my strong suit, Kello. Come on now.
Okay. I'll give you one more chance.
75.
No, you were close,
boo.
73. But the fact that both of these teams only have that 2% differential between them, 71 and 73, I mean, both of their win rates in the 70s. I would love if my solo queue win rate was that high.
Me too. I wish my Decidueye win rate was that high, but unfortunately it is not. Orange Juicers and Nouns, this, like you said, Kello, is going to be a tale as old as time itself. I think in the past it was Luminosity versus Nouns, but Orange Juicers is the kids on the block to beat. And all eyes, in my opinion, are going to be on this set, and it's going to be a precursor for the rest of this weekend.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I've got to say the little holiday hat, doing a little bit of a Pokemon Unite Holloway cosplay there on the side of Orange Juicers. So got to get into the zone. Maybe the holidays might come early for them if they end up securing this next match. But I guess, you know, we've talked about Nouns and what we might expect to see from them in terms of the Decidueye. What do you think? Do you think we're going to see a Sableye come out? I know Roland is quite known to play that Pokemon. Do we think there's a chance there?
It's definitely in their back pocket. Whenever you see Kratos pick maybe a Leafeon or a Dodrio, expect Roland to pick something that helps with those engages and helps with clearing that fog of war that is in Pokemon Unite and in this genre of video game. And I love Sableye. A lot of teams from Asia love Sableye as well. Again, getting that vision for your team and also being able to apply pressure on those goal zones in the terms of scoring is a support that's provided for Sableye that's not necessarily provided like a Pokemon like Blissey or Clefable or Hoopa.
Well, we can see that we do have Nouns Esports over on the purple side, Orange Juicers on the orange side, of course. Our bands are coming on through, and you mentioned Leafeon paired up with a Sableye. Well, they've actually decided to take away that key component being the Leafeon.
Yeah, I'm sure these teams have had a lot of steady time against the other, as both of them are the regional finals champions. Leafeon, one of Kratos' most played Pokemon and most successfully played Pokemon as well, is going to be taken away. So a couple of Pokemon that I'm going to be looking for Kratos to pick up, potentially a Mimikyu. I know he plays that Pokemon quite a bit, and Dodrio as potentially a 10th pick option is a really strong one for him.
I don't think we've actually seen any Mimikyu at all here, the competition this weekend. I mean, I myself am rocking a little bit of a ghost getup, so I would love to see some ghost Pokemon come out. But we do have that Hoopa. But over on the side of Orange Juicers, we have those first picks locked in, Snorlax and Blaziken. And, well, Blaziken secure, that's something that is difficult to combat into.
Yeah, and one of the best pilots to do so, OG in the top path, most recently being picked up by the Orange Juicers. Juicers this year, and what a performance he has been playing. I haven't seen him play Lucario yet this weekend. I would love to see him play that one towards the end of this tournament. Of course, they got to go through Nouns Esports, and boy, this is going to be an electric game, if I have to say.
Two Pokemon we actually mentioned here, the attackers, Mew, rocking that 21% win rate, but we also have Armarouge, another one of your picks that you mentioned, has come in here and there, rocking that 16% win rate.
Yeah, Armarouge has been a really...
pick rate.
Yeah,
no, win rate.
Armarouge has been a really interesting Pokemon. We don't typically see this in both the ranked environment and competitive. It's a Pokemon that's honestly stand out in just this weekend. The cool thing about these international championships is that they develop metagames within just the event, and I feel like Armarouge is one of those Pokemon that has seen so much playability this weekend that we haven't seen anywhere else.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't get to watch their scrim, so maybe this could just be the secret key that teams have been holding on to. But yeah, I guess that's the thing. As teams do end up watching these other teams play on stage, especially on the B stage as well, you kind of learn to pick these up and know, hey, this is working out well. Let's try and adapt that. But I don't know what ends up going on behind the scenes with these teams, but I know that we have them rocking both a bird on either side. Dodrio played by Gatlu there, and Kratos has locked in that Talonflame, but it doesn't have the Hooper, which I feel like is a great combination to that Talon, especially when it's diving on in.
Yeah, might be going Fly with this one. It's a little more conservative. You can get out pretty easily when you have Fly on cooldown. Pretty high cooldown for both of those abilities, however. I want to go back to Gatlu on this Dodrio. It's a Pokemon we don't see very often, at least nowadays, but when they do play it, expect Gatlu to be on the right sides of your screen as they are on the purple side, on the right side of those screens, harassing this Mew in the back line.
I guess that is going to have to be the key for them, whether they can even get into the back line, especially when you have to go into a Snorlax. But folks, we are heading on into our first match of the quarterfinals for Nouns Esports up against Orange Juicers. Here we go.
Regional champion showdown here in the quarters-finals. Again, best of 3 to move on forward. Winner of this is going to be facing Revelation in the semifinals.
And all of these squads do have that world spot, so this is for all the marbles, the lion's share of the prize pool after all. But down in that bottom path, we have Adesu paired up with Bruv. They need to try and get that level 4, get that Espeon, and just to see whether we have a Psyshock or a stored power Espeon this time around.
I haven't seen this in quite some time. The mirror or the matchup between an Espeon and a Mew, I feel like this is maybe a year or two ago in Pokemon Unite. You only saw these two attackers in the bottom path. Cool to see these attackers still relevant in the metagame.
I've got to say that time has definitely flown, though. The fact that we are heading on into our 4th anniversary for Pokemon Unite. I mean, I don't know how you're keeping track of this timeline, but Gatlu waiting for a dive does end up getting pushed back by that light screen, has opted for that tri-attack move to try and weaken and slow down their opponents.
It is going to be a Psyshock on Adesu on his Espeon, really leaning into the securing tools to capture these objectives in the game, but deals a massive amount of damage in the mid to short range if they are able to land it.
Oh, the tackle from Zugrug to get themselves out of harm's way. Sometimes you just got to use it more defensively than aggressively, but we have Gatlu going back to that central area as we see a little bit of a tussle going up in the top path.
Yeah, here comes the Fletchinder, maybe able to get tuned, but here's that shield coming in from the Hoopa to help them retreat back to their tier 1 gold zone. They are able to KO the Orange Juicers there, Fletchinder going down.
Fletchinder going down, which means they have been kept at bay. We already have 3 level 6s on the side of Nouns Esports. The Fletchinder has only reached that level 6 on their side, and the only one.
Yeah, in terms of scaling, Orange Juicers a later to or mid to later scaling composition. Combuskin or Blaziken needs that level 7, level 8 to get the stance change Unite move, and then same thing for Talonflame, just now entering the play at level 7, and now their Unite move in a couple more levels.
I think what's really interesting is we actually have no points on the board so far, despite Gatlu rocking this Dodrio. But instead, they're looking for some potential KOs as Eldegoss gets taken down. Talonflame hasn't been knocked on out, but that is just going to delay Orange Juicers a little bit more as we wait for these 720-minute birds to spawn.
Dance of the Speedsters, Dance of the Birds. Combustion able to pull that wild Pokemon towards their side of the field, still struggling to get to even level 7. A fairly conservative game from either team. Level 8 on the Espeon, the first Unite move on the field.
Yeah, no Unite moves on hand for Orange Juicers as they are falling behind in levels. Gatlu going back for this blue buff, looking for that level 9. That way they have 2 Unite moves on hand as these objectives are here.
2 frontiers of battle are starting to form. Attackers in the bottom path along with their defenders. Rather slow clear of any objectives in this bottom path, but fairly good secure from either side. A slow rip from the Orange Juicers. Gotta watch out for the Espeon waiting in the tall grass. I don't think Zugrug knows the Espeon is there. Bruv doing their best to push Flareons back to their tier 1 goal zone, and it's just Zugrug down here. Here comes Flareons in the tall grass themselves, getting an auto attack stack. Here comes the Electro Ball, but Adesu with the capture.
Adesu locking in that Registeel buff for Nouns as the pressure is on. Flareon's able to grab themselves a berry, and it looks like Nouns Esports are looking to back on up, well, forced to back on up with this block.
Yeah, Orange Juicers is being pushed back to their tier 2 goal zone in the top path as well. So in terms of these 2 frontiers of battle, Nouns Esports is finding wins in both of them. Regieleki and the Registeel in the bottom path, taken by Nouns Esports.
112 points to 35 because of that push in the top path by Nouns Esports. Zugrug left all alone here with below half HP. The rest of the members scrambling about, trying to secure some wild Pokemon as they now make their way down.
112 to 35 as we just about eclipse the halfway point of the game. Orange Juicers, again, a later game scaling composition, now has a Blaziken with its Unite move, its Stance Chain's Unite move. You also have a Talonflame at level 10, but Pokemon to watch here, Dodrio, level 12, Gatlu running through the central area as we get a lot of vision of the Orange Juicers.
Bruv does have Unite move on hand if they need to go and dive on in, but the trick, Phantomblast is going to save them. Blaziken ends up getting taken down amongst the mix as Bruv HD is pushing hard for.
Here comes the Talonflame Brave Bird, as brave as you can do it with a sweep, pulling the Orange Juicers over to the right side of the field, but Nouns Esports, here comes the fast break forward. Indy brings the team to the bottom path. Here comes Gatlu with a KO streak of 4, and a penta KO for Gatlu on the Dodrio.
And this is just going to give him the chance to go and break this second tier 1 pad on the bottom. 256 to 35 points. 10 seconds left to go until that basement Reggie, but we do have that Regieleki that has popped on up as well.
Man, this Southern Reggie is going to be another frontier of battle, and Orange Juicers have been on their back foot. Be very wary of Pokemon in the tall grass, as one of my best friends loves to say. As we push on forward, the Orange Juicers needs to find a win here. Brave Birders find nothing. Regirock brought down to about 80% so far. Indy with 1 HP gets knocked out. I believe it was the Regirock bringing the boulders down.
Regirock, the paid actor in the Sky Ruins, playing up against Nouns, but we do have Orange Juicers still trying to find a way into this Regirock, as Toon is also going to try and come on in, but they end up getting distracted.
Oh, Zugrug. Zugrug is forced back to their side of the field, and Nouns Esports doing a fantastic job at holding on to this bottom path. They have a goal zone to retreat back to if they need to, but Nouns Esports is really taking hold of this game. More than a 250 or so point lead. This might be the time where Orange Juicers need to contemplate whether to push a pad or invest everything in that Rayquaza fight.
Yeah, we have that level 14 Dodrio is really going to have to be one that we have to keep an eye on. But Orange Juicers have the comeback experience on their side, making sure to clear it on up as Nouns is slowly on the mini-map, making their way closer.
1 minute remaining before the final stretch. Last time to use those Unite moves. Flame Sweeps finds nobody, even a wall. Anthea Sky Ruins, 45 seconds remaining. Orange Juicers needs to find some points on the board. This is becoming very dangerous to the point where Rayquaza is their only win condition. They still have tier 1 goal zones to work with. A massive exodus by the Orange Juicers down to the bottom path. They're going to break this goal zone, bring the score a little closer to parity behind them. It looks like Bruv scored on the tier 2 goal zone, and the ambush by Nouns Esports might begin the final stretch early.
Yeah, 20 seconds left to go. We have Zugrug that is knocked out by Toon there, and now the chase is on. But it looks like Nouns are going to retreat, considering we are close to that Rayquaza. They do not want to overextend here.
Yeah, Orange Juicers is being forced back into their central area. Dodrio finds, I think that Blazic in the area, already bringing them down to 50%. The Tri-Attack are doing damage. Daisy through the wall, gets the knockout. Gatlu starting the fight early.
Toon is really low here as they end up getting a power nap straight on top of it. They're able to go and get the escape. Bruv is utilizing that Rings Unbound to go and retreat, but it's Bird versus Bird. Who's got to come out on top? It ends up being the Talonflame, but Kratos already got the knockout. As that Flame Sweep comes on out, they're going to retreat and get ready for the next engage.
Someone call the assist team because the Claydol, I believe, got the assist there on Gatlu with their Dodrio. They are still on a cooldown timer, waiting to return back into the game. 307, 117. Most of Nouns Esports is still in the central area.
Rayquaza is slowly getting chipped out by OG, but the fight is going to continue as Adesu is really low. They're able to take down the Talonflame once again. Rayquaza getting below half HP. This is going to be Orange Juice's chance to make a comeback if they can get this secure.
Oh, and the capture going to the Orange Juicers, finding some life here in game number 1. They have to get these scores in. Take a look at the right side of your screen here as OG is still forced back to their side of the field. They don't have enough points, Kello.
They don't have enough points, but Blaziken still has their shield. Gatlu is just going to make it a little bit more harder for them, being able to go and dunk in all of these little points. Orange Juicers have identified that, going to chase them off. But we can see down on that mini screen using that triple, breaking that goal, and 30 seconds left on the clock. We can still see OG and Roland have their Rayquaza shields.
Sudden death Pokemon Unite here. 2 shields for the Orange Juicers. A full top path to work with. Rolling it down, needs to get this done here in the top path. Mew going into their Unite move to cleanse some invincibility. Here comes the Brave Bird. Can they get some scores in? 90 points. Bang! Tier 2 down. Scoring on the Tier 2 in the bottom path. Hoopa scoring behind them. And this might be Orange Juicers' time to win game 1.
Hold your breaths, everyone. We're actually not sure who ended up winning that match. Well, I'm not sure. As we can see a little bit of confusion. There goes the scoreboard. It ends up being Orange Juicers with 455 points to 421.
Able to squeak this one away is the Orange Juicers, of course, on the orange side here. That's the best place for them to be. As you can see, even though they're able to get that win, a little flustered is the Orange Juicers, but my, oh my, what a mountain they've had to climb and a slope. Oh my goodness, Orange Juicers, what a game to win for you.
A common thing that we have said time and time again, Draku, is when there is a Ray, there is a way. And Orange Juicers demonstrating that, identifying that they needed to go and defend their pads instead of pushing on forth, saving their shields and going in as a team effort.
Yeah, I would say preserving those shields was a very dangerous game. You can see rolling it down, actually expending their Unite move just to get back to their side of the field. Just recognize, you can see here, he still has that shield, still pushing on forward. I mean, look at this guard here. I believe that's the Mew. Yeah, that's Flareon's on the Mew, just protecting the shield. Roland still has a shield at this point, and then OG going through the central area, breaking that goal zone as well. And you can see here, player of the game, rolling it down, getting it done. 43,000 damage healed, 2 assists, but I would say, again, best player in this game, high in their communication. Love to see this player excel.
You know what I love to see? That the fact we have a supporter as the player of the game. Some love for all of those support mains out there. Roland doing well, rocking that Eldegoss and supporting the team. After all, they are the backbones.
Man, it's a hard thing to talk about how Nouns can get back into this game. Obviously, I felt like they had that game for basically 9 minutes and 30 seconds, that final 30 seconds. We all know how polarizing that Rayquaza can be. Has more HP now that it has 10% more HP due to the most recent balance patch, but still Rayquaza is the most powerful objective in the game, and it allows you to scale mountains in certain situations.
Well, those mountains were climbed. They managed to reach the peak and over the top. But you know what? It isn't over just yet. It is a best of 3 after all. Orange Juicers do have that 1-up advantage, but bands are in. We have Leafeon and Talonflame, 2 speedsters locked on out, and Suicune and Armarouge band? 1%? What is going on?
Kello, we saw 2% on the
what?
Azumarill on the last time we cast it, and now a 1%. For Armarouge. So we're getting the lowest part of the statistics here in our band slots. OG picking up the Garchomp and a Blissey. Love to see the shell to start.
Ooh, Garchomp plus Blissey helping hand. The shred that OJ can bring to this match. Nouns Esports, what are they going to answer back? Are they going to come back with some shred of their own?
I mean, possibly. I think whenever you need to deal with a Garchomp, it stays in the mid to short range for a long period of time. I love this Snorlax pick. Bruv, one of the best Snorlax players in the world. Definitely the best Snorlax player in EU. And paired with Ender on this Psyduck, this is Toon's best friend, right? There's a lot of crowd control in that mid to short range. Garchomp needs to be very careful, but I think the Safeguard Blissey is going to help very well in that short range.
Very interesting to see that Kratos has locked in that Dodrio to take that away from Gatlu. So what are they going to end up falling back on, considering, well, both of those birds are out? I mean, is this the time to see a Gatlu Greedent once again? Maybe
Gatlu Greedent, Toon on the Decidueye. I'm keeping my hands praised here, but another bird of prey coming out to play. But wow, Zeraora. I think this might be one of the first times we've seen this on broadcast. I know they were trying to pilot this Pokemon last year at Worlds. It didn't pan out so well, but this Pokemon is really powerful in the right hands.
Look, especially that discharge move, going into the amount of melee that Orange Juicers are demonstrating here, that could prove to be quite damaging in those big team fights, especially with a Volt Switch to try and get yourself out of dodge. But Flareon's locking in this Ninetales. What do you think about this pick, Draco?
I really like it. I'm really interested to see the relationship between the Alola Ninetales and the Sylveon specifically. I know Adesu loves to play the Mystical Fire. There's not really any other Pokemon on the side of Nouns Esports that can take advantage for a Hyper Voice, because Hyper Voice reduces that special defenses, right? So Mystical Fire jumping on that Alola Ninetales, but at the same time, Alola Ninetales has a lot of threats in mid to short range that a Sylveon wouldn't like.
Yeah, though I guess one thing that Sylveon does have over Alolan Ninetales, I'd say, is the maneuverability. Mystical Fire proving that little bit of a leap to either get themselves out of harm's way or even with that chase down. Alolan Ninetales, I feel like, lacks that maneuverability, but it does have the ability to put up those walls and, well, stop people pushing on through.
Orange Juicers, Nouns Esports, again in a best of 3 situation here. It's definitely going to be a cat and mouse game between these two. That Dodrio trying to get to that Sylveon in the back line. Same thing with Toon, with the Zeraora getting to Flareons with their Alola Ninetales. Again, best of 3 single elimination Nouns Esports tournament life on the line.
And whoever ends up winning this set here is going to go up against a Revelation. But Nouns Esports are over on the purple. Orange Juicers once again on the orange side.
Rocking some pretty cool holo-airs as they maneuver up to the top path. We got Superhero Psyduck, and maybe this is what Nouns Esports needs to get back into this game. They need a hero, and wow, Indy to be that person would be pretty poetic.
We'll have to see if they go from zero to hero here, as they do manage to secure some wild Pokemon for themselves, but OG isn't fussed for the moment. They have 18 Eos Energy on hand.
0 to hero, it's definitely not a Palafin I see in the top path. Another water-type Pokemon, a little bit more derpy. Really nice confirm there for Nouns Esports. It looks like both birds in the central area now maneuvering to this bottom path.
We do have these Bunnelbys still waiting, and it looks like Nouns are going to secure those before those 850 birds. But in this middle section here, Kratos has decided to grab themselves a Speed Berry, unable to land any of those tri-attacks on Gatlu.
Mirroring each other as they maneuver to the top path. Small healing there. Really nice ability there from Indy as the rest of the team of Orange Juicers able to get most of that wild Pokemon captured. Here comes the Swift Swim, Headache Gauge proc, and Goodbye first to fall.
Yeah, gets knocked down. Now Esports are looking to push their luck as Bruv and Gatlu are heading towards the bottom path, leaving once again Indy and Toon to deal with this Blissey. And, well, Alola Ninetales has actually retreated.
Yeah, level 5 in the Alola Ninetales pretty fast on their stage 2 evolution. Just like the evolutions, they get that evolution at level 4 with both abilities being available at level 6. Again, a very much stalemate of a game, very similar to game number 1. 0 points on the board, 2 minutes have already expired.
Yeah, we saw this earlier on, quite a slow match to actually get the dunks rolling on in, despite having a Dodrio on hand. But those birds are going to get soaked on up by Orange Juices. Now it's a little bit too late to the party.
As we see Orange Juicers moving down to the bottom path, a couple of their members pivoting up to the top path, chasing down, I believe, Indy on the Psyduck. 3 on 2 in this bottom path, and Psyduck, unfortunately, the hero, not this time.
We do have a Toon here looking to defend this goal as Kratos is circling about, waiting to see if they can dive on in, but no, looks like they're just going to play it safe for the time being and soak up some more wild Pokemon experience.
It's going to be a Discharge and Volt Switch Zera Aura. Love to see this Pokemon come out to play. You can get some pretty magnificent and spectacular plays if you're able to pull someone with a Discharge. Bruv going on forward, pushed into a wall by that Blizzard, is going to be the first to fall.
Yeah, and that's the thing, when that Blizzard hits the wall, it's able to just get that continuous damage, the freeze on their opponents. But so far, we have a level 8 Blaziken on the field, so that ability to switch up their movesets. No Unite moves on the side for Orange Juicers just yet.
Yeah, you got to be very careful for the Orange Juicers here. They're going for a faster rip on the Registeel, but their team really lacking on any sort of secure. Gatlu continuing the HP bar on the Registeel, brought down to 30% already. The only one down here is Zugrug, and is forced back to their goal zones. They are going to evacuate this bottom path, and Roland as well.
Well, Roland ended up doing what they needed to do with that 28 points in that bottom tier 1 pad, so they no longer have 0 points on the board. But heading on into the flux zone to go and retreat, Gatlu has decided to actually show them mercy and let them go.
Roland, I think you're on the wrong part of the map, buddy. I think you found yourself way too far in Nouns Esports territory. Of course, Nouns Esports in enemy territory here, the North American International Championships. Another fight breaking out in the central area, 2-on-1, Alola Ninetales down.
We do have that Reggie Alecki still waiting in tow as Gatlu is going to begin the rip. Toon also using their Discharge and Volt Switch to go and assist them. Can they get the secure with this over? Yes, they do. Orange Juicers isn't inside. Instead, they're looking to just prioritize defense.
Again, Orange Juicers just kind of losing out on these smaller skirmishes. They do lose Toon, or they do KO Toon. That is the Orange Juicers. Reggie Alecki still very much at full HP, about 80% HP. And now it's Esports could potentially push this forward, but Bruv in the bottom path doesn't really have a front line. Daisy going to be using that that Unite move to push on forward, make some room for the team, and the Reggie Alecki to push in.
Yeah, the Sai to ward them back. Adesu with the chase, the 3 KO streak. The points are going to raid on in, and that is going to be a 37 overdunk, leading Nouns at 127 to 28. Indy dunking in 1 point because, well, why not?
100 points as we eclipse the halfway point of the game. OG going for a 1v1 against a Dasu. It's a really interesting 1v1 potential there. 2 very bulky Pokemon in their own right. Both teams right now just posturing up to potentially push this bottom path. Indy's going to get a lot of vision for the team. Bruv peeling away from their supportive Pokemon. Another objective, it is going to be another Roulette Reggie in the bottom path.
Heading on into this next fight, we can see that Nouns Esports have the 2 Unite moves on hand, but Orange Juicers have a lot more resources on hand, but otherwise block to try and survive OG. That's shredding up at Bruv. Go in with a power nap to get the stun, but OG is still left standing.
Got pulled by the Psychic as well. Reggie Rock brought down to 30% already. Again, really good confirmation tools here. Here's the Alola Ninetales. It's just too late as the Blaziken once again overheat the confirmation tool of choice.
We have the fight continuing on as Nouns is looking to defend their pad. They're able to take down the Dodrio. Indy being able to leech back Flareons, and they also get knocked down amongst the mix.
Blissful assistance from the Blissey into this Livid Outrage Raging Dragon, but it is a 1v4. They cannot hang on. And Nouns Esports, the fast break is just too fast for them to stop. Here comes the rest of the Orange Juicers. Another Unite move from Adasu, tries to lock in on the Alola Ninetales, and the defense is not strong enough as the offense of Nouns Esports is just too strong. 204
points to 102. It is still not over for Orange Juicers just yet, as we have a minute 30 left to go until the final stretch. Toon heading up to this Reggie Alecki on their lane. We can see on the mini-map that Indy is looking to come and support them.
A moment of reprieve, 1 minute before the final stretch. 204, 102, multiplying their score by 2 exactly. It is more than a one-score game, just slightly in the final stretch. As we can see on the mini-map, Orange Juicers making a move in the bottom path, breaking that goal zone. Reggie Alecki easily going over to Nouns Esports. It's going to bounce to the T2, Adasu getting vision for the team.
Still 50 seconds left to go until this Rayquaza. Orange Juicers do have the shred on hand, especially with this Garchomp. Nouns are aware of this. Instead, they're going to go and take position in this chokehold. Toon just poking the bear that is Kratos. Well, they're a bird, not a bear.
Pokemon to watch here, of course, is going to be that Blaziken. It is going to be pivotal for the Orange Juicers to take down this Pokemon specifically. It's the best securing tool on the side of Orange Juicers. Their tool is maybe the Alola Ninetales, and that's just about it. Maybe a Blissful Assistance. They do find out Toon here. Really nice boosted auto, tri-attack combination there. Will get the knockout and will give them positional advantage. More points going into the Tier 2. Kratos is going to bring the score lead over to them, and it is a close game, Kello.
204 to 234 as we are heading on into this final stretch. Rayquaza has appeared. Overheat doesn't end up landing on anyone. Brav being able to catch out Flareon, pushing up against the wall, but we have Gatlu getting slapped down by that Blissey.
That's the Pokemon they need to take down, and take a look at OG in the central area, already working on the Rayquaza, bringing down the 50%. Blissful Assistance already used. This is a dig chomp, by the way. Here comes the Livid Outrage trying to find Toon in the backline. Can they get that knockdown? No, it's too fast, and the teams will go to parity once again.
OG knows what they have to do is to rip, but they need to try and... Actually, no, they don't need to rip. They have the lead here. But we have Nouns Esports respawning. No Unite moves on hand for either side, even though we have the Blaziken. But oh my gosh, the isolation onto Zugrug. They're able to make it on out though.
Here's the second attempt to rip the Rayquaza, brought down to 50%. This time might be it. This is what dreams are made on. Nouns Esports' life is on the line, and I think that was the Alolan Ninetales with the secure Flareons finding his MVP moment.
That is a team wipe on the side of Nouns Esports. They're unable to go and stop these goals as these Hundos are going to raid on through Orange Juicers, being able to take down Nouns in a 2-0 sweep, because, I mean, 204, 634, 740. Well, that's a tough mountain to climb.
That is a tough mountain to climb indeed, and they are going to be sending EU's only representative here, the North American International Championships, home. Not immediately, but they are going to be sending them to the viewer slot as 20 seconds remaining, and Orange Juicers Revelation will be your semi-final set.
Wow, we had just an incredible match there. Indy going and circling about, as I guess they are friends. Zugrug and Indy ended up playing on the same team a while back, but there we go. Orange Juicers are the match winners, as we can see the crowd showing their support by shaking their plushies.
Let's say these two teams have a very large fan base, both here in New Orleans, but also at home as well. If you are tuning in from home, again, thank you so much for watching the North American International Championships for the final stretch. Going to be moving on, at least Orange Juicers will be moving on in a very confident win as well. A 2-0 victory for them. They should be feeling very well, especially beating the representative from EU and their regional finals champion as well.
Yeah, it was the battle of EU and NA is still left standing, but we got to go and look at some of these highlights from this match.
Man, what a game to play here. Dodrio really making a showing in both of these teams' composition. Gatlu doing so well, getting a Penta KO, one of the only ones of the weekend. And then Kratos responding with a Dodrio of his own in game number 2. I mean, take a look at the scoring in the final seconds of the game, breaking Tier 1. Kratos even using his Unite move as it's a mad dash for that Tier 3 goal zone as well. Again, very high emotions from all of the players as this is a single elimination bracket.
Yeah, there's no second chances here in day 2, but nonetheless, they still have that world spot. So just a little treat to see what's to come in Anaheim once again.
Yeah, and this is the final game, the final Rayquaza capture for the Orange Juicers, and your player of the game, Kratos, on Dodrio, the three-headed demon. 56,000 damage, 3 knockouts, and a lot of scoring.
Yeah, a lot of scoring throughout that match, and I guess that's the benefit that the three-headed bird brings to the table. But once again, congratulations to Orange Juicers. What an incredible match we have just seen.
An incredible performance indeed. I love to see teams that have very similar Pokemon in their wheelhouse. We're seeing earlier today 2 teams playing Zoroark and doing so well, but also this team playing this Dodrio to proficiency. Both of these teams have such incredible players on these specific Pokemon.
Yeah, and both of them rocking that Tri-Attack moveset as well. But you know what? Enough chatting from us, Draku. I believe we have an interview to throw it over to the stage.
And here with Flareon, who, by the way, is already playing to the crowd. This guy's too excited. But hey, congratulations, big win. And this is the 1-year anniversary of me interviewing up here last year, so now I get to do it again. How are you feeling after that game? I did see, of course, a little bit of hesitance. So I wouldn't say hesitance, just like, I feel like the team was very scared after that game 1.
Yeah, I feel like my first game of the day is usually my worst game. I definitely did nothing the first game at all. We still won though, but usually you got to get those butterflies out on our first game of the day. Obviously we've been waiting all day, so this was our first, but they're all gone now. We're ready to win.
All right, well, all you need to do is lose in group stage, and then you'll get an earlier match next time, so you don't have to worry about that. Trust me, it's a good strategy. I got to ask, you guys are the reigning champions here at NAIC, and I got a chance to ask that to Kratos earlier, but if you get into the grand finals, you guys aren't quite there yet. You guys are still kind of almost early in your bracket. Who of the Peru LG match would you like to face in the grand finals? Because there is some history there, obviously.
Yeah, we need to beat Peru for once, I think. But, you know, I think LG would be cool, too, and all in NA Grand Finals at NAIC. So that'd be cool, but we need to beat Peru, man.
Yeah, a little bit of history, I think, between you and Peru. And then I got to ask, of course, we got a chance to see, I think, some videos with Spraggles, but you have some family here supporting you, which is always really cool, and we love to point out any shout-outs to people here supporting you. And not Alex. I know you're pointing close to Alex. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, my mom and my aunt right there. Hey, guys. I love you, Mom. Appreciate them for coming out, man. It's so cool that they love what I do, and it means the world.
Shout outs to all family who support the players here. I think it's awesome. One of the coolest things in the entire world. Oh, Doomstack's out there? That's Spraggles. What the heck? They're right there, too. They're hiding in the crowd. We got a great crowd out here. LG's right behind them as well. We got so many great players. Shout outs to everybody who's come out today. Any other shout outs before I send you off to any of your other fans? Of course, you already shouted out your family as the Orange Juicers are moving up into the top 4.
Yeah, shout out Tie-Dye and Anon over there for thumbs downing me when I shouted out my mom. Boo!
that is not a shout out. That's okay. It's okay. You have to actually replay the last match because of that. No, but congratulations once again to Flareons. Still a big path ahead, so I won't keep you for too long. Congratulations, and we're gonna send it back to the desk. We're gonna keep shaking hands. See you guys there.
Don't keep shaking hands, Draku. Keep shaking hands. Well done, but well done, Flareons, OJ, and thank you so much, Chef, for that interview. Once again, congratulations to them, and also all the love to all the mums and families that are supporting us. Well, not us, but I mean us and the teams here. That was really sweet to see that they're out in the crowd.
I know my mom supporting me from home. She was tuning in yesterday on broadcast. And happy early Father's Day to all you dads out there. That is going to be tomorrow
Is
as
it?
well. Yeah, Kello.
There we go. I didn't actually know that. I don't know if it's different in Australia. Maybe that's just a North America date here. But you know what? It is almost the end of the day here for day 2 of the final stretch. But we still have another match to go. Orange Juice is progressing on through, but I think we need to actually refresh our memories and have a look at the bracket to see where we're at.
We do have an updated bracket. We are getting towards the end of day 2 and towards the end of the final stretch. We have confirmed our World's Qualification invitation to Revelation, 5 teams from North America. Let's go ahead and take a look at how we got here for today. Again, Orange Juicers moving on forward, beating Nouns Esports 2-0. They will be facing Revelation for a spot in the grand finals.
Yeah, and over on the opposite side for the semifinals, we have Peru UNITE going up against Luminosity Gaming. And the big story here is Luminosity, well, they're 2-time world champions. They're so far 2-time IC winners. Can they take down Peru and land a spot in the grand finals?
That is going to be an incredible. Honestly, both of these two matches are going to be incredible. Obviously, Orange Juicers really coming off of that high of continuing their undefeated streak throughout the day. Revelation, though, has been a team to watch towards the latter half of the season. They have got a new roster over the last couple of months, but they have been on a tear.
I think what's really cool to see here is we have Peru UNITE, Luminosity Gaming winning those play-ins and getting invited here to the final stretch, whereas both Orange Juicers and Revelation, well, these are our 2 sign-up teams, and well, both of these are going up against each other.
Yeah, we have 2 more sets in the broadcast today. I don't even know which one I'm more excited about. Again, another Worlds preview match in Peru UNITE versus Luminosity Gaming. And as we head on out to break, I believe, Kello, this is going to be our final time in the caster's booth. This is my first IC, and an honor and a privilege to cast all of these games with you all, Kello.
Yes, it has been a grand old time here for the NAIC final stretch. But you know what, folks? Action isn't going to stop because we do have your semi-finals coming up next. Orange Juicers up against Revelation. See you soon.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Pokemon Unite International Championships here for North America. NAIC welcomes the final stretch, and now we're in the Final Four. Semi-final number 1 about to happen on stage between 2 North American teams, Orange Juicers and Revelation.
That's right. It's the final stretch now. It's the final stretch of the final stretch, the final stretch, as we're hitting in our final few matches. I'm excited, and you know, we just got to see some Orange Juicers. We're going to see a little bit more Orange Juicers, but that's good. A lot of vitamin C. You know, there's a lot of people here. It's good not to get sick.
Exactly. Pulp up, fam, out there, because Orange Juicers have been putting on an absolute show, but this newly Worlds qualified Revelation team is certainly not here to mess around. Their game looked amazing. Honestly, one of the most dominant games I think we saw in day number 2. So definitely a great best of 5 ahead of us.
There was a really high chance that there could have been a rematch here, of course. Nouns going down to Revelation way long ago. It feels like a year ago. It was probably about 24 hours ago. But we now get a completely new match, which is really cool. Both the teams that have eliminated Nouns now, which is sad to see them go, of course, but they are going to be at Worlds. So everybody, like you said, everybody here, they've got a Worlds qualification, they've got the travel awards. So really now it's for a lot of pride on the line and a good amount of money, because a lot of these teams have a big reason why they would love to win this tournament in particular, whether it's going to be a first time, a reigning champion, a clean sweep of all of the ICs throughout the entire season, which is such a cool storyline. We got to ask some of the other games if they've ever had that happen for them, because this might be the first time that's like ever happened for any game, and that's pretty sick.
Yeah, it's kind of, well, certainly not in the same year. I think we had a few players in maybe the card game that have went on multiple international championship runs, but in the same year, I don't know. This is unprecedented. It's so exciting. Now, we wanted to take a look back at that last game just for a moment, because there was some crazy shenanigans that happened in that Orange Juicers versus Nouns matchup. Of course, we had 2 former members of TTV dueling in that match. We knew that it was going to be an exciting one, so there's a few moments I wanted to break down, specifically from game number 1. From Rayquaza onwards, it felt like the match was totally up in the air, but there were some really cool decisions made by Orange Juicers to kind of lock up that match. So whenever that's ready, we'll pull that up on screen, and I think we already got it. Okay, so let's take a look at this matchup. I'm going to start this off, and we are going to take a look. Now, watch out for that Snorlax on the top right-hand side. Zulgrug taking so much damage, does have that block to work with as they rotate all the way, and a heavy slam and a prayer is what ends up taking this Rayquaza. Blaziken already losing its overheat. So not having that available for cooldown becomes so dangerous, and OG makes a mad dash all the way back towards that gold zone, preserving that Rayquaza shield. That's going to be a theme in this final clip, by the way. Watch Eldegoss right here. Roland makes the decision to Unite move, Cotton Cloud Crash, a Unite move most famously known with the Rayquaza shield, to rapidly arrive at a goal zone. However, an incredible decision by Roland, stack those shields, preserve that big green bubble, and set up for a score later. We got this entire team rallying up, and then of course making the mad dash all the way up on the top side. There's a tier 1 goal zone, a whole lot easier to score. Now this is where things get wild. Let's slow-mo it. First off, we have the surf in from Mew. Flareon does not have intel where Bruv is. As soon as they spot them, returns Unite moves, giving invisibility over to Roland. Lapras not able to auto-attack this Pokemon during this time and scores. And finally, watch out for the Blaziken on that tier 2 on a mad sneak, getting in 100 more points. And then last but not least, Zulgrug Snorlax, the absolute hero, scoring on the bottom path. So just really a wild amount of maneuvers to make that happen. Everything had to align, started of course by the Snorlax, but enough of that last match. Let's get into the next one. We have a very exciting head-to-head interview on our stage.
Hello everyone viewing from New Orleans and also from home viewing on all the social media platforms. We are getting to the end of day number 2. We are here at the semifinal rounds. We have Revelation going up against Orange Juicers. Make some noise for these two NA teams. We have Pikadiff here from Revelation and rolling it down from the Orange Juicers. Let's go ahead and start with Pikadiff here. You're going to be going up against the regional champions in the Orange Juicers. How are you feeling about this matchup?
We're feeling great.
Feeling great. Short and sweet. And coming here, you have been on a tear all weekend. Revelation has also been looking really, really strong, knocking out Daybreak and qualifying for the World Champions. 5 teams from NA. How are you feeling about this matchup?
Feeling pretty good. I'm tired.
Someone get this guy an energy drink. 2 teams looking absolutely incredible going over to Pikadiff. If you're looking at these 5 members over here, which player are you most afraid of?
None of them.
Absolutely none of that. And then same question for you. Any player that you're going to be maybe targeting in this draft?
I'm scared of Sea-Dog, Celestial.
Sea-Dog. Alrighty, everybody, that is going to conclude our head-to-head interview. Can we get a handshake? Can we get a high five? Can we get a fist bump? All right, and back to the desk with you guys.
Feeling good. Feeling good. We need more interviews with Pikadiff. They're short, and they're to the point, and they're good content.
And someone in the crowd gets a free plushie sometimes.
Yeah, every once in a while. Everybody should show up to all of the in-person events because maybe Pikadiff will throw a plushie in your direction. I did hear nobody caught it, which is pretty funny, but...
I saw someone retrieve it very quickly.
Okay.
I was in the audience. I was not within range. Some would say maybe I was. My jumping skill very strong, but unfortunately, just a little bit shy. Pikadiff going for left field.
Well, you know what? You'll catch it next time. Some great teams out here. 2 great personalities, to be honest, and some pretty quick answers. I think that these players are really, really locked in. I know that they did actually want to play against each other, but they are really close to the end here. And I think once you get to this spot, I mean, the winner of this match does not play again today. So essentially, this is the final match they have to lock in for if they win.
Yeah, a championship match does happen on Sunday. So this is a play for day number 3 of our tournament. A very exclusive club to be in. We only allow 2 teams invited to that day, as there's only 1 championship awarded. Orange Juicers, Revelation, both in their tournament performance today, looking like they are very eligible for that spot.
It's so exclusive, I think even we're not invited, to be 100% honest. That's how it works. But here we go, bans for our first game, and this will be, I believe, a 3 out of 5 set as we move into semifinals. So some targeted bans there. That Dodrio, certainly one of the most interesting ones.
Yeah, first time that Pokemon is banned in our tournament. So a hard call out to what Kratos has been playing in that central area just moments ago. Revelation gonna have a few options, but that Blaziken that was so phenomenal for Linear earlier is going to be banned by the very team themselves. That does mean Dispenza gets their hands on the Suicune, though.
Oh, it's such a nice pick to be able to pick up as the first, or as like your second pick, I said. So your first pick on the second side. There we go. Honestly, a very scary set of special attackers to be able to grab, but Flareon's potentially on the Mew. Okay, that would, well, that's still up in the air. That's still potential as they switched around. Kratos picking up that Leafeon, another great choice. I mean, you ban away that Dodrio and you just get another power pick.
So I have to admit, I was pretty surprised to see Revelation pick this Inteleon in that first pick spot over the Snorlax, which feels like such a phenomenal pick for Pikadiff, and more importantly, you're taking it away from Sugrug, but this Inteleon was banned against Revelation back-to-back games in their quarterfinal matchup. But, of course, Orange Juicers throwing a curveball and picking Leafeon Buzzwole in that second pick spot, meaning that Zugrug is going to return to the Lapras.
I feel like the Buzzwole was the most interesting pick there, where maybe you could have taken away that Snorlax instead, but I do really like the Lapras, especially considering the fact that there's the Inteleon on the other side, so maybe that was the entire point to begin with. But the Comfey, a very, very interesting pick. I'm assuming... Actually, how are they going to split this up among their players?
Yeah, it's going to be a Psyduck attacker is what we are going to be looking at in this game. Very interesting. It will still have EXP share. I think Zugrug is going to enjoy getting their Unite move a little bit earlier on in this matchup. And we'll have Psyduck focusing, well, primarily on damage. However, item set, it almost like we're running 3 supports. I think that basically is the fair way to describe this composition. Starting with a Resonant Guard and a Focus Band, that is going to be definitely a team player on the Duck.
Well, there's not a lot of traditional tankiness on the other side, so the high amount of support might be an intentional choice just because they know that there's nothing they need to super burn down. And of course, if we're talking about supports, we don't have really a true support on the side of Revelation, so there's not going to be any healing or any like significant self-sustain. I mean, there will be some certainly, except for maybe the Snorlax using a Unite or something like that. So good. I like the draft strategy.
Yeah, honestly, it's one of the interesting things about these non-healer compositions starting to become so popular. Things like Buddy Barrier on top of these. You have to be so preemptive with your Snorlax Unite move, where in the past you definitely had to play a little more defensive, try to play it a bit safer. Instead, now initiating a fight with a Buddy Barrier to back it up is a very viable strategy. But let's get into it, NAIC. Game number 1 of our semifinals, Orange Juicers versus Revelation.
Gotta see which of these teams will make it to tomorrow on the main stage for grand finals, and both these teams really want it. North America obviously putting on a pretty good show this weekend, aside from the fact that we of course just had the numbers qualifying for our 5th world spot, which is a ridiculous thing to say. But here we are. Which of these North American teams is going to come out on top?
A very interesting path matchup. Obviously, Buzzwole so strong as soon as we get access to that superpower, but they're going into a Suicune very early. That is so much crowd control, even for an Ultra Beast to have to deal with.
Well, you say that. We still haven't seen the Suicune yet, because over here, Flareon's with the invade. Well, technically the double invade now. And I mean, I would love to see just how that one's going. Gonna get some nice scores there. But yeah, look at this. Double buff I see on the Leafeon at the moment. I see only 1 buff taken in their own center area, so we can assume there was a steal.
Yeah, Kratos feeling great about taking all that EXP. The one backdrop is that they won't get any knockouts this early. They're loving to stack up that Excel Bracer, so going to be shallow on that. But of course, taking away both those buffs, so important, mostly because we still got a Kubfu on Celeste.
Yeah, that really needs to evolve. You can see it's kind of at the gatekeep spot where it's got a ton of the, like one big, either like a KO or one really nice wild Pokemon, and it could evolve just from that alone.
Not many of those left with Kratos on the case, taking yet another red buff. So Roland and Kratos on this tag team duo. Flareon sort of playing the backup all the way out here. Grassthorn hits multiple targets. Roland lines up a ton of damage. The Aegis-Slash will be trying to join Lunaire, trying to get some of that EXP. But Flareons and Roland are going to be making their way out of the fight.
To be honest, Psyduck with a Comfey on it might be the most invincible thing in this game.
Yeah, it already was. It feels like, a cherry on top.
Yeah, you don't even need the Comfey at that point. But that is a great way to help Flareons just get out of there. Actually, more so, it was helping Roland get out of there, right?
Yeah,
if we're being 100% honest.
Yes.
Picadiff very, very low, going down to the bottom path. It seems like everybody's going to kind of split up back to their paths, and not a whole lot to farm in the center for now. The Urshifu has evolved, and Flareon's once again just getting out barely, as is the classic with Psyduck.
Yeah, this has been so fantastic to keep Revelation's top path carry and central area in check, but reminder, just a Lapras and a Psyduck are not a lot to write home and secure, so Oblivion almost at level 7 already on this Inteleon, which they have apparently been infamous for in our tournament, even eliciting some bans.
Yeah, that's we just haven't gotten a chance to see it. It's just the knowledge, right, is everything. So we are going to see a pretty big push down here. The heavy slam landing into a beautiful snipe shot. Thank you for the example. Another snipe shot landing. landing as nobody can quite get out of there. There's going to be a pretty significant amount of damage back, but it's mostly to Pika Dip. Oh, we are going to see those Celestial get taken down, and that's a great counter KO, at least for the side of Revelation.
Cruel and unusual punishment from Kratos. They left those Razor Leaf up for so long so that Pika Dip just barely thought they could have gotten away, but no such luck, neither for Lunaires. They also fall to this Leafeon, brought down by the Whirlpool, though, as they take that KO. Snorlax to try to buy a little bit of time, but it's the Water Pulse from Lapras that takes it. Sweet Kiss bringing them both in. What a huge pull as Sugrug and Roland and Psyduck. They might be defenders, they might be supports, but they are absolutely causing some carnage.
Oh my goodness. This is looking really, really good as Pikachu is just like, please, leave me alone, you scary duck. This is a fight that probably won't end for a while. Oh, I really like this. Pikachu with some really great routing over into the center area, saying, you know what, if you're gonna attack me, maybe I'll do a little bit of damage to your own Pokemon, maybe I can steal it away, maybe I'll just waste a little bit more of your time. And currently, still going for a little bit of a chill stroll, finally put to sleep, literally as it lands from the heavy slam. Do like to see that. But in the meantime, Regieleki up top, not being really attacked quite yet. Lunar will be the first one there, Celestial as well. Regieleki getting burned down so quickly, and honestly, that freeze from Dispenza is going to keep OG away pretty much in time to not even be able to challenge that last hit.
Kind of shocked OG didn't make a faster push. With no level 9 on the Aegis Slash, they don't have that coup de grace Unite to first secure it, but they do have that Emerald 2-step. Kratos pulling in all the way there, so the Sweet Kiss will be even more impactful. Does get knocked out by Pikachu. Roland absorbs that snipe shot. What a play from the Comfey. There's two. What amazing coverage. Just simply not allowing Oblivion to have value. That Leafeon is safe and sound with that Comfey behind him. Or around him? I don't know how to describe it.
Behind, above, I don't know. But I've said this before, Comfey is it can be one of the lowest skill expression Pokemon in the game, but when you get to the highest level of Comfey, I think it's extremely high. I think the highest level of play of Comfey is amazing to see. I think the first time I ever really saw that and realized that in my brain was watching Inder play Comfey, and I'm like, oh, wow. Like, you can be so smart as a player on this Pokemon. When I play it, I'm AFK and I'm watching shows and I'm winning ranked matches, but that's not how you're supposed to play it. All right, a fight down on bottom as we're going to be pushing through.
Wow, OG having a perfectly timed eject button to dodge multiple sources of crowd control in that situation. They're able to bail. Big attack by Kratos. So again, that Comfey pocket doing them favors, but what a response from Pikachu. That buddy barrier really helping, not to mention the knock-up. And finally, Revelation gets a fight in their favor.
Sugrug coming in to try and defend, but once again, Snorlax is so good. Yeah. We've seen that all day. That's like a common thing for years, but standing behind the goal zone, pushing everybody back, saying you can't even try to defend this goal zone. You are physically incapable of reaching it, and doing a good job of breaking it, and they needed those points.
Imagine if he had goal zone hacker.
Oh, that's the new meta.
Yeah, they'd lose the match. Okay, we're going to be rotating up towards the Regieleki very soon, very likely. Orange Juicers obviously having a bit of an advantage in that way. The Tier 1 Gold Zone up near an objective gives you a safe place to retreat to, not to mention a bit of a quicker rotation, but it will be Revelation, the first ones to strike. OG, again, just playing very patiently, comfortable in their ability to defend against the Regieleki, ever defensive OJ.
Wow, they burned that down so incredibly quickly, and now I'm sure they want to just continue to burn down the enemy team. That's going to be 1 KO. Orange Juicers is going to lose OG as they're going to continue to push through. Kratos with the one currently with the Comfey on it is going to be jumping around, but Roland not going to be able to, I think, help them defend all that well. Not when you're using Grass Knot. There's going to be a double KO for Kratos. That's pretty good, at least at getting something. Flareon's trying to escape, does get KO'd. Can Celestial escape? Probably not, especially with Sugrug coming in as well. But oh my goodness, hold on a minute. Oh, that was an inch from winning that. Holy
jeez, yeah, you knock out the Leafeon, obviously you got to deal with the Comfey right after, and normally I think DukeSax would call that a BOGO deal. I don't think so when Roland's playing it right now. It is still a hot contention battle, but either way,
Orange Juicers able to rally back. They do lose that goal zone, though. So with that transition, Revelation will gain the points momentum. 225 to 218, an extremely close match, but they are in the lead.
Oh, she just tossed the ball toy back and just kept walking. It was
Get outta
really funny
here.
looking. But Registeel now being challenged, Peekadiff moving forward and just building space. Ooh, that snipe shot was an inch from connecting. A really good call, but they are just going to bring down this Registeel like they've been doing for pretty much every single objective to secure not super strong and Orange Juices. Registeel will go down once again to a snipe shot. Everybody getting caught in the middle. OG going down. Flareon's going to have to try and escape. Kratos really going greedy, trying to take down as many as they possibly can, but a great freeze is going to allow them to turn around. Unite coming out from the Comfey, and so they will escape, which is pretty amazing. Hold on, there's still a chance to catch. No, they are out of there, but that was scary.
Wow, Orange Juicers taking a terrible situation and making a pretty good scenario out of it. They do get 100 points in that tier 2. They had a Celestial versus Zugrug 1v1. Went in the favor of Celestial, but we still got 100 points in. Rayquaza already halfway down. Aegislash in prime position right now. Looking for the secure. Snipe shot should be available, and it will go to Revelation. I mean, picture perfect positioning from that team.
That was exactly where you want to be. The secure power of Aegislash is one of the best things about that Pokemon. It just does everything. And that was, I mean, exactly how you wanted that to go. Flareon's sad in the pip, down on bottom, scoring their 8 points, turning into 16, while these, I don't know, 500 points turn into almost 1,000 from the side of Revelation. That was an awkward engage for sure. That's the best thing that I can say. Like you said, Orange Juicers turned that situation into something pretty good for them, but Revelation turned that situation that wasn't as good for them into really good positioning.
Yeah, I'd say pretty good, but not great. They're able to get dumps, but they do have to, Zugrug still has to recall after that. They used the Lapras Express to escape the Urshifu, so it's not like they could use it to rejoin the fight around the Rayquaza, so they don't have that big shield or the chance to rejoin the battle. Of course, that just gets really awkward after that. All of Revelation is 5 in the pit. Not only does that give them a great chance to secure, it also prevents Orange Juicers from being in position to body block the Inteleon. That is something that doesn't get talked about as often. Inteleon, if there's an enemy Pokemon in that Rayquaza pit, it's really tough for that snipe shot to work. But if your whole team's there, how are they going to even get in?
If I'm being honest, I will say, I thought the coup de grace missed. I thought it auto-targeted something else. It went like horizontal, and it looked like it missed to me. We'll see it again probably in the replay if it goes that far. But yeah, great stuff to Revelation. I will say for sure, when I walked up for the interview, I saw the end of, the kind of the discussion at the end of game 2 for Orange Juicers in their last set. And Zugrug was standing there, and he was like, guys, we won, but we gotta play better. We have to play better. And none of them honestly seemed that happy. They seemed like they were like, okay, we're not satisfied with how we won that set. They said that they were still kind of getting warmed up. They said that they were not playing at how they felt was optimal. And so maybe they're still kind of in that spot. They said that that was their first set of the day. They wish that they, maybe warmed up a little bit more. Revelation's been playing all day and beating good teams all day. So they are as warmed up as you could probably be.
Yeah, I mean, you can't write up a better early game for Orange Juicers with this very off-the-beaten-path composition. Also remind 2 supports and a defender does make things extremely awkward. I think in the early game, it was unbelievable. That Psyduck, Leafeon, Comfey triple invade was so solid. And okay, take a look at that. Dispenza just putting so much crowd control around the entrance.
That looked like it missed. The coup de grace, it did.
It did. I think they boosted auto.
Oh, really? It did actually miss. Okay.
Oh, yeah. That wasn't close. But Celestial does secure the player of the game with the Urshifu at 61,000 damage. I actually do think that fight around the Regieleki probably defined that matchup right before the Rayquaza spawns in. Celestial able to really use this Water Bear. We see it so infrequently, but able to dodge past a lot of those defenses. The big namesake of Lapras. A really, really solid thing for Celestial to pull off. And that Urshifu looks great, especially in its Surging Strikes form.
Right, we've seen it a few times now recently.
Celestial twice.
Yeah, it was Celestial twice. Didn't we see one more person from a different team play yesterday? I forget. There was a lot of teams.
I think it was Wicked Blow.
Ooh, okay.
Wicked Hot.
Ooh, wicked hat. Now I forgot what I was about to say. Oh, yeah, okay.
We need an
You're
accent
distracting me.
We need an accent to say Surging Strikes in, I think.
Ooh, all right, chat, crowdsource that
All
one.
right, yeah, we'll figure that one out later.
But okay, one of the big things about that last match as well that I think Revelation really won through as we're going to the next draft was how they approached every objective. They were so quick to burn down every objective that Orange Juicers just weren't there for a lot of them. They were almost there. OG was like watching. I was like, oh no, please, let me get a hit in. And they just weren't able to every single time. So I think Orange Juicers maybe try to pick up something that's a little bit better secure. Obviously, if they can get Inteleon, they'll be really happy. But I don't know exactly what they prioritize here.
Yeah, I think their early game focus was phenomenal. Just until it wasn't. After that, the Urshifu and Aegislash just kind of scaling a little bit too far ahead where they couldn't catch up any longer. I do think a Psyduck first pick is a fantastic choice. We are going to see the Suicune locked in on the other side, though. The Blissey, the Garchomp bands, you got to expect to be dealing with some kind of top-level threat. So now we have Orange Juicers, a chance to respond. I really think you should be picking up the Snorlax in this position if you're OJ. It just feels so strong for your team, and of course, cutting that option away from Pikachu just feels fantastic, but OJ believing in these damage selections here in our second wave.
Looking to be a pretty similar pick. Well, they chose a defender immediately. Again, I do get the concept of this against the Inteleon, but...
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Right. But I do still think that picking away Snorlax is still a great choice. Especially, I do feel like Pikachu as a player is particularly good with Snorlax. In my opinion,
great.
I think it's just one of those ones where you just want to take it away. I mean, he's been really good at Umbreon as well in the past, but Umbreon not in the meta at the moment, so I'm really curious as to where they would flex if they made them make that choice. They didn't make them make that choice, so I'm talking entirely in hypotheticals.
All right, well, Kratos is going to have one of their birds banned. They will remain on the other. So the Talonflame going to be locked in. Flareon's believing in the Mew. And you better believe I also believe in said Mew. I have taken some pretty big L's to it this weekend.
No, you won. But
that's true. I technically won.
You did win. So that is a 0% win rate against you. Flareon's on the Mew. I think is going to be really, really good. That does solve a lot of the problem of the secure. Same thing with the Talonflame now being on the team. I think there's going to get a little bit or a lot more mobility as well in that case. So they should be able to kind of approach a lot more of these objectives and fights in the ways that they want to. On the other side, though, Absol has had a really, really good record today, and it's got a lot of great targets, I think, on the other side of the map.
Yeah, I don't think Celestial liked being Cub Food 7 minutes.
No.
I think he's thinking it's time to swap that up, locking in the Absol, Excel Bracer, Razor Claw, Scopelets, and that X attack. Very spicy battle item that is going to be a terrifying Unite move, specifically if you were a wild Pokemon named Rayquaza. I would watch out for it because that is a devastating amount of damage.
Another thing that I really liked as we were just watching them for a moment was Dispenza on the support Suicune. And that was something that I said that we didn't really get a chance to see a lot of this weekend. We saw a lot of just attacker Suicune, which obviously extremely strong as well. But I'm a really big fan of the support Suicune. You see it has the Cursed Incense as well, just that it can help with any sort of healing. But there was just so many situations where Dispenza was able to control the pace of the match, stop people from being where they wanted to be. It really showed the value. Obviously, Suicune can kind of just do whatever you want. You could probably play Defender Suicune if you wanted to, and it would work out pretty well.
Exactly. It is a Pokemon that fits into so many roles, and I would say one of the best fits for it is winning games. It has done phenomenally at filling up that position. But okay, here we go. Game number 2 between Orange Juicers and Revelation. Crowd, send these teams your energy. We're headed into this best of 5 game 2.
And if there is a set to lose the first game in, this is the one you want to lose the first game in because it's a 3 out of 5. So Orange Juicers are going to have to make that adaptation. But Revelation, I feel like they're on so much momentum. It's infinite momentum. You just can't stop them. And right now, though, it looks like Orange Juicers are the ones that are going to be aggressive.
Yeah, OG trying to take that Buttlebee back into their own tall grass, look for the secure, but again, that Suicune early, such a devastating threat for the Buzzwole to deal with. They do have the backup of rolling on Psyduck this time around, so a lot more crowd control, a little less healing though.
Ooh, this is very close. Oh, yeah. Wow. Oh, my goodness. I was about to say there, they must really think that they can get a pick right there if they're going to walk up that close. And honestly, maybe they could have waited a little bit for Celestial to come in, but I guess it's not going to matter because Celestial's still going to pick up a KO. A fight on bottom as well. Rare to see kind of big fights on both sides this early on, but I guess these teams just really want this win, a double KO streak as well.
Yeah, it's honestly rare to see mismatches these days with how much information is gained with these aggressive pushes around the goal zones. We often see rotations to the same path. What Celestial is going to get a few KOs, not to mention Lunaria is going to be way closer to Aegislash than they were in our last game.
This is a scary flank situation. Oh, this is not what you want, but having to back out. Celestial only connecting on Zugrug. By the way, the passive is going to be great against Absol as well, but also a rotation down from Dispenza. Not anything gained from the side of Revelation.
Jeez, a level 5 Fletchender was trying to recall in that tall grass, and Oblivion just fell Stinger 2. Pikatif read him like a book. A bird watcher of a Snorlax tackles them. They do still make it away, I think only at the Drizzile. No snipe shot to chase down the Talon. Orange Juicers thanking their lucky stars about that one.
Yeah, that was almost a disaster.
Yeah.
There's nothing scarier than being found when you're backing. But now a little bit of a fight maybe forced this 8-minute mark XP, and I think Roland is going to be added to that list of experience. Ooh, Kratos as well getting added to that experience. Looks like maybe they were able to steal away a little bit of it, but a little bit of a run-in one-at-a-time situation for the side of Orange Juicers. They are finally doing some damage, but it's a scary situation, and they gave up a whole lot, considering the fact that, I'm sorry, who was on Revelation? Oh, it was Celestial has the Accelerator, right?
Yeah, exactly. So on that Absol, every single KO or assist will just be scaling up their attack damage even more. Already a terrifying thing to see. Revelation playing really well against this Talonflame. Every single time we see that Brave Bird, this team scatters. Do not want to see those aerial ace resets whatsoever. So this team is going north, south, west, and east anytime these team fights are popping off.
And I do like the aerial ace choice, as they're going to be moving in, though. Still, I was about to say wide guard, not as easy to use against aerial ace, but they immediately used it against aerial ace and then got the return KO. So what do I even know about this video game? Certainly nothing. Aegislash, such a good Pokemon. They're waiting as long as they possibly can. They're making sure that they can get the max overdunk, which is going to be 25. So a pretty decent lead for Revelation. I won't say it's strong until it's at least 100, but they're going to take a Regieleki going towards the tier 2 goal zone as well, right on top of that.
What a flip of the script from game 1 into game 2. I mean, early game could not be more different. Revelation controlling the entire map, the EXP race, and even the points, albeit rather small. So far, this Regieleki walking towards this tier 2. Talonflame trying to cut them off.
Oh, the flame sweep lands 2 into the wall, but unfortunately just puts them into a tough situation they don't want it to be in. Regieleki goes in, and now they've got to back up. Unite's being popped just to try and escape, but this is just bad situation after bad situation for the Juicers.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure, but I'm pretty sure Superpower brought said Regieleki into Gold Zone. Well, it looked phenomenally cool. Unfortunately, it does result in a whole lot of points for Revelation. OJ kind of sitting there scratching their heads about how to come back in this game. Electro Ball and some mage damage from Mew might be a good way to get it started. Celestial pulled one to Psyduck, and they're deleting.
All right, that's actually a huge KO for them. Highest level member of Revelation at 11. We're just now meeting another level 11 on Aegislash, but that's going to be a great amount of EXP for Orange Juicers, who are still significantly behind. Maybe an attempt to heavy slam steal here, not going to be close enough. And so Pikatif might be going down as well. No, I don't know. That's a mix-up. I don't know if I'm going to guess that one. Snipe Shot just going barely short of hitting Zugrug. Another Snipe Shot barely short of Flareon. So a pretty good escape. I'm sorry. I love seeing the Pokemon fly up into the air with that one.
And look at the effect of this early game lead. In any other world, with that Registeel buff, Orange Juicers is making a push onto the enemy tier 1. They just don't have the Unite moves to try to compete. Revelation pushing their advantage now. Pikatif cutting off the backup, allowing the rest of their damage carries to fight on top of tier 1. Orange Juicers rallying together quite well. Zugrug chasing down their old teammate will knock out the Absol on a great Lapras flank. All right, I gotta stop doubting the Lapras. It's working out great for Zug.
Yeah, right now, though, trying to 1v3 is a little bit scary. They do know that there's some good backup. Unfortunately, we've seen a decent amount of missed snipe shots this time around, landing so many last time, but, oh my,
there you go.
Okay, yeah, there. As they're being dove by the Brave Bird, or by the Bird, and now the Buzzwole as well. They're just getting dove by everybody. They do manage to find that KO on the Inteleon, so the snapshots will not exist anymore, at least for a little while. Absol, though, and Suicune more than a strong enough front line to be able to hold off this push.
We've been seeing a lot of fights like that from Orange Juicers throughout this matchup. Just really aggressive pushes while not having numbers advantage because they're playing from behind. If they can steal a KO or something like that, the comeback experience would be phenomenal, and the risk is actually not that high on the other side. think the problem, or maybe the criticism, is that we've seen a lot of those throughout this matchup, even when we were at parity. So Revelation's been punishing so far, and it looks like we're going to continue to do so in the scoring race as yet another Regieleki lands, and Kratos goes for an extremely late Raper.
That was a little bit late. That was like a ping diff. There's no ping, so that is a joke. But
legally,
I
that's
need
a joke.
to remind that it just feels like me trying to play on like OC servers and get a final hit on something. But they are going to be able to catch on Oblivion. I don't think Oblivion's getting out of this one for free. Dispenza going in to try and save. I lied. Oblivion may be getting out of this one for free. Wow, barely avoids getting KO'd by Flareons by an inch. We're going to see Flareons, okay, finally going to be able to make that happen. But maybe trading his own life. You're gonna hit a bunch of people potentially with this Unite. Great escape from Celestial. Does get picked up by someone else though. I do have to though, commend the mobility.
The context of knowing what move Flareon's now is equipped is so funny. That whole time they were chasing around, they had coaching, and they're like, please, somebody join me so I can get out of this situation. Great secure and rally back by Orange Juicers. So signs of life from this OJ team. Still falling behind. They have a minute until the final stretch to get some levels back and hopefully swing a team fight in their way. Revelation, on the other hand, are already thinking about what it's going to look like to be in Championship Sunday with this 1-0 advantage. Want to push it to 2.
Believe it or not, Orange Juicers have the level lead now, which is wild to say. They did hit their 13s first, they hit their 12s first.
Wow, Buzzwole missing the eject point, but it doesn't matter. Flareon's able to get the snipe on that Mew, and now OG is going to be taking down Dispenza. There is 20 seconds, so the respawns will be available, but there is no way that Orange Juicers is going to be giving up this positioning. They are shutting down this Ray Pit.
Orange Juicers have the ability now to be the ones that are almost on the offensive, right? They get to take wherever they want to take for this final stretch. They are going to back up quite a bit. I think they're scared of the snipe shots maybe from Oblivion, or I shouldn't say scared, but they're wary of. They don't want to just get clipped before this fight even begins, because some fights can begin before they end with snipers like that.
All right, well, Orange Juicers will have control of at least the entrance to the Rayquaza pit. However, neither team has intel around the top side. No one going on a long rotation. Instead, these teams want to trust in their poke damage and set up a solid fight. Zilgar getting some damage on Rayquaza. Hopefully some auto attacks from them will go in their favor with that Twister.
Yeah, they don't have intel on the top side. They only have intel on the southeast. Just kidding. Wow, what an immediate pick. Doesn't matter if you got the passive. That snipe shot's going to hurt when 4 other people are attacking you all at once. And now, Revelation doesn't need to really do anything. They realize they have a gigantic lead. They can wait. Still a good amount of time, so certainly we could see a respawn into a refight. I just want to see if they're going to move forward maybe. Try to get one more pick. I think they're searching for somebody with these snipe shots. Pikachu moving out a little bit far forward for some intel, but gets it. Hits the wild Pokemon instead of actually hitting the target that they wanted to.
And now look at this. Oblivion has the sniper tower under, locked down. Aegislash guarding one way, Snorlax the other, and they're going to kidnap Zilgar again. That is the Unite from Lapras chasing down Celestial, but the major battle is going on in this bottom corridor. Absolute Unite move is used, but no KO's taken. It's OJ to strike first. Both Inteleon and Aegislash are gone. The 2 major secure tools on top of this Rayquaza.
Kratos took out 2 in the backline so perfectly. Celestial going extremely low. That Mew Unite is amazing from Flareon, preventing so many big KOs this game. Rolling extremely low, but there's just not enough damage. They've got to start burning down this Rayquaza before anybody comes back, and they are making sure that Pikachu is nowhere even close, but they've got to burn it down. There's only 20 seconds left. Take it. Go score. They need a bunch of people to score, please. Stop making us wait. The back half from Pikachu. It's going to go unanswered. They need to score even more. Roland being stopped in his place. He's going to get this score. Oh no! Didn't get the score in. It's prevented. They got 100 points in. Was that enough? I was not keeping track.
Okay, yeah, we should have been doing so much math, but we're doing absolutely none. We will take a look at the scoreline along with everybody else as they come up on the screen. And with those claps, it looks like Revelation are going to be holding on to their lead. Pikachu with a clutch up back cap and a prevention of those scores. I think neither Flareons or OG were able to score on the tier 2 on that top side. Also shut down by the Aegislash. I mean, what a wild defense from Revelation. And I mean, we can break down this final fight, but I have to say, some really tough choices made by OJ, and it take a whole lot of time burning down that Rayquaza.
They took a lot of time bringing down Pikatif, I think was maybe the problem at the same time as Rayquaza. Maybe Pikatif is the real raid boss. This was,
Taking aggro.
Certainly. Real life tank aggro. Look at OG really low. I think they're a little bit scared of losing some of their members maybe, but 3 of them going down to fight Pikatif, who just is like, I'm going to barrier and I'm just going to sit here, and doesn't even, I think, go down. Yeah, jumping over, doing some great stuff as Rayquaza is taking it at the 18-second mark. Now we can play a little bit more attention as Pikatif just walks over. Honestly, MVP of that entire life situation, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Flareon does get that Hundo Burger into the top side, but you can see OG's Buzzwole not able to score those 50 as Inteleon holds it down on the top side. And there it is, player of the game, going over to Linear on the Aegislash with 54,000 damage.
Okay, so I do have to say as well, okay, great defense from Linear, obviously there.
Totally.
We got to see that moment. But we also saw Kratos not able to score because they got frozen by Suicune.
Wow, okay,
that was
devastating.
huge. So there were several opportunities where they were an inch away from getting the score to win that game, but now they've got to sit at a 2-game deficit. Obviously, you know, you got another chance here in first to 3, but you do not want to be in this situation.
Yeah, Revelation, newly Worlds qualified roster, now trying to make a statement in a major way. Not only will they be going to Anaheim, home of the world's largest marble, of course, but they will be trying to prove that they are a contender for a top finish at that World Championships. I think Orange Juicer's extremely high on a lot of people's power rankings.
Oh, yeah, I mean...
I haven't made mine yet, but probably.
Yeah, you're waiting so that you don't get, you don't get blown up for it, honestly, on social media. You're like...
I've been thinking about maybe making it after World Championships to really lock it in safe.
Little bit safer. But no, this is an amazing play. And, you know, I feel like we were actually talking a lot about Pikatif today. All of his play today has been amazing to me. This is some of the best I think I've ever seen him play. I was talking about... Sorry, I know I'm kind of... It just sounds like I'm just talking up Pikatif a lot right now, but I am. So that's accurate. I was talking about any team that he joins always just does better. That's a pretty historied list of teams that he has joined and then qualified for Worlds with. But he's just a person who glues together teams. But his individual play at the current moment, I think, is some of the best that I've ever seen it, where he is preemptively in the perfect places. His movement is so good. I mean, everything about those final moments, like the final 40 seconds with him involved, it's like a masterclass of what you could be doing in that situation, wasting so much time, getting the back cap, using the heavy slam over walls, everything. I was so impressed.
Yeah, it looks really, really good. I think Revelation is just humming in general. Obviously, they got that synergy coming from that newly added tank player in Pikatif. I think that's looking great. Their coordination has been really, really solid. I think Lunar and Celestial have been working together fantastic in that central topside duo. But let's face it, in that last game, that was Orange Juicer's game to lose, frankly. That was a really tough position to be put in, and unfortunately, things don't go in their favor. Revelation got to be taking a long, deep breath after the results of that game, because this could easily be a 1-1 result. These are mistakes that Orange Juicers very rarely make. I mean, this is one of the best macro teams I think we have in the world, full stop. And having some of those missteps is really tough to deal with. 0-2 is hard to come back from any team. There's a lot of really strong mentals on that squad, though. I would not count out this OJ squad just yet.
Oh, certainly not. But I do have to say, the other interesting thing about the way that they're losing is I kind of feel like Orange Juicers, not only are they one of the best macro squads, like you said, but within being one of the best macro squads, they're one of the best at keeping the pace under their control. They're a very fast team. They like to take control of things very early on. They like to get their own invades, especially with Roland on any of his picks, basically. But they've been unable to do that against Revelation now. Revelation doing such a good job of controlling the early game. And
in
maybe
game
it's
2 for sure.
Oh yeah, I mean game 2 especially. Game 1 a little bit. It's not necessarily that they like dominated Orange Juice in the start. They just didn't let them do what they usually do.
Yeah, no, it was tough. It was some interesting back-to-back games. Revelation going to be sticking to their same band strategy. Orange Juicers right there in tandem. Kratos will be in that first pick position, but will be handed over to Roland. That side up just so phenomenal. I don't think that is a problem at all. Dispenza going to be running back on that Suicune game after game.
Really an amazing showing from this Suicune, from Dispenza's Suicune in particular. Like I said, we got to see that essentially won the game at the very end. Clutch timing of some freezing. We've seen a lot of just great usages of the CC combinations that Suicune has, and that's what you got to do if you're playing it as a support. You got to play around that more than you're playing around the damage. It's exactly what Dispenza has been doing all weekend.
Okay, so OG is going to be going back to this Buzzwole. It did have a tough time kind of with the range that Revelation was playing in last time, not to mention Aegislash pretty good at getting that unstoppable with the wide guard, but there's a lot you're trying to prevent. I'm curious where Kratos goes in central area. We've seen a couple of options now. We saw that Leafeon, we saw the Talonflame. It's going to be a full compositional repeat for Orange Juicers, and again, I don't think it's a bad thing at all. They did essentially win that game for 9 minutes.
I think that especially the Talonflame was working extremely well. In that final fight, Kratos was in the perfect place. What?
No, I was correcting myself. I forgot they lost early game to Revelation. But yes, in that late game, they were doing a whole lot better.
But yes, so like I was saying, the Talonflame I think did extremely well in that final fight. It was a big reason why they were kind of in the situation where they had a free win of it was a slow free win, but it was a free win of the Rayquaza, and it just hit all of its targets perfectly. We are going to see the double Excel on both OG and Kratos. That's going to be, and one of Flareon's. So I don't think they had those all last game, right? Maybe they did and I just missed them?
I do think that Flareon's at least had that identical item composition. But yeah, so really looking for some of those early KOs. Orange Juicers hoping to make what happened in game 2 happen again. Celestial on this Metagross, it has been picked a decent amount of tournament at that 11% mark. It's no Snorlax at 78, but it is a strong Pokemon. I do think this is a better response into the Talonflame. It is certainly a really, really powerful Pokemon if it can scale. So yet another one of those cases where they really need to be playing for that late game. We've seen the early games be won by both teams in games 1 and 2. Let's see who wins it in this game number 3.
This is, I feel, going to be either a turning point for Orange Juicers. I mean, this is not a hard call to make, but it's got to be a turning point for Orange Juicers, or they're just going to fizzle out. And sometimes it's just not your day. That's just how things go. And so far, it kind of, despite the fact that Orange Juicers did win a pretty tough match previously, kind of, they looked to me like they felt like it wasn't their day. So we'll see if they can turn things around. But if they do, I think this is definitely looking good for 3-0 sweep. It's just all about the mental at this point.
All right, well, NAIC, let's give these teams your energy as we go into game number 3 of our semifinals. Orange Juicers backs against the wall, Revelation on match point.
Ooh, and already we're going to be pushing forward a little bit. Roland surprisingly going for way less invades, I feel, than he usually does. And that might just be a read of understanding Revelation, understanding maybe that there's not as much to gain or whatever it is, just the pacing that they want to change up. But I do love seeing Roland make the invades, so it's a little bit sad. Whoa, again, that's a very similar situation to what they did last time. They fought exactly in that same top tall grass. The moment they realized they could potentially get a pick, they both just rushed in. Unfortunately, this time it was Psyduck, who is immortal, and so was able to just walk away.
Well, he activated his mysterious power, but don't worry, he had a headache right after, so it's okay. Don't worry about him. Oh, Celestial being very aggressive in the bottom path, but it's actually Pikachu to pick up that first KO on the Snorlax. Big tackle play for them. Oblivion is yet to reach level 5, but they do pick up one of those wild Pokemon and are able to achieve that. I think Pikachu definitely thought they were absorbing that boosted auto attack a little bit shy.
Yeah, they're like, oh, wait a minute.
Oops, my bad.
But they're going to be continuing to push on the bottom side. Orange Juicers, well, no, maybe not. They're going to back up. They were looking to see if they could pick up anything. This does seem to be a little bit of a slower game. There were already some KOs, some points scored. Revelation hasn't scored anything, but I believe Orange Juicers hasn't gotten a KO, so they're just waiting to find something. Oh, that's a pretty big difference. Into the eject button, back into the freeze, and now Aegislash pushing forward. This is going to be a big KO with Pikachu in the back as well. That is huge for Revelation.
Yeah, heavy slam eject play from Pikachu. Not only does that clear out a few enemy Pokemon, as a ton of points gained, Orange Juicers are favoring that EXP gain though. So Kratos at level 8 still has a minute to achieve that level 9 before the first major set of objectives is going with the Brave Bird. So one of the few Brave Bird players we have in our tournament. Oblivion on a sneaky spy mission befitting of the Inteleon, but does get the recall.
Yeah, I think the Brave Bird is a great call. We saw that last time as well, and it seemed a little bit harder to counter from the wide guard. The last time I said that, immediately was countered by wide guard. This time, I made sure that they were very apart from each other on the map, so I didn't curse it. But 5 stacking bottom for Revelation, and I think pretty much immediately Orange Juicers are going to realize that. They're going to have to back up. Luckily, we see Zugrug pretty tanky, trying to get out of there. Flareon's getting caught a little bit. Zugrug going down. The snipe shot an inch away from that Mew tail, and that is going to be a goal zone. Maybe going down. They're going to leave it at 2. They actually don't even have enough points to break it, except for trying to get it. Oh, I guess they can overdunk it by 1 now.
Yeah, Celestial is running the attack weight on the Metagross. Oh, and Celestial actually, that's so funny, denied their level 9 on that middle ball toy because Roland broke the goal zone on the other side. I mean, criminal activity there. Celestial will be evolving to Metagross, that supercomputer, very shortly.
That's right, 4 brains. That's what we learned today.
So many brains.
So many brains. Dispenza is going to be rotating up top, and they've got to be careful. Well, Dispenza alongside an Aegislash. They've made a lot of really good flanks, I think, on the side of Revelation through the center area. And oh, look at this. It's a little bit of a sneaky spot. They didn't immediately go for the middle birds. They actually waited to see if anybody else was showing up, but they showed up a lot later. Flame Sweep going to go through the middle, and whoa, awkward little barrier push, I think, to stop the attack from the Talonflame. We are going to see the Unite coming out from OG, and they are going to pick up 2 KOs, although it's a 2 KO streak from Zugrug, interestingly.
Yeah, Zugrug getting involved on this Lapras. I mean, kind of proving this pick throughout the match. A really phenomenal push with that Water Pulse, a whole lot of healing, whole lot of shields to work with. Picadiff, again, in this position where, unfortunately, all their friends have been knocked out, so they just want to go back to the party.
Yeah, it's a good way to go back. It's a little bit faster. Plus, you get to say hi to the other team, and you're like, hey, guys, how's it going?
Yeah, bit of an Irish goodbye for the rest of their teammates. Always a bummer to see, but that's all right. They will all be returning to the central area for yet another fight. It feels like OJ and Revelation love hanging out in this position, not only just for information, but also a whole lot of experience spawning into that map at any given time. And both these teams looking to try to steal a KO. We're getting into that level range where 1 knockout is a tremendous amount of EXP.
And I gotta say, this is easily the closest of the 3 games they've played so far. I mean, 3 points difference when you're at this much score is pretty wild. The level difference is very, I would say, pretty insignificant. It is slightly in the favor of Revelation, but not in a way I think that matters enough for it to really change this game. And they are looking for this Red Rock burn down. That's something that I said Revelation were so good at, an attempt to steal, but no, it's going to be Aegislash. Linear getting that secure. They're chasing it down. They're chasing the entire enemy team down, 2 KOs, going for a 3rd, and Roland might not be able to escape this situation. Okay, they are not even going to chase. That's the side effect. They want to instead rotate up top. They realize, hey, the longer we attack this, we're not getting the XP in the middle, though we're not going to get the Regieleki, we're not going to get anything else, and it's certainly not worth KOing 1 support Pokemon.
An interesting set play from Orange Juicers in that last team fight. Taking that team fight kind of preemptively without their defender, because Zugrug was on a mission to Lapras Express from the top side of the map all the way around behind the squad. Ultimately, it does not result in them getting the Reggie, neither of which, as Regieleki is now walking towards that tier 2, OJ very happy to give that one up. A tiny amount of points in the grand scheme of things, and it's going to go back to farm.
And again, after seeing just basically the past 2 objectives, I think I can say pretty clearly that win or lose, Orange Juicers really need to look at this game at specifically how they approached their objectives versus how Revelation approached the objectives, because Revelation have been in complete control of basically every single objective in every single game. They are just there so preemptively, they're rotating so quickly, they've got the secure on board, they know exactly who's doing what, they burn it down immediately, and it's all looked really good. But this is a little bit scary, as there's a few more members of Orange Juicers there than maybe they first thought. The snipe shot will connect on Roland, but they are going to continue. They say, hey, you know what? That hurt me, but now I know that you're all over there. Double KO for OG, and we're going to have to see Oblivion back all the way up with a Picadiff escort.
OG with some really sick moves. They're actually canceling the Metagross Unite move with the Smackdown. That could have been devastating. All of a sudden, Metagross gets those extra shields, and a giant wall comes up. We could be looking at another Revelation team fight win, but OG turning that one around for OJ.
I love that combination of names.
Yes.
It's
almost OP.
Oh, almost, but not quite. Okay. Doesn't need to be nerfed. Oh, okay. This is actually a really awkward timing for this Registeel. Everybody wants it, and they do want to fight for it, but we're at the 2-minute 40 mark, so they are going to be able to KO Roland. These snipe shots just coming in. Nobody has really answered Oblivion yet this game. Big freeze as well. That's going to stop and... Oh, my goodness. Okay, 2 more down.
All right, Kratos with a big Brave Bird, but unfortunately with that aerial ace off a cooldown, no way to get out, no way to deal additional damage. They are going to get KO'd, hopefully getting them a little bit closer to earning back that Flame Sweep Unite move, as they will be spawning in with only around 7 to 8 seconds before that Rayquaza spawns, meaning that Revelation, with this Inteleon base comp, yet again gets priority positioning around the Rayquaza.
Well, that is the ultimate silver lining. They do get the Flame Sweep back, so that's something, but an immediate engagement off the bat. Roland going down before this fight even begins. They're diving all the way in, splitting them up. Flareon's having to use that Unite just to disappear and return in the middle of it. I mean, they won't go down, but again, that's so many resources. Everybody's being split up. Rayquaza started to take some damage, and it's just all Revelation on the board. Flareon's one of their only last chances, but 2 members trying to space them out. We do see Selgrog as well in the southeast side. Everybody else running back in. This might end up with a flip if we do see Orange Juicers decide to prevent the reset. However, they're actually going to continue with the fight.
Okay, the Sayaya giving a little bit of damage reduction towards the Lapras, but it only buys a few precious seconds. 2 Pokemon down for both sides. Aegislash, Suicune, and Metagross for Revelation. Buzzwole, Psyduck, and it is the Aegislash. Revelation, 3 games in a row, has secured the Rayquaza.
I cannot tell you how strong I think Aegislash is right now. That coup de grace was everything. It secured so many objectives. Get out of here. The surf away, it's not going to be enough. And truly, I don't think there's any way that they fully defend this huge push. Celestial actually just going back. There's a minute left. The score lead is actually not as significant as it could be. Suicune going back as well. I'm not sure if they still have their shield. Celestial has about 1 hit left of their Rayquaza shield. Okay. So this is doable. This is doable. 120 points exactly. They could get that on 1 goal zone.
Yeah, another situation where the clock is going to be a really tough enemy to fight against. Pikachu taking a tremendous amount of damage. That block shield already gone, but they just replenish with that power nap. OG Unite move lands into that main defender. They need to take out this opposition to even open up the avenue for scoring. Inteleon takes down the Buzzwole, and now they're all pushing towards this tier number 2.
Pikachu still up after all that. We're going to see Selgrug go down. We're going to see 4 members, 5 members down. Orange Juicers no longer stand a chance as Revelation, with an, I would say, a 3-0 upset, will be the ones to advance to the grand finals.
Welcome to the World Championships, Revelation, and welcome to our grand finals, as they will be going to Sunday to play for a chance at a championship NAIC title.
What a showing from them. I mean, that was just impressive all around. Every member had some great MVP moments, but altogether, it just seemed like their team play was top of the line. Yeah. Their ability to rotate, they had no hesitation. They felt like they were playing faster than Orange Juicers, and Orange Juicers, like I said, are usually one of the faster teams when I watch them, but Revelation just held control in so many situations in 3 games straight. It's unquestionable. It's not a, oh, maybe they got lucky a few times. That was certainly their set.
Yeah, I mean, what a play from them. Orange Juicers, unfortunately not moving to our championship Sunday, ending our tournament in top 4 position. Still have 1 more semi-final to go, but what a match this was. I didn't know what to expect headed into this best of 5. I certainly did not expect a 3-0 sweep, and even more so from the Revelation side.
This is going to set up whatever Grand Finals is to be so exciting and so interesting, with Orange Juicers, of course, being able to beat LG very recently, LG potentially on the other side, and then Peru being kind of the big upset of, well, I mean, now Revelation the big upset as well, but there's just so many close teams now within this top 3. Orange Juicers will include, for sure, within the top 4, so I really have no idea what could happen, but we get to see probably a whole lot of replays from this set, as it was a pretty long set, even considering it was a 3-0. It felt like everything was kind of close in the end, but Revelation pulling it off 3 straight games, and yeah, look at that. That was after a win, by the way.
That was a second win. He was 2-0 at that position. Pikachu, be happy. You won the game, but either way, yeah, these plays are on the end game, I think, with the most pivotal parts of the matchup. You see Roland trying to sweep through and pick up 2 KOs, but this Buzzwole and Talonflame needing to be within melee range around that Rayquaza is just so difficult. Brave Bird just a little bit late, but I mean, at that position, you're 1 versus 3 in terms of secure tools. Very, very difficult to weave that in for any player or Pokemon, but certainly not for Lunaire, who is your player of the game for yet another time in this match, again on that Aegislash.
I think one of the MVPs of the entire set as well.
Totally.
For sure. We've seen a lot of Aegislash picks that are intended to be used as secure, but a lot of times it's very difficult. Aegislash is a very committal character as far as your mobility. If you really go in, sometimes you're just not in the position where you can safely sit around and wait to land your Unite for that secure, but Lunaire was there every single time that they needed to be. Obviously the one who secured that final Rayquaza, but secured so many Reggies as well, so many just everything. They were in the right place at the right time. Everything was beautiful.
Yeah, all right. Well, we are going to be hearing from Revelation as we have an interview on stage with the squad. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Zoinks. Thank you so much, Caster's Booth. We got Oblivion here from Revelation. Let's get some noise for Revelation, please. Man, Oblivion, you guys have been looking incredible this last weekend. You are on a roll. Grand Finals, a Worlds qualification. How are you feeling, my friend?
It feels incredible. Like, this is my first Worlds I'm going to be able to go to now. We've always like taken 7th when I played on my team, so this is amazing for me to actually be able to go to Worlds for once.
Anaheim, California, world's biggest marble in that city, of course. We have on the other side of the semifinals, we have Luminosity Gaming, Peru Unite. Who do you think of those two do you want to see in the grand finals?
So I think earlier Celeste was talking how we want to see Peru, and I do too. I mean, they're one of our scrim partners. They're very strong. I want to play a Nemo on land.
Revelation, of course. We have a couple more questions for you, but any other shout outs that you want to give either to the crowd or potentially those that are at home?
I mean, shout out to my Twitch chat fans. They're great. They're awesome. My team, they've been incredible. This is the best in team environment I think I've ever been on. My family, obviously my mom, I don't know if she's watching right now, my brother, and my goat, Little Slugger.
Shout out to Little Slugger out there. Last question, and it's for me. I love to play Phalanx. Is there a possibility to see Phalanx maybe tomorrow? What do you think? I know you love to play Phalanx with that EXP show. What do you think?
There's always a time we're thinking about it, so it's maybe in the pocket.
All right, thank you, Oblivion. This is Oblivion from Revelation. You're going to be seeing them tomorrow for the grand finals. Caster's Desk, thank you so much, and back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Draco. Great to hear from Oblivion on just such a legendary run, and good to hear that the vibes are high on that squad. Best team environment they've ever been in.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, it's the Pika Diff Diff.
All right,
always the Pika Diff Diff. Every team is happy when he's on that team. I don't know what it is. I got to figure it out. It's a skill.
True.
But yeah, no, obviously you got to be happy after a win like that. That entire team, they do seem like they're gelling together. That was one thing that Oblivion said, was that it's one of the best team environments he's ever been on. And you can tell just the way that they're like looking at each other and talking to each other during the matches and the way they're playing together. They're playing like a team that's been together for like years, which is pretty wild.
Yeah, a lot of people had them picked as their option to take that World Championship spot. I don't know if anybody had them as their option to win the entire tournament, but now they are in their best case scenario, hanging out there on the grand finals, of course, awaiting their opponent, who will be determined in just a few moments in the next semifinal between Peru Unite and Luminosity Gaming.
Oh, that's going to be so good. I'm so excited. We just got to hear that they would like to play against Peru.
Yeah, ooh, that's going to be exciting, the team call-out. Now, I've been told that Wonderchef, you and I have one more Who's That Pokemon to do before we jump to the break. So please, production, give us that Who's That Pokemon. We're unstoppable.
I'm going to pre-call it. It's going to be Jigglypuff from above.
Okay. We're calling it before the silhouette. Yep. I like that a lot. Okay, we're getting told to hold.
Okay, I'm holding. I'm holding.
Sounds like maybe you did guess it correctly, and they're just being
that would be
cheeky.
wild if I did.
Sounds like you guessed it correctly, and they're just changing it last minute. All right, who do you think it is, Wonderchef?
Jigglypuff. Yes, no, Jigglypuff from above.
Jigglypuff from above. I am going to go with Alolan Electrode. I know it's not real. I'm going with Hisuian Electrode.
I like Alolan Electrode. We'll make that up.
Let's see the final Who's That Pokemon.
Oh,
Solosis. I was even going to make that joke
They knew
earlier.
I was gonna guess that, and they did. There was a great plush of that, by the way, in the Pokemon Center.
Oh, yeah.
Super good this time around.
Check out the Pokemon Center, maybe even during this break, because when we come back, it will be more Pokemon Unite here at NAIC.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. We are live here in Nolens for NAIC, one of the biggest events for Pokemon of the year and one of the biggest for Unite. This is the final stretch. One final world slot being awarded this weekend, and it already was, to Revelation, who are playing out of their minds. But in front of us, we have the two-time champions against one of the best teams to ever play the game, Peru Unite. This could be and should be our best matchup of the day. Source? Trust me, bro. It's going to be huge. My Intellion is not that bad. You actually get to hold that sign.
Let's do that again.
Yeah. Source? Trust me, bro. This is how good we are. We realized in real time we did a bad job. I am Jake, your resident content cowboy, yeet to the ha, joined by the only man.
the only Dupe Snacks, and this is the finals. It's the end of the day. We're not even running out of steam, and you know what? If I didn't already roll my sleeves up twice, I would have done it again, because clearly I'm working solo out here, carrying all the weight on these broad shoulders, baby. Big matchup.
Yes.
Peru, of course, would love to take down Luminosity Gaming and get themselves another IC trophy. They won EUIC last year. NAIC is just a perfect complement to that trophy on their shelf. Luminosity, though, you know what they're looking for? Every single IC trophy in one single season, something that hasn't been done in any of the games.
That's right. They are looking for the Infinity Gauntlet of trophies, and if any team's going to do it, it would be Luminosity Gaming. Winning LAIC at the start of the year, winning EUIC. Guess who they played? Peru Unite in the grand finals. Here they are in the semifinals, trying to dispatch them once again. Word on the street is Peru is playing even better than they were at EUIC. Specifically, that was told to me by Luminosity.
Correct.
They said they are looking good, better than EUIC. This could be our toughest competition of the entire tournament. Now, of course, they would have to win this, head to the grand finals, take down Revelation, who are maybe on the greatest hot streak of all time, but Peru is right in front of them right now. They went 3-1, excuse me, at EUIC against them.
Yeah, I kind of want to put a pin in that because we're talking about a team that is reminding me a lot of Tuzi from LAIC, who was on an absolute tear through the second day. However, when they showed up to the next day, they faced an LG that was ready to go, and it kind of felt like some of that momentum and some of that steam that they had fallen off overnight. And I really hope, for the sake of our viewers at home and for us that are going to be casting the game, that we keep that positive, upbeat, rock and roll energy that they've got so we can have a good matchup tomorrow. But today, we got to figure out who's actually going to be playing against Revelation. And like you said, we've got two titans in the game easily for the last since the game started. I was going to say the last 4 years, but let's from the beginning.
Yes.
These two are absolute amazing teams, and I really want to see them show down.
Fully agree with you. These are some of the best to ever play the game. Of course, you have the champs. You know them. You know LG. And if you've been watching, I assume you know Peru. Well, you're going to get to know them a little bit better because we're going to throw it up to the main stage for a head-to-head interview. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Spraggles and Doobsacks. Here we are, folks. We have Zinus from Peru, Overlord from Luminosity. Now, as we mentioned, this is the run back at EUIC, but in the semi-finals. Now, Zinus, what would it mean to you to be able to get a run back on Luminosity and take the win this time?
Me sentiría muy bien, de hecho, porque creo que ellos son los favoritos a ganar y por los que han ganado muchos torneos anteriores, y pues es una alegría en sí, si es que lo logramos.
It would mean a lot. Of course, Luminosity are the favorites, and they have been working so hard, and it could mean a lot for them to finally win against Luminosity.
Now, thank you so much, Zinus. Overlord, obviously you are coming here, LAIC champ. EU IC champ. What would it mean to you and the team to also make it to the grand finals a step closer to becoming NAIC champ as well?
I mean, yeah, it would it'd obviously be massive for us. Probably be the first and maybe only team ever to possibly win all 3 ICs in 1 year. It's definitely an accomplishment that all 5 of us really, really want, to have under our belts. So we're really prepared, and I think we're pretty confident.
I feel like you're just trying to hoard all the trophies from all of the teams, aren't you? Want all the trophies for themselves. Now, before we head on into this semi-finals match, is there anything that you would like to say to Overlord personally? Any positive words, or maybe you have something else to say? I mean, obviously, friendly banter.
¿Hay algunas palabras amigables que le quieras decir a Overlord antes del partido?
Lo daremos todo y sé que podremos ganar.
That they are going for the win.
They are going for the win. What do you think about that, Overlord? Do you have anything else that you'd like to say to Xynus and Peru here?
Good luck.
Good luck. Keep it short, simple, and sweet. But once again, can we give it to Xynus and Peru? Let's hear that crowd. And over to Overlord and Luminosity. Well, good luck to the both of you. We'll let you take your places. Let's send it back to the casters.
Thank you very much, Kello. Obviously, a face-off between 2 titans in the game. This is going to be exciting. Good luck. You're going to need it. He didn't add the "you're going to need it," but I felt the "you're going to need it" there.
It was in his eyes.
Yeah.
It was in his eyes.
Feel
Overlord
it
has
right
done a
here.
lot of those interviews and thrown a lot of different energy out into the ether, right? And really played it subtle, but we knew what he was saying.
Yeah.
Good luck, you're going to need it because we're going to beat you very, very badly to the best of our ability,
Yes.
is what his eyes were saying. In fact, closer to good than bad. I don't know when I'm going to use this card, but just...
I'm going to use this card every time I make a mistake. I just want to show Zoinks right here. That's 0 KOs, okay? 0 points scored, 1 assist. I'm also on this card as Alchemy, and I did better than this.
I am on that card as Slowbro and did worse. However,
I don't think so. Honestly, it was hard. It was hard to do worse.
I was
okay?
laning with him?
No, here we go. All right, take him. Take him.
Unfortunately for him, he can't take them all.
Can't
Still
get
got
them
it.
all. We still have some of them. And in front of you, we
That
still
was a great
have...
throw. Did you see that throw?
It was legendary.
It was a very good throw.
Incredible. You should see my kicks. In front of you, we have, again, possibly the best match of the day. Without question, I think the run back everybody wanted to see. You could easily see this as the grand final. Luminosity, Peru Unite. Either team that moves forward, I would say, is heavily favored against Revelation. There is a question mark as to whether or not they're going to show up tomorrow being the superstar team that they are today. Right now, on the greatest hot streak of all time, that could be stopped by one of these 2 greats. I don't know who's more favored in this matchup. I think the easy money is on Luminosity Gaming, but Peru Unite is one of the strongest teams. They're so aggressive. Their support is so good. You talk about this a lot, their support core on Peru Unite. Not only do they have amazing carries, but man, they can back it up with their support and defender.
Yeah, whether it's them felicitating. That's not a word.
You can
facilitating engagements, or mostly it's not even facilitating the engagements. It's mostly saving Tempo and Anemo whenever they decide to just come unglued and just like, I'm going for it all. Draken and Kea always there to help out.
Yeah, I feel like Tempo and Anemo are limit testing every single match,
game, yeah.
and they have this amazing safety net parachute in their support and defender cores. We're getting ready. This is our first draft here of our semifinals. This is a best of 5, which these teams are used to. Hit me with that 5 again.
5.
Look how good he is. Hit me with a 4. Oh, that did take a second.
I almost went 5. I almost went 5, but my brain said 5 fingers is not 4 fingers, and he asked you, show me a 4.
He crushed it.
Bang.
First pick over to Luminosity. They're grabbing
Easy money.
Suicune. Suicune, one of the best things in the game right now. Otter could be the player using this. You could also see this in the bottom path on someone like Curios.
Yeah.
But as a support, running the EXP share on this Pokemon, you still get all the value out of the stuns, the slows, and the freezes, and you are able to power up your team with the best item in the game. It's a real win-win.
It definitely is, and the fact that it keeps your draft open, especially in this first position, is important, right? It allows you to be at least a little reactionary without committing too heavily, and Overlord on Blaziken is something for me, be still my heart. And Curios, again, grabbing Armarouge, who is having, Armarouge specifically, is having a great showing this weekend to the point where it's starting to earn bans.
Yeah, I think Armarouge is having the revelation of Pokemon weekends, right? Just really crushing it all over the place. And then, of course, we have Blaziken. This is a Pokemon that I think we expected was going to do very, very well, and it is delivering. On the other side, Lapras, sort of that premier defender pick that felt like it crawled its way into the meta right around regionals, and of course, Psyduck, the most difficult thing to deal with, it feels like, in the entire game.
I mean, you talk about Revelation specifically, using Psyduck to a lot of phenomenal value this weekend. Where is Trainer going to go? They go with Zoroark, and they're going to be putting tons of pressure on top of Peru with that Pokemon. Zarina going to be looking to contend and battle up front and scrap as best as it can. And Anemo, who is going to round this out with a Ceruledge.
Interesting. I mean, when I look at Zoroark, there are two questions on my mind. Without Comfey, how viable will this be? And question number 2, how many times will I call this Zeraora accidentally in a match?
4.
Let me see the fingers.
Bang.
He nailed it. We're not on camera, but I can tell you at home, he hit it immediately. This man, I could tell him to put 3 fingers up, and I bet he'd hit it. He did.
The sound effects went with me actually doing the action as we are now no longer on screen. I'm sure people would like for us to talk about the game, but numbers is important to us.
Yeah, numbers are extremely important, and extremely important to these two squads as well. For Luminosity, it's going to be number of trophies. For Peru, it's going to be number of times beating LG. So far, that's a 0 this season.
That's a low number.
You're holding up 0 fingers.
Bang. Nailed it again. Kids on fire. How do we think about this Ceruledge? We have seen some phenomenal games out of it, and then, you know, this is where Peru, like, what do you think Peru is trying to counter with Ceruledge? Usually that's where you lean with your gutter pick, is to try and counter or, you know, find a way to combat what the enemy team has put together. Where do you think Ceruledge might slot in?
Well, you know, it's got one of the best Unites in the game, but you have to hit it. It's not like a Charizard Unite where you're guaranteed to be taking them up into the sky and doing some serious damage. That Ceruledge Unite hits could be massive. It misses. It feels like this Pokemon loses a ton of value, but you're going to see it in the hands of one of the best teams in the game as we get ready here in our semifinals. Luminosity Gaming, your purple team. Peru Unite, your orange team, as we're getting this thing started.
Blaziken, Suicune in a path feels difficult. It feels real tough to play into. And when you have just a bounce sweep on the other side with a Psyduck, it still feels like you're taking the L on that exchange. We'll see how it actually works out in practice, as tons of pressure is being put on Kea. Popping the headache as the Psyduck, which is actually buying them enough time to retreat and at least be safe for now.
Nice. They were able to get that secure. I mean, we have Luminosity being very aggressive right here. We're going to see if Overlord can get out of this, able to peel away from this crazy fight. The pressure from Luminosity Gaming this top path has been incredible. Another great secure by Otter right there.
I mean, Suicune is the best thing going for a reason. Not only is it great in phenomenal players' hands, but, you know, we said it was nerfed, but not really. You know, it clearly doesn't feel like it, not this weekend, and here comes Trainer.
And we can see Trainer coming up to the top path right here. The picture-in-picture shows us a fight in the bottom path, but those are some easy scores for Luminosity. The Evolution, Combustion's on the field. Noobsex is currently retching, and here comes the Ceruledge.
Stepping up, but not willing to engage. Overlord might have found themselves on the chopping block, but at what cost? And Peru says we're not willing to make that exchange or engage right there.
Yeah, beautiful stuff here from LG. Moving forward right now, seeing if they can pick up a KO on this Psyduck, getting aggressive enough to grab another stack for Overlord. The Blaze Kick is not able to pull Psyduck away, but they are able to get all this experience. Back up to score once again. Another 2 points for Luminosity, another stack on Blaziken.
moving forward is this Luminosity team. They're moving forward as a collective, right? They're understanding the rotations the trainer needs to make, and then using that and kind of using their momentum of them sweeping in to push, push, push. Is this going to be any different as we have Kyrgios holding it down in the face of 3, and all of Luminosity is looking to try to adjust to make sure that they can support their teammate. Here comes Slash leading the charge.
Yeah, we got 4 members of Peru down here, but it doesn't look like they were able to do too much. Tempo now level 6 on this arena, so the fights are going to get better and better for Peru. But look at this in the top path. Goals at 3. They're keeping it up so that they're able to get all of the experience between these 2 goal zones. 4 members fighting on this bottom goal zone. They are going to be able to score, put some points in. Here comes Trainer.
Oh, come on. The big fire spin around Kyrgios prevents more scoring from going in, gets them just enough time for Trainer to engage, and forcing Peru Unite to retreat.
99-44. Overlord decides to break in the top path and then head and grab experience on the side of the map for Peru. Meanwhile, we're fighting here in the bottom path. 4 members of Luminosity. We do have Zarina making their way top to try to stop Overlord, but it looks like it's going to be too little too late. 5 seconds now until the Reggie spawn in top and bottom path.
Well, it looks like Peru is going to do a heavy rotation, go 3v2 top. No, they're switching gears. Zarina's rolling downstairs. We have Mew creeping in. Mew, a great secure option, but barely eked out by Trainer, and that was real close.
Really close there from Zynus. Solar Beam not able to make it happen. In the top path, it's going to be very difficult for Peru to do anything. With Overlord as Blaziken near this objective, it's just so incredibly tough. Looking to get a KO instead of getting the objective right away. Taking down Psyduck, heading right back up. Almost level 10 right now on Blaziken.
I look at Luminosity Gaming, and one of the strongest parts of their games is being able to weather the storm of player mismatches, right? We just saw 4v2, 3v1s, and then the fact that they can do that means that they can stress the other side of the map, and it makes you feel hopeless. Because you're like, if I can't get it done 4v2, how am I supposed to get it done 4v4, 5v4? And things just feel out of touch, out of reach. Luminosity Gaming looking really good.
Yeah, Luminosity absolutely has their foot on the gas right now, and they are crushing. You get big time Ceruledge Unite, but only clips 1. Solar Beam doesn't get anything done. Armorage Unite misses everything because the Pokemon is already knocked out. Luminosity now peeling away. I was wondering how Zoroark was going to do without a Comfey, and it looks like just fine in the hands of Trainer.
Well, that's the thing, right? You saw Anemo coming in and immediately sussed out by Trainer, right? As soon as they got into vision, they tried to get in the bush to jump them after the score, but no. Zoroark immediately engages in, catches them, takes the initiative there, and makes it an easy knockout the other way.
Anemo, level 10.5 right now, getting close to the side of Luminosity Gaming, but they have a lot there. They have the Zoroark almost 12. They have Overlord just hitting over. No, sorry, that's Kyrgios who just hit 11. Overlord, 11.5 as well. The assault on this bottom goal zone, moving in with the Fire Punch, seeing what they can make happen. They're going to try to break it right now. Big time Solar Beam. Overheat helps pick up a KO. Blaziken takes 1. Moving forward here onto Tempo. Another goes down, this time to Armorage, but they're caught by Zynus.
But Zynus repositioning to get the Solar Beam for the knockout allowed that goal zone to be closed out, Spraggles, and I think if you're Luminosity Gaming, you're feeling okay with that. It's not the ideal exchange, but you're still there. Now they're putting tons of pressure on. Otter forcing out the Unite, and they're gonna move through. Can they cash it in? Overlord's looking for some more punches. Everybody's low. This is Peru's moment. You got to make it happen. Oh no, they either cleansed or duffed the Unite move. Didn't hit the broadside of a barn. If you remember, we burned it down yesterday. And now Kyrgios is fire spinning their way up the track, and they get a Snorlax for all that effort.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're able to get the objective. They put a lot of pressure on Luminosity. That Psyduck Unite move actually making it really hard for LG to fight there. But you're right. Once again, Ceruledge Unite threading the needle perfectly. Looks like it missed every member of Luminosity there. They're definitely going to have another one, possibly 2 more in this match, but that Unite move, unlike Blaziken stance switching or a power nap, it can easily miss and provide no value at all.
And no value is exactly what it went for, just like the number of times they've beat Luminosity Gaming, which is none. 3 minutes, 36 seconds on the clock. We're starting to rip this Regieleki. Counter scoring is the duck. They're able to be preventing the score. We're going to freeze them down. Curios is there to close the door. Tempo is trying to flank. They see Otter. Otter sees them, puts them in the bushes, try to freeze them down. Boosted auto eaten by Otter. On the backside is Overlord. They're looking for a pincer maneuver. But now they're looking to see if this Regieleki is going to go in, cut off by the tank Lapras, and good Unite by Tempo can actually get a KO. They do. Finally, the support Suicune goes down, but that's not a type of target you want at this point in the game.
No, I mean, you're expending a lot of resources for it, right? They had to use the Unite move from Zarina. They do finally get it, and there's no question it's been one of the most difficult things for them to deal with. The amount of stuns, slows, and freezes that Suicune is able to output has just been impossible for Peru to get through and also win some of these bigger fights. Level-wise, things are looking amazing here for Luminosity Gaming, but Peru not far behind. 13 on Ceruledge, 13 on Zarina. Gonna need to move around the map, get some wild Pokemon experience so that they can charge up that Unite move, but they are walking into Rayquaza, 100 points down, but pretty even fight-wise, and look at them score top.
Yeah, they're giving up this objective and trying to match up these points here, and they're able to square up the lead a little bit. About 51 points separate these two squads as we have 15 seconds till Rayquaza.
That's right, Ray is about to hit the map here, and we're gonna see how Peru wants to play this. They are behind, Luminosity is well aware of that, so they're gonna need to be the ones to make a play, but LG likes to take these opportunities to catch their opponents and start a big fight. The question is, how do they want to do it? They move in with Snorlax and then pull them back with a Blaze kick from Blaziken here. We're gonna see how they want to start this engagement. Nice little Solar Beam, chips Overlord a bit. Slash getting caught a little there by the Psychic, but an easy block. Deals with a lot of that damage as you have Peru Unite sneaking around in the tall grass here, and Overlord might get caught right now.
Oh, they're putting the pressure on. Nice readjustment. Overheat is there. Pressure put on Ceruledge. Unite back to Overlord. Overlord so low, they're kept standing. Tempo goes to Unite on Trainer, but here comes the power nap. Suicune Unite back the other way, and it's a Nemo that goes down first. Now we're putting the pressure on, and you gotta feel like not getting Overlord there is a critical mistake.
Wow, shocking that they weren't able to catch him there. Two members of Peru went for it. Not able to make it happen. Zarina down right now. That's two members down. Luminosity Gaming is pushing forward.
No, Otter is there. Whirlpool put it down. Psyduck tries to wrap them up. The Mew Unite is going to give them in the mist, and they're going to be able to retreat here as we're looking for some resets. Overlord pretends to go back, stays in the pocket for just a second.
Here we go. Overlord looking for their moment right here. Slash moves in, big time power nap. They're going for the KO and they take it right away.
Now they're going to have to be on the hunt here. Draken tries to step up. Curios is getting really low. Heavy slam cover. Block is out. Can Curios get behind it? Tons of pressure on Kea. And now we're going and split scoring. Luminosity is going to start stressing this thing in different directions. Is it Rayquaza? Is it stopping scores? Doesn't matter. Luminosity sees the finish line in sight here in game one.
Here we go. 30 seconds left on the clock. Peru is behind. Their only hope would be to peel off and score or possibly get Ray, but look at this, more points in the home goal zone. Overlord able to score there due to that beautiful faint Shadow Claw combo. The knockups from Shadow Claw slowed them down just enough to let the score happen. It was probably over, but that's all she wrote. Beautiful plays there by Luminosity in game one.
Very well executed. Another game where unfortunately it didn't feel particularly close. Nope. It was just Luminosity doing their thing, taking more and more and more on the map to the point where Peru found themselves with a very small window within which to work, and they couldn't quite get anything done. That being said, and I hope we see it again, that failed catch on Overlord when they position themselves so well is going to be biting them in the butt for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, that was a huge moment, right? We saw the eject button play at Zinus right there looking for the KO. Moving in for this fight, this is after the failed catch had already happened. You have LG peeling off to score at the tier 2s on the side of Peru. Curios in a little bit of trouble right here, but Armor is just able to buy so much time that there isn't much that Peru can do.
No, exactly right. And that's kind of been the story of Armarouge all weekend long and why we're seeing it chosen more and more. Not only is it an offensive threat, again, when you start thinking of those offensive threats, how can it sustain itself? And here you have that beautiful play by Overlord to allow the points to go in and really secure the W in game 1.
Other way, it looks like it's Overlord because it was the Zoroark, but it was actually Trainer.
Yep.
And the combo, for those of you wondering at home how that happened, the feint attack combo, you can slide back through and hit with Shadow Claw right into another feint, which resets Shadow Claw. Shadow Claw has this little knock-up on it, which you see Zarina get hit by 3 times in a row. That's just the proficiency of someone like Trainer on a Pokemon like that. It wasn't a game-winning score, but what an impressive little maneuver.
Yeah, take notes. For those of you at home, you might find yourself in a scarier situation where you definitely need those points to go in. If you're a Zoroark gamer, make that happen for your team.
Here we go, heading into game number 2. Luminosity already up, feeling very in control of this matchup. Peru with the first ban, and it's going to be the Leafeon.
Yeah, targeted to Trainer. They're going to try and limit their pool a little bit, but as we just watched, you can't shut them off from everything.
Yeah, Suicune back the other way, and finally, looks like we're going for Inteleon, a Pokemon that has not had a super stellar weekend. I think a lot of us would have thought, especially for Zoinks, I think a lot of us would have thought we would have had a stronger weekend out of Inteleon. I don't know if just that snipe shot quality of life change is actually hurting it, or if the meta is just kind of moving on from it a bit.
Yeah, maybe it's a combination of both. However, we did just have like our best Inteleon set where Revelation played it 3 games in a row and it looked terrific.
Great point.
I mean, tempo grabbing Blaziken first here, unsurprising. It's incredibly strong. However, that means Otter's going to get the duck, and they've got a lot of good choices to make here.
Yeah, it feels like this could be an easy spot to pick up your next, the next part of your support crew, right? So we've got Psyduck and we have Hoopa on the side of Luminosity. You could definitely see Psyduck played as sort of more of a tank role. You could also see sort of a dual tank with it, but it looks like we're going for kind of a classic supporter in Hoopa and more of a defender style supporter in Psyduck.
Yeah, great adjustment here. That opens up phenomenal choices for Draken and Kea, and they go into the bread and butter Season 1 Snorlax Eldegoss combination. Just as time-tested as possible, those 2 Pokemon are, and Snorlax specifically, phenomenal weekend.
I'm wondering what we're going to see here out of Luminosity. We're getting further and further in the draft, and this is the point where you can't really hide your strategy that much anymore. You're using your supports and defenders to sort of hide what your carry Pokemon are. Kyrios once again grabbing the Armarouge and Trainer on Zoroark. So as far as they are concerned, not much different.
Yeah, and in a similar type of situation, we actually saw last time LG was on stage, Overlord grabbed Charizard, and Nemo's going to have to adjust to that. Obviously, the Inteleon is a direct target ban to Zainus, who now defaults to Mew in that situation, and that's something that Luminosity feels comfortable contending with, especially when they themselves have one of the best Mew players going. And Nemo still rounds it out with Ceruledge, and now Overlord's got some choices to make because they've got a lot of good ones depending on who they want to counter. A lot of short-ranged action happening from Peru Unite here.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of range either from the side of Luminosity, and there we go. Lucario, who recently received a few rounds of buffs, and now we're looking at one of the best players to ever play Lucario. If you've been with Unite since the beginning, you remember the Lucario meta that dominated an entire year of this game. The Pokemon was so good, it was able to stay in the top path all by its lonesome, creating the 1-1-3 meta. 1 top, 1 in that central area, and 3 members of your team in the bottom path. I don't think that's what's happening right now, but if it did, I would freak out.
it would be.
I would freak out.
I would absolutely freak. It would be great to see. It would be a nice, for me and you, like a nostalgia snapback, right? That'd be very cool. Peru, how are they going to adjust? They ended up with a few better tools, I think. The Blaziken, it really stands out to me. Snorlax, of course, stands out to me. But remember, Peru last game could have grabbed the Snorlax, but defaulted off of it into the Lapras.
Yeah, I mean, one thing is for sure, if we're seeing Lucario versus Blaziken in that top path, unless the outplays are pretty incredible, Lucario is much better early than Blaziken. It takes a long time for Blaziken to catch up to Lucario, but late game, it is a bit of a monster. I would love to see the extreme speed build here. The Bone Rush buffs feel really, really solid on Lucario. It feels like a bit of a delete button. Its Unite move is on a super low cooldown. It has it, yeah, very low cooldown. Its ability is like on a lower cooldown now, so you can brawl more often. I can't wait to see what this looks like as we head into game number 2. Peru Unite, your purple team, Luminosity Gaming, your orange team, up 1 game in our best of 5.
Can we talk about a soul read situation here? KN Tempo flip sides to try and fade Overlord and Slash.
No way!
And they flipped too. So now they're finding themselves against the matchup they would have gotten if we kept everything the same. Talk about the ultimate soul read. And now that just means Luminosity has been studying Peru because they've probably done this a couple other times and they adjusted very well. And now Overlord still gets to bully that Torchic.
What a hilarious moment between these two squads. They both had the exact same idea, looking for that counter right there. Draken getting very, very low here in the top path. Looks like things are not going too poorly for Peru up here. In the bottom path, I know Lucario put some points in. We already have the center area making their way down looking for the KO, and they are able to pick it up on Lucario, but here comes Trainer.
Trainer needs to clean up the trash here to make it worthwhile, and they get 2. Kea immediately sees that and says, nope, not me as well. Get out of here. We can't feed a Trainer that much this early.
Yeah, Trainer now getting all that experience between the 2 goal zones. Here in the top path, Curios and Otter trying to deal with Draken. You know, Snorlax has incredible secure, but I love this by Curios. He says, you know what, fine. I'm just going to go try to score right now if you're not going to let me get the wild Pokemon.
And he's successful too. So Curios is going to get out of dodge, hopefully, with Otter a little support, little surf knockback, and Draken is just staying relentless on this pursuit. Finally gives up on it, and that's a W for LG.
Look at Draken. I mean, Draken just will not quit here. Pretty incredible, and does get it. Mew now heading back up to the top path, seeing what they can get. Draken right now, level 5.
Yeah, I mean, doing a great job in this 2v1. You know, Luminosity still chipping away at it, right? Still getting their experience, not slowing them down too much, but you're buying time. Here comes the Nemo and Zynos. Good combination knockout. That's well done, good work.
Very, very nice as we head towards the center right here. All of this should be pretty free for Peru, but it looks like Trainer is here to stop them. Nice plays by Anemo. Yes, they do go down.
He's still my heart.
Beautiful hyper. I know you're so excited right now.
I really think this should be played more than it currently is right now. I think people are kind of enjoying, I don't want to say the brand new toy that is Trick Phantom Force, because obviously it's very old, but it is the hip thing to do, and sometimes a good portal saving 3 people is just way too good.
Yeah, really nice stuff here. Overlord able to make it out of that fight. Something Lucario just has insane mobility and survivability in a lot of these engagements, especially early in top and bottom path. They've outplayed their opponents so well. Luminosity up 0 points for Peru to 72.
Luminosity Gaming also can always conceal their hand, right? Because of this Hoopa portal where they can start switching paths, like no push feels super safe right now, especially because LG's ahead and Peru hasn't been able to chunk anything into these tier 1 goal zones.
Regieleki being chipped a little bit in the bottom path here. Easy secure for Luminosity. In the top path, however, we have 4 members of Peru. They are coming up through the portal, seeing if they can do anything about it. But no, this heads towards the side of Luminosity after that secure.
Looks like they might be trying to take a fight here. Anemo pops their Unite move, actually hits 2, but they are dealt with so quickly. As soon as they hit their Unite, they're dispatched of. And now the surf is coming through, a big aura cannon as well. Heavy slam by Draken. Really, Draken's the one coming alive for Peru, trying to give their team a chance here. Overheat is charged, doesn't hit anything. Luminosity Gaming is going to get out of here without giving up much of anything either.
Yeah, Luminosity Gaming so proficient at not giving something up with a fight like that, right? Other teams might overcommit in that moment, but not LG here. Looking to see if there's any way for them to get out, and they cannot, being chased down by Anemo. You know, we were wondering, what's the plan with the Ceruledge? It's been chasing down Lucario very well.
Yeah, and you know, that's a great tool in and of itself. Now, can the rest of LG, I don't want to say turtle up, but at least adjust to that. Heavy slam is there, overheat pushes Slash Can out, they still catch the reset. Another player through here for the save. Curios is on the chase, they want tempo, they get tempo. Half HP between Draken and Curios, and are they gonna get the knockout? They do, give them 2.
Look at Curios here. I mean, just playing this incredibly tanky attacker in Armrouge definitely performs much more like an all-rounder or even defender in this position. Decent amounts of damage, but so bulky.
Oh, here comes a Nemo straight into the back line. The portal is down. 2 more players blinked out of existence, and they don't even have to come back through that, right? They can just walk up path and be okay. And now we're really starting to see the strength of these portals and how impactful they can be in moments like that.
Yeah, Luminosity Gaming, 3 members down towards the bottom path, but they can rotate top. They can do a lot here because Slash, the Hoopa, is level 9. Overlord eats a massive overheat right there. Tempo trying to peel back, but being chased down in this central area, and they are going down to Trainer.
Yeah, that becomes easy money. And the reason Slash is babysitting that T1 is because if there's a big push by Peru T2, they can just portal up, hyperspace highway. Otherwise, they're just keeping vision, understanding where Peru is going, and are they going to rotate to the actual objectives.
Here we go, looking for a possible KO right here. Psyduck Unite move trying to stop it. They do go down, but a better trade would be picking up this KO. Trainer does.
Focus Blast is in, tons of pressure on Trainer, forced to use the Unite move and retreat. Nobody else really for Luminosity is there. Might have to give up some points. Focus Blast almost sorts them out. Decent stun there by Slash. They move through with the Rings Unbound Hoopa. They're shrunk back down to size like a micro machine, and that is a portal that doesn't catch anybody. His Otter is trying to hold it down by them lonesome.
Yeah, lonesome. Tempo right here in the bottom path, just absolutely crushing it at this goal zone fight. Trainer is back to try to stop them, but it really does look like Tempo has this under control with Kea supporting in an incredible way. Blaziken so unbelievably good.
I mean, you take a look at this. The scoreline is incredibly close. The experience favors Luminosity right now, but that gap is shrinking. Peru Unite is understanding how to get value here, and they're doing a decent job keeping it close.
Yeah, 149, 147. As you talked about, level-wise, it is close, but we do have Luminosity ahead. They've been doing pretty well in a lot of these fights. Trainer, maybe the only Zoroark that I see without a Comfey performing at this level. I mean, even Overlord, when he's playing the Zoroark, feels like he has to play with the Comfey, right? Trainer is unbelievable on this thing.
Yeah, and that's, facilitated by the players around them, allowing Trainer to engage with, using the other players on the team as the get-out-of-jail-free cards, right? Once they get too deep into the waters, you have Trainer, Slash, Curios stepping up and helping, you have Otter and Slash and Curios stepping up to help him out.
Tempo looking for a sneaky score here in the top path. Multiple members of Peru trying to distract. They actually send Trainer to the top path as we have an assault on this goal zone.
3-on-3 action here. They're battling it out, but the firepower is on the side of Peru. Can they get a knockout here? Portal blinks out Curious. They're going to come back, and that in and of itself is enough to stop the push.
Yeah, and here we go. In the top path, we actually have multiple members of Luminosity trying to score, but it's the Snorlax stopping them. 30 seconds until Rayquaza. 2 points separating these teams. And outside of a few levels on the side of Luminosity, this game is insanely close.
Yeah, 3 level 13s on Luminosity is nothing to scoff at. But now that we're, less than 15 seconds till Ray hitting the map, and Peru having a very good team fight strategy at Ray, everything is up in the air right now.
Curios, kind of stalking the center of this map right here as we see all 5 members of Peru on top of Rayquaza here. They are on top of it. Trainer looking for a moment. Otter getting vision for the team, seeing how they want to fight. Curios moving in.
Straight in. We have the overheat, doesn't hit anything. It was going to be a big time engage, but things settle out very quickly.
They peel back right now, and we're looking for a possible score opportunity. We see the Ceruledge hiding in the bottom path, but Lucario Overlord doing the same thing. Akimo pulling back here. Anemo trying to stop them and does stop Overlord from scoring. In the central area here, everyone peels back. Trainer watching this top goal zone. We are 2 points between these 2 teams right now, and neither one knows which is up.
They're looking to collapse on Anemo, who's sitting on Pat. Now everybody's scrambling away. That's forced the Rayquaza to start to get hit. Rings Unbound will rip through the portal. We're putting the stuns down. Cotton Cloud Crash going to land on top. Top off the team. Is that going to be enough to sustain the fight? Very low on the backside.
Whoa.
Big Ceruledge Unite, but it's not enough. No players down yet. Just the Ceruledge itself. Trainer's trying to get back the pad to eat some shields. The block is happening to prevent the rest of LG to get topped off as well. Now we're moving back towards the middle. The whole team of Peru Unite is getting there, but Otter's been hanging out the whole time. They've got the vision. The overheat is there, charged up, doesn't hit anything. Now we're going to have a portal. We're going to reset, and I think things might have to stone. Trainer's on the chase, and they're eating up everybody, and so is Overlord. The surf is there, and Trainer thinks that's enough. The HP bars are low, but we're going for the counter scores.
Here we go. Overlord putting in 50. 50, which will be 100 here in double time in the top path, 149, 347. Peru knows that LG is up right now, looking for the KO, and they get it on Overlord. Anemo very, very low, looking to, yes, get caught by Trainer. Trainer now moving through Peru Unite, trying to pick up those final KOs with only 15 seconds left. There's just not enough time for Peru. A beautiful Rayquaza fight by Luminosity, in control the entire time.
Wow, I mean, Luminosity is just putting on a clinic today. No matter what look Peru has been showing, they have been adjusting and then doing a good job reacting in a beneficial way to them and communicating incredibly well.
Look at them up there. I mean, they're ready. They're locked in.
Changing chords.
Curious, changing chords. He knows he needs a new chord.
He's like, this chord is making me too slow. Change my
wore
chord.
out that chord mid-match. You could tell there was a moment where I was about to say, did he wear out his chord?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was thinking too. Big Ceruledge Unite hits 4 targets there, Spragos. You can't ask much more out of a Nemo in that situation. However, the follow-up was just a bit shy. If you would have been able to put that in tandem with maybe a big solar beam right in the same corridor, I think you get big-time knockouts there. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough to tip the scales, and then LG takes back control, and this is when you see Overlord and Trainer just start ripping through the squads, and the fact that they didn't get Zainus as well almost feels criminal. Player of the game of Trainer on the Zorark, and this is the second game in a row where, like you said, no Comfey, but still making a difference.
Yeah, I feel like Trainer is just, playing out of his mind on this Pokemon. Obviously one that he is known for, but man, makes it look good. Where a lot of players would require a Comfey, they need that, which, I mean, it works extremely well.
It does.
I mean, you have a mobile healing device that you are bringing around the map with you with one of the most mobile Pokemon. It's pretty great, but this just speaks to the level Trainer plays at, that he can play this Pokemon without that level of support. Incredible.
Just, I'm just going through this this day, this tournament, and I have been so impressed with the support players from every team on these Psyducks. Yes, we know it's a strong Pokemon. That's no new news. However, it feels like these support players have elevated their play with these Psyducks, making a real impactful difference where you go, holy smokes, no other character could have put their team in that situation besides Psyduck, and they're playing expertly. And that's part of the puzzle here that Luminosity Gaming is putting together that's allowing Trainer to be Zorark, earning the ban, rightfully so. What else are you going to do? What else are you gonna do?
Agree. I mean, he has absolutely earned that ban. Of course, Trainer has a lot of options, but they're taking 2 Pokemon that Trainer plays very well. Overlord has been known to play both of these also. These 2 players go back and forth between, all of their incredible carry picks. It really feels like they have a massive Rolodex, and it's who wants this carry this time. I wonder what we're going to see out of Trainer now. I know the Mimikyu is very tasty, and he would love to pick that up. Probably, in my opinion, the best Mimikyu player in the world on the side of Luminosity Gaming. First couple of picks, the Inteleon is out, as well as the Armarouge.
Yeah, Curious has been playing Inteleon for a while now, but most importantly, Zainus doesn't have Inteleon now, which is really where you want to be. Now, Kea is going to cut off the Hoopa and the Snorlax again, but we have a really interesting scenario here where you can give Otter the Mew, and then you cut off Zainus from the Mew as well.
Well, you also have Psyduck available. I mean, Psyduck is here.
I mean, you can go Duck Mew, and that is super legit right now.
Let's see what they decide to do here. We have the Duck being hovered. We decide to go with the Eldegoss and the Psyduck. Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised to see Psyduck here, a top pick. To be fair, Snorlax is right up there in that conversation. This thing has been amazing lately. Psyduck just, it feels like no matter what, that Pokemon is a nightmare to deal with. It's so frustrating at every point in the match.
We've got Lapras locked in. So that's going to be like a top path Lapras, and we've got Anemo going to be on the run here with this Dodrio.
I mean, look, year 2, carry Lapras won Luminosity the World Championship. So I can't say that this is necessarily a bad play. We just haven't really seen that in a long time. Over onto the side of Luminosity, Overlord picking up the Zarina.
Easy money. And really all it's going to be is anytime tempo goes in, Overlord has enough sustain for itself to hang in the pocket just long enough to hit its Unite move, drag that 3-headed bird into the skies, kick it like Liu Kang, and bring it back down and let the rest of the team clean up the trash. Trainer grabbing Armor Rouge, though, this game, based on how their draft shaped out.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see it, but I'm not surprised to see so much Armor Rouge. Clearly, it is the truth, and we are finding that out this weekend. A lot of these teams recognizing just how unbelievably difficult it is to take down this Fire Spin build, and you've been seeing them build it pretty tanky. Slick Spoon giving you more HP. At the same time, you have increased defenses with that Rocky Helmet, and with the new Rocky Helmet buffs, you're actually getting a decent amount of damage from that more consistently also.
Golly, I really like Luminosity Gaming's draft. I think Peru Unite is going to have to really step up here. They're really going to have themselves a game, you know, maintain your confidence. You do have some absolute playmakers out there. Zinus, Tempo, and Nemo are just threats in and of themselves, and especially with the support core that they have, they can make this happen. This is not down. You are down but not out. Let's make it work. Game 3, let's get it.
Game 3, possibly our last game here in these semifinals. Peru Unite, your purple team. Luminosity Gaming, your orange team, up 2-0. And I hate to break it to you, Peru, but Curios just got a new cord. This could be very bad.
This is what he was like, I need a new cord. I'm taking Inteleon next game. It's going to work out. Give me that cord. Tempo quickly going to score, unsurprisingly. Bounce Sweet and Gossifleur going to try and cover. Can't quite stop them, and, well, that makes sense.
Yeah, really nice stuff right there as we head down to the bottom path. Beautiful confusion by Slash, catches 2. Curios just needs to power up, get that intel online as quickly as possible so they can do insane amounts of damage. You'll notice 2 assault vests on the side of Peru here so that they can eat those snipe shots.
Yeah, I mean, anything, whatever it takes to make it work, right? Just get in there, make intelligent choices, bolster up if you think it's going to be a concern, get yourself a win, back on the right track.
We've actually got the Armor Rouge now running up to the top path. They decided to give it the central area here as it's getting ready for this fight. You see in Nemo getting set up for a possible Blaze Kick situation. Trainer moving in, however.
Yeah, Fire Spin down immediately. A lot of pressure being put on, and that's a great knockout on the Steenie by Tempo. That's the one you're looking for. Trainer eating a berry, pulled off by the Hoopa, by the way, and now it's a KO streak of 2 instantly in a situation that I thought for sure Peru would have been very comfortable with. They find themselves on the back end of a nightmare.
This thing is broken.
It's really good.
It's like, what on earth? Just runs up here, stands next to him. You know, the attacks obviously lowering the cooldown of Fire Spin once again, just walks back in, picks up a double KO. That red buff also helping, so that's really impossible for them to get away from this Pokemon. As we have Dodrio in this central area here, trying to take away some of the experience and buffs from Luminosity.
Trusting Slashcan downstairs by themselves, which it makes sense, right? They're trying to insulate Overlord, get Overlord leveled up, because they really want to be Zarina as quickly as possible to operate.
Great plays here by Peru, up 62-9. Level 7 now on their Blaziken, taking that opportunity to do some real work up there as we have Trainer here in the bottom path, looking for a possible KO on Zinus. Zinus having to run away, and they should be going down in this moment. The Psyshock, the Flame Charge, the Fire Spin, all of it just too much for Lapras to deal with.
Absolutely, and we still have a Drizzile though, so Curios is really looking for this evolution, and any secure will get it, and bang, there it is. Draken going straight for the engagement, overheat charge, actually chunks Curios, or Trainer, really heavily, and now the snipe shot's coming through, doesn't hit anyone. We're darting back through, right into the middle is Overlord. Decent HP levels on them as now they're trying to siege the path.
Wow.
The Cotton Cloud Crash comes down in a decent top off here, and it's gonna allow the rest of Luminosity to get out, at least for now. Overlord goes straight back in. Heavy Slam's gonna get Otter and put tons of pressure on Slash, Now we're moving back through, and the Surf is there, back through the portal, and Overlord's waiting for him. They've switched so many characters amongst all the different roles that I am getting all jumbled up.
I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking this fight is chaos, and they are playing at such a crazy level that no one is going down as they are moving back and forth through this. Once again, Luminosity trying to put some pressure onto this goal zone. Top path, we have the Armor Rouge and the Blaziken. Down here should be a good secure for Curios with the snipe shot, and they get it.
Yeah, that's why you choose that Pokemon. That's what you want. The 2v1 upstairs goes into the favor of Peru as expected. A lot of good pressure on Zainus. This Lapras snipe shot is there, finds its mark. That's a KO. Now we're going 4v2 downstairs. We're going to put the pressure on. Draken is there, half HP. Heavy Slam grabs a berry. Snipe shot doesn't quite hit, doesn't let it loose. We're going to Fell Stinger away. Tempo steps up with this Dodrio, going to help put some pressure. K is hanging out by the pad. They can Hyperspace Highway whomever they want through. Blaziken secures Regieleki up top, and Luminosity is very comfortable downstairs. Is Trainer ever going to join the fight? Can they keep them from resetting? No. Overlord's sitting right there waiting for him. Dodrio Unite into the back line. We keep pushing on, and now we're popping the Inteleon Unite, and we're finding some real targets. Dodrio goes. Lapras eats a Queenly Majesty Unite. We're going to keep pushing forward. We're going to keep pushing forward. Luminosity Gaming is absolutely relentless, Cowboy.
Moving into this goal zone, finally getting the opportunity to score as Peru Unite relents. They let them finally score. They had Regieleki walk top this entire time. It has been a back and forth fight. We are at the 5-minute mark, and I don't think Doobsnacks has been able to stop calling a fight for more than 3 seconds. It has been unbelievable, the back and forth between these squads. Hey, there's another fight here in the bottom path.
What do you know? Points going in, and here comes LG. Draken finding themselves on the pad again, trying to run that defense. A surf out of Otter. Slash going to create space, and now they're going to pivot back. Stop switching all these characters around. Help me.
Chasing away Zainus here. We have a score attempt at the bottom path. Anemo being pushed back here by Slash. Overlord back down to the bottom path to continue this fight. Reggie is spawning again. 2 straight minutes of brawling here as Dodrio actually in the central area here, picking up a nice KO on Curios, invading that central area and scoring in the top path.
Something that can't be understated, all this fighting has kept Draken from being able to hit level 9 and the Hoopa as well, because they've just had to defend pad so long. They need to evolve. They want those unites, and now Draken might get knocked out here as the rest of Peru is going to take Regirock, but LG's on the hunt for bodies. They don't care about objectives anymore. Huge shot on Anemo is going to put the tide to an end for them. They have to reset. Kea goes Rings Unbound. Reset there. Pressure on. The Fists of Fury are coming out, and they're trying to stun down LG as Peru wants to put together a counter push. Nice block into the guts of everybody. Everybody has moved around, forcing out the Intel Unite. Is this going to be enough? Anemo goes down, and now Draken's in the middle of everybody. They go down. 3 players see the curtains as they're drawn closed on them, just like this goal zone is going to be closed out.
5 players of Luminosity survive that engagement as they score in the bottom path, bringing the scoreline 162-152 as they are now heading up to the top path through the central area of Peru Unite as they continue brawling. Dodrio looking for a KO. Otter finally going down. Here comes Anemo trying to cut them off as they move towards the top path, and LG actually somehow pulls back. No, they don't. They're going towards the tier 2.
They're just, nope, pressure forever. I know something's up when Otter's in the middle of 3, just pressing them down by themselves, not looking at, offensively chucking the pollen puffs to deal damage. Everybody's about that action today. Everyone wants to smoke in this game 3.
162-152. Peru is up right now. Nice position right here as they send multiple members down towards this tier 1. With only 2 members of Luminosity, this is going to look pretty bad for them. Regieleki is being ripped apart, but here comes Peru.
It's Overlord and Slash gonna have to hold it down. Here's the snipe shot though. Anemo takes big damage. So does Zainus. Overlord sees the opportunity. They're on the chase. Heavy slam block by Draken. Gonna let Tempo and Anemo get out of dodge. And that's what they needed in that moment, because those knockouts would have been critical.
Yeah, they absolutely gave up Draken there, and it was a very smart decision. Keep Snorlax in that moment. Snorlax will be back in time for Rayquaza. Could be Peru's last Rayquaza here of this tournament. Reg Ice being chipped up right now, already at half. Only 8 seconds now until Rayquaza. Extremely aggressive positioning right here with a block. Peels them back for just a moment. Anemo in some trouble, having to run away from this as LG continues moving forward. Back through the portal goes Peru.
If Draken goes down there, that is a massive catch in that moment. Curios is ripping snipe shots from a really advanced position, but they know Tempo's there. And now Kyrgios is split from the entire team, but right into the middle is the Dodrio. Tons of damage on Trainer. They're trying to rein them in, darting across. Nice catch by Slash, gets Tempo shut down. The rings are unbound, and Reba back to the middle. Anemo eats the Queenly Majesty, the Zarina puts them down, and now we're pivoting back to the center. Dodrio is on the run, and the Hoopa is down. Draken is sitting there looking at three-headed bird, says, let's do something, son. And that's a big power nap for 2 KOs. Great work by the tandem. Another big heavy slam. The block into the wall. Trainer's pinned. Can they get the knockout? Sign News is going to go down. The pressure is just too much. Peru is feeling it from all sides. However, they have a 4-3 advantage in this moment for a few seconds.
Yeah, and here we go. Luminosity deciding what they want to do in this moment. Charging up the Queenly Majesty, looking for the Hoopa right now, and it's trying to run, but Kea might go down right here. Doesn't catch him before he goes through. Kea gets the reset. Tempo is being chased back. Overlord looking for another KO, not able to make it happen. Tempo now deciding what they want to do. They are up Dupes next, 181 to 152, and Kea resets again.
Rayquaza needs to start going down because they can send Dodrio on a mission to score. Rayquaza's at half, and I think Luminosity needs to pivot. They're getting leashed around by Tempo. Who's going to do it? Heavy slam comes through to catch the reset. There's a couple players down. Rayquaza's low. Snipe shot's lined up, and it's secured by Trainer on the Armor Rouge. And Luminosity Gaming is going to dash the hopes of Peru on another IC title as Luminosity Gaming marches towards the Sunday Grand Finals.
With only 15 seconds left on the clock, the Ray Shields will help them score fast enough. The Hundo Burgers rein in the 58 burger from the Eldegoss. LG brawls with Peru for 10 straight breathless minutes to win 3-0 in the semifinals.
And another step closer to the 3 ICs of the year. First place prize going on their shelf. What a game by Luminosity. And you're talking about momentum. If Revelation's got some momentum, so does LG. And it's going to be who's going to maintain it going into tomorrow.
Crazy stuff from LG. I mean, they just look unstoppable, squaring off against one of the best teams in the world. Production, give me that cord Kyrgios has. I could really like.
Yo, can you give Zoinks the cord that Kyrgios has?
Honestly, his Inteleon looked great.
It did.
You know what, production, can we stack with Kyrgios later? Can we maybe do a 5-stack with him? That'd be awesome. Thank you.
That'd be really
Thanks,
cool.
production. Wow.
Man.
I mean, what a squad. Every time you see Luminosity at an IC, they really do look like they're playing a different game. I'm not exaggerating it. There are amazing teams in this game. Luminosity in person, in a LAN setting, it just feels unbeatable.
They certainly showed how good they are today. Luminosity game, we're taking a look at game 2 here, that Ray fight. And really, this Ray fight was all Luminosity again. Big Cerulege Unite, amazing catch, exactly what you want.
Yeah.
However, there wasn't quite the follow-up they needed. All of LG remained standing. The portals reset. They're ripped back through with full HP, and that just spills beginning of the end for Peru as it's just too much.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, Luminosity just played this so incredibly well. This is Trainer. This is the match that got them to decide to target ban Trainers. Zoroark here. Huge play. There's Kyrgios. Let's go. Give me a new cord. You can see it. I can lip read very well.
I'm pretty sure you just said let's go. But
He
you know,
said, let's go, give me a new cord.
No, he said let's. Yeah.
Can we slow
let's
it down?
Go, give me a new cord as we're watching in game 3. This Rayquaza secure. Very well done by Trainer on the Armor Rouge. And really, Trainer, I mean.
Let's go, my cord, my cord. Look at that, my cord did it. Dude, I'm telling you, I can lip read so well. Someone make me a spy.
Somebody make you a spy?
Yeah.
Is that how that works? Excuse me.
You can't be a freelance
Excuse
spy.
me, can you make that
you
guy a spy? Overlord player of the game. We've seen this card before. Come on.
We've seen it before, and wow, 97k damage. The triple axle, cool to see in this match, right? I didn't know exactly which build we'd be getting. And triple axle is a brawling build, which Overlord, I think he took that personally. He took that personally, I would say, because he brawled all game. But we're going to talk to him up on the big stage. We'll send it up there right now. Take it away.
And here we are, folks, with the MVP Overlord on Luminosity Gaming for making it through to the Grand Finals on Championship Sunday. Let's give it up for him. Congratulations, Overlord. How does it feel knowing that you are that one step closer to accomplishing the hat trick of the IC title?
Yeah, I mean, it feels great. Obviously we still have a strong opponent waiting for us tomorrow on Sunday, but we're glad because, Fusion are a very, very strong team. We respect them quite a bit, so getting that win over them in a pretty dominating fashion is very, very, feels good for us. So, yeah, we're excited, and hopefully, we can bring it home tomorrow.
Well, I must say you are definitely on a roll. You haven't dropped a single game at all here this weekend. 2-0 sweeps through yesterday. Pretty much sweeps all through today as well. How does that make you feel that you have pretty much just been an absolute beast out in Fierce Sky Ruins?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely feels good. We definitely put a lot of work in. We kind of, sat down and had a team talk after we unfortunately finished, I think, 3rd in regionals, losing to Orange Juicers and Unk. It's definitely not a good feeling. So I'm glad that we were able to, come back in such a dominating fashion and bounce back.
Bounce back is what is needed. You've been able to make it further than you did in the regional, so that must boost up the confidence going on into tomorrow. Now, one final question. There was 30 seconds left. Rayquaza hadn't been touched, or, it was still being chipped at. In that last 30 seconds, what was it like for the team in that moment, knowing you were just so close to gaining that victory? But, I mean, did you know that you were behind in points?
Yeah, we saw we were slightly struggling. And, originally I was trying to get the knockout on Hoopa. Me and him kind of had, a little chase for 20 seconds there. But once I couldn't find it, we kind of, had to just take our odds and try to zone away the Blaziken, which Blaziken has a very strong secure and overheat. Try to just zone him away and take our odds with the Ray. It worked out for us, so.
Okay, I lied as well. I have one more question. Going on into Revelation in the grand finals, do you have anything you'd like to say to them? I mean, obviously you'll get to speak to them tomorrow, but I guess just any preemptive words going into tomorrow.
I think I'll have to save everything for tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Saving the secrets for tomorrow. They're going to keep you on your toes. But any final shout outs or thank yous you'd like to give here today before we wrap on up?
Yeah, I mean, I really appreciate, all the fans all the time, everyone that supports LG. We really, really appreciate it. Like, genuinely, we couldn't do it without you. But yeah, love all the fans, all the family, of course, cheering us on from home. So yeah, thank you, everyone.
It's all about supporting the fans and the family. Let's hear it up for Overlord and Luminosity Gaming once again. All right, thank you so much. Let's send it over to the casters to wrap this show up.
I could lip read that guy in the crowd. He said, "Oh, shoot, that's my cord." I'm telling you, everyone's talking about this cord out there.
Nobody's talking about that cord.
What an insane cord that Curio said. What an insane series, man. I mean, LG just looks absolutely incredible right there. I do have a card for Curios. You may have heard about my Inteleon. I think this would be a good one, though. Hey,
I didn't know you were gonna make a play on Curios with that, because I chose. Hey, I'm Zoinks.
Curios could take either card. Okay, the question is, which would he like more? Obviously, today's been amazing. We've had so many incredible games. Wow, look at it go. Let's take a look at where we've been and where we are going, of course, for Championship Sunday tomorrow. Here was our group stage in day one, Dupe Snacks.
LG obviously continuing their dominance, taking care of Group A 4-0. Peru Unite as well. Great run until this point, very decisive until they ran into LG, the absolute Titans, 3-0, Revelation 3-0. Now in the grand finals tomorrow, what a run. And OJ beat down by Revelation themselves.
Yeah, taking a look at Group E and F, we had T3, DreamMax, both looking for their spot to Worlds, not able to secure it. Stamina Esports already had their spot to Worlds, being taken down by Luminosity Gaming, 2-0 here in our top 8. LG looking pretty flawless, 2-0'd against Stamina, 2-0'd against Peru. In the bottom part of our bracket, this is really where they were hunting for that world spot. Daybreak taking down T3 and then getting 2-0'd by Revelation to secure it. Of course, Nouns Juicers, what a match. So back and forth, really incredible. Juicers really didn't show up against Revelation, going 0-3. Surprising from our regional champs.
Yeah, I think that can go down as maybe one of the biggest UCS upsets we've ever seen on an international stage. That doesn't mean that Orange Juicers are by all means not a good team. They're an incredible team.
Yep.
And I think that just speaks volumes to how huge of a run Revelation is on right now. As we said, it's going to be Luminosity versus Revelation tomorrow. Both teams are on a tear right now, and it's going to be who can maintain that momentum through the evening and into tomorrow, because, you know, if history has taught us anything, LG and Grand Finals is a tough matchup, and they show up that day ready to go. We've seen so many LG stomps on that championship Sunday, and Revelation, get prepared, because you don't want to fall victim to them, because everyone else seems to.
Well, look, Revelation took down Nouns, Revelation took down the Juicers, and now they have another Titan in front of them, the former world champs, Luminosity Gaming. That will be bright and early tomorrow morning, Championship Sunday, where we will be there. Pokemon Unite will be there. Tune in tomorrow for NAIC 2025 Championship Sunday. Starts at 7 a.m. Pacific. We said, could you start it a little later? And they said, we'll bump it up another hour if you're not careful. All right, Cowboys? So 7 a.m. Be there. It's going to be amazing. Can any team stop LG? That's the real question. I mean, they are cruising towards Worlds. Revelation may be on the greatest hot streak we've ever seen. Let's see what happens in the morning, Dupe Snacks.
Yeah, we're going to have to. You could not juxtapose Goliath and David any better than these two squads. The team that's fighting to win every single IC in a single season versus a team that qualified for Worlds today and iced out so many powerful squads that are already qualified for Worlds to get to the Grand Finals. Again, a true David and Goliath story.
It's going to be amazing tomorrow morning. Thank you all for hanging out, watching, listening. Thank you for being here live. Shout out to Draku for his first in-person cast. I think they were pretty phenomenal. Draku. Phenomenal. And that's going to do it for Dupe Snacks. We are. Hey, you know what? We're not that bad. It's not that bad. I'm telling you. Goodbye, everybody. We'll see you in the morning.
Where's my Hey, I'm Zoinks card?
I'm Zoinks.